Chapter 1. The Eerie Apocalypse and the Activation of the Eerie Temple. Swish, swish. The sound emanated from a bathroom. Following the noise, one could see that the floor was inundated with water, steadily seeping through the crack beneath the door into the room. In the corner of the bathroom stood a large bathtub, within which lay a completely naked man. Beside him, a faucet was gushing forth steaming hot water in a relentless cascade. At that moment, the water in the bathtub was gradually rising, inching closer to the man's mouth, nose, and eyes. Just as the water was about to submerge his head entirely, the man suddenly jolted awake and sprang to his feet, emitting a piercing scream filled with sheer terror. "Ah, don't eat me!" As he abruptly stood, water splashed everywhere around him. His face contorted in anguish, his eyes bloodshot with thick, angry veins. Suddenly, he felt a searing heat beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed that his feet had turned red and swollen from the scalding water. Yet, instead of immediately tending to his burns, he thrust his hand back into the bathtub, only to be met with intense pain from the scorching water. "Am I still alive?" His expression bore no trace of pain, rather, astonishment lit up his face. In a sudden frenzy, he dashed out of the bathroom and into the room, snatching the phone from the bedside table to check the date. It was the 15th day of the 5th lunar month in the year 2028. Upon seeing the date displayed, his pupils constricted sharply, disbelief flooding his features. He had been reborn. His name was Wei Ping, an ordinary civil servant from Luyin Township, serving as the director of the Rural Revitalization Office. His wife, an associate branch manager at a local county bank, had left him, finding him too rigid and incapable of exploiting his power for personal gain, opting instead to live off a meager salary, abandoning their 6-year-old daughter in the process. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Eerie Temple. The system is currently loading. Eerie Temple loaded successfully. Current level, LV1. The Eerie Temple can absorb bizarre corpses for advancement. The system detects that the host's Eerie Temple level is too low, thus, the functional modules are inaccessible. Only the first floor Eerie items are available for the host, purchasable with coins. Would you like to enter the Eerie Temple? As the mechanical voice of the system faded, an imposing, dark palace materialized in the forefront of his mind. The palace was a stark contrast of black and white, its towering structure stretching into infinity, disappearing into the mysterious black fog above. Before the dark palace stood two ancient, ominous doors, from which an array of bizarre sounds emanated, haunting and disquieting, as though they sought to ensnare one's very soul. Above the ancient doors hung an unknown plaque, inscribed with the blood-red characters Eerie Temple, seemingly written in some arcane fluid, as if countless twisted bodies writhed within. The first time he beheld the blood-red characters, a chill coursed down his spine, and an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him. He even contemplated ending his own life. Had it not been for the timely call of his daughter, he might have succumbed to despair at that very moment. Damn it, that accursed system has reappeared. Wei Ping seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. The bizarre apocalypse had suddenly descended upon the world, overwhelming humanity with myriad unknown entities, transforming existence into a hellish battleground. In that dire moment, he had taken his daughter and sought refuge in the cellar of his ancestral home, only to awaken the system, who would hoard coins for leisure. Naturally, he had none, and upon entering the Eerie Temple, he narrowly escaped being devoured by the grotesque gatekeeper. Fortunately, he had sensed the impending danger and promptly disconnected from the system, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Soon, the hastily gathered provisions were exhausted. In desperation, Wei Ping had no choice but to venture outside in search of coins. However, he was discovered by a monstrous entity adorned with human limbs, which exposed the location of the cellar where he had hidden his daughter. The creature breached the cellar door, which crumbled before it as though made of paper. Then, he bore witness to the horrifying scene of his daughter being devoured limb by limb. In his frantic attempt to save her, he too was consumed piece by piece. "No, I must save my daughter," Wei Ping thought, panic surging within him. His mind immediately turned to the system as he entered his consciousness and shouted, "System, enter the Eerie Temple." Ah, what a wasted effort. I cannot rely on the system for now. What should I do next? Wei Ping lamented internally. His thoughts raced as he sought a solution. Suddenly, he conceived a plan that any rational person might consider. Of course, I can build her a safe haven for the apocalypse. To ensure his daughter's survival in the bizarre end times that would arrive in 2 months, he must construct a refuge capable of withstanding typical monstrous assaults. Otherwise, they would likely succumb to the initial wave of attacks, rendering any stockpiled resources futile. Yet, erecting such a sanctuary required an immense amount of capital, precisely what he lacked. Unable to resist, he opened his banking app, where a paltry balance of 20,476.68 yuan was displayed on his screen. Alas, this meager sum could scarcely purchase a few screws for a safe haven. Despair washed over him. Money, money, money. I need to earn money. Serving wholeheartedly for Chairman Mao. Just as he was at his wit's end, his phone rang. Wei Ping hastened to the Lu Yin Township People's Government Building, driving his Passat with urgency. The government building was an impressive 10-story edifice. Despite being in a poverty-stricken county, the county chief had secured substantial funds following a committee meeting to erect new buildings for all township and street governments. As the director of the Rural Revitalization Office, he too benefited from this initiative, his office spacious and grand. Sitting in his office, Wei Ping exhaled deeply. After a busy morning, he had finally seen off a group of officials from the bureau. Though they had departed, they left behind a staggering 20 million yuan earmarked for rural revitalization projects. Under normal circumstances, he would have deemed it a hot potato, adhering strictly to ethical boundaries. However, today, as he gazed at the agricultural revitalization proposal on his desk, uncertainty clouded his mind, and for the first time, he contemplated the prospect of misappropriating these funds. At that moment, he found himself torn between party discipline and the safety of his daughter, ultimately choosing the latter. With a resolute bite of his lip, a bold plan took shape in his mind, to intercept these funds and use them to construct a safe haven for his daughter. After all, with the bizarre apocalypse looming in 2 months, who could predict what the world would become? They can only take it one step at a time. It seems I must pay a visit to the bank this afternoon. Wei Ping promptly scheduled an appointment with the branch manager of one of the county's major banks, preparing to transfer the special funds to his personal account. On the morning of the 16th day of the 5th lunar month in 2028, at 10 a.m., ding dong, Wei Ping received a text message from the bank. Dear customer of a certain bank in China, your savings account ending in 5287 has received a deposit of 20 million yuan on the morning of the 16th day of the lunar month. The current balance is 20,020,476.68 yuan. Upon seeing the string of numbers in his bank account, he felt an overwhelming urge to take a screenshot and send it to his materialistic ex-wife. Chapter 2. Selling cars and houses to build the safe haven. Then, he opened his ex-wife's contact and clicked send. Now that the funds were in place, the construction of the safe haven for the apocalypse could commence. He had long since determined the location deep in the mountains at his ancestral home, transforming the cellar into a fortified sanctuary. Building such a refuge in the bustling center of the county would draw too much attention, and he could not bear to witness the suffering of those familiar to him. He recalled that in his previous life, the more people congregated, the more bizarre entities emerged, including many formidable beings, some capable of bypassing physical defenses to launch mental assaults. Without sufficient strength, he dared not linger in crowded areas. The remaining task was to contact a company specializing in the construction of apocalypse bunkers. However, he did not know anyone in that field and had to seek assistance from a classmate working in the Guangdong Urban Construction Bureau. After exchanging pleasantries, his classmate introduced him to a company called Tianxiang Protection Apocalypse Bunker Company. Upon inquiring about contact details, he resolutely took a week off from work. In the office of the general manager of Tianxiang Protection Apocalypse Bunker Company, Wei Ping sat across from a robust man clad in camouflage, Mr. Huang, the company's general manager and a friend of his classmate from the Guangdong Urban Construction Bureau. It was said that Mr. Huang was a retired Special Forces soldier with military ties. After a round of negotiations, they settled on a price of 20 million yuan for constructing the safe haven. Then, after listening to the discussion, Mr. Huang adamantly refused, considering the complexity of constructing an apocalyptic safe house, which would take at least 6 months to complete. Finishing it within 2 months was nearly impossible. Of course, that was excluding the availability of funds. Ultimately, Wei Ping, on the foundation of 20 million, added an extra 1 million, and only then did the other party reluctantly acquiesce. Director Wei, the total cost for the construction of the apocalyptic safe house amounts to 21 million. "Here is the contract. If there are no objections, please sign it," Mr. Huang said, gazing in astonishment at Wei Ping. He was taken aback that a mere township civil servant could produce such a sum in one go, and he was perplexed as to the true motive behind the construction of the safe house. Subsequently, a thick stack of contracts was pushed in front of Wei Ping. After meticulously verifying the details, both parties affixed their signatures and fingerprints to the document. As the two prepared to depart after shaking hands, Mr. Huang could not suppress his curiosity any longer and asked. Wei Ping calmly observed Mr. Huang's face for a moment, discerning that this individual did not appear to be a malicious character. A notion of fostering goodwill flickered in his mind, and he smiled. After signing the contract, Wei Ping departed from Zhuhai, leaving only the task of securing the funds. After paying a deposit of 5 million, he checked his bank account, which revealed a balance of merely 15.02 million, leaving him 980,000 short of the remaining payment of 16 million. He certainly did not dare to renege on the deal with the bunker company, especially given their substantial background, which undoubtedly included contingency plans. Even if he were to take refuge in the apocalyptic safe house, they could potentially locate him and might have alternative means to breach it. What should I do with such a shortfall? Just as Wei Ping was engulfed in worry, a business card lodged in the windshield caught his eye. He picked it up and glanced over its contents. It was a loan advertisement. Unable to contain his laughter, he realized that he was least concerned about debt collectors at the moment, as in 2 months, their existence would be uncertain. Thus, he began fervently searching online for various lending platforms, borrowing from each one, ultimately accumulating 500,000. Still 480,000 short. This is still insufficient. What now? Wei Ping found himself in a quandary. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he possessed a car and a county center property left to him by his parents. With the impending apocalypse looming, material possessions held little significance. He decided to sell both the car and the house. He then drove his Passat to the largest used car market in the county and approached the sales manager directly. "Sir, your car is quite old, and the Passat depreciates rapidly. We can only offer you 50,000, the Mediterranean-haired manager said, visibly struggling to maintain a straight face. Wei Ping was not swayed by the manager's dubious claims prior to visiting the used car lot. He had consulted a friend from out of town who dealt in second-hand vehicles and learned that the car was worth at least 100,000. However, in his urgent need for cash, he had no choice but to accept a steep loss. He gritted his teeth and said, "I purchased this 2027 electric business model Passat for 128,000 last year, based on current market conditions. It should at least fetch 100,000. I need to sell it urgently for a flat price of 80,000, no negotiations." "Deal." The manager's face lit up with a sly grin. The paperwork for the used car was completed swiftly, and within an hour, the process was finalized. Now only 400,000 remains. I'm getting closer to my goal, Wei Ping thought as he saw the 80,000 credited to his bank account, a smile creeping onto his face. Next, he took a taxi to the largest second-hand real estate agency in the county, offering his parents' sole legacy a 120-square-meter apartment in the county center for 500,000 to be listed for consignment. He anticipated a lengthy wait, but to his surprise, the property attracted immediate interest. Although there were higher offers, he ultimately chose to sell to a young man who could pay in full, as time was of the essence. The process of closing the property transaction was quite intricate, taking an entire afternoon to complete all the necessary formalities. After finalizing the property's sale, he finally felt a sense of relief. Then, considering the 20 million earmarked funds, along with my savings of 20,000, a loan of 500,000, the 80,000 from selling the car, and the 500,000 from selling the house, I have managed to gather a total of 21.1 million. Subtracting the 21 million required for the construction of the apocalyptic safe house, I will have merely 100,000 left. Goodness, the price of this safe house is indeed exorbitant. Yet, as Wei Ping recalled the harrowing image of his daughter being consumed by the monstrous entity, any pang of regret dissipated, replaced solely by thoughts of how to ensure her survival. Now, only one task remained: stockpiling ghost money. Chapter 3: Riding the Urba Dabong and Hoarding Trillions of Hell Money. The following day, as dawn broke, a humble rental house stood not far from the village government office, its dim, incandescent light illuminating the interior. In the center of the room was a dilapidated long wooden table adorned with 2 memorial portraits. The owner of the rental house was Wei Ping, who had sold his commercial property in the county center and rented this modest abode near his workplace. Planning to reside here for the next 2 months, Wei Ping had risen early today, and indeed, he had been waking up early for the past year. Once prone to sleeping in, he had gradually adopted this new routine after his divorce. As he now cared for his daughter alone, Wei, it's time to get up for school, he called to his daughter, who was still lost in slumber. Wei, the name he had chosen for her, bore no resemblance to him, inheriting her mother's endearing beauty. Noticing she remained unawake, he climbed onto the bed, gently lifted her, dressed her in her school uniform, and assisted her with her morning wash. He then proceeded to the kitchen, frying 2 eggs and warming 2 cups of milk, today's breakfast for him and his daughter. After hastily finishing their meal, he began to braid her hair into 2 exuberant pigtails, the only hairstyle he had mastered. Once her hair was done, he prepared to escort her to school. Before leaving, Wei, with her hair styled in 2 high pigtails, gazed at the peeling walls of the rental house and asked with innocent confusion, "Daddy, didn't we used to live in a new house in the county? Why are we renting now?" Wei Ping, charmed by the adorable expression on his daughter's face, knelt down to gently pat her small nose. "It's because my workplace is conducting a reflecting on hardships and cherishing sweetness theme activity, requiring me to experience a 2-month period of hardship, hence this rental arrangement." "Wei, you won't blame Daddy, will you?" A glint of mischief flickered in Wei's eyes. Clearly showing her skepticism, yet being the sensible child she was, she obediently replied, "Wei won't blame Daddy. I will accompany you in reflecting on hardships and cherishing sweetness." Hand in hand, they left the rental house, chatting and laughing together. Upon exiting, they approached the Erba Dabong leaning against the wall of the rental house. This bicycle had been stored in his ancestral home's warehouse for over a decade. Since selling his car, it had become his sole means of transportation. Wei Ping adjusted the bicycle and placed his daughter on the front crossbar. "Wei, hold tight. We're setting off." He released the handbrake and pedaled vigorously, causing the bicycle to lurch forward. Startled, Wei grasped the crossbar tightly, her laughter ringing out. "Daddy, this bike is so much fun. When I grow up, remember to teach me how to ride. And when you're old, I will carry you like this." At her words, Wei Ping felt a warmth in his eyes, his voice heavy with emotion as he replied, "Yes, I will." Yet his expression soon clouded with profound worry. Observing the blissful smile on his daughter's face filled him with guilt. He hoped she would not resent him. With the impending apocalypse, every penny he possessed might be her lifeline, and he dared not squander it, but he rode the Erba Dabong to the elementary school gate. Acutely aware of the peculiar stares from those nearby, Wei entered the school, her head bowed under the mocking gaze of her peers. Wei Ping clenched his fists tightly, his palms turning crimson from the pressure. Having attended to his daughter, he had an important task ahead: hoarding hell money. He was familiar with the location of the incense shop, which was situated near the county town, requiring about an hour of cycling from his current location. The ride left him drenched in sweat, and upon arriving at the familiar incense shop, he exhaled heavily. "Phew, I've finally arrived." The shop's lighting flickered uncertainly, with a heap of paper money, gold ingots, and various new types of incense offerings displayed outside. Flanking the entrance were 2 paper figures representing children and several floral wreaths. When Wei Ping glanced at the child figures, he felt an odd sensation, as though they were observing him and beckoning him with smiles. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the bizarre thoughts, he dismounted, secured his bicycle, and strode into the shop. His Erba Dabong instantly attracted curious glances from the surrounding customers. Yet he paid them no heed that he approached the owner with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, are you the only one here? Where's Annie?" The owner, Mr. Zhang, was a man nearing 60, a former neighbor from Wei Ping's village, and their families had shared a close bond. After the tragic loss of their daughters, the couple had moved to this location to open the incense shop that Mr. Zhang usually wore a stern expression, rarely smiling, but upon seeing Wei Ping, he managed to muster a rare smile. "Xiao Wei, you've come. How have you been lately?" "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang, that I'm doing well," Wei Ping replied, his demeanor dimming as thoughts of his parents weighed on him. "Xiao Wei, I've watched you grow up, that if you're facing any difficulties, don't hesitate to ask that I still have some savings. If you need it, I can lend it all to you without interest." That Mr. Zhang glanced at the Erba Dabong, frowning. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang, but really, there's no need." Wei Ping was deeply touched that I in a world so indifferent. It was rare to find someone, aside from his parents, who cared for him so sincerely. "Do you have hell money for sale here?" He quickly returned to the purpose of his visit, having no time to dwell on sorrow. Yes, what denomination do you need? Mr. Zhang set aside the other customers, warmly attending to Wei Ping. What is the largest denomination of hell money you have? Let me count. 1 0, 2 zeros, a total of 8 zeros. What does that come to? Mr. Zhang retrieved a stack of hell money displaying a series of zeros and began counting meticulously. The first customer in line, irritated by being ignored, exclaimed, "Boss, could you please focus?" 1 bag of gold ingots, a villa, an Apple phone, and dozens of stacks of 100,000 hell money. How much is that altogether? However, Mr. Zhang seemed oblivious, solely focused on counting the zeros for Wei Ping. What a stubborn old man. If you're not going to conduct business, let us go check another shop, the disgruntled customer huffed, abandoning his goods in frustration. Uncle Zhang, 8 zeros amount to 100 million. I'll take hell money with a face value of 100 million. Upon seeing the stack, Wei Ping had made up his mind. Xiao Wei, buying such a large sum. Can they even use that down there? Perhaps you should consider a smaller amount, Mr. Zhang suggested, clearly misunderstanding Wei Ping's intentions. Uncle Zhang, you've misunderstood. The hell money I'm purchasing has another purpose, and I can't disclose the specifics. How much do you have at the 100 million denomination? Wei Ping inquired, focusing on his most pressing concern. Very little, Mr. Zhang replied, and upon hearing this, Wei Ping furrowed his brow. According to his original plan, he needed to hoard at least 10 trillion in hell money. Mr. Zhang stared at him in astonishment. Xiao Wei, how much do you actually need? 100,000. Wei Ping's words left everyone in the incense shop in shock. That much, the stock in the warehouse is woefully insufficient, that if you're not in a hurry, I can arrange for several truckloads from outside, Mr. Zhang said, visibly taken aback by the quantity Wei Ping desired. After glancing at the Erba Dabong outside, he hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, Xiao Wei, I didn't expect you to be such a filial child. It warms my heart. Here is the deal. I'll charge you 1 yuan per stack. So for 100,000, you'll receive 100,000 stacks. The other customers in the shop were left dumbfounded at the sudden generosity, wondering about the relationship between the old man and the seemingly impoverished young man. Wei Ping, touched, found his gaze flickering as he contemplated saying something to Mr. Zhang, but after glancing at the surrounding customers, he ultimately held his tongue, simply expressing, Uncle Zhang, thank you, just as Wei Ping prepared to ride away on the Erba Dabong. Mr. Zhang hurriedly followed him out, his typically expressionless face now revealing a rare seriousness. Xiao Wei, I sense a strong aura of misfortune surrounding you. Keep this talisman close. It may protect you from evil and disaster. Wei Ping accepted the talisman solemnly, tying the red string around his neck to keep it close. However, after experiencing the bizarre events of the impending apocalypse, he found it hard to fully believe in such matters. He then pedaled furiously on the Erba Dabong towards his workplace. Facing another hour of arduous travel to ASE Road, his mind raced with thoughts of hell money, each stack containing 100 bills. Totaling 10 million bills with a face value of 100 million, equating to 10 trillion, he recalled his hurried glimpse of the items in the eerie temple, which had mostly been priced in single and double digits. His heart raced at the realization. I'm going to be rich, a full 10 trillion. How should I spend it? Lost in contemplation, the hour-long journey came to an end far too swiftly for him. He parked the Erba Dabong in the stately new building's parking lot at the township government office. Inevitably, the peculiar circumstances attracted the unusual gaze of his colleagues, and he surmised that he would soon become the subject of casual conversation during breaks. Wei Ping skillfully navigated his way to the village chief's office, knocking gently before entering. The village chief was on a call with a local business executive, and Wei Ping had to wait patiently for the conversation to conclude. Observing the youthful vigor of the chief, who was even younger than himself, stirred a sense of unease within him. Once a graduate of a prestigious institution, he had passed the civil service examination and secured a position in the city's Development and Reform Commission, only to find himself assigned to a remote township for the past decade. Leader, you summon me. Wei Ping expressed with utmost respect. He understood the underlying message from the village chief, a subtle admonition not to let personal matters interfere with work, especially given his recent spate of leave. Understood, leader. I shall devote myself to my duties and serve the township committee with unwavering commitment. The chief nodded in satisfaction, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, revealed the true purpose of their meeting. Xiao Wei, considering your unique circumstances and challenges, our committee has decided to report your situation to the county leadership, requesting they provide you with some financial assistance. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping concealed his feelings of gratitude, instead furrowing his brow in discontent. Although the chief appeared to be concerned for his subordinate, he was in reality leaving a negative impression of him with the higher-ups, thereby facilitating the promotion of the less experienced chief from the party and government office to the position of deputy village chief, effectively sidelining Wei Ping from the township committee's ranks. Leader, perhaps it would be prudent to consult my opinion before submitting this request. Even in his discontent, Wei Ping chose his words carefully in the presence of his superior. The village chief's tone turned stern. Xiao Wei, are you dissatisfied with the township committee's approach? Realizing the chief's intention was to ensure his failure in the deputy chief competition, Wei Ping initially contemplated confronting him, but reconsidered. After all, he was in dire need of financial support, and if the assistance could materialize, it would benefit him immensely. Thus, he unusually inquired with urgency, Leader, how much does the county committee intend to grant me? The village chief, taken aback by Wei Ping's unexpected demeanor, had anticipated a furious outburst. However, sensing his reluctance to contend for the deputy position, the chief's mood brightened. With a smile, he replied, Xiao Wei, approximately 50,000 yuan. While it may not be substantial, it is a gesture of goodwill from the organization that Wei Ping's dissatisfaction surfaced as he protested. 50,000 yuan is far too inadequate. My family is facing significant hardships, and I hope the organization can extend a bit more support. The chief's brow furrowed slightly before relaxing. As long as Wei Ping refrained from competing for the deputy position, a few tens of thousands of yuan were inconsequential to him. After all, it was merely state funds. He pondered for a moment and proposed, I have indeed heard of your family's difficulties. How about this? The remaining 50,000 yuan, we will find a way to allocate from the township's special fund for the public toilet renovation project. He added, however, this matter must remain confidential. We must uphold organizational discipline. Wei Ping felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He had not anticipated receiving an additional 50,000 yuan, yet his casual remark had unexpectedly borne fruit. What could have escalated into a significant conflict between the two had transformed into a mutually beneficial agreement, leaving both parties content. After exiting the village chief's office, Wei Ping's spirits remained high as he made his way to the sixth-floor rural revitalization office. He encountered an old acquaintance, Wang Xiaoyan, the director of the township's Women's Federation office. She was a few years his junior and shared a similar background, having graduated from a prestigious university as well. However, she had taken the provincial civil service exam and secured a position in the city, subsequently being assigned to Luin Township as the director of the Women's Federation office. After marrying into a wealthy family, she eventually divorced due to the chaos of her husband's lifestyle, that if one were to draw distinctions between their experiences, perhaps it was that Xiaoyan did not have children. Their shared experiences of exclusion fostered a mutual understanding, and she gradually became Wei Ping's only female friend, their relationship remaining strictly platonic. Xiaoyan, are you here to see the village chief as well? Wei Ping greeted her. What a coincidence, I just went to report some office expenses. The young ones in the office are all reluctant to work, Wang Xiaoyan replied with a hint of exasperation. Wei Ping noted her situation mirrored his own. He had attempted to report expenses to the chief multiple times, only to be met with silence, that he contemplated advising her, but decided against it, recognizing that she needed to face the challenges herself to truly grasp the situation. What a coincidence, after you're done. Do come by my office for tea. It's been ages since we last chatted, Wei Ping teased. All right, you get back to your work, Wang Xiaoyan said before they parted ways that in the following days. Wei Ping anxiously awaited the organization's living allowance, planning to stockpile essential supplies. Despite the abundance of goods available at the market, he was wary of potential shortages of everyday necessities. Therefore, accumulating supplies was indeed necessary as he anxiously counted down the seconds. The passage of time remained indifferent to his urgency. Half a month later, the date arrived. June 2, 2028, in the lunar calendar. Ding dong, Wei Ping finally received a text message from a certain bank. China Certain Industry Bank, dear customer. Your savings account ending in 5287 has received a cash deposit of 100,000 yuan from the Luin Township government at 10 o'clock a.m. on June 2nd. In the lunar calendar, the current balance is 16,104,252.80 yuan. After a long wait of half a month, the 100,000 yuan living allowance had finally arrived, and the government indeed delivered promptly. A smile crept across Wei Ping's face as he read the message on his phone. He couldn't help but begin calculating his recent income and expenses, meticulously budgeting every penny, a habit he had cultivated since his rebirth. Previously, he had amassed 21,100,000 yuan through various means, including the interception of special funds, loans, and selling properties. With the recent government allowance of 100,000 yuan and last month's salary of 4,500 yuan, his total stood at 21,204,500 yuan. After deducting the 5 million yuan deposit for the Doomsday Safe House, the 100,000 yuan for purchasing joss paper, and various living expenses for taxis, rent, and other necessities, his bank balance should be around 16,104,000 yuan, a figure that coincided perfectly with the bank notification. Relieved, Wei Ping exhaled. With the new influx of 100,000 yuan, he regained a sense of purpose after weeks of stagnation that he hurriedly rode his bicycle to the largest shopping mall in the county, first purchasing a substantial amount of essential supplies. Spending over 10,000 yuan, that he then temporarily hired a small truck to transport these goods before heading to the county's largest electronics store, intending to buy some small appliances and larger generators for backup. After all, it would be prudent to have additional generators on hand for emergencies. Not having mentioned these items in his contract with Zhuhai Tianxiang Protective Doomsday Bunker Company, he did not expect them to provide such supplies, making it necessary for him to procure them himself. However, upon seeing the prices at the electronics store, he was taken aback. Even the cheapest generators cost several thousand yuan, while the most expensive soared into the millions. After a lengthy selection process, he ultimately settled on purchasing 2 of the cheapest high-power generators for nearly 70,000 yuan, along with several quality small appliances and larger electronics. Emerging from the store, he found himself once again financially drained. Nevertheless, witnessing the truck brimming with supplies brought a smile to his face, as it represented the warmth of the organization. Accompanied by the driver, they set off towards his hometown with the fully loaded truck. "Boss, do you live deep in the mountains? We've been driving for over 2 hours, and if we go further, we might encounter tigers." The truck driver chattered incessantly, voicing his grievances about the delay affecting his deliveries and income. "Don't worry, just over the next mountain, and we will arrive," Wei Ping reassured him, feeling no irritation despite his empty pockets that my goodness, this mountain is already quite high. The next one is even taller. "Boss, I really can't make this delivery." Thus, Wei Ping endured the driver's complaints for nearly 5 hours until they finally reached the foot of a great mountain. At the base stood a moss-covered stone tablet inscribed with the words Shuyo Village. "Boss, that's a strange name for a village. Why is it called Blood Grapefruit Village?" the driver asked, pointing to the inscription, his eyelids twitching nervously. Wei Ping gazed at the mossy stone tablet, lost in thought as memories from decades past flooded his mind, plunging him into silence. "Hey boss, are you listening? I asked why this village is called Blood Grapefruit Village." The driver, sensing the oddity of Wei Ping's demeanor, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Finally snapping back to reality, Wei Ping replied solemnly, "Because the grapefruits in this village are red, hence the name Blood Grapefruit Village." Upon hearing this, the driver felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Ah, so the village produces red-fleshed grapefruits. What a terrifying name. I was worried for nothing. Red-fleshed pomelo?" Wei Ping furrowed his brow upon hearing this, clearly realizing that the truck driver had misunderstood his intentions. While it is indeed true that the pomelo is red, it possesses a deep crimson hue reminiscent of blood. Moreover, not only are the segments of the fruit blood red, but even the thick outer skin bears the same sanguine color. The truck continued along the stone road, advancing toward a stone tablet shrouded in dense mist. Beneath the fog, a small village could be faintly discerned, scattered with several dilapidated houses. Quack! The peculiar calls of animals echoed, as if welcoming Wei Ping and his companions. "This place feels exceedingly eerie." The truck driver crossed his arms and shivered. "Boss, please direct me quickly. It's chilly here even at noon, and I have no desire to linger in this ghostly locale." "Hey boss, you're rather frightening. If you don't speak soon, I'll just leave that I'm not making this money. Find someone else." The truck driver's voice trembled as he observed Wei Ping's strange expression. Startled by the driver's remarks, Wei Ping resumed giving directions. The road was a winding stone path, devoid of pomelo trees or even a single villager, which only heightened the driver's unease as they pressed forward. Just as the driver was on the brink of despair, they finally arrived. Chapter 6. The Doomsday Safe House. The small truck halted in front of an old bungalow entwined with climbing ivy. Upon disembarking, the truck driver was taken aback by the scene before him. Numerous cars were parked outside the bungalow, several of which were luxury vehicles worth millions. In addition to these cars, various construction vehicles were actively at work, and many workers bustled about. The driver couldn't shake the feeling that a faint mist always enveloped the workers' faces, rendering their features indistinct. This vibrant activity starkly contrasted with the desolation he had witnessed along the way. "Am I seeing things?" The truck driver rubbed his eyes vigorously, wearing a look of disbelief. Before he could voice further inquiries, a robust man clad in camouflage emerged from the construction team, approached Wei Ping, and extended his hand with a smile. "Director Wei, long time no see. Are you here to oversee the construction progress today?" Wei Ping shook his hand, smiling in reply. "Mr. Huang, it's been a while. You still exude the same charm. I am primarily here to deliver supplies and necessities, and to check on the progress of the Doomsday Safe House." After instructing Mr. Huang to have several workers unload the supplies from the truck, he followed Mr. Huang to the construction site of the Doomsday Safe House, which was located where the old cellar once stood. Upon reaching the cellar, Wei Ping was struck immobile, his eyes widening in terror, as if he had encountered something ghastly. "Hey, Director Wei, please don't scare me. Are you all right?" Mr. Huang shook Wei Ping's shoulder. The jolt brought Wei Ping back to his senses, and his expression gradually returned to normal. Meanwhile, the truck driver cowered in a corner, trembling as he gazed at Wei Ping. Suddenly, he shouted, "Forget the money!" and sped away in the small truck. That moment, the cellar had been utterly transformed. It had been excavated into a vast pit over 10 meters wide, with workers laying various unidentifiable pipes transported by construction vehicles. Mr. Huang, noticing Wei Ping's puzzled expression, patiently explained the various pipes in the immense pit. "This is the world's most advanced drainage system for the Doomsday Safe House, drilled 50 meters underground to extract clean, potable groundwater. This is our country's leading air circulation system for the Doomsday Safe House, allowing direct exchange with outside air to ensure fresh air quality inside. This is the power supply system for the Doomsday Safe House, equipped with several super generator units. Under normal circumstances, it should provide sufficient electricity for several years." While Mr. Huang was enthusiastically boasting, Wei Ping completely overlooked the latter part of his speech. He had become acutely aware of a critical issue. Their generator units could only supply power for a few years under normal conditions. What if the situation were abnormal? His heart sank at the thought. After all, anything could happen in the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had purchased 2 backup generators in advance. Otherwise, relying on these merchants, one might not even know how they met their end. Furthermore, there was only a drainage system without a purification system. The current water quality was hardly safe to drink, and it would be a miracle if they didn't perish from it. The air circulation system also posed a problem. Merely allowing the air in the safe house to exchange with the outside was insufficient. What if the outside air became contaminated? Of course, there were numerous other issues with the Doomsday Safe House, but those could be addressed later. Think that for a sum of 21 million, he received a shoddy version of a Doomsday Safe House. It was utterly unacceptable. Wei Ping's expression darkened. Mr. Huang broke into a cold sweat. Government officials were indeed formidable. They frequently dealt with construction projects and likely discerned the flaws in their Doomsday Safe House. "Director Wei, what improvements do you suggest?" Wei Ping narrowed his eyes and raised 3 fingers. "There are 3 improvements. First, a purification system must be installed, and the well should be drilled to a depth of 100 meters. Do you think I'm easily deceived just because I'm from the city? 50 meters of groundwater could be deadly. Second, an air purification system must be added to prevent external air contamination. Third, I want to install additional emergency generators as backups to guard against potential terrorist attacks that could damage the main generators, allowing for activation of the emergency power." Mr. Huang's face fell at this. "Director Wei, what you're suggesting will incur substantial costs. The budget may exceed significantly, and we might need to request additional funds. You dare ask for more money? If you can't deliver, I'll switch to another company." Wei Ping asserted firmly, refusing to compromise on safety. But Mr. Huang began to protest, but Wei Ping interrupted him decisively. "No buts. Otherwise, the contract will be terminated." "All right, I agree," Mr. Huang conceded helplessly. That moment, Wei Ping noticed a square tunnel at the bottom of the vast pit. Peering down, he found the tunnel to be unfathomably deep and winding, its destination unknown. The tunnel and its surroundings were filled with various unidentifiable construction materials, being transported by specialized vehicles deep into the tunnel, where many workers were laboring, which astonished him. Seeing Wei Ping's astonishment, Mr. Huang's face lit up with pride. This tunnel is remarkable. It is our company's signature expertise. The wide pit with pipes is merely an appetizer. The true core lies within this square tunnel, which extends dozens of meters down to the end of the tunnel is the real Doomsday Safe House. Chapter 7. Completion of the Safe House. Arrival of the Underworld currency inside the Doomsday Safe House. A hidden paradise awaited. The walls were forged from steel plates several meters thick, unless one were at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. The structure would remain unscathed even if a nuclear detonation occurred nearby. Wei Ping's face was one of skepticism. Can it truly withstand a nuclear blast? Surely you're exaggerating, Mr. Huang, sensing Wei Ping's disbelief. Urged, if you don't believe me, come, let us venture down the tunnel and see for yourself. He reached for Wei Ping's hand, eager to lead him into the unfathomable square tunnel. However, Wei Ping firmly declined. I want to go down the tunnel. I'll wait until everything is completed before taking a look. I'm not an engineering novice. I trust that you wouldn't dare cut corners. Wei Ping waved his hands in refusal. The square tunnel was far too deep, and the construction situation far too complex for him to venture in without caution. Should an accident occur, he would be buried alive, which would be an unjust demise. After all, human nature is forever the most unpredictable. Seeing that he had lost the opportunity to boast, Mr. Huang's expression turned to one of disappointment, though he could not force Wei Ping to enter. Suddenly, Wei Ping realized a grave issue. The construction progress was alarmingly slow to Mr. Huang, as if someone had stepped on his tail. Defensively replied, Director Wei, it's merely to ensure quality, so the progress is slightly delayed. Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang's expression shifted to one of unease as he nervously continued, Director Wei, it's not that we don't want to speed up the progress, but for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something is off here. Especially at night. I feel as though countless eyes are watching us from behind, sending chills down my spine. To be honest, I'm a bit frightened. His voice trailed off, and he added, could we possibly extend the timeline by another month? We want to work at night, and we'll refund your 1 million. He cast a glance at Wei Ping's still grim expression and meekly suggested, if you don't agree, I can authorize an additional discount of 100,000. Would that work? At that moment, Mr. Huang noticed Wei Ping staring at him intently, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Finally, Wei Ping remarked, you're quite sturdy. Your young energy should be robust, so you need not fear such things. Originally, Wei Ping intended to make a jest, but upon hearing it, Director Huang was so startled that he trembled all over. Director Wei, please don't frighten me. I am truly afraid. Ultimately, Wei Ping compelled Director Huang to agree to work overtime that evening to complete the task, and only then did he leave with satisfaction. Thus, the two peculiar companions embarked on a journey lasting several hours, which, surprisingly, was not devoid of companionship. After a few hours, they arrived at the entrance of Weiya Primary School. Wei Ping stepped out of the BMW X9. The teachers and parents waiting at the school gate wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Weiya's father is so peculiar. In the morning, he rode a simple bicycle to drop his daughter off at school. But in the evening, he arrives in a BMW X9 to pick her up. The psychological disparity was something only the teachers and parents involved could truly comprehend, especially Weiya's homeroom teacher, who, at that moment, was holding Weiya's hand, looking utterly flustered in the wind. Weiya's first-grade homeroom teacher was a young woman named Ms. Yu. While not conventionally stunning, she possessed a quiet charm, enhanced by her glasses, which lent her an air of studiousness. She was the only teacher who genuinely cared for Weiya, treating her with kindness rather than disdain despite her lack of a mother. Consequently, Weiya held great affection for her homeroom teacher. The clouds of gloom on Wei Ping's face dissipated as he smiled, bending down to lift Weiya from Ms. Yu's grasp, saying to her, "Say goodbye to Ms. Yu." Weiya waved enthusiastically at Ms. Yu, exclaiming, "Goodbye, teacher." Then, turning to embrace Weiya as he walked towards the car, he inquired, "Weiya, did you listen to your teacher today?" "Dad, I was very obedient. The teacher even praised me for being good during class." Weiya replied, feigning a proud and exaggerated expression. "Did the classmates enjoy playing with the adorable Weiya?" "Of course. I'm so clever and cute. My classmates love to play with me. Wei Ya's smile, however, seemed somewhat forced. Observant as ever, Wei Ping noticed a bruise on his daughter's arm, clearly the result of being pinched by other children. His expression darkened instantly, but after a moment of silence, he chose to refrain from commenting, merely holding her a little tighter in his embrace. The driver of Director Huang's vehicle started the engine and brought them to a modest rental house. Raising his eyebrows in concern, Director Wei, "Are you certain this is where you reside?" The driver gently patted Wei Ya's understanding little head, choosing not to reveal anything. Yet his gaze towards Wei Ping grew more complex, filled with unspoken questions. Before he silently drove away, in the days that followed, Wei Ping's life settled into a routine that on normal workdays, he would drop his daughter off at school in the morning, then head to the town government for work. Returning in the evening to pick her up, occasionally, he would buy some seldom-used yet essential daily necessities, but he would also take time off to visit his ancestral home in Blood Grapefruit Village to check on the construction progress of the Doomsday Shelter. Over the course of a month, time swiftly passed in this mundane existence, and soon it was the 13th day of the 7th lunar month, a Tuesday. That on this day, Wei Ping received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he discovered it was Uncle Zhang from the incense shop, informing him that the 10,000 bundles of ghost money he had ordered had arrived. After nearly 2 months of waiting, his 100 million ghost money had finally come. Wei Ping was filled with excitement. Money, money, money. I am determined to serve Master Mao wholeheartedly, as he pedaled his distinctive bicycle towards the incense shop. His phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was Director Huang calling. Why would he call at this hour? Could it be that the Doomsday Shelter is complete? Wei Ping thought anxiously as he answered the call. Director Wei, I have good news for you. The Doomsday Shelter is fully completed, and you can come for inspection now. Huang's cheerful voice came through the line. Unable to contain his excitement, Wei Ping's voice quivered as he responded. Director Huang, thank you for your hard work. I will ensure I arrive before noon. Joyful tidings often come in pairs, and Wei Ping felt elated. When fortune smiles upon a person, their spirits are uplifted. He pedaled his bicycle with renewed vigor, arriving at the incense shop in just half an hour instead of the usual hour. As he prepared to dismount, he noticed a massive semi-truck parked at the entrance of the shop, its cargo area obscured by a thick black tarp, leaving him curious about what it might contain. Chapter 8. Bloodwell. Upon entering the incense shop, Wei Ping found only Uncle Zhang, with his perpetually expressionless face. Present, the aunt was still absent from the shop. Uncle Zhang, I have arrived. Is the ghost money on that semi-truck? Wei Ping pointed towards the vehicle at the entrance. Yes, young Wei, this truck contains the ghost money you ordered. Uncle Zhang replied as he walked to the back of the semi-truck and pulled down the tarp, revealing stacks upon stacks of brand new ghost money. That I apologize for the delay, young Wei. I initially thought it would arrive in a week or so, but the manufacturer of the ghost money I ordered had a flood and lost all their stock. That I then placed an order with another ghost money factory in a neighboring province. But they too experienced a flood. Eventually, through a friend's introduction, I placed another order with a factory in a different province, and fortunately, I managed to have this truckload delivered, which is right in front of us. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Wei Ping with a strange expression and continued, However, it is quite peculiar. I heard that this ghost money factory also experienced a flood. Had our truck departed even a day later, the entire shipment would have likely been lost as well. That if that had happened, I wouldn't have been able to help you. Wei Ping pondered, muttering to himself, 3 ghost money factories I ordered from consecutively experiencing floods, all across different provinces. This is highly unusual. Could this be an ominous sign of the apocalypse approaching, or perhaps a forewarning of something sinister that has already arrived, unnoticed by me? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Wei Ping's spine. Unable to remain any longer, he quickly paid the 100,000 for his order, expressed his gratitude, and took his leave. Before departing, he solemnly advised, Take care. With that, he set off towards Blood Grapefruit Village, carrying with him his 100 million ghost money. On his journey, the occurrences were eerily reminiscent of one another. The driver of the semi-truck, much like the previous truck driver, complained throughout the trip. By the time Wei Ping reached the old house, now covered in climbing ivy, it was nearly noon. As he disembarked, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The cellar, which had once been a simple pit, had been transformed into a deep hole over 10 meters wide for pipe installation, but now both the pit and the pipes had vanished, and all construction vehicles had disappeared. Just then, he heard a creaking sound. The entire floor of the cellar began to rise, revealing a square passageway covered by a thick steel plate. Clank! As Wei Ping approached to inspect, the square passage emitted a clanking sound, and the steel plate slowly opened, revealing two figures emerging from within. None other than Director Huang and an engineer from his company. Wang Jun having not seen each other for some time, both Director Huang and Wang Jun appeared pale. With heavy dark circles under their eyes, their steps light and unsteady. They were unaware of the unusual expression on Wei Ping's face as they curiously approached to see what he had brought in the truck. Upon opening the cargo area of the truck and seeing it filled with neatly stacked bundles of ghost money, they were rendered speechless for a moment. Finally, Director Huang murmured, "My goodness, Director Wei, how many souls must be honored with this much ghost money? You always manage to catch people off guard." Embarrassed, Wei Ping rubbed his nose, unable to provide an explanation. "Director Huang, could I trouble you to arrange for a few workers to help me transport the ghost money into the Doomsday Shelter?" Wei Ping gestured towards the semi-truck. He certainly couldn't move such a massive load on his own. Huang's team had the necessary transportation tools to expedite the process. Director Huang waved it off, summoning a few workers to begin moving the ghost money. Then he suddenly leaned closer to Wei Ping, speaking in a hushed tone. "Director Wei, because we've been working overtime, the basic framework of the Doomsday Shelter was actually completed over a week ago. Only the interior design and software installations remain. It could have been finished quite swiftly. However, something very strange occurred during the process." "What strange occurrence?" Wei Ping's brow furrowed. Far too many bizarre events had transpired since his rebirth. Director Huang's expression grew serious. "At your request, we drilled down from 50 meters to 100 meters underground. When the drill encountered a highly resilient substance at 90 meters, we were unable to penetrate it no matter how hard we tried. Ultimately, we had to use specialized explosives to break through. Initially, nothing seemed amiss, but when we connected the water pipes and drew water, something extraordinary occurred. Can you guess what we saw?" Wei Ping's curiosity piqued, and he eagerly pressed, "What did you see?" Director Huang's expression shifted to one of fear as he unconsciously drew closer to Wei Ping. The moment the water was drawn from the pipes, we witnessed something horrifying. The water was a deep crimson color, and it took a full half-hour to return to normal. Wei Ping was equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the water beneath was a vivid crimson hue. Could there be a connection to the blood grapefruit? Wei Ping fell into deep contemplation, noticing Wei Ping's silence. General Huang could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Director Wei, could this blood well be peculiar in nature?" Chapter 9. The Virtual Core. Haha. It's nothing, perhaps there are just red rocks or something of the sort underground. Whatever the case, as long as everything is functioning normally, that's all that matters, Wei Ping chuckled. Wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic, he quickly shifted gears. "General Huang, I have never had the opportunity to descend into the tunnel before. Shouldn't you take me down now?" General Huang replied with a smile. "Director Wei, previously, you always found various excuses to avoid going down there, so you can't blame me. Now that you are here for inspection, of course, you may go down. Come on, Engineer Huang, lead the way." Wei Ping awkwardly smiled but remained silent. Then, Wang Jun cautiously retrieved a small, intricately designed metallic remote control from his briefcase and pressed a button. Creaking sounds of mechanical gears echoed from the direction of the cellar, and soon the entire floor of the cellar began to rise slowly, revealing a vast square passageway obscured by a 10-meter thick steel cover. Wei Ping's eyes widened in astonishment as he followed General Huang and Wang Jun into the cellar. The moment he stepped inside, the haunting image of his daughter's tragic demise resurfaced in his mind, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Ultimately, he had to confront it. Clenching his fists, he steeled himself and followed Wang Jun to the steel cover of the square passageway. Peering down, he noticed a small display screen affixed to the steel cover. After Wang Jun entered a series of passwords, the screen suddenly illuminated, and a holographic projection appeared before them, continuously streaming data that gradually coalesced into the image of a beautiful and alluring woman. "What is this?" Wei Ping gazed in astonishment at the virtual woman that had unexpectedly materialized before him, and he had not anticipated that by 2028, cutting-edge technology had advanced to such an extent. Individuals like him from the lower echelons might never encounter such innovations without this unique opportunity. "Director Wei, do not be surprised. This is called holographic projection technology, which is the cornerstone of our company. The virtual woman before you, formed from data, is the core of this doomsday safe house, and her name is Xiao Fei. Wang Jun introduced with pride, noting that nearly every customer displayed a reaction akin to Wei Ping's upon seeing her. Wang Jun then commanded, Xiao Fei, please open the passage to the doomsday safe house. The virtual core, Xiao Fei, adopted a human-like demeanor and spoke, Esteemed Level 2 Master Wang Jun, I have received your command and am currently verifying your identity by scanning your iris and physical characteristics. Please hold on. Countless data streams emanated from Xiao Fei's fingertips, scanning Wang Jun from head to toe, gradually forming a digital replica of him that appeared before Wang Jun.as. The digital model of Wang Jun aligned with his actual self. The scanning process concluded. Scanning complete. The target is Wang Jun, holder of Level 2 access rights. Welcome, Level 2 Master Wang Jun. I am now opening the passage for you, Xiao Fei announced with a cheerful expression. Clank, the persistent sound of mechanical gears grinding echoed from below as the 10-meter-thick steel cover of the square passageway slowly opened, revealing a seemingly bottomless square tunnel, its walls constructed from several meters of steel plating. The passage then descended with an automated lift, leading deep into the tunnel. Without hesitation, General Huang and Wang Jun began to descend, but Wei Ping stood frozen in place. Director Wei, what are you waiting for? Hurry down, General Huang urged. Wei Ping had numerous reasons for his hesitation, the foremost being that he had just heard the virtual core refer to Wang Jun as a Level 2 master. While he himself had no permissions that if the others harbored ill intentions, he could find himself trapped here, with no one to rescue him. After all, he was merely a director of a rural revitalization office. And despite his benign nature, he had learned the importance of being cautious in his dealings over the years. General Huang quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Wei Ping's words and re-evaluated him, silently acknowledging his astuteness. Indeed, no one who could pass the civil service examination could be considered a fool. Engineer Wang, please input Director Wei's information and set his permissions, he instructed. Wei Ping, satisfied, stepped closer to Wang Jun while intentionally lagging behind him. Once again, the alluring virtual core Xiao Fei appeared before them. With a smile, she addressed Wang Jun. Esteemed Level 2 Master, Xiao Fei is delighted to assist you. How may I be of service? Wang Jun, uninterested in engaging in lengthy dialogue with the robotic entity, issued a direct command. Xiao Fei, please add a Level 1 user. Xiao Fei tapped her forehead, displaying a human-like expression of difficulty. Esteemed Level 2 Master, as you only possess Level 2 permissions, you cannot assign Level 1 access. Xiao Fei is unable to execute this command. Unfazed by Xiao Fei's response, Wang Jun replied, immediately open the administrator's highest permission source code entry. I want to input the highest command code. Understood, Level 2 Master. The administrator code entry is now open. Please input the factory source command code, Xiao Fei responded. With a gesture, a virtual source code entry and an exceedingly complex virtual keyboard appeared before Wang Jun, the number of keys far exceeding that of a standard computer keyboard. Wang Jun rapidly typed a series of incomprehensible characters, and after a brief moment, he pressed the confirmation key. Factory source command code input successful. Activating administrator mode, Xiao Fei announced, her demeanor shifting to one of heightened enthusiasm. Esteemed administrator, Xiao Fei is at your service and is currently setting up the new Level 1 permissions. Wang Jun then instructed Wei Ping to step forward for scanning to activate Level 1 access. However, Wei Ping remained steadfast in his position, his gaze flitting about as he contemplated. Becoming an administrator grants the highest permissions. What use would Level 1 access be to me? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ping slowly declared, I do not want Level 1 access. I want to obtain administrator privileges. Chapter 10. The severed 3 lines of defense. This proclamation caused both General Huang and Wang Jun to pale in shock. Wang Jun frowned at Wei Ping, saying, Director Wei, all our customers possess Level 1 permissions. Only our internal engineers hold administrator privileges, which facilitates subsequent maintenance and system upgrades. There are no safety risks involved. The Doomsday Safe House can only have one administrator, and if the administrator changes, our company will be unable to provide maintenance and upgrades for you in the future that I hope you understand. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping remained undeterred, insisting, I am indifferent to others. I have but one demand. Set me as the administrator. With the ominous specter of catastrophe looming just 3 days away, Wei Ping refused to entrust his fate to others, leaving a significant risk unaddressed. Therefore, he would not compromise on safety. Even if issues arose with the Doomsday safe house later, he would not dare to ask them for repairs. Wasn't he that akin to inviting a wolf into his home? Director Wei, are you concerned about safety? You need not worry at all, that I can assure you that once you settle the final payment, our company will delete all permissions, leaving only your personal level 1 access. Without any further interference, Wang Jun attempted to persuade Wei Ping once more. His words held some truth, but he was concealing certain facts. His insistence stemmed from the understanding that losing administrator privileges would grant their company absolute control over the Doomsday safe house. Built specifically to evade disaster, if the apocalypse truly arrived, their company would claim the safe house at a crucial moment. Wei Ping, now genuinely irate, retorted, "Since you so vehemently oppose my becoming the administrator of the Doomsday safe house, I have reason to suspect that you harbor ulterior motives. Due to your company's unilateral breach of contract, I have decided to cancel this agreement. You shall not receive a single cent of the final payment. We shall meet in court." With that, Wei Ping turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Although he longed to acquire the Doomsday safe house, he recognized that his life held greater importance. Should they gain the highest permissions just 3 days before the impending disaster, it would spell catastrophe for both him and his daughter. In the face of the apocalypse, one must never test the limits of human nature. General Huang stood by, silently absorbing the exchange. He never anticipated that a mere rural civil servant would prove to be such a formidable adversary. His heart was engulfed in a tumultuous struggle. If he acquiesced to Wei Ping's demands, it would undermine the long-standing principles of their company, resulting in a complete loss of control over the Doomsday safe house. Yet, should he refuse Wei Ping's request, he would face a staggering financial loss. Having merely secured a deposit of $5 million on a project that cost tens of millions. Furthermore, he would be beset by potential lawsuits, and if his competitors were to exploit this situation for publicity, the damage to the company's reputation would be immeasurable. After much contemplation, General Manager Huang finally sighed heavily. "Director Wei, please hold on. I concede to your request." Wang Jun, taken aback, exclaimed, "General Manager Huang, we cannot violate company policy. You've agreed to him. How will we explain this to the board?" "Huang Jun, have my words lost their weight? Just follow through. I will bear the responsibility." Huang's tone was grave. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun fell silent, quietly inputting a series of top-level command codes at the source code entry point. After completing the input, Xiaofei emitted a series of alerts. "Warning, warning. The system is changing the administrator. Please confirm one last time." After confirmation, enter the original password. The previous administrator will lose control over the Doomsday safe house. Please choose wisely. With no other option, Wang Jun clicked yes and proceeded to input all of Wei Ping's information into the system. Xiaofei immediately conducted a full-body scan of Wei Ping. Once all operations were completed, Wang Jun clicked confirm. "Ding! The system administrator of the Doomsday safe house has been changed. Congratulations to Wei Ping for becoming the sole highest authority of this system." The virtual AI, Xiaofei, ignored Wang Jun and turned her attention to Wei Ping with utmost enthusiasm. "Esteemed administrator, how may Xiaofei assist you today?" Wei Ping tentatively inquired. "Am I allowed to delete any permissions without entering any codes?" Xiaofei immediately approached Wei Ping, taking his hand and sweetly responding, "Yes, Master, I am a highly autonomous virtual AI. Should you wish to revoke any other personnel's permissions, simply instruct me, and it shall be done." Xiaofei was but a collection of ethereal data. Thus, although Wei Ping felt no physical sensation from her grasp, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy at her words. Finally, at last, he had attained complete ownership of a Doomsday safe house, granting him the means to protect his daughter. In that moment, he yearned to scream with abandon, for the curse that had consumed his daughter for over 2 months had finally been lifted. The others were taken aback by Wei Ping's sudden outburst, staring at him in shock, particularly General Manager Huang, whose expression towards Director Wei was a complex blend of confusion and fear. Wei Ping offered no explanation, casting aside his reservations as he followed General Manager Huang and the others down the elevator. After descending approximately 10 meters, they arrived underground, where the ground was composed of several meters of thick steel, the sound of metal grinding beneath their feet echoing in the air. Upon reaching the ground level, they were met with a corridor stretching several dozen meters ahead. Wei Ping looked up in astonishment at the entrance. He had not anticipated the doomsday safe house to be constructed so deep underground. General Manager Huang proudly introduced, Director Wei, this is our company's second masterpiece, aside from the virtual AI. The walls of the entire corridor are crafted from special metals that can withstand extreme temperatures, submersion, and high voltage, boasting remarkable strength. The corridor is also divided into various functional zones, each serving distinct purposes. There are functional zones. What kinds of functions do they serve? This revelation delighted Wei Ping, as he had rushed through the contract signing without fully understanding the doomsday safe house's structure. Of course, there must be functional zones. Otherwise, how could it be valued at 20 million? Quality is always commensurate with price. The corridor was divided into 3 functional zones, referred to as the 3 defensive lines, Gong Gong, Zhurong, and Leishan. For instance, the outermost defensive line, nicknamed Gong Gong, upon activation, could rapidly lower the temperature in the area to approximately minus 100 degrees Celsius, effectively freezing any intruders in place. Minus 100 degrees in a short time? It should suffice to deter most creatures that fear the cold, Wei Ping thought, though his expression remained inscrutable. General Manager Huang, not seeing the reaction he desired on Wei Ping's face, felt a twinge of disappointment before his tone shifted back to a seductive allure. This is merely the cut-down version of Gong Gong. In a 100 million package doomsday safe house, the temperature could instantaneously plummet to below minus 300 degrees, turning any intruder into an ice sculpture that shatters upon impact. What do you say? Director Wei, care to upgrade? Chapter 11. The farewell ceremony. Wei Ping remained unmoved. In such a remote location, he surmised that the creatures would not be particularly formidable. The cut-down version of the defensive line would suffice. Observing Huang's disappointed expression, he realized that the director had not anticipated his disinterest. Huang continued, the second defensive line is called Zhurong. When activated, Zhurong can raise the temperature in the area to over 500 degrees Celsius in a short time, with openings that continuously spew flames, rendering intruders powerless as they are engulfed in fire. This is also the cut-down version of Zhurong, that if upgraded to the 100 million package, the temperature can soar to over 3,000 degrees in mere seconds. 3,000 degrees? My goodness! At that temperature, even steel would melt at 1,500 degrees, let alone a human, who would be reduced to ashes upon entry. The 100 million package is truly extreme. However, Wei Ping reassured himself that 500 degrees would be ample to deal with most high-temperature threats, thus he had no need to covet such upgrades. Internally astonished, Wei Ping maintained a facade of calm. Unfazed, Huang persisted in scrutinizing Wei Ping's expression, yet it was evident that he would not obtain the answer he sought. The man before him instilled within him a profound sense of frustration, prompting him to continue his introduction. Ahead lies the third defensive line, Leishan. This line is formidable. Once activated, it can fill the entire corridor with an electric current exceeding 3,000 volts in mere microseconds, incapacitating anyone who approaches instantly. Of course, if upgraded to the 100 million package, the corridor's current could reach an astonishing 30,000 volts, vaporizing anyone in an instant. 30,000 volts? Vaporizing someone. That is exceedingly powerful. Even Wei Ping could not suppress his shock at that revelation. Huang, witnessing this newfound expression of astonishment on Wei Ping's face, felt a surge of elation, happier than if he had earned 1 million. Wei Ping, however, remained indifferent. With these 3 formidable weapons at his disposal, he was confident that he could confront the vast majority of dangers that he soon followed the 2 men to the end of the corridor, where they encountered a sci-fi-inspired heavy metal alloy door. This must be the true doomsday safe house. Wei Ping gazed at the place where he might reside for the next few years, or even decades. He could not help but reach out to caress the alloy door. Oh, it's so cold. Subsequently, Wang Jun instructed Wei Ping to approach the holographic projection screen for identity verification. The screen began to rapidly display a multitude of data, which slowly coalesced into the form of a beautiful and alluring woman. Xiao Fei. Welcome, Master. How may Xiao Fei assist you today? She cheerfully inquired, taking Wei Ping's hand with delight. Wei Ping observed the virtual Xiao Fei before him and noted that, despite being a construct of data, her demeanor and movements were indistinguishable from those of a human, her face always adorned with a carefree smile. Perhaps Wei you could become a good friend to her. Life in the doomsday scenario would not be so lonely after all. Wei Ping offered a rare, sincere smile. Xiao Fei, please assist me in opening the safe house door. I wish to enter, Wei Ping requested politely. His courteous demeanor toward Xiao Fei astonished both General Manager Huang and Wang Jun, leaving them bewildered at his deference to an entity of data. Certainly, master. The Doomsday Safe House door is now opening. Xiao Fei exhibited no emotional fluctuations in response to Wei Ping's respectful treatment. She continued to engage him with the same demeanor she had shown Wang Jieyuan. A series of mechanisms activated one after another. The alloy door to the Doomsday Safe House gradually opened, finally unveiling its enigmatic interior. As Wei Ping stepped into the Doomsday Safe House for the first time, his initial anticipation dwindled upon observing the layout. Indeed, the mercenary nature of business people remained unchanged. While they had invested genuine materials in the piping system and the 3 defensive lines, they undoubtedly cut corners elsewhere, compared to the impressive defensive lines of the square corridor. The interior of the Doomsday Safe House was disappointingly mundane, lacking even the most basic of furnishings. The space was divided into 2 levels, featuring numerous rooms, yet most were utterly empty, save for the supplies he had purchased and a staggering 10 trillion yin coins neatly arranged in 2 rooms. There was hardly any semblance of soft furnishings or appliances, let alone provisions. On the 14th day of the 7th lunar month, a Wednesday, Wei Ping jolted upright from his bed, his hands grasping wildly as he became drenched in sweat. "Dad, please don't scare me." A girl's voice echoed beside him. It was Weiya. Wei Ping's eyes flew open, bloodshot and wide. Woo-woo. As he heard the sound of his daughter's cries again, he was instantly reminded of Weiya's distress. With a sense of remorse, he embraced his daughter and softly spoke. "Weiya, it is all my fault. I had another nightmare that I promise you, I shall never have such dreams again. Will you forgive your father this time?" Under Wei Ping's comforting words, Weiya gradually calmed down and fell into a deep slumber. Habitually, Wei Ping checked his phone for the date, a habit he had cultivated only in the past 2 months. After several confirmations, he sighed in relief upon realizing it was indeed the early hours of the 14th day of the 7th lunar month, fearing he might have slept into the 15th. After midnight tonight, the day of the bizarre apocalypse would arrive, a time when the world would be engulfed in strangeness, as the uncanny would dominate globally. All those who drifted into slumber or indulged in nocturnal activities would soon step into a new epoch. This year marked the inaugural year of the uncanny. Contemplating this, Wei Ping found sleep eluding him and rose to enter the kitchen. Perhaps today would be the last ordinary day he would share with his daughter. Hence he poured extra care into preparing breakfast that in addition to fried eggs and warm milk, he also cooked beans, toasted 2 pieces of smoked meat, prepared bacon, and made 2 potato pancakes. The presentation was meticulous. Arranged on 2 large round plates with broccoli as decoration, topped off with slices of strawberries and oranges. The beautifully arranged breakfast exuded a sense of ritual. He then lifted his daughter from the bed, helped her wash up, and after styling her hair into 2 exuberant pigtails, they began to enjoy their meal together. "Wow, today's breakfast is truly lavish, Daddy. Is there something special about today?" Weiyu inquired curiously, gazing at Wei Ping. With a meaningful expression, Wei Ping replied, "Today is merely an ordinary day. Your father simply wishes to bid farewell to the beautiful yesterday." Chapter 12. Stockpiling gasoline, seeing her father so full of ritualistic joy. Weiya clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and made a wish over the breakfast. "I hope Weiya can live happily forever with Daddy." After making her wish, she joyfully devoured the sumptuous breakfast before Wei Ping could not help but turn his head away, discreetly wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. Once breakfast was finished, Wei Ping grasped his daughter's small hand and they set off on a bicycle. "Daddy, this road isn't the way to school. Have you taken a wrong turn?" Weiya recognized that they were heading towards the road to their new house in the county center. "Stay still. The bike is about to tip over." The 2 playfully set off towards the county town. Outside the largest car rental company in the county, a striking bicycle was parked at the entrance. "Manager AI, just for 1 day. Can you make it any cheaper?" Wei Ping pleaded, facing the male manager seated across from him. Manager AI, a capable-looking man in his 30s, replied, "Mr. Wei, this 26 model hybrid Land Rover Defender is a newly arrived million-yuan off-road vehicle. 3,000 is already a significant discount. I truly cannot reduce it further." After a brief pause, he glanced at the bicycle outside and continued, "Moreover, renting the car to you poses a considerable risk." Wei Ping understood the implications of Manager AI's words, realizing the price could not be lowered any further. However, with only a little over 5,000 left in his account, parting with 3,000 was agonizing. Aware that time was of the essence, he gritted his teeth and paid the sum, signing the liability contract. After receiving the payment, Manager AI beamed with delight, his mouth stretching wide enough to reveal even the sharpest of his wisdom teeth, creating a rather grotesque sight. Wei Ping was taken aback by the scene before him. "Mr. Wei, are you all right?" "Daddy, what's wrong?" The voices of his daughter and Manager AI echoed with concern at that moment. Manager AI's face appeared entirely normal, devoid of any oddities. Could it be that he was merely seeing things? Wei Ping rubbed his eyes vigorously, attributing his hallucinations to the nightmares that had plagued his sleep lately. Nevertheless, he was too unsettled to linger further and insisted that Manager AI take him to see the car immediately. Leading the way, Manager AI walked ahead, but his gait was peculiarly unsteady, his legs swaying like sponges, creating an eerie rhythm. Hiss! Wei Ping could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them again. Upon reopening them, Manager AI's legs appeared normal once more. Was it possible to see such a distortion twice in succession? Could his rebirth have hastened the arrival of the bizarre apocalypse? At this moment, a tempest of anxiety surged within Wei Ping, leaving him in turmoil as he followed Manager AI to the Land Rover. The vehicle stood tall and imposing, a formidable off-road machine that if only it could be armored, it would resemble a machine of destruction. Unfortunately, as an ordinary person, he lacked the means and power to modify it. What a pity! If it could be upgraded, his chances of surviving the apocalypse would significantly increase. Nonetheless, even this was already a considerable advantage. Wei Ping tied the bicycle to the rear of the Land Rover and took his place in the driver's seat, enjoying a panoramic view that affirmed the adage, "You get what you pay for." "Mr. Wei, I wish you could survive until tonight." Manager AI's voice rang out. "What did you just say?" Wei Ping could no longer maintain his facade of calmness, panic creeping into his voice. "That I wished Mr. Wei a pleasant journey. Did I ask there's something wrong?" Manager AI looked at the strange man before him with a hint of confusion, regretting his decision to rent the vehicle to him, fearing damage without the means to compensate. "Wei, did you hear anything just now?" Wei Ping asked incredulously, turning the question back to his daughter. "Daddy, he just said that one thing." "What's the matter? Don't scare Wei. Woo." Wei, frightened by her father's unusual behavior, began to see or wide at that moment. Wei Ping was utterly consumed by his own concerns, feeling an ominous presence looming, and disregarding any pleasantries with Manager AI, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Land Rover sped away, disappearing from Manager AI's sight in an instant. How amusing it is to witness such a sight. Truly a fascinating little child. Manager AI suddenly emitted a voice reminiscent of a woman's high-pitched tone. On the road from the county town towards Looms Township, a Land Rover Defender was speeding down the highway, barreling through red lights without hesitation, causing several vehicles to collide in a desperate attempt to avoid it, resulting in significant traffic chaos and panic among pedestrians. Yet the Land Rover showed no signs of slowing down, incessantly honking its horn as it careened forward. Behind the wheel of this vehicle was Wei Ping, whose heart was racing with unease after the bizarre encounter with the rental manager, and he drove recklessly towards Blood Grapefruit Village, disregarding everything in his path. Just as they passed through Looms Township, the fuel light on the dashboard lit up. "Damn it, I'm out of gas." With no other choice, he steered the vehicle towards the nearest gas station. Along the way, a realization struck him. Should he need to drive in the future, this amount of gasoline would be wholly inadequate. Thus, he devised a solution, stockpiling gasoline in bulk. To do so, he would require a permit from the local police station. Otherwise, the gas station staff would be too apprehensive to comply. With this thought, Wei Ping abruptly turned the steering wheel, directing the Land Rover towards the Looms Township Police Station. That on the way, he called his old friend, Deputy Director Chong of the police station, hoping he could assist in obtaining the necessary permit. Upon entering Deputy Director Chang's office, he found him already waiting. Chong, appearing to be in middle age, wore a broad smile on his plump face, adorned with 2 stripes of stars on his shoulders, indicating his rank as a first-class police inspector. "Director Wei, what a rare visitor. What brings you to the office today?" Deputy Director Chong stood up from his chair and extended his hand in greeting. Wei Ping shook Chang's hand, his expression urgent as he said, "Director Chong, I have a matter to discuss." Could you help me obtain a permit for bulk gasoline? Oh, how much do you need? Deputy Director Chong. Being shrewd, refrained from questioning Wei Ping about the purpose of the gasoline, that I need enough to fill 5 barrels. Wei Ping's demeanor was serious. Chapter 13. The eerie policeman that much? That's quite a challenge. Deputy Director Chong replied, displaying a troubled expression. Wei Ping immediately understood the implication behind Chang's words. It would be difficult, but not impossible. Really? Then, I shall first extend my gratitude to Director Chong on behalf of my cousin. Deputy Director Chang's face lit up with glee as he waddled towards the station master's office, his ample posterior swaying with each step. The sight was comical, yet the ensuing events would soon erase any humor from Wei Ping's mind. As Deputy Director Chong traversed the dimly lit corridor, his ample form caused his buttocks to jiggle dramatically with each stride. Suddenly, a gaping maw filled with long, sharp teeth appeared between them, from which emerged a pale hand that rhythmically retracted and extended. Wei Ping's eyes widened in horror, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The wait was not long for Wei Ping. He gazed at Deputy Director Chang's smiling face, yet his thoughts were consumed by the image of that pale hand lurking within Chang's form. Wei Ping, despite the turmoil within, could not muster a smile, instead offering a grimace that was more distressing than tears as he muttered a hasty thank you and departed. Upon leaving the police station in Luing County, Wei Ping dashed to his car with the urgency of a man pursued by fire, accelerating like a sprinter as he entered the vehicle and sped away. Wei Ya, observing her father's forehead and back drenched in cold sweat, inquired with concern, Dad, what happened? Upon arriving at the gas station, he promptly transferred all the remaining funds from his bank card to the fuel card, just as he filled the 5th barrel halfway. The pump clicked off, leaving his wallet utterly empty. By this time, the afternoon had slipped away, and darkness loomed just 3 hours ahead. Money, 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 I must earn money, wholeheartedly serving Grandfather Mao. The phone on the center console rang. Yet Wei Ping didn't spare it a glance, continuing his rapid drive towards Shuyo village. This was the umpteenth time his phone had rung, the missed call list overflowing with notifications from the police. Relatives of traffic accident victims, debt collectors, government officials, and even teachers from Wei Ya's school, with many more from unknown numbers. Initially, Wei Ping had answered a few calls until he received an unfamiliar one that made him fearful of answering any further. The voice on the other end was bizarre, almost inhuman, resembling the terrifying growl of some unknown creature, which nearly caused him to drop his phone in fright as night descended, the deeper he drove towards Shuyo village. The more desolate the surroundings became. Just as Wei Ping prepared to crest a hill, he found himself careening into a sharp turn without time to brake. Dad, be careful. Wei Ya screamed from the passenger seat. Wei Ping instinctively jerked the steering wheel, causing the car to lose balance, 2 tires lifting off the ground while the other 2 clung to the road. After a tense few meters, the suspended tires finally touched down safely. He exhaled heavily, relieved that the 4-wheel drive and the vehicle's weight had saved them from disaster. Just as he was about to comfort his startled daughter, Wei Ya suddenly shrieked in terror. Wei Ping immediately sensed something was amiss, that he looked ahead and was confronted by the sight of a woman in red standing in the middle of the road. With crimson high heels, she dragged her feet slowly, leaving a trail of fresh blood behind her. Panic-stricken, Wei Ping slammed on the brakes and honked frantically. In that fleeting glance, he nearly lost his composure. Her face was terrifying, with half of her mouth missing and intestines spilling out. Her completely white eyes fixated on him. Wei Ping couldn't stop the car in time, shutting his eyes and crashing into her. The vehicle came to a halt, and he heard no impact. As he turned to assess the situation, a woman's face was suddenly pressed against his, the very woman he had just struck. Her eyes, devoid of color, bore into his, accompanied by a horrifying grin as her mouth, split wide open, exposed her insides. Help! Wei Ping instinctively pushed the woman away. Dad, you hurt me. Wei Ya cried out as Wei Ping's forceful shove sent her crashing against the seat, her head hitting the cushion with a painful thud. Her distress brought Wei Ping back from his stupor, and he realized the woman had vanished, replaced by his daughter. He rushed to embrace Wei Ya, continuously rubbing the back of her head, apologizing profusely. Wei Ya, are you all right? It's all my fault. Wei Ya, ever the understanding child, bravely smiled through her pain. Dad, it's okay. What happened? Why did you suddenly push me away? Wei Ping, in a state of fear, replied, Did you not see the woman in red standing right behind me? staring at me. "Ah, Dad, don't scare Wei." There was no one else in the car besides us. Wei Ya recoiled in fear, her trust in her father shaken for the first time. Impossible. That woman in red appeared right in front of my car, and I almost hit her. "Why didn't you scream?" Wei Ya had screamed because she was frightened by her father's distorted expression. "Dad, please don't scare me, that I'm afraid." Her small frame trembled as she curled up, eyes wide with terror directed at Weiping. Chapter 14. The Ghost Festival. What? Why can only I see this? Can none of you see it? Weiping was engulfed by overwhelming fear, his eyes filled with dread. The peculiar rental car owner, the strange police officer, the woman in red. All were visible only to him, while everyone else remained oblivious. Why? Weiping moaned in anguish, clutching his head. After a long while, he gradually regained his composure, noticing Wei Ya in the passenger seat had gone pale with fright. Mustering all his courage to suppress his own terror, he began to comfort his daughter. Wei Ya cried in his embrace for quite some time until exhaustion took over, and she fell asleep in his arms. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time. The 14th day of the 7th lunar month, Wednesday, 10. Zovopum. Anxiety gripped him as the events unfolding felt increasingly incomprehensible, entirely foreign to his previous life. After several deep breaths to calm himself, he set off again. Why now? The night had fully enveloped the landscape, with only the faintest moonlight caressing the earth. The winding mountain roads stretched endlessly, illuminated solely by the headlights of a solitary vehicle navigating the serpentine path. After traversing an unknown number of hills, the car finally came to a stop before a stone tablet. That a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Under the beam of the headlights, the tablet transformed from its daytime dark green hue to a deep blood red, as if the word Shuyo village were bleeding out a crimson liquid. Beyond the stone tablet, the road was still touched by a hint of moonlight, yet within the confines of the tablet. No light penetrated the darkness, the sky a pitch-black void. Strangely enough, the thick fog that typically enveloped Shuyo village during the day had vanished entirely by night. The car did not linger long. Moving forward after a brief pause, with its entry, the previously silent village sprang to life, an eerie cacophony of strange sounds filling the air. Oddly, despite the presence of numerous old houses, none bore any lights. They melded with the night, shrouded in an ominous darkness. As the vehicle rolled over the cobblestone path, the sound it made was not the creaking of tires but rather a series of peculiar awe-on noises as if the stones themselves were alive. The car deftly navigated several narrow turns before halting in front of an old bungalow overrun with climbing ivy. "Wei Ya, wake up. We're here." Weiping gently shook his sleeping daughter, intending to rouse her. "Dad, where are we? Why did you bring me here?" Wei Ya groggily awoke, instinctively curling into Weiping's embrace as she took in the pitch-black surroundings, confused as to why her father had brought her to such a frightening place. Weiping lovingly stroked her small head and replied tenderly, "Wei Ya, I've prepared the safest house in the world for you, that I brought you here tonight to experience your new home." The child's innocent heart lit up at the mention of a new house, and she exclaimed joyfully, "Really, Dad? Hurry, take me to see it." With a serious expression, Weiping assured her, "Wei Ya, when have I ever lied to you? The safest house in the world is right ahead. Let me show you." He then retrieved a spotlight, a remote for the cellar, and his phone from the center console. Unable to resist, he checked the time once more. July 14, Wednesday, 11:58 p.m. to AT. That moment, there was no room for jest. His only desire was to enter the doomsday safe house before midnight. Recalling the terrors of the bizarre world, he wasted no more time, scooping Wei Ya into his arms and sprinting toward the cellar. As he ran, he pressed the remote, and the entire cellar floor began to rise slowly. By the time he arrived at the entrance, the clock read 11:59:05 p.m. "Hurry, faster." Weiping's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest as he watched the ground of the cellar ascend. Finally, with just 30 seconds remaining, a square passageway appeared. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the holographic projection screen to initiate the scanning process. Ding. "Welcome, Master, to the Doomsday Safe House. May I assist you?" A strikingly beautiful figure appeared before them. Wei Ya gasped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the alluring Xiao Fei, her mouth forming a perfect O. Weiping, however, was too preoccupied to respond, immediately interrupting Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, open the passage right away. Hurry." Xiao Fei, merely a string of virtual digits. could not grasp Wei Ping's urgency and replied at her usual leisurely pace. Understood, Master. I am currently opening the Doomsday Safe House passage for you. As her voice faded, the sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed within the passage. As the square passageway door began to open, 3, 2, 1, ding, ding, ding. Simultaneously, Wei Ping's phone alarm rang, a sound he had specifically set for midnight on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Unable to resist, Wei Ping glanced down at his phone screen, which clearly displayed Lunar July 15-00. Just then, the square passage had fully opened, revealing a wide lift descending. As Wei Ping let out a deep sigh of relief and prepared to embrace Wei Ya and climb into the lift. An unexpected incident occurred. A thick, dark arm suddenly appeared in front of his neck, tightening around it and yanking him forcefully backward. The strength emanating from that arm was astonishing, and Wei Ping was swiftly dragged out of the lift. Instinctively, driven by paternal instinct, he loosened his grip, letting Wei Ya tumble onto the spacious lift. Veins bulged on his forehead as he hoarsely gasped, "Xiaofei, close!" The passage. As he uttered the final word, his throat could no longer produce any sound. Xiaofei maintained her charming smile, responding enthusiastically, "Understood. Master, the passage is being closed." The passage gradually shrank, and Wei Ya, witnessing her father slowly disappearing from view, cried out in despair, "Dad, don't hurt my dad, no." With a clang, the square passage was completely sealed. At that moment, Wei Ping desperately tugged at the arm constricting his neck, but its grip was incredibly strong, akin to a steel vise clamped around his throat, rendering him powerless to escape. Heaving, though Wei Ping recognized the individual behind him. The sounds coming from this person were anything but human. They resembled the clanking of a blacksmith's bellows. The dark hand continued to strangle Wei Ping, dragging him backward, intent on ending his life. Low, Wei Ping's voice was nearly extinguished. Just as he faced imminent danger, he was dragged over a patch of dry grass, where beneath his feet lay a long, sharp steel pipe, likely left behind by careless construction workers in that moment. It became Wei Ping's lifeline. He kicked at the pipe, causing it to spring up, and with his right hand, he seized the handle just in time. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Ping grabbed the pointed end of the pipe and, summoning the last of his strength, thrust it backward with all his might. Squelch! A spray of dark green blood splattered across Wei Ping's face, scalding him with its unknown heat. Yet, a miracle occurred. The grip around his neck loosened. And seizing the opportunity, Wei Ping forcefully pried the dark arm away, freeing himself and falling backward. Once free, Wei Ping collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, straining to lift his heavy head to look ahead, to his astonishment. The assailant was none other than the small truck driver who had previously complained and then fled in fear. However, he was no longer the same. He appeared terrifying, covered in numerous marks of savage bites. With horrific wounds covering his body, particularly around the heart, which seemed almost hollowed out, that a steel pipe protruded from one of his eye sockets, from which green blood continuously flowed. What? No heart, yet still alive. Wei Ping's eyes widened in disbelief, but he had no time to ponder why the truck driver had suddenly reappeared, as the driver began to pull the steel pipe slowly from his eye socket, extracting a large pool of green blood without a hint of pain. Enraged by his lost eye, the truck driver gripped the removed pipe tightly and lunged at Wei Ping with alarming speed. He had no time to evade. Master, don't kill me." Just as despair enveloped Wei Ping, a voice echoed in his mind. "Do you wish to enter the Eerie Temple?" Chapter 15. Eerie Compendium. Boom. A black and white, celestial palace loomed in the center of his mind, its ancient doors tightly shut, from within which emanated a cacophony of bizarre sounds, as if attempting to ensnare Wei Ping's very soul. The plaque above bore the ominous inscription "Eerie Temple" in blood-red characters, as if countless limbs writhed madly within. Wei Ping did not immediately choose to enter the Eerie Temple. Instead, he called out towards the passage. "Xiaofei, set the girl Wei Ya before me to first-level authority." Wei Ya burning ghost money for her father was his only hope of salvation. As he finished speaking, the sharp steel pipe in the eerie truck driver's hand came perilously close to Wei Ping's eye, less than a centimeter away. With no time for hesitation, Wei Ping shouted in his mind, "Enter the Eerie Temple." In that instant, Wei Ping vanished without a trace. The eerie truck driver's steel pipe plunged into empty air, aimlessly wandering as if under some unseen force. never straying far from the cellar. Upon entering the eerie temple, Wei Ping found himself once again confronting it alone after 2 months, a wave of despair washing over him. However, armed with the experience of his past life, he resolved not to repeat his previous mistakes. Quickly suppressing his feelings of hopelessness, that he forced himself to avert his gaze from the temple's plaque and lowered his head, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. Once composed, Wei Ping stepped onto the first step of the eerie temple. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, enveloping him in thick fog, rendering him unable to see his own hand. He did not linger, summoning his courage to ascend the ancient steps one by one. Soon, he discovered a profoundly terrifying truth. He was not alone on the ancient steps. Beyond himself, countless indistinct shadows loomed around him. Obscured by the eerie mist, 3 of these shadows approached him rapidly from behind, appearing at his side in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, Wei Ping realized that they were not human, but rather 3 bizarre entities. The foremost was a lamppost, complete with a nose and eyes, which could walk and speak, a sight both wondrous and strange. The entity to his left resembled a clawed hand akin to a crab, while the one to his right took on a grotesque human form, with legs and arms of extraordinary length. Ding, congratulations, no. 999999 Eerie entity for your first visit to the Eerie Temple. You have received a novice gift package. Ding, would you like to open the novice gift package? Upon seeing the 3 bizarre entities, a voice from the system echoed in Wei Ping's mind, accompanied by the image of a large gift box. What does no 999999 Eerie entity signify? Wei Ping's curiosity sparked, but he quickly dismissed it. He clicked yes. Instantly, a dark tome materialized in his mind, filled with an abundance of strange characters. Wei Ping was certain he had never encountered such writing before, yet he could comprehend it. The dark tome was titled Eerie Compendium, a book dedicated to the introduction of the bizarre. As he opened the compendium, it transformed into countless strange symbols that directly imprinted themselves into his memory. Before Wei Ping could fully grasp what had transpired, descriptions of the 3 bizarre entities appeared above their heads, detailing their names, physical characteristics, methods of attack, and an unknown value labeled eerie. The compendium introduced the 3 entities: lamppost, net cutter, and long-legged longarm. Lamppost. Eerie value 4. Physical characteristics: an ordinary lamppost. Method of attack: creates illusions of hunger. Anyone who enters its domain experiences hallucinations of hunger. The light extinguishes when approached and illuminates when distanced. An eternally unreachable lamppost. Net cutter. Eerie value 5. Physical characteristics: claws resembling a crab. Body resembling a shrimp. Method of attack: uses sharp claws to tear nets and fish traps. Long-legged longarm. Eerie value 3. Physical characteristics: legs and arms of extraordinary length. Method of attack: can extend limbs to assault enemies. The 3 entities gazed at Wei Ping in unison, their expressions a mix of curiosity, greed, and disdain. Sensing their malevolent attention, Wei Ping quickly turned away, unable to bear their scrutiny. After the 3 entities departed, numerous other bizarre entities emerged around him, each more terrifying than the last, including Red-Headed, Foot-Washing Mansion, Song-Foot Cotton, and Heavenly Mischief, all bearing fearsome visages, none appearing benign. Most alarming was the Heavenly Mischief. Its description differed drastically from all previous entities. Eerie Compendium entry: Heavenly Mischief. Logical eerie in bright red font. Eerie value unknown. Physical characteristics: soul body. Method of attack: disregards levels, realms, and cultivation. It activates specific logic in certain scenarios. Once the enemy enters, they must comply with its logic, or face death. Wei Ping's instincts screamed danger, urging him to flee as far as possible. He immediately distanced himself from the malevolent spirit, only daring to feign calmness and harden his resolve to continue ascending the steps once it had retreated. In truth, he was a bundle of nerves. Ba, may the Bodhisattva bless me. Hallelujah. May the Almighty protect me. Jade Emperor, grant me safety. Wei Ping lowered his head, too fearful to glance around, his heart fervently praying for the protection of all deities. Whether it was due to his good fortune or some other reason, the strange entities he encountered did not attack him, and he thus proceeded, albeit with trepidation, to the ominous entrance of the Temple of Deception. The 2 dark doors of the temple slowly creaked open. Yet he had no time for further contemplation. Imitating the strange beings before him, he swaggered inside. Upon entry, for large characters emerged. Curiosity's Emporium. Ding. Welcome no. 999999. The Chosen One. To the first floor of the Curiosity's Emporium. Activating your first peculiar task. Eliminate and absorb a corpse mutation within 3 days. Wishing you success in your task and pleasant shopping. The Temple of Deception had tasks, and one was to slay a corpse mutation. Yet he was merely an ordinary individual. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Wei Ping hesitated for but a second before resigning himself to the situation. He had already encountered enough oddities in his life, so he would take it one step at a time. That he began to scrutinize the Curiosity's Emporium, which resembled a sprawling department store from his past life. But it was far more expansive than any he had ever seen. Inside, countless peculiar beings were engaged in shopping, and an overwhelming array of bizarre items was displayed, none of which were suited for ordinary humans. Wei Ping patted his chest, relieved that he had stockpiled a truckload of supplies. Otherwise, he might have starved within the Temple of Deception, just as he was about to examine the wares and their prices. 2 ominous voices from the abyss echoed behind him. No entry for the living, or you shall become our feast. No entry for the living, or you shall become our feast. Chapter 16. A windfall of 10 trillion yen coins. Wei Ping swiftly turned to investigate the source of the voices, discovering 2 towering gatekeepers of over 2 meters in height. The lower halves of these beings resembled humans, while their upper halves were entirely composed of tentacles. Each adorned with an eye. Left gatekeeper. Anomaly value 100. Form. 2.3 meters tall. Lower half human. Upper half tentacles. Each tentacle bearing an eye. Method of attack. Right gatekeeper. Anomaly value 100. Anomaly value 100. They appeared far more formidable than any oddities he had encountered previously. Wei Ping surmised that the anomaly value corresponded to a combat value on Earth. Upon witnessing the gatekeeper's anomaly values, he promptly adopted the tone of the preceding malevolent spirit, declaring his identity, Great Gatekeeper. I am no 999999, a compatriot. Although Wei Ping was unaware of the term anomaly, human intuition suggested that establishing rapport with this identity would be beneficial. To his dismay, the left gatekeeper erupted into a cacophony of sinister laughter. Haha. A compatriot, you think you are worthy? The right gatekeeper joined in the mockery. Haha. Delicious prey. Do you know why you are referred to as no 999999? Wei Ping realized the gravity of the situation and, with trepidation, inquired, What do you mean? Wei Ping's complexion paled. He had not anticipated the activating of the Temple of Deception would be so dire. The previous 999,998 individuals chosen had all perished, and now he was the 999,999 selected. Did this imply his imminent demise? His daughter awaited his protection outside. Having just been granted a second chance at life, he could not afford to perish so easily, nor could he allow the words of others to extinguish his will to survive. Wei Ping's mental fortitude reignited his fighting spirit. His mind raced as he urgently pondered a countermeasure. Great Gatekeeper, what must I do to become one of you? He asked, posing the crucial question. The left gatekeeper, a quivering tentacle suddenly pressed against Wei Ping's throat, cackled. Delicious prey, becoming one of us is simple. Just enter my belly, and you shall belong. The right gatekeeper, reveling in his brother's jest, suddenly recalled a rule of the Temple of Deception. We must introduce the rules to first-time entrants. That a shiver ran down his spine as he immediately elaborated. As long as you possess yen coins. We are compatriots. Yen coins serve as the ticket for entry into the Temple of Deception. Without them, you will regrettably become our meal. The stoutest tentacle of the right gatekeeper split open, exuding a noxious liquid, poised to devour Wei Ping at any moment. Wait, I possess yen coins, and many of them. Wei Ping shouted, fearing he might be too late to escape becoming the grotesque meal before him. He checked his yen coin balance. He discovered it was still 0, that you cannot possibly have yen coins. Your human currency was confiscated long before the arrival of the apocalyptic anomalies by our master of peculiarities. The gatekeepers were clearly skeptical of Wei Ping, and the central tentacle's maw was ready to consume him at any instant. The gatekeeper's words revealed 3 pieces of information. The first confirmed that the anomalies were indeed as Wei Ping suspected. The apocalyptic anomalies had already descended. The second explained why Uncle Zhang's orders for yen coins had been repeatedly thwarted. This was likely not an isolated incident, but a global phenomenon, The third disclosed that their chief master was referred to as the Lord of Peculiarities, potentially the architect of this apocalyptic anomaly. Brother, he doesn't have any coins. We've been stuck in this dismal place for who knows how many years, deprived of such delectable food, and I adore steamed brain matter. You mustn't compete with me. Fear not, brother, I shan't compete. I prefer stir-fried organs. The flavor is exquisite. Wei Ping was horrified to hear them plotting his culinary fate, his heart racing as beads of sweat poured down his forehead. Wei Ya, you must be brave. You are my only hope. Wei Ping silently prayed, hoping Wei Yu would heed his words and produce the coins for him. Ding. 100,000 coins credited. Ding. 100,000,000 coins credited. Ding. 100,000,000 coins credited. Phew. Wei Ping gazed at the numbers floating in his mind, his coin balance steadily increasing, and he exhaled a significant sigh of relief. Hold on. What is this? Note materialized in his hand. The left and right gatekeepers turned their gaze to the note, which emanated a chilling aura. Indeed, it was authentic currency that I can't believe you truly possess notes. You have gained entry rights. The Temple of Deception has an unspoken rule. Anyone holding notes must be allowed passage by the gatekeepers and granted protection within the temple. Faced with this rule, the gatekeepers dared not defy it. Though the left gatekeeper was reluctant, he had no choice but to step aside, just as Wei Ping prepared to stow the note. The right gatekeeper suddenly screamed. The right gatekeeper's outcry immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding anomalies, who turned their gazes toward Wei Ping. Brother, look at the denomination of the note in his hand. The left gatekeeper's myriad eyes across its tentacles widened in horror, collapsing to the ground. Good heavens, it's worth 100 million coins. Wei Ping looked at the currency in his hand, and then at the gatekeeper's reaction. Puzzled, I asked there's something wrong with 100 million coins? He was baffled by their exaggerated response, as he possessed a truckload of such currency. At that moment, the surrounding peculiar beings began to converge. All fixated on the note in Wei Ping's grasp, displaying expressions of astonishment. That be why the mother of monsters. It's 100 million coins. The largest denomination I've ever seen is 100,000. Even the ancestral demons might not have encountered such a sum. The bean demon exclaimed in disbelief. The sea spirit and the beast beside it nodded fervently, in full agreement with the bean demon's words. Faced with such an enticing temptation, not all anomalies could resist the allure. As more and more anomalies gathered, several of them exchanged furtive glances, clearly harboring malicious intentions. Suddenly, a green light flashed through the crowd, and a green figure appeared right before Wei Ping, nearly nose-to-nose with him, its two emerald eyes unblinkingly fixated on him. Chapter 17. The Green Spirit. The entity hovering before Wei Ping was immediately catalogued in his mind as the Green Spirit. Anomaly value 90. Form. Semi-human. Method of attack. Can shift between physical and ethereal forms, allowing for short-range teleportation to strike down foes. The Green Spirit's anomaly value was an astonishing 90, aside from the gatekeepers. It possessed the highest anomaly value among the onlookers. No wonder it dared to disregard the rules and attempt to ambush him for the 100 million coins. Wei Ping stared in terror at the figure that loomed before him. Without uttering a word, the Green Spirit transformed its arm into a green blade, slicing towards Wei Ping's right hand, intent on severing his arm to seize the notes. Just as Wei Ping's mind registered the threat, the blade descended, and his body was too slow to evade. As his arm was about to be cleaved off, a dark anomaly appeared before the Green Spirit, enveloping it like ripples in water. The piercing scream of the female creature echoed, and in an instant, her entire form was ensnared by numerous fine threads, swiftly severed into countless smooth fragments by the enigmatic ripples, transforming into a puddle of putrid green liquid that the eerie temple absorbed with ruthless efficiency. The onlooking aberrations, once filled with restless anticipation, were now paralyzed with fear, kneeling in supplication for the temple's mercy. Wei Ping, an ordinary civil servant from a rural town, had never encountered such supernatural horror. Leaving his mind utterly incapacitated, when he finally regained his composure, he found the terrifying entities around him had completely altered their demeanor, now displaying an overwhelming reverence, more courteous than they would be towards their ancestral figures. To them, Wei Ping was akin to a super-rich magnate. A mere token of his favor could secure a lifetime of wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Despite the subservience they displayed towards him, he was acutely aware that none of these aberrations were to be trifled with. This was a realm governed by the law of the jungle, and without the temple's suppression, they would eagerly descend upon him to dismantle him. He dared not offend these beings. Perhaps forming an alliance with them might prove beneficial in the future. With a grand gesture, Wei Ping declared, "Today, I am in high spirits. All expenses are on me." He feigned calmness, exuding an air of opulence. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, lauding Wei Ping as a magnanimous benefactor. Once the commotion subsided, Wei Ping finally had the opportunity to peruse the wares of the bizarre marketplace. The marketplace was divided into various sections, as the temple's ground floor lacked advanced items such as weapons, sorcery, or warships, offering only mundane survival supplies. The entire first floor was primarily categorized into aberrant apparel. Peculiar textiles, bizarre knitwear and raw materials, strange kitchen equipment, odd sanitary ware, peculiar daily necessities, unusual cosmetics, and various other bizarre sundries. There was even a section dedicated to humans, including areas for human corpses, human entrails, and live human specimens. When Wei Ping beheld the gruesome slaughterhouse-like scenes, he nearly retched his last meal. Particularly distressing was the section for live humans, where a filthy iron cage contained several dazed, naked individuals reminiscent of livestock. As they caught sight of Wei Ping passing by, their eyes ignited with a flicker of hope as they desperately pleaded for his help, causing his heart to ache profoundly that he contemplated purchasing their freedom, but was informed by a peculiar vendor that they had been preordained as a meal for a certain logical entity, rendering them unsellable, that a logical aberration that disregarded levels, cultivation, and realms? Wei Ping immediately recalled his previous encounter with the tycoons, which was also a logical aberration. The aberrant compendium indicated that such entities were exceedingly fearsome, and he could not afford to offend an unknown logical overlord. Gripped by fear, he relinquished his intention to rescue them. Then, the vendor skillfully extracted a naked woman from the cage, and in her desperate gaze, he gleefully smashed each of her bones with a blunt instrument, ultimately slashing her carotid artery with a kitchen knife to drain her blood, preparing for a culinary feast. Her agonized screams attracted a throng of aberrations, who erupted in applause, some casting sinister glances at Wei Ping, their laughter laced with malice that in this apocalyptic realm, humans were viewed as the most delectable of delicacies, that I must grow stronger, or my daughter and I will meet the same fate as her, slaughtered like livestock. Wei Ping, naturally, dared not offend the unknown logical overlord, and in a panic, he fled, his face pale with fear, and he began to search for items that could aid him in overcoming the dire circumstances of the real world. But after a lengthy search, he found nothing suitable. Finally, he stopped in the section for other bizarre daily necessities, where one item caught his attention. The lowest grade aura spray, that a product resembling a canister of anti-wolf spray, was displayed on the shelf with the inscription, product name, lowest grade aura spray. Effect: when sprayed on the user, it renders the lowest grade corpse transformation entities unable to perceive the user's presence for a short time, but it can only be effective on the same target once per day. Price: 20 Underworld coins. Wei Ping surmised that the aberrant truck drivers in the real world were likely corpse transformations. If this lowest grade aura spray could temporarily obscure their perception, even if only once, it could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. However, he quickly considered another issue. The aberrant truck drivers were incredibly swift, and he might not have time to react before being countered. Furthermore, these drivers appeared nearly indestructible. They could continue living even without their hearts to To Wei Ping. Even the lowest grade corpse transformation seemed nearly insurmountable. Just as he was at a loss, he noticed another peculiar spray positioned next to the lowest grade aura spray on the shelf. Product name: lowest grade slowing spray. Effect: when sprayed on the lowest grade corpse transformation entity, it temporarily slows their movements, but it can only be effective on the same target once per day. Price: 15 Underworld coins. It was as if fate had smiled upon him. This lowest grade slowing spray, combined with the lowest grade aura spray, would undoubtedly prove effective against the aberrant truck drivers. Just as Wei Ping prepared to head to the peculiar checkout to pay, he inadvertently noticed a line of text on a shelf in the section for other bizarre sundries that piqued his interest. Product name: aberrant watermelon knife, dual blades. Effect: forged from aberrant pure steel. This watermelon knife can slice through iron effortlessly, severing human limbs as easily as cutting tofu, and can also be used against low-grade corpse transformations. Price: 500 Underworld coins. The mention of being able to cut low-grade corpse transformations captured Wei Ping's attention. He was currently without a suitable weapon, and purchasing it seemed like a wise choice. As Wei Ping took down the two identical aberrant watermelon knives, he noticed they were covered in dust, likely having sat unsold for quite some time. The steep price of 500 Underworld coins was likely the reason. Other ordinary kitchen knives only cost 50 Underworld coins. 500 Underworld coins could buy a low-grade weapon. If the aberrations needed weapons, they would purchase them on the second floor of the Eerie Temple or higher, rather than spend that amount on a kitchen watermelon knife. After acquiring the three items, Wei Ping, still unsatisfied, browsed once more, but found nothing else that met his needs. He then proceeded to queue at the peculiar checkout counter. When it was his turn, he discovered his balance of Underworld coins had skyrocketed to an astonishing 10 trillion, having increased dramatically. After a mere deduction of a few hundred coins, the displayed balance left the aberrant cashier utterly astounded, prompting her to pursue Wei Ping, insisting she wished to marry him, in a hurry to evade this predicament. Wei Ping, in a panic, followed the others to a teleportation portal at the back door of the first floor. With a flash of light, he vanished from the Eerie Temple and reappeared at the entrance of his cellar. Upon seeing his old house, overrun with climbing ivy and the cellar choked with weeds, he was momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of familiarity that felt like awakening from a dream. However, as soon as Wei Ping materialized in the cellar, the aberrant truck driver sensed his presence, emitting an excited, hollow sound from its throat. It wasted no time, lunging at Wei Ping with a sharp steel pipe in hand. Without hesitation, he unleashed the lowest grade aura spray upon himself. A miracle occurred. The aberrant truck driver, upon reaching Wei Ping, suddenly seemed to lose its target, spinning in place as if unable to see the man standing mere inches away. Wei Ping, relieved, cautiously approached the aberrant truck driver and produced the slowing spray, applying it liberally onto the creature. Another strange occurrence unfolded as the truck driver's speed visibly diminished, moving as though in slow motion, akin to a film played at 8 times slower. With this, Wei Ping's heart, once heavy with dread, finally eased. He then drew the two aberrant watermelon knives, adopting a battle-ready stance against the entity that he prepared. The aberrant truck driver seemed to regain its senses, its head twisting grotesquely towards Wei Ping, one eye revealing a glimmer of confusion, as if it had sensed something. Moreover, the previously slowed movements began to accelerate once more. Was the effect of the spray fading so quickly? No wonder the shelf had noted a short duration. It truly was brief, barely sufficient for him to draw his knives. Despite any dissatisfaction he harbored about the spray's efficacy, there was no time for contemplation in the face of life and death. Summoning a fierce resolve, he charged at the aberrant truck driver, brandishing the two watermelon knives and launching a frenzied assault. To his astonishment, the aberrant watermelon knives proved extraordinarily sharp, slicing through the creature's bones with ease, as though cutting through tofu, and its limbs quickly detached from its body. In that moment, Wei Ping transformed into a butcher, the scene erupting in a spray of green liquid as severed limbs and dismembered pieces flew about. He lost count of how many strikes he delivered, driven by primal fear to continue hacking away until his strength was utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Before him lay not the aberrant truck driver, but a grotesque puddle of flesh and viscera, exuding a potent stench of decay. Ugh! Upon awakening, Wei Ping was confronted with a repulsive scene that made him retch violently, nearly expelling bile. Suddenly, a beam of black and white light erupted from above his head, directing itself towards a puddle of mangled flesh on the ground. As the light dissipated, the grotesque mass vanished from sight. Subsequently, a system notification echoed in Wei Ping's mind. Ding, congratulations, no. 999999 for slaying a low-level corpse mutation. You have gained 1 attribute point. A human anatomical diagram appeared in his mind, illuminating various parts with white light, all initially displaying a value of 0, beside which a number appeared. After nearly losing his life to complete this task, he had only earned a single attribute point. How miserly! Wei Ping felt a surge of indignation. After contemplating for a moment, he found himself torn between enhancing his mental threshold or his speed. Given the current circumstances, an increase in mental threshold would yield little benefit, whereas a boost in speed might significantly improve his chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. Wei Ping, a man of decisive action, unhesitatingly tapped the number associated with the glowing point on his foot, causing the displayed 0 to instantly transform into 1.in that very moment. He felt a remarkable change in his leg muscles. Brimming with explosive power, the resilience of his legs significantly enhanced, making them feel as light as air. Testing his newfound abilities, he jumped and found he could effortlessly soar over a meter high from the ground. "Daddy, are you okay?" A voice filled with deep concern emanated from the direction of the cellar behind him. That a filthy little girl, her face streaked with tears, stood at the exit of the cellar. It was Wei Ping's daughter. He swiftly embraced her tightly, reluctant to let go for a long while. Together, they entered the safety shelter of the apocalypse, where Wei, sobbing intermittently, recounted the events that transpired after Wei Ping's disappearance. It turned out that just before he vanished, he had issued a directive granting Wei a level 1 authority. Seizing this opportunity, she commanded Xiao Fei to open a passage, intending to rush out and rescue her father. However, upon witnessing his sudden disappearance, she realized he was temporarily out of danger. Instantly recalling his instruction to burn paper money for him, she followed Xiao Fei's guidance to the safety shelter, where she discovered a wealth of paper money and burned it all for her father. Wei Ping, deeply moved by her actions, affectionately ruffled Wei's nose. The terrifying events of the previous day had drained them both, and soon they succumbed to a deep slumber. According to reports from the Eagle Associated Press, numerous bizarre incidents erupted across the nation in the early hours, resulting in a significant number of missing persons. The Eagle Statue of Liberty has collapsed, and the situation is worsening. The nation has entered a state of level 1 combat readiness. The Bear News Agency reported that in the early hours, the entire Federation experienced many inexplicable phenomena, leading to numerous mysterious deaths within our borders. The federal police suspect this to be a premeditated terror act by the Eagle, and investigations are ongoing, with the nation now in a state of level 1 combat readiness. The Foot Basin Chicken Asahi News reported that nearly 1,000 people mysteriously disappeared in Nagoya this morning, with local governments urgently compiling statistics on the missing. This is poised to be the most severe disaster since the atomic bomb attack on our country, with the nation entering a state of level 1 combat readiness. Chapter 19. Should I save my ex-wife? Wei, stop watching television. What should we have for lunch today? Wei Ping's voice called from the kitchen. Daddy, can I really order anything? Wei, seated on the sofa in the underground safety shelter, felt her appetite stir with excitement. Of course. Daddy, I've eaten vegetarian for 2 months in the rental apartment. Today, I want to eat your boiled fish. There's no fish. Such living creatures cannot be preserved. Think of something else. Daddy, I want sweet and sour ribs that ain't no ribs either. Think again. Daddy, I want cola chicken wings. Wei, there are no chicken wings. Think again if there's nothing left. You decide, Daddy. Just don't ask me anymore while there were no living creatures. There were plenty of preserved and dried goods. Today, we'll have stir-fried quinoa with cured meat, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, braised winter melon, vinegar-drenched cabbage, and mapo tofu. Wow, so many delicious dishes. I'm drooling. Daddy, let me help you. The two conversing were Wei Ping and Wei, who had just slept until midday. An hour later, the duo emerged from the kitchen, each carrying several plates of fragrant dishes. Wow, this is truly delicious. Let us dig in, Wei exclaimed, her mouth watering as she eagerly clutched her chopsticks. Wei Ping rubbed his hands together, relishing the most sumptuous and relaxed meal he had had since his rebirth. Since you say, let us dig in, then let us dig in. The two happily began to eat, completely oblivious to the apocalypse surrounding them. In a breaking news alert, the Summer National People's Network reported that new developments have surfaced in the case of several thousand mysterious disappearances at a certain middle school in Shudu. Eyewitnesses claim to have discovered several survivors. Observations from hospitals indicate that the survivors are exhibiting strange behavior and are currently under concentrated quarantine for further investigation. Currently, many inexplicable phenomena are occurring domestically, leading to numerous missing persons and casualties. The highest authorities in the Summer Nation have signed a presidential decree declaring the nation in a state of Level 1 combat readiness to end severely affected areas. Emergency control measures such as work stoppages, business closures, market halts, school suspensions, and restrictions on gatherings may be implemented. The public is urged to trust the government, as key departments and positions continue to function normally, ensuring the stability of essential commodities such as water, electricity, gas, food, and oil. In this national crisis, everyone must unite to face the challenges ahead. If he had not known in advance the peculiar timing of the apocalypse, he might very well have been one of those enveloped in fear outside. At that moment, various news television stations in the summer nation shifted to live interviews, revealing that the streets were eerily deserted, with only a few individuals hurrying in and out of shopping malls, hastily leaving after making their purchases. The scene then transitioned to a steel factory, which was starkly different from the previous desolate footage, now surrounded by a throng of onlookers. During an interview with a surviving steel factory worker, the individual suddenly displayed a ghastly smile while facing the camera. In an instant, his head split in two, revealing countless fangs from which a green liquid flowed profusely as he opened his mouth wide and devoured the head of the interviewing female reporter. The interview footage abruptly shook violently, filled with screams of terror. And just as several cries of anguish echoed through the television, the screen went black, leaving no trace of the live broadcast. Daddy, what on earth is happening? Why has the world suddenly been overrun with so many monsters overnight? Wei shrank fearfully into Wei Ping's embrace, but he gently stroked her head, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. Wei as long as we stay in the safety shelter, we are very safe." Wei nodded, placing her unwavering trust in her father, revealing her deep reliance on him. Ding, 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 money, money, money. I want to make money, wholeheartedly serving Grandpa Mao. Suddenly, Wei Ping's phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from his ex-wife. Wu Weiwei. It had been quite some time since they last communicated after their divorce. He wondered what prompted her to call him now. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Wei Ping, help me. As soon as the call connected, a woman's frantic scream pierced through the phone, followed by a series of rapid breaths, as if she were desperately fleeing from danger. Wei Ping's heart sank. It was highly likely that Wu Weiwei was under some form of bizarre attack. Should he save his ex-wife? Wei Ping's mind was engulfed in a profound internal conflict. This heartless woman had not only wronged him, but had also not contacted him in over a year since their divorce, nor had she visited Wei even once. Why was she suddenly calling him now? Deep down, he was reluctant to help her. Yet, she held dual identities. Not only was she his ex-wife, but she was also Wei Ya's mother. He pondered that the decision of whether to save her was no longer solely his to make, but should rather be left to Wei Ya. Turning to Wei Ya, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, the ever-mature Wei Ya preemptively asked, "Daddy, was it her who called?" Her. The term felt so foreign to him. Wei Ping gently caressed Wei Ya's small head, feeling a pang of heartache. The sound of his ex-wife weeping on the other end echoed. "Xiaoya, don't you even want to call me mommy?" Wei Ping fell silent. The family had become this way, and he bore an undeniable share of the responsibility as the pillar of the household. He pushed the phone towards Wei Ya, only to be met with her rejection. In a hushed tone, Wei Ya implored, "Save her." After uttering those words, her eyes reddened, and she rushed into her small bedroom. Alas, this must be fate. Deep within, Wei Ping made a silent resolution. After all, their bond spanned over a decade, rendering him incapable of turning a blind eye to her peril. "Xiao Wei, what has transpired?" Wei Ping inquired softly. Xiao Wei, how are you?" he anxiously repeated, after estimating a quarter of an hour had passed. The frantic breaths emanating from the phone began to subside, replaced by a voice tinged with tears and an overwhelming sense of dread. "Wei Ping, are you still there? He is transformed into a monster, seeking to devour me. I am terrified. Please come and save me." Who? Wei Ping's expression froze, and his heart plunged into turmoil. He knew precisely whom she referred to. The bitter grudge of a husband betrayed was not easily forgotten. Chapter 20. The strange village. Wei Ping's hometown was Shuiyou Village in Inyu Township, Huayin County, where his ex-wife Wu Weiwei spoke of him, the only son of the director of the Huayin Municipal Construction Bureau. Zhao Xu.at that time, Wei Ping and Wu Weiwei were classmates at a high school in Huayin County, and later, Zhao Su transferred to become their fellow student. That Wu Weiwei was the belle of the school, pursued by many, and both Wei Ping and Zhao Su were among her most formidable suitors. Zhao Su, without need for elaboration, was the son of a high-ranking official, his father already the deputy director of the construction bureau. He often lavished wealth in hopes of winning Wu Weiwei's affection, Wei Ping, on the other hand, hailed from a humble background in Shuyo village, yet excelled academically, consistently ranking first in his class and among the top in the school. Coupled with his athletic prowess and tall, fit stature, he was quite popular among the girls that in her youth. Wu Weiwei was relatively innocent. Coming from a middle-class family, she did not hold a strong desire for wealth. Hence, the exceptionally talented Wei Ping ultimately triumphed, winning her heart. After graduating high school, Wei Ping successfully gained admission to a prestigious national university, while Wu Weiwei ended up at a local ordinary university. Following graduation, she secured a job at a local bank through family connections, whereas Wei Ping, in a bid to support Wu Weiwei, sacrificed a chance for overseas study and took the civil service exam, becoming a local government employee. Eventually, he was assigned to Inu County, and the two naturally formed a family. However, the high cost of living and Wu Weiwei's extravagant spending weighed heavily on them, and with the birth of Wei Ye, the burden only intensified, deepening their conflicts. Ultimately, under the dual temptations of Zhao Su's financial power and his father's official status, Wu Weiwei succumbed to Zhao Su's advances. Subsequently, Zhao Su's father promoted her to vice president of the bank. From that point on, she and Wei Ping began a prolonged separation that lasted 2 years, during which Wei Ping bore the humiliation of infidelity. When Wei Ye turned 5, Wu Weiwei petitioned the court for a divorce. And due to their 2-year separation, the court granted her request. Thereafter, she was able to be with Zhao Su. Now, with Zhao Su threatening her life, should he come to her aid? As Wei Ping hesitated, the voice on the phone cried out for help once more. Wei Ping, Zhao Su has turned into a monster. He is terrifying. For the sake of our years together and our beautiful daughter, I beg you to save me, that if you delay any longer, I shall perish. The veins on Wei Ping's forehead throbbed as he shouted, Xiao Wei, where are you? Wu Weiwei, seemingly engulfed in sheer terror, did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, rambling incoherently, he is so terrifying. He'll kill me, eat me, I'm gonna die, save me. Her voice escalated in fear, abruptly cutting off, leaving only a dial tone. Hello, Xiao Wei, where are you? Please tell me. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Wei, Xiao Wei. Wei Ping repeated anxiously, but the line suddenly went dead. Bang! He struck the wall with his fist, blood trickling from his knuckles, oblivious to the pain. Daddy, go save Mommy, Dad, don't worry about me, Wei Ye said, clutching a teddy bear and standing behind him. Clearly, she had overheard the entire conversation between Wei Ping and Wu Weiwei. Yet, what about you? Wei Ping gazed at his understanding daughter with a pained heart. He could not leave Wei Ye alone in the desolate Shuyo village. The eerie atmosphere of the apocalypse left him uneasy, as anything could happen, and even a safe house might not guarantee safety. Daddy, don't worry, Dad, I'll stay in the safe house and won't go anywhere, and I have Xiao Fei with me, Wei Ye reassured him, trying to appear obedient. Seeing his daughter like this filled Wei Ping with heartache. She was too considerate, never thinking of herself, which only deepened his sorrow. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately could not forget Wu Weiwei from their high school days and resolved to save her. Wei Ping packed essential survival supplies into a backpack, placing the most crucial items, a canister of air and a spray for slowing down, along with 2 strange watermelon knives in easy reach. After completing these preparations, he exchanged a brief farewell with his daughter before setting off. Before leaving, he issued a stern order to Xiao Fei. Without his permission, she was not to open the alloy door or the square passage for anyone. Not even for Wei Ye. If an intruder was detected, the emergency defense mechanism should be activated immediately, eliminating any intruders on the spot. With everything in place, Wei Ping set off, feeling slightly reassured that moment. The outside world had reached midday. Shuyo village remained shrouded in thick fog, visibility severely limited. Wei Ping had grown accustomed to such an environment since childhood and found it unremarkable. He cautiously drew 2 strange watermelon knives. Peering cautiously from behind a cellar to survey his surroundings, besides the remnants of the previous night's battle with the eerie truck driver, nothing else seemed suspicious. Gathering his courage, he stepped out and was pleasantly surprised to find his Land Rover intact. Quietly parked in its original spot, he had hurriedly left in the early hours of the morning, neglecting to conceal the vehicle, and had feared it might suffer some strange damage, approaching the Land Rover. He circled it carefully before crouching down to inspect the undercarriage, discovering everything to be in order. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief as he settled into the driver's seat. It appeared that, like in his past life, the desolation of Shuyo village significantly reduced the likelihood of encountering strange creatures. Driving along the winding, steep mountain road, Wei Ping did not come across any eerie beings. Even as he passed the spot where he had encountered the woman in red, she was nowhere to be seen, leaving him feeling unnecessarily anxious. The hours spent on the mountain road were eerily quiet, devoid of human presence or mishaps. However, as he neared a village adjacent to Inu Township, he noticed that only the elderly, weak, and infirm remained. Not a single able-bodied person was in sight. Those frail individuals, upon seeing Wei Ping, hurriedly retreated into their homes, slamming doors shut in fear. Chapter 21. The resurgence of the missing corpses. As Wei Ping continued past several more villages, he encountered the same unsettling scenario. A shadow of gloom enveloped his face as he glanced at his watch, pressing the accelerator once more. The tranquil mountain road echoed only with the roar of the engine and a trail of thick exhaust fumes. Suddenly, an almost 90-degree bend loomed ahead, prompting him to swiftly brake and pull the handbrake, causing the left two wheels to lift off the ground as he narrowly navigated the turn in a near drift. Before he could wipe the cold sweat from his brow, he spotted a blue object near the foot of the mountain. What is that blue thing? He wondered. Did I distinctly recall this area being intact upon entering the village? How could it have changed so drastically? Following the trail of destruction down to the mountain's base, he discovered a blue object lying quietly. It was a blue box truck, severely damaged, its front end nearly crumpled, the body reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Clearly, the truck had lost control while navigating the bend, crashing through the guardrail and tumbling down the mountain due to unfamiliar road conditions. That license plate looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Wei Ping suddenly noticed a plate caught in the branches of a tree on the mountainside. This plate seemed oddly recognizable. This blue truck is the one that helped me transport supplies. After confirming the scene and recalling the events of the previous night, everything clicked into place. The truck driver, filled with dread after leaving Shuyo village, had met with an accident while navigating the steep turn, leading to his body being devoured by wildlife, ultimately transforming into something strange. Drawing upon memories from his past life, it had tracked him down, resulting in the chaotic events of yesterday. That in the end, armed with 2 canisters of spray and 2 peculiar watermelon knives, he had reduced the driver-turned-monster to a pulp, just as Wei Ping prepared to leave. A jolt coursed through him, his eyes widening in disbelief as he registered a shocking revelation that how could he be here? Following Wei Ping's gaze towards the scattered cargo trucks, he spotted a small hill not far away, where a carcass, ravaged by beasts, lay quietly. This corpse bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he had fought last night. The memory of that encounter was too vivid to forget. How could it still be here when he had clearly turned it into nothing more than a pulp? No matter how hard Wei Ping tried, he could not comprehend this anomaly, just as he could not fathom the absurdity of the apocalyptic phenomena that had descended upon them. After confirming multiple times that the lifeless body of the small truck driver posed no threat, he suppressed the deep unease within him and continued driving towards Inu Township, for there was someone awaiting his rescue. Time slipped away as he drove, eventually arriving at the entrance of Inu Township Street. However, he discovered that the sole passage to Huayin County had been completely obstructed by several rows of military roadblocks. Numerous vehicles were similarly trapped, forming a long queue stretching several dozen meters. Such military roadblocks were typically only established when troops were on special missions or when the nation had entered a state of heightened alert. That a flicker of worry crossed Wei Ping's brow. He hadn't anticipated the situation on the very first day of the apocalypse to be so dire that the military had been mobilized from a distance. He observed a group of soldiers clad in camouflage, armed and accompanied by a contingent of local militia, inspecting the vehicles and individuals attempting to exit to Wu Weiwei. You must hold on. Wait for me, Wei Ping thought anxiously, but despite his urgency, there was little he could do but follow the slow-moving line of cars. Fortunately, the inspection process proceeded swiftly, and soon only 2 vehicles remained ahead. The first was a sleek Porsche 911 with a strikingly beautiful female driver. Yet the soldiers displayed no favoritism and treated her with the same scrutiny as any other. Upon closer observation, Wei Ping noticed several young soldiers visibly gulping, their Adam's apples bobbing. Hello, you have entered a temporary military control zone. Please present your identification and submit to inspection. The commanding officer addressed the female driver with a crisp salute. his voice resonating. Contrary to the dramatic portrayals in the news, the beautiful driver did not act entitled, but politely produced her identification, Li Qing. The officer began comparing the details on the identification card with the striking woman before him. Yes, Li Qing has a melodious voice. From Hong Kong? The officer's brow furrowed. That I'm sorry, but there is a directive in place that prohibits any individuals not registered in this county from entering. He returned her identification and denied her entry into Yinlu Township. Excuse me, which military district do you belong to? Li Qing inquired politely. The officer shot a furious glance at the rookie who had spoken. Thank you, Li Qing smiled gently at the rookie. Instead of leaving immediately, she made a phone call, the recipient unknown. Soon, the officer's phone rang. The identity of the caller remained a mystery, but the officer could be seen nodding vigorously, murmuring, "Yes, sir. Yes, allow her through immediately." After a moment of astonishment, the officer offered a respectful salute to Li Qing and commanded the militia to remove the roadblocks. Once the enigmatic Li Qing passed, it was finally Wei Ping's turn for inspection. A middle-aged man stepped out of his vehicle and whispered something to the officer, who immediately shook his head in disagreement, ordering his subordinates to forcibly open the man's car door for inspection. From the back seat emerged a boy supporting an elderly man. The boy seemed ordinary, but the elderly man appeared frail, his arms wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through, as if a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away. The middle-aged man skillfully retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from the driver's seat, bowing slightly as he said, "Sir, my mother was bitten by a rabid dog in the village, and we urgently need to get to the hospital in the county." The officer accepted the cigarettes without a word, placing them in the nearby military jeep that he then nodded to the militia, who promptly opened the roadblocks to let them pass. Wei Ping watched this unfold with a frown, astonished that such practices had infiltrated the military. This was precisely the sort of behavior he had always looked down upon. However, having undergone a life-and-death transformation, he had changed significantly, no longer harboring disdain for the intricate web of human relations. Regrettably, the deeply entrenched cultural norms of Xia country, cultivated over thousands of years, seemed poised for eradication. Those who survived would undoubtedly possess immense strength, intelligence, and fortuitous luck, for reasons unknown, as this thought crossed his mind. A surge of excitement welled up within him. "You have entered a military temporary control zone. Please pull over and turn off your engine. Step out of the vehicle for inspection." The rookie halted Wei Ping. At last, it was his turn. Wei Ping took a deep breath, adjusting his demeanor before exiting the car. Chapter 22. The Apocalypse Revisited. Wei Ping obediently stepped out of the vehicle for inspection. Fully aware of the peril of confronting the military, especially during such a critical period of control, it would be tantamount to courting death. The rookie inspecting him was the same one who had halted the sports car earlier. Yet the commanding officer was nowhere to be seen. After checking Wei Ping's identification, the rookie began to rummage through his vehicle with a roughness that set Wei Ping on edge, in no time. The rookie discovered 2 watermelon knives hidden within a hiking backpack, promptly pointing his gun at Wei Ping and ordering, "Weapons are not permitted in the military control zone." Panic surged through Wei Ping. These knives were his greatest reliance against the bizarre entities. Without them, not only would he be unable to rescue his ex-wife, but his very survival would be uncertain. Just as he found himself cornered, a figure in militia attire emerged from behind the rookie. Wei Ping recognized him as Le Jiong, the director of the Yinlu Township Armed Forces. That Le Jiong, having spotted Wei Ping, nodded and smiled in greeting before leaning in to whisper to the rookie, "Captain Xia, he is the director of our township's Rural Revitalization Office. Perhaps you can make an exception." The rookie seemed to revel in being addressed as captain, grinning and allowing Wei Ping to pass. Grateful, Wei Ping expressed his thanks and drove through the checkpoint. However, he did not venture far, instead parking his Land Rover beside Le Jiong to inquire about valuable intelligence to better prepare for the unforeseen circumstances surrounding his ex-wife's rescue. "Minister Le, it seems the world has changed drastically in just a few days. What is the situation like in Huayin County?" Wei Ping offered Le Jiong a cigarette. Le Jiong glanced at the imposing Land Rover and then at Wei Ping, suddenly recalling something. His expression turned grave as he said, "Director Wei, you should prioritize your own safety for now. Where have you been these past few days? Your phone has been off, and the leaders from the Rural Revitalization Bureau and the township head have been searching for you, inquiring about the whereabouts of the 20 million in agricultural revitalization funds. This morning, The leaders from the Rural Revitalization Bureau and the township head convened a meeting of the Inlu Township Party Committee, resulting in new personnel appointments. Several ineffective officials have been dismissed, and your position as director has been taken over by Xiao Li from your department. The supervisory departments and the auditing bureau are investigating this fund, and they require you to report to the supervisory department for questioning immediately. I wonder if your Land Rover is linked to the misappropriated funds. Lu Jiong relayed a multitude of events that had transpired over the past 2 days, leaving the last part unspoken as he quietly observed Wei Ping's reaction to his surprise. He found no trace of panic on Wei Ping's face. Wei Ping, wearing a calm and indifferent expression, replied, "Thank you for the information. Minister Lud, I am aware of the situation in the township, but I remain more concerned about the bizarre occurrences in Huayin County." Lu Jiong sighed, perplexed by Wei Ping's apparent nonchalance. With the stakes so high, he could easily find himself facing charges of embezzlement or misappropriation of public funds, yet he displayed an air of indifference. However, as a former colleague, seeing Wei Ping's concern for the situation in Huayin County, he decided to share what he knew. According to Lu Jiong, an incomplete tally indicated that nearly 10,000 people had disappeared and nearly 1,000 had been killed in Huayin County as of last night. No one knew where the missing population had vanished to. Even the police had been unable to locate their bodies or any clues. It was as if these 10,000 individuals had simply evaporated into thin air. Among those confirmed deceased, many had been found in a state of dismemberment, as if torn apart by some fearsome beast, and the police still lacked concrete evidence. Even more astonishing was that thousands of surveillance cameras throughout the streets had mysteriously malfunctioned overnight, losing all footage from the previous evening. Not even professionals could restore it. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping's expression turned grave, but he had not anticipated the severity of the bizarre occurrences in such a densely populated area. In a town of merely several hundred thousand, nearly 10,000 individuals had vanished or perished overnight. Moreover, he noticed that Lu Jiong's gaze flickered evasively as he spoke, indicating that he was withholding information. Wei Ping was certain that the truth was far more brutal than what Lu Jiong had disclosed. That to prevent societal panic, the higher-ups had undoubtedly concealed the core data and factual reality. After Wei Ping hastily bid farewell to Lu Jiong, he accelerated towards Huayin County at an average speed exceeding 180 kilometers per hour, cruising along the road without any hindrances. The once bustling thoroughfare, teeming with vehicles, now appeared desolate, with scarcely a car in sight, let alone any pedestrians. That as he entered the county city, the scenery around him underwent a dramatic transformation. That a bizarre apocalypse had descended, plunging the entire city into chaos and terror overnight. The atmosphere resembled that of an end-of-the-world scenario. Events unfolded too rapidly, and much information had either not been disseminated through media channels or was perhaps deliberately concealed by authorities. The reality before him was far graver than what was portrayed on television. The streets were strewn with dilapidated buildings and rubble, the air thick with the stench of decay and smoke. The city was on the brink of ruin. Traffic congestion and accidents were rampant, with the streets filled with the acrid smell of exhaust fumes and the remnants of fires. The once thriving skyscrapers now stood as mere skeletal remains, and the streets were littered with debris and ruins. The facades of buildings had collapsed, windows shattered, and doors lay scattered, as if the city had endured a cataclysm. Shops lining the streets had suffered severe damage. Their windows were shattered, shelves toppled, and goods lay strewn about. Some establishments had even been set ablaze, leaving charred marks in their wake on the city streets. People fled in all directions, seeking safe havens. Stores, supermarkets, and banks were ransacked, leaving behind a trail of abandoned items and derelict vehicles. Individuals hurriedly retreated into their homes, shutting doors and windows in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the unknown threats lurking outside. Police and military forces were deployed en masse, desperately trying to quell the unrest, resulting in utter pandemonium. Public facilities had also suffered immense damage. Bus stations, subway stations, libraries, and museums lay in ruins or severely compromised. Roads and traffic infrastructure were damaged to varying extents, rendering urban transportation exceedingly difficult. Communication networks were paralyzed, isolating individuals from their loved ones, forcing them to rely solely on their own wits for survival. Parks and green spaces had become desolate. Trees withered, lawns lay barren, and flower beds wilted. Some public amenities, such as sculptures and fountains, had either been destroyed or buried beneath the rubble. Wei Ping understood that this was merely the beginning of the bizarre apocalypse, far from its conclusion. Humanity's future would be fraught with challenges. These images incessantly replayed in his mind, a reality he fervently wished to avoid. Resigned, he parked his vehicle on the outskirts of the city, fully equipped, and cautiously maneuvered through the chaotic throngs. Making his way to his first destination, a certain commercial bank. Chapter 23. The net cutter along the main street of Huayin County. Shops were vandalized, their doors and windows shattered, as throngs of people surged in. Desperate to loot, particularly at stores selling essential food supplies, where the crowds were particularly overwhelming, that it was nearly impossible to enter the store, as the frenzied expressions in the eyes of the people revealed their madness. Strangely, most participants in this chaotic frenzy were young individuals that moment. A man wearing a low-brimmed cap, obscuring his face, clad in thick black clothing, and carrying a black backpack with two peculiar fruit knives protruding, stealthily emerged from behind a damaged vehicle. Unlike the frenzied looters, he displayed no interest in the shops lining the street, instead crouching low and cautiously seeking cover as he advanced. After taking a few steps, he encountered another damaged car, and without hesitation, he quickly hid behind it, cautiously peering around to assess the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was paying attention to him, he swiftly darted out. However, the sight of a corpse in the car made his pupils constrict. A naked woman lay sprawled across the vehicle's roof, her body creating a deep indentation, indicating she had fallen from a great height. Her alabaster figure was striking, yet upon closer inspection, something was amiss. Her unnaturally pale skin resembled that of someone drained of blood. Looking upwards revealed a horrific sight. Her skull appeared to have been gnawed upon. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, with one eye hanging precariously from its socket, fixating intently on him. The man, clearly horrified by the gruesome scene, managed to suppress a scream. This furtive figure was none other than Wei Ping. Familiar scenes from his past life replayed vividly before him. Even the sight of the young people frantically looting was an exact replica of what he had witnessed before. Many among them were likely residents of the nearby streets and villages, some of whom he had encountered in his professional life. Regrettably, most of them were destined to perish soon. From his recollections, he knew that before long, a horde of low-level entities would emerge, systematically slaughtering them. The more people congregated in one place, the less safe it became. These low-level entities lacked intelligence and would attack anyone on sight with ferocity. Wei Ping initially intended to warn them, but reconsidered upon seeing the frenzied expressions on their faces. He noticed a small, peculiar corpse lying not far from the woman's body, its limbs resembling those of a crab, with a body akin to that of a shrimp and sharp pincers protruding. The small entity had a bloody gash around its neck. Its head severed from its body, clearly the result of a precise strike with a sharp object, a net cutter. But it was much smaller than the one he had seen previously. Wei Ping suddenly recalled one of the entities he had encountered in the ghostly shrine. Sure enough, a description of the peculiar corpse appeared above that net cutter. Entity Value 1. Juvenile, possesses a pair of large pincers capable of slicing a person into pieces. Was merely a juvenile, which explained its diminutive size, and with an entity value of only 1, he felt confident he could handle it. Wei Ping felt a surge of courage as he grasped the two peculiar fruit knives tightly. He continued forward. His ex-wife Wu Weiwei's bank was now a mere 100 meters away. Just as he approached within 50 meters of the bank, an unexpected twist occurred that a short man, upon spotting Wei Ping, seemed to have found a lifeline. "Help me, please." The short man clutched Wei Ping desperately. Wei Ping initially intended to shake him off, but the man's sudden appearance caught him off guard. Just moments after the man had hidden behind him, a juvenile net cutter appeared right before Wei Ping. Its pincers dripped with blood, clearly indicating that they had just sliced open the man's abdomen. Upon seeing the entity before him, Wei Ping secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a juvenile net cutter with an entity value of 1. The short man, seeing the juvenile net cutter charging towards them, was paralyzed with fear and immediately crouched behind Wei Ping, forcefully pushing him towards the entity as he stumbled away in panic. Wei Ping staggered forward due to the sudden shove, his chest thrust directly towards the net cutter's pincers. Cold sweat broke out as he realized he was on the brink of death. He sprang into action, leaping into the air, clearing over a meter high to narrowly evade the deadly pincers. That was close. Thankfully, he had invested in a point to his speed attribute, or he might not have made it out alive today. Once he regained his footing, he wiped the sweat from his brow and glared angrily at the fleeing short man, who had nearly caused his demise. The juvenile net cutter, excited by the prospect of a meal, was about to eviscerate the suddenly appearing man when, in an instant, its vision blurred and the figure vanished from sight. Its low intelligence meant it did not look back, keeping its gaze fixed ahead. It soon caught sight of the short man again, whose abdomen had been sliced open, and its excitement returned as it lunged towards him with frenzied screeches. The short man, realizing he had evaded becoming the entity's meal, was now being pursued again, and in sheer terror, he lost control of his bodily functions. Frantically calling for Wei Ping's help, he crawled desperately forward, but his injuries slowed him down significantly. The juvenile net cutter quickly caught up, its pincers swiftly severing the short man's neck, blood gushing forth as he convulsed a couple of times before falling silent. The juvenile net cutter immediately set upon him, tearing the body into pieces and devouring it voraciously. Wei Ping watched the entire scene unfold, his stomach churning in revulsion. Noticing the juvenile net cutter was too focused on its meal to pay him any mind, he recognized this as his opportunity to strike. The creature was foraging nearby, and if he did not eliminate it now, it could claim more lives in the future. Wei Ping hesitated for a moment, steeling himself, and quietly drew the two fruit knives as he stealthily approached the juvenile net cutter, determined to take it down. Chapter 24. The terrifying bell sound. Wei Ping tread lightly, fearful of startling the creature. As he closed the distance to within half a meter of the juvenile net cutter, he decided to strike. Now, he no longer hesitated, bringing one of the peculiar fruit knives down upon the net cutter's stout neck. With a sickening sound, one of its pincers flew off, severed cleanly by Wei Ping's strike. To his dismay, he had not anticipated that the juvenile net cutter, with an entity value of only 1, would react so swiftly, managing to block his lethal blow with one of its pincers. The juvenile net cutter, now missing an arm, retreated several meters in pain, its small eyes fixed on Wei Ping with a wild intensity as it emitted a series of piercing shrieks that it was incorrect. It seemed to be calling for its companions, and it was imperative to resolve the matter immediately. Otherwise, once its companions arrived, it would undoubtedly lead to its own demise. Wei Ping felt a surge of urgency within. Without regard for the danger, he boldly advanced, striking once more with his knife towards the neck of the juvenile net cutter. The juvenile net cutter appeared to be greatly intimidated by the peculiar watermelon knife in Wei Ping's hand. Recognizing its lethal potential, it dared not use its large pincers to block the attack, instead evading Wei Ping's full-force strike with a swift maneuver. Hiss, how could it be so fast, despite having augmented his speed attributes? Wei Ping's velocity was now akin to that of a national-level sprint athlete, yet he still found himself easily evaded. Panic surged within Wei Ping, causing his thoughts to race as he contemplated his next move. Suddenly, a glint flickered in his eyes, and a strange smile crept across his face that he sheathed the peculiar watermelon knife, refraining from further assault on the juvenile net cutter, and instead turned to feign retreat. Presenting his back to the creature, adopting a posture of desperation, the juvenile net cutter, sensing its prey had exposed its vulnerability, was immediately compelled by its predatory instincts to pursue, completely forgetting the near-fatal encounter from moments prior. Wei Ping glanced back to see the juvenile net cutter indeed pursuing him, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as his cunning plan unfolded. Naturally, Wei Ping's speed could not match that of the juvenile net cutter. It quickly closed the distance, lifting its remaining large claw to strike at Wei Ping's back in a flash. Wei Ping grinned and spun around, retrieving a canister of basic slow-acting spray from his pocket. Spraying it at the net cutter. The creature was caught in the spray, its speed suddenly reduced to a fraction. Wei Ping effortlessly dodged the net cutter's attack, pivoting to draw 2 watermelon knives. Unleashing a frenzied onslaught upon the juvenile net cutter, at last, Wei Ping exhaled in relief, sheathing the knives that a beam of black and white light erupted from above Wei Ping's head, striking the ground where the juvenile net cutter lay, instantly disintegrating it into fragments that vanished into the Hall of Spirits, leaving the ground barren. However, this time, unlike his previous encounter with the aberrant entity, there was no system notification indicating the acquisition of attribute points. This left Wei Ping somewhat disappointed, yet he quickly reconciled himself, understanding that the juvenile net cutter's bizarre value was merely 1, making the absence of attribute points entirely reasonable. After a brief tidying up, Wei Ping pressed on, safely arriving at the entrance of the bank without encountering any further anomalies. Upon entering, he discovered the bank's floor littered with documents, and even the thick, bulletproof glass at the counter lay shattered. With several bodies of bank employees in uniforms sprawled across the floor, that a heaviness settled in Wei Ping's heart as he hurriedly began to search through the fallen. Among the bodies, he found a woman bearing the name tag of the branch manager, along with several ordinary bank clerks, yet he did not find the body of his ex-wife, Wu Weiwei. This indicated that Wu Weiwei might still be alive. Where could she possibly be now? Wei Ping fell into deep contemplation. The only place he could think of was the residence of Zhao Su, the sole heir of the director of the construction bureau in Luyin County. However, this thought caused him to hesitate. For Zhao Su was a man he had long wished to avoid, the very one who had betrayed him. Yet, after merely a moment's pause, he set off toward Zhao Su's home, that he could live without his ex-wife. But Wei could not be without her mother. Just as he opened the car door, a series of piercing screams erupted from the street behind him. Wei Ping turned to witness a horrifying scene. A multitude of adult net cutters, accompanied by a swarm of juvenile net cutters, were ruthlessly slaughtering the crowd, seemingly in a frenzy of revenge. Among them, the largest net cutter, with eyes the size of beans, fixed its gaze upon Wei Ping and charged towards him with all its might. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Ping slammed the car door shut and pressed the gas pedal, quickly fleeing the street in a cloud of smoke that he dared not let his guard down. The adult net cutters were incredibly swift, and it wasn't until he accelerated beyond 180 km/h that he finally managed to shake off the massive creature. Zhao Su's family was affluent, to say the least. They resided in a grand villa purchased in the vicinity rather than within the county. At that moment, Wei Ping was racing towards Zhao Su's villa at full speed. After roughly 20 minutes, he arrived at a stately European-style villa and came to a halt before a tightly locked iron gate. Without hesitation, he floored the accelerator and charged directly at the gate. With a resounding crash, the iron gate was forcibly flung open by Wei Ping's vehicle. Upon entering the courtyard, he found himself confronted with a swimming pool at the entrance, flanked by winding walkways, preventing him from driving any further. Reluctantly, Wei Ping gathered his equipment, fully armed, and disembarked to proceed on foot. Crossing the pool, he entered an expansive lawn adorned with a playground and a lavish dining table. Wealthy individuals certainly knew how to indulge. Wei Ping marveled at the realization of where he had faltered. He continued across the lawn, finding no signs of danger nor hearing any sounds, as if the vast villa were devoid of life. This instead heightened Wei Ping's vigilance. One hand clutched the watermelon knife firmly, while the other gripped the basic slow-acting spray, ever watchful for any signs of movement. Approaching the villa's main entrance, he discovered the door was unlocked. Slightly ajar, with no lights illuminating the interior, shrouded in darkness. Hesitant to enter recklessly, he attempted once more to call Wu Weiwei's phone. Initially harboring little hope, he was startled to hear the distinct sound of a ringing phone emanating from within the villa. Dingling. The once silent and desolate villa was suddenly pierced by the jarring ringtone, creating a chilling atmosphere. Chapter 25. Aberrant entity. Wei Ping's heart raced. Wu Weiwei was indeed here. "Weiwei, are you there?" he called out. Puzzled. Had he arrived too late? Ignoring his own safety, he wedged the watermelon knife into the door's crack, prying it open but refraining from rushing inside. After a moment of silence, he cautiously began to step forward, inching deeper into the darkness. Just as half of his body crossed the threshold, a towering figure loomed before him, obscuring his vision. Before Wei Ping could comprehend the identity of his assailant, his left arm was slashed open, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough. He had swiftly retreated, using his left arm to deflect the blow. Otherwise, the strike would have surely met his forehead, as it was clearly aimed at him. "Ah, Zhao Su," he exclaimed. Through the sliver of light filtering in from the door, Wei Ping finally discerned the identity of his attacker. It was none other than Zhao Su, the neighbor next door. However, the current Zhao Su appeared extraordinarily abnormal. His entire right arm transformed into a metallic hook, still stained with Wei Ping's blood and fleshed at "No, you're not Zhao Su." Suddenly, Wei Ping's strange talisman illuminated, revealing a description above Zhao Su's head. Basic corpse variant, bizarre value 3, attacks prey using its head and metallic hook. Caw-caw. Zhao emitted a peculiar sound, displaying excitement upon seeing Wei Ping. Wei Ping's gaze flickered. The Zhao before him had evidently morphed into a monstrous being, exhibiting formidable strength, leaving no room for communication that he was no match for it. The basic corpse variant, with a bizarre value reaching 3, was beyond his capability to confront. Retreat was essential. Wei Ping, decisive by nature, immediately chose to withdraw upon recognizing the creature's overwhelming power. Strangely, as he stepped back through the villa's entrance, the sunlight bathed his position. Zhao, now inside, did not pursue. Instead, he frantically roamed within, roaring in frustration while simultaneously fearing the sunlight outside. He battered the door, distorting the steel barrier with a few blows that so its weakness lies in sunlight. No wonder it fears to follow me out, Wei Ping thought, feeling a sense of relief that he retrieved a spare combat bandage from his backpack, wrapping it around his wounded left arm to staunch the bleeding. Gazing at the terrifying Zhao before him, he contemplated briefly before turning to leave. The answer was likely that Wu Weiwei had successfully escaped. Or perhaps she had already met her end. Just as Wei Ping was about to exit the villa's lawn, a piercing female voice echoed from the 3rd floor. Wei Ping, don't abandon me. Help. The voice was all too familiar. He had sacrificed so much for it, only to ultimately lose her. It was Wu Weiwei's voice. Wei Ping's steps faltered instantly that he recognized the voice of his treacherous ex-wife, Wu Weiwei, and abruptly turned his gaze toward the 4th floor. Finding no one there, as he scanned downward, he finally noticed a tall woman standing on a narrow beam on the 3rd floor, clad only in black lace. The woman appeared to be in a state of sheer terror, desperately calling out to Wei Ping that a horrifying turn of events unfolded, as Zhao seemed to have also heard the commotion from above. The creature that had been roaring at the door suddenly turned and dashed back inside, clearly headed toward the woman on the 3rd floor. Wei Ping's heart raced in alarm. He could no longer afford to hesitate. He drew 2 watermelon knives and dashed toward the villa in a frenzy. This spectacle unfolded before the woman on the rooftop, her gaze momentarily lost in a daze, as if time had transported her back to a midsummer day during her high school years. She remembered inviting Wei Ping, Zhao and several close female classmates for a picnic by a stream behind the school, where she had fallen into the water due to the soft, slippery soil, nearly getting swept away. Everyone had been frozen in fear, for none could swim, and no one dared to plunge into the water to rescue her. At the moment of her despair, Wei Ping, who was engrossed in barbecuing, discovered her drowning in the water. Just like today, he frantically leaped into the depths without a second thought to save her. During her university years, she was in a rebellious phase, enamored with vanity, and befriended some unsavory female classmates. They would frequent bars for drinks, only to be harassed by drunken thugs. That it was in that moment of utmost helplessness that a man burst into the bar, recklessly charging at the thugs. And yet, why did she abandon him and seek solace in another's embrace? How? While Wu Weiwei was lost in her thoughts, a tremendous roar from a monstrous creature jolted her back to reality. A tall figure, both familiar and strange, loomed before her, baring its teeth. Zhao. Zhao. I am your wife, Wu Weiwei. Please don't eat me. Wu Weiwei fearfully shuffled back, only to realize there was no space left behind her. One more step and she would plummet from the 3rd floor. How? Zhao did not advance, for his towering frame could not squeeze through the narrow beam. Fortunately, he could not come through, with Zhao temporarily restrained. Wu Weiwei felt a slight sense of relief that in her fright, she called out to Wei Ping below. Wei Ping, please come save me. I am so scared. Upon hearing her, Wei Ping quickened his pace. Ascending the 3-story staircase in mere seconds that as he reached the top, he encountered Zhao, who was baring his teeth at him. Wei Ping's fervor was instantly doused by the cold reality. The Zhao before him was beyond his capacity to confront. He struggled even against a juvenile entity with a bizarre value of 1, let alone this mutated beast boasting a value of 3, and with a wry smile, Wei Ping resigned himself to the notion that this battle might be his final stand since his rebirth. He shook his head violently, casting aside all strange thoughts, and steeled himself to face the monstrous foe. Cackle. Zhao suddenly pivoted, his hook-like appendage slicing swiftly towards Wei Ping. Wei Ping attempted to dodge, but the creature's speed was overwhelming. leaving him no time to evade. Desperately, he raised the watermelon knife in his right hand to meet the attack. Clang! The peculiar watermelon knife clashed against the hook, producing a metallic clang. Wei Ping felt as though his arm had collided with an oncoming train. His entire right arm went limp, shooting pain coursing through him as the bizarre watermelon knife was flung aside. Cackle! Zhao Su's face split open down the middle, revealing rows of teeth as a long siphon extended forth, aiming to consume Wei Ping. Wei Ping. Behind him, Wu Weiwei watched in horror as Wei Ping seemed on the verge of being devoured by the monster. Her fear overwhelming, causing her to lose control, yellow liquid seeping from the lace of her garment. Chapter 26. The Unknown Door Guardian. Suddenly, Wu Weiwei heard a spraying sound emanating from Wei Ping. The speed of the siphon extending from Zhao Su's face had slowed significantly. Wei Ping's head tilted as he fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Alas, before he could revel in his fortune, Zhao Su charged again, the hook slicing towards Wei Ping's face, and this time, he was utterly defenseless on the ground. Sigh, in this life of rebirth, he ultimately could not alter his fate. Wei Ping gazed at his left arm, wrapped in bandages and immobile, then at his limp right arm. Gently closing his eyes, thud. To his surprise, he did not feel the pain of the attack to his face. Instead, he heard the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. Wei Ping opened his eyes in astonishment to witness a delightful sight. A half-watermelon knife blade protruded from Zhao Su's chest, green blood gushing forth, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Zhao Su, in disbelief, twisted his head 360 degrees and discovered a woman standing behind him, wielding a watermelon knife plunged into his chest. Howl! The creature, unable to tolerate being wounded by such a seemingly weak morsel, swung its hook violently at the woman. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying like a toy, plummeting from the third floor. Wei Ping's eyes turned bloodshot, and he completely lost his sanity. The woman who had been swept away by the monster was none other than his ex-wife, Wu Weiwei, the mother of his daughter, Wei Ping. Fueled by an unknown strength, sprang to his feet, biting down on another peculiar watermelon knife on the ground and lunging at Zhao Su with fervor. Zhao Su could have dodged, but the narrow beam of the third floor left him no room to escape. Then came the sound of another piercing stab as the knife's tip emerged from his abdomen. Zhao Su howled in agony, but retaliation was inevitable. The hook plunged into Wei Ping's abdomen, chilling him to the core. The hook withdrew, only to pierce through Wei Ping's chest, emerging from his back. That Wu Weiwei's death seemed to numb Wei Ping to the pain. He disregarded his injuries, biting down on the handle of the knife once more and driving it into the heart of Zhao Su. Yet that was not enough for vengeance. Even after piercing his heart, he twisted the knife mercilessly. His teeth, overwhelmed by the force, shattered, leaving him with a mouthful of broken fragments. But still he shouted and twisted the handle with unrelenting fury. In that moment, he had succumbed to madness. Embracing a life-for-a-life mentality, Zhao Su, with his heart utterly obliterated, trembled twice before falling still. Wei Ping, oblivious to Zhao Su's demise, continued to gnash the knife handle into the creature's chest, blood and flesh streaming from his mouth in a ghastly display. Time lost its meaning as he exerted his last ounce of strength, gradually collapsing, losing consciousness. Wei Ping's body suddenly vanished from the realm of reality, reappearing in the long corridor of the black and white temple of the weird gods. Time passed slowly, 1 minute, an hour, a day, a month, a year. He lay there, unaware of how long he had been sprawled on the steps, oblivious to the number of bizarre entities passing by him. Ultimately, after what felt like an eternity, he entered a long, drawn-out dream. Awakening at last, he felt a twitch in his fingers, followed by his arms, then his body, and finally, with great effort, he lifted his head. He waved his hand before his eyes, furrowing his brow. Hadn't Zhao Su killed him? Why was he still alive? Confused, he gazed upwards, discovering himself sprawled in the corridor of the black and white temple, surrounded by a multitude of bizarre entities, all pointing and murmuring about him, that I'm not dead. Could it be that the temple of the weird gods saved me? Wei Ping seemed to grasp the answer, but he had no desire to probe further. For he was in agony. Every bone in his body ached. Lying on the corridor, he groaned for an extended period until he regained a modicum of strength. He lifted his gaze towards the grand entrance of the temple. which was not far from his position. The door guardians on either side of the temple stood with arms crossed, curiously observing Wei Ping, showing no inclination to assist him, ignoring the pain coursing through him. Wei Ping summoned every ounce of strength in his arms to crawl upwards, reminiscent of a beggar dragging himself along the ground in his past life. With each step up the staircase, he required lengthy pauses to recuperate. Did I in this manner? He ascended, unaware of how long he had been crawling or how long he had endured the pain, until he finally found himself before the two towering guardians of the temple. Only then did he realize he had reached the grand entrance. The words inscribed above the entrance remained ominously eerie, sending chills down his spine. That moment, the voice of the system echoed, "Welcome, number 999999, level 2 weird child, to the Temple of the Weird Gods that we wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Level 2 weird child. Why is it different from last time?" With keen awareness, Wei Ping discerned the change in the system. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He opened his attribute panel and confirmed that his level had indeed risen from 1 to 2, with corresponding attributes appearing in various parts of his body, clearly indicating rewarded attribute points. It seemed he had gained a level by defeating the mutated Zhao Su, and the temple absorbed his essence, granting him this advancement along with a point of attribute reward. Wei Ping's mind turned slightly as he pieced together the reasoning. After facing both the juvenile entity and the mutated Zhao Su, he increasingly felt the disparity in speed between himself and these bizarre beings. He was utterly incapable of countering them. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious attribute point to his legs, instantly feeling his speed more than double. Should he encounter Zhao Su again, even if he could not defeat him, he would at least possess the strength to fight back. "Crawlers, you are indeed the number 999999 weird child." The left guardian's voice boomed like thunder above Wei Ping's head. Wei Ping rubbed his slightly numb eardrums, bewilderedly gazing at the left guardian. To his astonishment, he failed to recognize himself, despite the faint emergence of his lavish demeanor, worth a staggering 10 trillion ghost coins, flanked by 2 Pekingese dogs resembling door guardians. He now seemed unrecognizable. What on earth had transpired? Wei Ping found himself once again grappling with an incomprehensible situation. The apocalyptic and bizarre world was rife with uncertainties. Chapter 27. The Red Veil. Wei Ping was racked with excruciating pain. Leaving him no time to engage in idle chatter with the enigmatic gatekeeper, he cut to the chase, inquiring directly, "Does the enigmatic temple offer any items for healing?" Having previously scoured the first floor of the temple, he found only mundane items and the daily necessities of the bizarre entities, none suitable for his needs. Upon receiving his answer, he disregarded the gatekeeper entirely and mustered his strength to crawl toward the teleportation array leading to the temple's second floor. Armed with the knowledge gained from his initial experience, Wei Ping had familiarized himself with the temple's rules that as long as he possessed ghost coins and adhered to the temple's regulations, he had no reason to fear anyone. Including the terrifying gatekeeper with a bizarre value of 100 standing before him, that in their eyes, humans were merely delectable morsels. Why should he grovel before them, cleaning himself up for their consumption? The gatekeepers, incensed by Wei Ping's blatant disregard, shrieked in outrage, exuding an aura of terror that left the shopping entities trembling in fear. After a grueling 10 minutes of crawling, he finally reached the teleportation array, which was enveloped in swirling black and white mist. Beside the array was a coin slot, clearly marked with the cost for teleportation to various floors. To ascend to the second floor, Wei Ping needed only 10 ghost coins. He attempted to discern the costs for higher floors, but the text was obscured by a hazy shroud of black and white mist, indicating his insufficient level to comprehend it. Without hesitation, he produced 10 ghost coins and deposited them. A black and white energy swept over him from head to toe, and soon the circular array opened a portal, allowing him to crawl through with great difficulty. Once inside the array, he discovered several bizarre entities, shrouded in dense black and white mist, waiting impatiently for him, that he sensed an overwhelming aura of dread emanating from them. They appeared formidable, with one in particular, the Red Veil, exuding a presence that far surpassed that of the gatekeeper. The information in his bizarre catalog read, "Logical anomaly, Red Veil, bizarre value." This indicated that according to his current catalog level, he lacked the qualifications to investigate the entity before him, that a mere glance at the Red Veil transported him into an illusory space, a room adorned with auspicious symbols. featuring a wedding bed where a graceful woman, clad in a red veil. Saturday, the veiled woman suddenly inquired timidly, "Am I beautiful?" In the next moment, a higher-level rule, disregarding the logic of the illusion created by the red veil, yanked Wei Ping back to reality. Saved by the enigmatic temple, Wei Ping dared not glance at the red veil again, instinctively lowering his head in fear, no longer possessing the courage to observe the bizarre entities surrounding him. For reasons unknown, he felt as though the bizarre entities were scrutinizing him, akin to assessing an intriguing prey, an unsettling sensation that filled him with discomfort. Shortly thereafter, two more bizarre entities enveloped in black and white mist approached the array. Wei Ping could not discern their appearances, only realizing that the teleportation array signaled it was at capacity before commencing its operation. In an instant, the black and white swirled, and Wei Ping was ejected from the array, finding himself on the second floor of the enigmatic temple. The second floor presented a stark contrast to the first. Instead of a marketplace layout, it resembled a library on Earth. The expansive space was lined with countless cabinets, each topped with a black and white orb containing various items. In front of each cabinet was a circular button. Merely touching it would reveal the item information within his mind, a marvel indeed. The second floor was significantly quieter than the first, and the bizarre entities here were generally more powerful, boasting values exceeding 10, any one of which could easily eliminate him. Following the incident with the red veil, Wei Ping no longer dared to flaunt his wealth. Understanding that even the enigmatic temple lacked the power to erase formidable entities like the red veil. Thus, he refrained from ostentation, recognizing the inherent danger of such ignorance. Enduring his pain, he continued to crawl, persistently searching for healing items. Washing elixir, primary level, can cleanse the impurities of bizarre bodies. Limited to bizarre users, priced at 1,000 ghost coins. Wei Ping felt a twinge of disappointment. This item was entirely useless to him. Next, he examined another vial of elixir. Strength elixir, primary level, enhances bizarre strength. Limited to bizarre users, priced at 100 ghost coins. Again, it was of no use that he perused dozens of elixirs. Longevity elixir, facade elixir, rending elixir, restoration elixir. The array of concoctions was vast, and while some could mend injuries, they were all designed for bizarre entities, leaving him without recourse. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed a neglected corner in the elixir section, which designated a category for food elixirs. What might this entail? Wei Ping pondered, yet curiosity compelled him to crawl over, drawing disdainful glances from passing bizarre entities. The food elixir section was sparsely populated. The shelves were mostly empty and coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating a long absence of restocking. Suddenly, he spotted, in an inconspicuous corner, an elixir gently floating above the counter. Saliva elixir, primary level, can be administered to ingredients to repair hidden injuries, eliminate impurities, and enhance flavor, rendering cooked food delectable and juicy, enticing countless bizarre entities. Limited to humans and similar living ingredients, priced at 500 ghost coins. Chapter 28. Godzilla. Wei Ping observed that humans were regarded as the most exquisite ingredients by the bizarre entities, yet he felt no aversion, akin to humanity's treatment of animals, as different species existed. However, the price of this elixir at 500 ghost coins rendered it a luxury, explaining its dust-laden state and lack of sales, an extravagance for ordinary bizarre entities. Just as he reached for the elixir, a voice emerged from behind. "Put it down. This elixir belongs to me." That a bizarre entity, reminiscent of a miniature Godzilla, stood before him, distinguished only by the presence of wings sprouting from its back. The catalog identified this entity as belonging to the Other Beast category. Other Beasts, bizarre value 30, juvenile, capable of spewing fireballs to vanquish foes. Wei Ping initially contemplated retaliating, but quickly reconsidered upon noting the entity's formidable value of 30. Far beyond his own limited capabilities, he dared not provoke it and adopted a submissive demeanor. Suppressing his irritation, he forced an awkward expression and said, "My dear Other Beast, I found this first at O. And what of it? If I desire something, do you think a feeble, nearly dead worm like you can oppose me? How dare you attempt to steal from me?" Godzilla replied with a haughty air, showing no willingness to reason. "My lord, that saliva elixir can only be consumed by us. It holds no value for you. May I ask why you are so determined to possess it?" "For no particular reason. I simply wish to witness your demise. Godzilla replied nonchalantly. Wei Ping stammered, pointing at Godzilla, speechless that he felt the palpable malice emanating from the bizarre world, fueling a deep-seated rage within him. The disdainful attitudes of these bizarre entities towards humans were blatant. They referred to him as a worm and held their noses high that Godzilla's words ignited Wei Ping's fury. You vile worm, you infuriate me. The weak worm will only rely on empty bravado that I have devoured no less than 800 humans. Once you perish, I shall purchase your cleansed flesh, that I wonder, should it be steamed or braised? Huh. Godzilla sneered cruelly. However, before Godzilla could finish laughing, it vanished in a blur, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Wei Ping felt the saliva elixir slip from his grasp. When Godzilla reappeared, it held the elixir in its tiny claws. How is it possible for such a small body to move so swiftly? I barely had time to react. It was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to follow. Wei Ping thought, alarmed. Yet his anger surged. How dare you steal my elixir? Give it back. Return it. Certainly, here it is, but let's see if you have the strength to retrieve it from my claws, Godzilla taunted, holding the elixir tantalizingly close to Wei Ping. You are crossing the line. Wei Ping realized that even in peak condition, he would stand no chance against Godzilla, let alone in his current state. Thus, he understood that he could not simply snatch back the saliva elixir. But he was not without his own means of countering the threat. Since this is a place for shopping, there must be rules governing it. What he needs to do now is to escalate the situation, as that will provide him with an opportunity. With this thought, Wei Ping began to shout loudly, "Robbery! This hideously ugly Godzilla is robbing me." His voice was so loud that it attracted all the peculiar beings around, eager to witness the spectacle. Godzilla was merely one of the bizarre creatures, and although its eccentricity level was notably high at 30, it did not possess the logical anomaly of the Red Veil. Nor was it as formidable as the woman from the first encounter who sought to kill him. Despite its strength, it was inferior to the rules of the anomalous temple, as long as it wasn't a logical anomaly. It could do nothing within the anomalous temple. Otherwise, it would have devoured itself long ago, rather than engage in trivial conversation with its own food. Given this, I have no reason to fear it. Understanding this, Wei Ping felt emboldened. You vile creature. Godzilla's face darkened upon witnessing Wei Ping's audacious approach. The ruckus from their quarrel attracted a multitude of onlookers that as Godzilla noticed the growing crowd, its expression soured further. Feeling humiliated by being confronted by mere food. Well, you little reptile, dare to. The creature pointed a small claw at Wei Ping, its body trembling with dark and white energy. Suddenly, it opened its large mouth, gathering a dense black and white flame within, as if intending to incinerate Wei Ping to ashes in one breath. Wei Ping, in that moment, nervously gazed at the creature, fearing he might be consumed by the fiery inferno. Just then, a booming voice echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Who dares to cause a disturbance in the anomalous temple? Are you not afraid of the Lord's punishment? The voice originated from a towering figure, a guardian of the anomalous temple. Their quarrel had indeed drawn the attention of this guardian. Yet only the right guardian appeared this time. Upon hearing the voice, Godzilla froze, the flames in its mouth dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Wei Ping, witnessing this, felt an immediate sense of relief. However, Godzilla, seizing the opportunity to play the victim, exclaimed, "Great Guardian, I was merely retrieving a basic saliva pill to pay for it, yet this little reptile obstructed my path and attempted to steal it from me." The right guardian cast a sidelong glance at Wei Ping, eager to hear his explanation. Wei Ping, seething at Godzilla's deceitful accusation, retorted vehemently, "Guardian, Godzilla is lying. It was indeed I who acquired the saliva pill first, only to have it snatched away mid-transaction. Filthy reptile, the saliva pill in my grasp belongs to me. Who do you think the crowd will believe, you or me?" Godzilla maintained its haughty and domineering demeanor. Wei Ping scanned the crowd, only to find many siding with Godzilla. Anger surged within him as he felt a deep sense of defeat. After all, he was merely their food. Would anyone truly believe their own kind over their sustenance? The right guardian's booming voice echoed once more. "Enough. The matter is clear. The saliva pill was indeed acquired by Godzilla first. You, reptile, should cease your unreasonable commotion. or I shall have you expelled from the anomalous temple. Wei Ping perceived the obvious bias against him and cursed internally. However, this pill was the only means to heal his injuries on the second level, and it might even save Wu Weiwei. The thought of Wu Weiwei's fall from the building fortified his resolve to obtain the pill. You are being utterly unreasonable. Many witness Godzilla snatched the saliva pill from my hands. Are you all blind to the truth? Amidst the crowd, a chilling female voice emerged. I witnessed the events unfold and can attest that this young man speaks the truth. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Ping froze, an expression of disbelief washing over his face. He recognized the speaker as Manager AI from the car rental company. His first encounter with Manager AI had taken place at a rental agency in Huayin County, Inshui City, and the sight of AI's wide grin and peculiar gait had always sent shivers down his spine. Furthermore, AI, despite appearing male, possessed a voice that was unnaturally high-pitched, raising goosebumps on Wei Ping's skin. Manager AI, noticing that Wei Ping recognized him, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Ping felt a wave of unease as he sensed AI's scrutinizing gaze. As if evaluating him as a curious prey, "You, yin-yang creature, dare to meddle in my affairs. Are you courting death?" Godzilla roared in anger. However, before it could finish its sentence, it left the Right Guardian in shock, who quickly interjected, "Godzilla, you are courting disaster. Do you even realize who you are speaking to?" The Right Guardian then turned to Manager AI and bowed respectfully. "Honored Commander of the Anomalous, we welcome your presence." Manager AI waved dismissively, ignoring the Right Guardian, instead turning his interest toward the diminutive Godzilla. The Right Guardian's words caused an uproar among the onlookers. "What? The Commander of the Anomalous? That's a second-tier, fourth-level powerhouse." The crowd was astonished. Most of them were merely first-tier, second- or third-level beings, and had never encountered a figure of such stature. With this realization, all the peculiar beings in attendance bowed in deference to Manager AI. Expressing their respect for a formidable entity, they cast mocking glances at the small Godzilla, as if to say, "You're in trouble now, having offended the Commander of the Anomalous. Let's see how you fare." Upon hearing the Right Guardian refer to Manager AI as the Commander of the Anomalous, Godzilla understood the gravity of the situation. This terrifying second-tier, fourth-level being was one to whom even its own ancestors would tread carefully, let alone a mere first-tier, third-level creature like itself. That a profound sense of helplessness washed over Godzilla as it stood dazed in the wind. Wei Ping, equally taken aback, had not anticipated Manager AI's impressive strength and status among the anomalies. Instinctively, he activated the anomaly catalog to glean more about Manager AI, only to find two words above his head: Commander of the Anomalous, followed by a series of question marks. Clearly, Manager AI was as fearsome as the red veil creature he had encountered previously. The vast cosmos, governed by the highest 9 dimensions, nurtured the anomalous race, wielding the logic of anomalies. These words, while unfamiliar to him, resonated clearly. After an unknown number of epochs, a member of the 9-dimensional anomalous race was severely wounded by an 8-dimensional enemy. Now the master of the anomalous temple, and unexpectedly fell into the 3-dimensional world, the parallel universe where Wei Ping resided. Wei Ping's 3-dimensional parallel universe was an infinite realm of fantasy, composed of countless planets and diverse races. With the blue planet he inhabited being a remote part of this fantastical expanse. Over countless epochs, the realm was governed by an entity known as the Xian Ancestor. However, several epochs prior, the Xian Ancestor was unexpectedly slain by the Lord of Anomalies. The Lord of Anomalies sought to eradicate all sects of the fantastical realm, having already annihilated most of the cultivation races over numerous epochs. Some races with exceptional talents surrendered to the Lord of Anomalies, receiving his patronage, and were assimilated into his ranks, becoming his minions to slaughter the cultivation races of the fantastical realm. Among these was a planet inhabited by colossal monsters named Tesla, which caught the Lord's eye, leading to its assimilation into the anomalous beasts. Manager AI hailed from a race of extraordinary talent, vastly superior to Godzilla's lineage. After being assimilated by the Lord of Anomalies, he was appointed as the commander, tasked with ushering in the apocalypse of anomalies to various planetary races that end this impending apocalypse on Earth. Manager AI was the most prominent anomaly in this 3-dimensional parallel universe in terms of strength. The anomalies could be broadly categorized into 4 tiers: each with 9 levels, totaling 36 levels. Anomalies with a value under 100 were classified as first tier, with the peak of the first tier being at level 9, distinguished by increments of 10 in anomaly value. The Right Guardian's anomaly value was precisely 100, representing a peak first-tier anomaly. In contrast, Godzilla's race was a powerful second-tier, second-level anomaly, while Manager AI, referred to as the commander of the anomalous, had achieved the terrifying status of a second-tier, fourth-level entity, 2 levels above Godzilla's lineage. In the realm of anomalies, strength reigned supreme. Even a single-level difference could mean the chasm between victory and defeat. When faced with Manager AI, even Godzilla's ancestors would find themselves powerless, let alone the diminutive Godzilla. Contemplating this, Wei Ping recalled the intense gaze Manager AI had cast upon him during their previous encounters. Being scrutinized by such a powerful anomaly filled him with dread that if given a chance to rewind time, he would rather forego the saliva pill than face Manager AI again. Wei Ping examined Manager AI through the anomaly catalog. He noticed Manager AI's black and white pupils briefly close, followed by a swift glance around, evidently sensing someone was observing him. Wei Ping was taken aback. This was the first time his use of the anomaly catalog had been detected, prompting him to hastily shut it down. Sensing the disappearance of the scrutiny, Manager AI ceased his search and strode purposefully towards the diminutive Godzilla. You hail from the Godzilla clan of the Tesla planet, do you not? Manager AI extended his hand and gently tapped the forehead of little Godzilla, thereafter ignoring him completely. This time, little Godzilla was undoubtedly doomed. The enigmatic commander would not kill him within the Temple of Enigma. But once he stepped outside, his fate was sealed. The surrounding peculiar beings clearly understood Manager AI's actions and began to whisper among themselves. Chapter 30. How many Underworld coins is the horn on this enigmatic head worth? Senior, do you wish to kill me? Little Godzilla immediately grasped Manager AI's intentions and, terrified, retreated a few steps with his plump physique. However, Manager AI did not even spare him a glance. He cast a deep look at Wei Ping and then directly activated the teleportation array to leave. Wei Ping's face turned ashen. He distinctly felt a mark left in his mind by Manager AI's gaze. The Godzilla clan was known for their combative nature, having fought across various territories since their youth. Despite being merely a juvenile, little Godzilla had already seen many battles. Clearly not one to accept his fate, little Godzilla felt emboldened after Manager AI's departure. Great Lord of the Enigmatic Gates. I recall the logic of the Temple of Enigma. When two customers simultaneously vie for a single item, the one who offers the higher price prevails. The right enigmatic gate god nodded and replied, Indeed, that is the case. However, are you certain about defying the will of the enigmatic commander? Little Godzilla clenched his tiny claws tightly, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. He recalled the indulgent Godzilla ancestor, and a flicker of hope surged within him. The right enigmatic gate god regarded little Godzilla with an odd gaze. He understood how terrifying the commander was, that it was not merely a matter of killing him. Even slaying their revered ancestor would not be a challenging feat. Clearly, little Godzilla's youthful naivety was showing that he chose not to elaborate further, but respectfully turned to Wei Ping, asking in a conciliatory tone, Esteemed number 999999, enigmatic child, do you consent to Godzilla's proposal? The right enigmatic gate god's attitude underwent a complete transformation, and Wei Ping understood the reason. There had been a misunderstanding regarding the relationship between Commander AI and himself. However, he did not wish to clarify this and instead nodded in agreement, finding it laughable to compete with Godzilla in terms of wealth. Little Godzilla was taken aback by Wei Ping's prompt approval. If he could overpower Wei Ping financially this time and secure the saliva pill, even Manager AI would find it difficult to justify an attack against him. Therefore, he was determined to win this bidding war. Seeing both parties agree to resolve their conflict through competitive bidding, the right enigmatic gate god proclaimed loudly, since both the enigmatic child and Godzilla have consented to acquire the saliva pill through bidding, let the bidding commence. The starting price for this saliva pill is 500 Underworld coins, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100 Underworld coins. With no upper limit to all the peculiar beings turned their attention to him. The right enigmatic gate god continued with a sense of pride. The bidding begins. As soon as his words faded, little Godzilla eagerly declared, I bid 500 Underworld coins, making my offer 1,000 Underworld coins. The price he announced immediately drew the attention of all present. For them, 1,000 Underworld coins was no trivial sum. They toiled tirelessly on various tasks, barely earning a few thousand Underworld coins within a year. This amount could easily purchase a cleansing pill to refine one's impurities and enhance one's strength, making it utterly extravagant to spend it on a pill that merely improved the taste of food. Once again, all peculiar beings turned their gazes toward Wei Ping, who was clearly a weakling with an enigmatic value of less than 10. It was unlikely he could muster even 500 Underworld coins. Wei Ping sighed inwardly upon feeling their doubtful stares. He had not intended to flaunt his wealth, as it would bring him unnecessary troubles. Yet, fate had conspired against him, forcing him to showcase his riches in the presence of the troublesome little Godzilla. Since you overestimate your capabilities, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. Did I bid 2,000 Underworld coins? Wei Ping raised 2 fingers, his demeanor remarkably relaxed. 2,000 Underworld coins? You, a feeble weakling, can actually produce such an amount? Upon hearing Wei Ping's bid of 2,000 Underworld coins, little Godzilla was visibly stunned and then burst into derisive laughter. Not only did little Godzilla disbelieve him, but the other peculiar beings also stared at Wei Ping with incredulous expressions. The low-level peculiar beings on the second shopping level typically possessed a total wealth of merely a few thousand Underworld coins. For many of them, 2,000 Underworld coins constituted their entire fortune. The right enigmatic gate god, seemingly devoid of memory from their previous encounter, displayed an expression of disbelief toward Wei Ping's apparent financial strength. He hesitated. Esteemed enigmatic child, you see. Wei Ping understood his implication. No one believed he could produce 2,000 Underworld coins, and he needed to provide proof that he smiled slightly, refraining from speech. With a mere thought, he withdrew 2 yellow Underworld coins, each worth 1,000, from his Underworld coin account, displaying them before all the peculiar beings. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at the coins in Wei Ping's hand, which emitted a rich black and white aura, clearly authentic Underworld currency. Wei Ping's display of wealth left the crowd speechless, and the atmosphere fell silent. Little Godzilla's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that such a diminutive human enigmatic child could possess such financial power. Throughout countless years, he had never encountered an enigmatic child with such capabilities. However, he remained unafraid, for being favored by his ancestor meant he possessed considerable wealth, far beyond what these low-level peculiar beings could compare. Before anyone could react, 7 Underworld coins materialized out of thin air in little Godzilla's claws. 5 orange 100-coin notes and 2 yellow 1,000-coin notes. Totaling 2,500 Underworld coins, that I bid 2,500 Underworld coins. Human reptile, you still have time to concede. Naturally, Wei Ping paid no heed to his words that if little Godzilla were aware of the endless zeros in his Underworld coin account, he would understand the depths of despair awaiting him. Not to mention a mere saliva pill. He could buy the entire Tesla planet at any moment, should he desire. Without uttering a word, 3 additional yellow 1,000-coin notes appeared in his hand, bringing his total to 5,000 Underworld coins. The sight of 5 gleaming yellow notes in the air captivated all the peculiar beings, their eyes ablaze with fervent desire. How audacious! Little Godzilla made an unmistakable gesture of disdain unique to his kind toward Wei Ping. His expression grew increasingly grim. He had attempted to appear somewhat affluent by raising his bid by 500 Underworld coins, yet this human reptile defied all conventions by doubling the bid. However, the total amount of Underworld coins he had brought along was merely a little over 4,000, insufficient to raise his bid further, leaving him in a dilemma. After struggling with his expression for a considerable time, he suddenly spoke. Lord Gatekeeper, may I inquire how much my unique horn is worth? Chapter 31. The Treasure Centipede. What did you say? Please repeat that. The right enigmatic gate god's eyes widened in amusement, resembling 2 gleaming copper bells as he gazed at little Godzilla. The surrounding peculiar beings were also drawn in, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Little Godzilla, feeling embarrassed, lowered his head but stubbornly stated, I lack sufficient funds. I propose selling the horn atop my head. Please estimate its value. Resolute in his decision, he was determined to defeat Wei Ping, even if it meant selling his most treasured possession. This declaration ignited a wave of laughter throughout the room. Wei Ping couldn't help but smile, surprised by little Godzilla's obstinate temperament. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the right enigmatic gate god finally calmed himself, saying, "Little Godzilla, you may indeed use items as collateral, but be aware that once pledged, there is no turning back." With that, a flash of black and white emanated from the right enigmatic gate god, and in an instant, little Godzilla's horn plummeted to the ground, with a simple gesture. The horn appeared in his grasp, and he inspected it briefly, expressing mild regret. Though its age is lacking, merely a few hundred years, it can still be considered a treasure. That he then began to mutter incantations, seemingly invoking some secret technique. Shortly thereafter, the peculiar beings parted, allowing the entrance of a massive centipede, stretching several meters in length, which nodded toward the right enigmatic gate god. The gate god tossed the horn to the centipede, saying, "Old centipede, take a look and assess how much it can be collateralized at current market rates." Without further ado, the centipede began to scurry about, its numerous legs moving frantically. Suddenly, one of its inconspicuous legs carved an opening in the air, revealing a vast treasury filled with a plethora of underworld coins, with numerous peculiar beings busily handling various treasures. The centipede promptly deposited the horn inside, and shortly thereafter, a small iron egg gnome emerged from the vault. Retrieving a green 10,000 underworld coin note, in an instant, the void sealed itself, and the centipede produced a green 10,000 underworld coin note, tossing it to little Godzilla, stating, "The horn of a juvenile Godzilla from the Tesla planet is valued at 10,000 underworld coins." Upon hearing the astonishing valuation of little Godzilla's horn, the surrounding peculiar beings gazed at the underworld coin in his possession, their eyes turning crimson with envy. For them, 10,000 underworld coins represented a sum sufficient to incite murder and theft. Upon receiving the ghostly currency, the diminutive Godzilla lamented, "Add another 1,000, and I shall offer 6,000 ghostly coins. Let us see how you intend to contend with me." As it spoke, a yellow 1,000-coin bill materialized in its claw, followed by a provocative glance directed at Wei Ping. The sight of this little Godzilla's expression thoroughly amused Wei Ping. Had it known that Wei Ping's ghostly coin account boasted over trillions, it would have realized that even if it dismantled itself into countless materials for sale, it could never hope to compete with him. Wei Ping, however, refrained from idle chatter, maintaining his 5 yellow 1,000-coin bills while conjuring a green ghostly currency worth 10,000, and no need for petty increments of a few hundred or 1,000. "If you're not weary, I certainly am. I shall offer 15,000 ghostly coins." Yet, mindful of the necessity to keep wealth discreet, he suppressed the urge to bury the little Godzilla under an avalanche of ghostly coins. The atmosphere shifted dramatically when Wei Ping revealed his 15,000 ghostly coins, while the little Godzilla had exchanged one of its horns for 10,000 ghostly coins, a move supported by its formidable family. Wei Ping was perceived as a mere trickster devoid of any backing, yet possessing immense wealth, immediately attracting numerous covetous glances. Various secret techniques were employed to leave marks upon Wei Ping, as onlookers resolved to seize the opportunity to murder and plunder once they exited the trickster's temple. Wei Ping felt an ominous multitude of marks manifest upon him, his expression darkening. Each individual among them far surpassed Zhao Su, the transformed corpse, rendering his death as simple as crushing an ant. Determined, he found himself unable to dwell on such matters. Wu Weiwei awaited his rescue, and this was his singular chance. His gaze hardened. The peculiar fervor of those around him was matched only by the astonished expression of the right trickster gate guardian, who, despite being a first-level 9th-grade expert, questioned his own ability to summon 15,000 ghostly coins with such ease. Yet unlike the others, he opted not to inscribe any marks upon Wei Ping, deeming the sum insufficient to warrant such attention. The right trickster gate guardian turned back to the little Godzilla, evidently shifting the pressure onto it. "So, little Godzilla, will you join or not?" Upon hearing Wei Ping's direct offer of 15,000 ghostly coins, the little Godzilla realized it had lost, having been bested by a creature it had devoured countless times before. This defeat not only signified the loss of its coveted saliva elixir, but also placed its life at risk from the formidable trickster commander. Its countenance fell as it sank to the ground. Despondent, Wei Ping glared at the fallen little Godzilla, devoid of any joy in victory, acutely aware of the numerous new insignias marking his body. which only worsened his mood at heavy-hearted. He spent 15,000 ghostly coins to procure the saliva elixir and hastily made his way to the temple's teleportation exit. However, this time was different from his previous departure. A pair of sinister black and white shadows stealthily followed him into the teleportation exit. Wei Ping sensed the multitude of deathly gazes upon him, each step feeling like an eternity as he traversed the mere tens of meters to the exit. Just as he prepared to face his fate, an overwhelming logic from the trickster temple swept over him, erasing all marks from his body, including the one left by the second-level, fourth-grade trickster commander. Manager AI. The moment Wei Ping vanished from the teleportation array, he faintly heard a chorus of enraged voices behind him, but as the light flickered, the scene of the trickster temple abruptly vanished, replaced by a dimly lit villa on the third floor. Surrounded by splattered blood, he found himself clutching an odd watermelon knife, still embedded in Zhao Su's heart, his body drenched in the pungent scent of blood. Everything remained as it was when he had disappeared, suggesting that the trickster temple was a space where time stood still. No matter how long one lingered within, the outside world remained frozen. Wei Ping released the watermelon knife and pushed Zhao Su away, his first instinct being to search for Wu Weiwei. The spot where Wu Weiwei had stood was minuscule, and after several meticulous searches, he found no trace of her. Alas, it seemed as he feared. She had likely been thrown from the building by Zhao Su. Would she be dead? This was the outcome Wei Ping dreaded most. Chapter 32. Blood Moon confronted with the direst of possibilities. His eyes reddened as he stifled the agonizing pain within his body, using his hands to inch down from the third floor. Upon reaching the ground, he immediately spotted a woman clad in lace lying serenely amidst a pool of blood. No, Weiwei. Wei Ping clawed his way towards Wu Weiwei, his nails tearing and bleeding. They had known one another since high school, fallen in love during university, and after graduation, they had welcomed a precious daughter into the world. He cradled Wu Weiwei, tears streaming from his sharp-featured face onto hers. With his parents gone, his former wife lost, the apocalypse looming, and his job vanished, he was left with nothing but his daughter Weiya. Holding Wu Weiwei close, he remained silent for an extended moment, then retrieved the saliva elixir he had prepared for her, hesitating briefly before consuming it himself. The moment the elixir entered his body, its potent effects became apparent. His wounds healed at a visible rate, the fractures in his bones rapidly mending until he appeared no different from his usual self. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale, a searing pain radiated from his abdomen, and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Unbeknownst to Wei Ping, he had made a grave error by consuming the entire elixir. Its potency far exceeded what he could withstand, originally intended to purge impurities from the human body. Rendering it more delectable, the elixir acted aggressively, disregarding the user's capacity to endure its effects. Valued at 500 ghostly coins, the elixir was far beyond what a mere level 3 transformed corpse could handle, let alone consuming the entire dose at once. That he should have divided the elixir into 3 portions, taking one each month to allow his body to acclimate to its formidable potency. Yet now, it was too late. The effects surged violently through his system. The meridians, recently restored by the elixir, were obliterated once more, blood streaming from ruptured capillaries, accompanied by the expulsion of black impurities from his body. This process resembled the ancient rituals of practitioners consuming cleansing elixirs in a mystical realm. As the sun gradually descended, a blood-red moon began its ascent, casting an eerie twilight over the world. The excruciating pain soon rendered Wei Ping unconscious, but before succumbing, he mustered the last remnants of his strength to close the car door and lock it securely. Having completed this, he fell into a deep slumber. Not long after Wei Ping lost consciousness, a strange transformation occurred. The trickster temple within him began to operate autonomously, enveloping him in swirling black and white mist. The changes extended beyond the moon. The surroundings underwent a profound transformation. The once bustling night market fell eerily silent, its inhabitants barred within their homes, locking their doors tightly in anticipation of the impending strangeness. Nightfall had become a realm of the bizarre, its inhabitants far surpassing those of the day. Outside a villa in Huayin County, a formidable Land Rover Defender stood prominently on the lawn. Bang, 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 the sound of relentless pounding on the glass echoed from the vehicle, and upon closer inspection, Wei Ping observed a horde of transformed corpses surrounding the Land Rover, their bodies teeming with maggots, some of them shedding chunks of flesh. These transformed beings seemed to have discovered an exquisite delicacy, frantically battering against the vehicle's windows. Inside the passenger seat lay a stunning beauty clad in lace. Her complexion ghostly pale, with faint corpse-like spots marring her previously flawless skin. In the driver's seat lay a man drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. This Land Rover was none other than the one rented by Wei Ping. The man being the unconscious Wei Ping himself, and the lifeless woman, his late wife, Wu Weiwei. My head aches, Wei Ping groaned, clutching his head as he slowly rose, awakened by the incessant pounding on the car window. Wait, I'm not dead. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, realizing he was very much alive and stronger than ever. Bang, bang, bang. He turned to see the passenger window shattering under the relentless assault. The shatterproof glass, though severely cracked, held together precariously. Yet it was reaching a critical point. A few more blows, and it would surely break. Peering through the shattered glass, he beheld a throng of transformed corpses encircling the vehicle. The strange illustration indicating that most were level 3 transformed corpses, akin to Zhao Su. These are all formidable level 3 transformed corpses. Should the glass shatter, my demise is inevitable. Wei Ping recalled the might of Zhao Su, from whom he had barely escaped with his life. Now, surrounded by dozens of transformed corpses, he faced a perilous situation that he forced himself to remain calm. Swiftly activating the ignition, the engine roared to life, and the headlights blazed brightly. The sound of the car's engine did little to deter the horde of mutated corpses. Rather, it incited them to pound more frantically against Wei Ping's car windows. Just as Wei Ping contemplated forcing his way through, a loud crack resonated as the window shattered. An arm, infested with maggots, reached inside, seizing Wei Ping's arm, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the intruding arm with his other hand and yanked it into the car, pulling in the repulsive, decaying head of the mutant. Instinctively, he twisted the head with a brutal grip, with a sickening crunch. He wrenched it free, rendering the creature motionless. Had he truly eradicated it? When had he become so formidable? Wei Ping stared incredulously at his own hands. Chapter 33. The Black Flying Corpse. He recalled having ingested a salivary pill before losing consciousness. Was this the source of his newfound strength? Suddenly, the window beside the passenger seat shattered, and a mutated corpse attempted to claw its way inside, aiming for Wu Weiwei's abdomen. Wei Ping swiftly grabbed the outstretched hand of the mutant, and with his other hand, he gripped its neck, forcefully twisting until he heard the spine snap. The creature's hand fell limp immediately that he flung the mutant aside, but though its spine was broken, it did not perish, writhing grotesquely on the ground. Seeing the overwhelming number of mutants surrounding him, despite having dispatched 2 in the blink of an eye, more continued to converge. Resolute, he braced himself against another lunging creature and slammed the accelerator. The Land Rover surged forward with the ferocity of a tiger, sending several mutants flying as its tires rapidly crushed them beneath that he drove away. But as relief washed over him, a vast shadow with wings streaked down from the sky towards his vehicle. Alarmed, Wei Ping swerved sharply, narrowly evading the claws of the black flying corpse. Once the bizarre attack had passed, he finally discerned the new threat, a nearly 2-meter-tall black flying corpse. The bizarre compendium revealed its basic information. Black flying corpse, anomaly value 10, entirely hardened, capable of aerial assaults, its talons sharp enough to pierce steel. Goodness, what manner of monster was this? The black flying corpse was grotesquely hideous. Wei Ping was repulsed by the creature before him and hastily devised a nickname for it. The anomalies he encountered lately were becoming increasingly unsightly. Was there not a single normal one among them? As he cursed inwardly, his hands never ceased their frantic maneuvering of the steering wheel, evading the relentless assaults of the black flying corpse. Thus, a car and a creature engaged in a wild chase, racing forward as Wei Ping gradually lost his sense of direction. The mountain road ahead grew increasingly treacherous. Goodness, this black flying corpse had remarkable patience, pursuing him for over an hour without relent. Just as he pondered this, the road ahead took a sharp turn, revealing a massive boulder blocking his path. Thanks to his enhanced reflexes from the marrow cleansing, he slammed the brakes just in time. However, the vehicle's speed was too great. Despite his efforts, inertia propelled the car into the boulder. The impact was thunderous, and Wei Ping felt his head strike something forcefully, causing the world to spin. After a prolonged moment, he regained his senses, only to find the airbag had deployed. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, he might have sustained serious injury. Wiping the blood from his nose, he began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, the massive black flying corpse lay beside the vehicle, likely having collided with the boulder as well that he wondered if the creature had perished and whether he should investigate. However, he hesitated. What if it was still alive? Approaching it would be tantamount to courting death. With an anomaly value of 10, he very well could be outmatched, though he had yet to test his current physical strength. His cautious nature urged him to avoid unnecessary risks. Resolving to suppress the urge to farm points from the creature, he prepared to make his escape. That a cursory inspection of the vehicle revealed minimal damage. Merely a broken bumper and slightly deformed front, leaving it relatively intact. The Land Rover had proven its worth. Had it been a lesser vehicle, the front would likely be in shambles by now. Just as the engine roared to life, the stirring of the black flying corpse caught his attention. It shook its head and began to regain consciousness. Damn it, it was not so easily vanquished after all. Wei Ping's heart raced as he shifted into reverse, flooring the accelerator and sharply turning the wheel to escape. The black flying corpse awoke, its intelligence seemingly limited, fixated solely on its prey. As it lunged, it stumbled, injuring itself further as it crashed against the vehicle. Wei Ping's heart raced as he recognized the creature's astounding strength. The metal of the car was as fragile as tofu in its grasp. He couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of the situation. Perhaps they had crossed paths before in the realm of anomalies. Brother Bird, he called out, attempting to connect, recalling the considerable ruckus he had caused in both encounters at the Temple of Anomalies, which likely drew attention to him. Surely, many would recognize him. Alas, he was misguided in his assumptions. Brother Bird, if you spare my life, I am willing to offer 100,000 dark coins. What do you say? He believed no anomaly could resist such a tempting offer. 100,000 dark coins was a substantial sum, even for formidable beings like the anomaly deity. The black flying corpse, with its anomaly value of 10, must have been taken aback by the proposition. Yet, reality proved harsh. The creature displayed no reaction to his words, instead revealing impatience as it emitted chilling screeches, preparing to pounce on Wei Ping. Oh no! It became evident that it could not comprehend his speech and possessed a notably low intelligence. How peculiar! Despite being an anomaly, it was entirely unlike those in the Temple of Anomalies, lacking comprehension and acting purely on instinct, reminiscent of Zhao Su and Wang Xie. Moreover, why did the anomalies in the temple not recognize him upon their second encounter? Everything felt so bizarre. Wei Ping's mind raced with thoughts until the claws of the black, flying corpse lunged towards him, snapping him back to reality, and he barely managed to dodge, the claws missing his head but shredding the steering wheel to pieces. That he felt a surge of panic as the talons brushed perilously close to his face. Had it not been for the enhancement from the salivary pill, that blow might have proven fatal. Chapter 34. The Black Horror's Strength. Black Horror, are you dissatisfied with 100,000 dark coins? How about 1 million? Wei Ping made one last desperate attempt. He sought to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially against an opponent clearly superior to himself. In this perilous world of anomalies, maintaining peak conditions significantly increased his survival odds. Wei Ping harbored serious doubts about whether the black flying corpse could comprehend his words. With a powerful kick, he flung open the car door and rolled out just as the creature's claws descended upon the seat he had vacated. It missed its mark again, but left a gaping hole in the vehicle, rendering it a wreck. Thankfully, Wu Weiwei, who lay in the passenger seat, remained unharmed. Evidently, the black flying corpse was indifferent to corpses, its sole focus on Wei Ping. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed to the passenger side, delivering a punch that shattered the door lock. He swiftly lifted Wu Weiwei and snatched a backpack containing 2 bizarre watermelon knives before hastily retreating. The black flying corpse seemed to have an epiphany, or perhaps it was spurred by some instinct, as it refrained from pursuing Wei Ping and instead dove violently towards the damaged Land Rover. Did it realize that destroying the vehicle would seal Wei Ping's fate within its grasp? Or was there something of interest in the car? Wei Ping watched in bewilderment as the black horror wreaked havoc on the vehicle, its talons proving devastatingly powerful, reducing the Land Rover to a heap of scrap metal in mere moments. Stop, Black Horror. Wei Ping exclaimed in shock. He could hardly fathom that this creature possessed such destructive capability. Obliterating his once proud Land Rover in a matter of mere moments. That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. In the depths of Wei Ping's mind, a shroud of black and white light enveloped the charred remnants of the deceased. A black flying corpse lying upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, the light vanished, taking with it the remains that lay beneath. He beheld a virtual humanoid form materializing in his thoughts, with various parts illuminated by green indicators. It dawned upon him that after vanquishing the black, flying corpse, the Hall of Deception had ascended once more, granting him an attribute point. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Ping pressed the green indicator next to his chest. Instantly, his attribute points transformed into 2 points of speed and 1 point of constitution. The point he had just allocated was to constitution, aimed at enhancing his physical resilience, following his encounters with Zhao Su and the black flying corpse. He recognized the paramount importance of bodily strength, which motivated his decisive investment in constitution this time. Upon augmenting his constitution by 1 point, the foundational information of the Hall of Deception altered to No. 999999. Level 3 Deceptive Entity, Hall of Deception LV3, Speed 2 points, Constitution 1 point. With all other attributes remaining at 0. Suddenly, Wei Ping's phone rang. A thought struck him, and he promptly opened his device, revealing a screen filled with numerous missed calls from his daughter. Weiya. This phone had been deliberately purchased for her. With only his number saved within its contacts, he swiftly connected the call, and as soon as it connected, he heard Weiya sobbing uncontrollably on the other end. Overwhelmed by terror, she had been waiting alone in the apocalyptic safe house of Blood Grapefruit Village, anxiously hoping for her father's return. Making countless calls with no response, she succumbed to extreme fear. And upon hearing Wei Ping's voice, she could no longer contain her tears, crying incessantly, her words lost in her anguish. Eventually, perhaps exhausted from her tears, the sound of soft snoring emerged from the other end. Wei Ping felt a pang of guilt as he hung up, his gaze lingering on the lifeless body of his ex-wife, Wu Weiwei, lying on the ground, plunging him into a profound silence. Chapter 36. Red-headed from Wei Ya's trembling voice. Wei Ping discerned the depth of her fear and silently thanked himself for instructing Xiao Fei to secure the safety door before his departure. Otherwise, knowing his daughter, she might have ventured out in search of him. After resolving the matter concerning Wei Ya, Wei Ping fell into contemplation. He gazed toward the sky and noticed that darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings, a blood moon hanging high above, indicating that it must be late at night. The battle with the black flying corpse had consumed a considerable amount of time. Under the crimson moonlight, the landscape appeared distorted, as if shrouded in a dense, blood-colored fog. The fog in the mountains and forests was particularly thick, obscuring his vision to less than 10 meters, a result of his enhanced physique. Otherwise, he would have been unable to see his own hand in front of his face. Now, without a mode of transportation and surrounded by this sanguine mist, he was utterly disoriented. Furthermore, he could sense that within this misty forest lay numerous unimaginable horrors, which he was keen to avoid. It was perilously dangerous. He could not linger for even a moment and needed to depart immediately. Wei Ping made a swift decision. He recalled that several vehicles were parked in the garage of Zhao Su's villa. He had been too pressed for time to examine them closely before, and now they could serve as his means of transportation. He shouldered his backpack and carefully lifted Wu Weiwei's body, his silhouette soon vanishing into the blood-hued fog of the forest. The villa of Zhao Su remained unchanged, its appearance identical to before. However, under the crimson moonlight, an eerie aura enveloped the place, infusing it with an unsettling quality. A heavy footfall shattered the stillness, as a slender figure emerged from the nearby thicket, hastening toward the villa with remarkable speed, seemingly in a state of panic. Bang! Just as the figure dashed a few steps away, a long, scarlet tongue erupted from the ground where it had just stood, piercing the earth with a gaping hole beneath the blood moon's light. Oh my God, run! The fleeing figure, now aware of the chasm behind him, was drenched in cold sweat. It appeared that he was clutching a woman in his left arm while wildly swinging a machete in his right hand to fend off the pursuing horrors. Had those entities not been sluggish, he would have surely met his demise by now. Yet, this new threat was different. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it off. Not only was it swift, but its extendable tongue possessed devastating destructive power. If it struck him, he would surely suffer a grievous wound. Wei Ping executed a roll on the ground, narrowly evading the tongue's assault. Finally, I've made it. Rising from the ground, he spotted the villa ahead, his heart swelling with joy. The journey had been arduous, but he had finally reached his destination. Wei Ping accelerated once more, leaping toward the garage of the villa. Gently placing his ex-wife's body at the front of a vehicle before swiftly turning to flee in another direction, whistling to lure the elongated tongue away. Indeed, the frequency of the tongue's attacks quickened as it pursued him. Glancing back, Wei Ping noted that only the long tongue remained in pursuit, allowing him a moment of relief. However, continuing to run like this was not a sustainable plan. He needed to eliminate it to have any hope of escape. Wei Ping resolved himself to this end. After dodging another assault from the long tongue, he abruptly pivoted to confront the entity that had been relentlessly pursuing him. This marked the first time he truly observed the horrifying visage of the creature behind him. As he had been preoccupied with fleeing, he had not taken the time to examine its appearance. The long-tongued entity was indeed terrifying. A female form clad in a long-sleeved red dress, with a head dangling from her body. Her pale, bulging eyes fixated on Wei Ping, while her hair stood on end like numerous lifeless branches swaying in the air. Most chilling of all was her crimson mouth, which appeared to be a delicate cherry blossom, yet could unfurl a bifurcated tongue, the very weapon that had pursued Wei Ping relentlessly. Above the long-tongued entity, a line of eerie text materialized. Red-headed, eerie value 23, human entity, attack method. Use tongue and severed hair to assault enemies. Astonishing power capable of penetrating steel. Hiss, red-headed. Wei Ping suddenly recalled encountering a red-headed entity on the first level of the Hall of Deception, albeit that particular creature had flattered him in a sycophantic manner, showcasing a degree of sentience. Yet, the creature before him, despite its formidable combat prowess, seemed rather dull-witted, reminiscent of the black flying corpse he had slain, completely incapable of communication. Wei Ping was perplexed, but he dismissed the thought as he brandished 2 machetes and 2 nearly depleted cans of eerie spray. Adopting a defensive stance, ever ready for confrontation, the red-headed entity, after a brief moment of surprise, launched its attack. This time, instead of a singular strike, dozens of dry strands of hair suddenly detached and shot toward Wei Ping with incredible speed. Startled, Wei Ping rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. As he rose again, a wave of dread washed over him. He was fortunate to have been mentally prepared, for had he been solely focused on fleeing, he would likely have suffered grievous injuries from the hair assault. The red-headed entity, realizing its initial attack had failed, combed its dry hair with elongated scarlet claws, emitting a mournful wail, seemingly distraught over its loss. Upon observing the creature's expression, Wei Ping quickly grasped the reason behind its reluctance to use hair as a weapon. Ah, if it has a weakness, then this becomes manageable. A smile of triumph spread across his face. Although he might not have been assured of victory in a direct confrontation, knowing its vulnerability significantly increased his chances. Without further ado, he seized the opportunity while the red-headed entity lamented its lost hair. Swiftly closing in, he produced the slowing spray and unleashed the last remnants upon the red-headed entity. Chapter 37. The eerie with long legs at 175 centimeters. By the time the red-headed entity comprehended what had transpired, it was too late. Its speed diminished drastically. Wei Ping flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Now is my chance. Without hesitation, he drew both eerie machetes and plunged them toward the creature's heart. Creak! Just as the machetes penetrated a few centimeters into the red-headed entity's heart, they suddenly became lodged, unable to advance further. Oh no, this entity's eerie value is too high. My machetes lack the quality to deliver a fatal blow. Clearly, this level of entity possessed remarkable physical strength. It seemed that once this ordeal was over, a trip to the 3rd floor of the Hall of Deception was in order to procure a more suitable weapon. Cackling, wailing, before Wei Ping could ponder further, the slowing spray's effects began to wane, and the creature regained its normal speed. The bifurcated scarlet tongue lunged toward Wei Ping, aiming for his face, with no time to deliberate. He instinctively turned his head to avoid the piercing strike. The duration really that brief? Wasn't it supposed to last for 5 seconds? True, man? Wei Ping sighed in exasperation, not expecting the slowing spray's efficacy to be so fleeting. Neither the spray nor the eerie machetes could keep pace with the entity's strength. The red-headed entity grasped the handle of the machete, gradually pulling it from its heart, letting out a chilling howl. Once it fully extricated the weapon, its aura noticeably diminished. Although Wei Ping's previous strike had not inflicted a fatal wound, it had dealt significant damage. The red-headed entity emitted a piercing scream, and its scarlet tongue began to lash out at Wei Ping with a frenzy. The frequency of its attacks now doubled. This left Wei Ping in a dire predicament, rolling on the ground much like a monkey performing tricks, desperately evading the onslaught. The crimson-headed entity offered Wei Ping not a moment's respite, launching a relentless barrage of high-frequency tongue attacks that persisted for the duration of an incense stick's burning. Observing that it could not subdue Wei Ping and its stamina waning significantly, its speed gradually diminished. Suddenly, Wei Ping sensed that the crimson-headed creature had ceased its assault. With a skeptical gaze fixed upon it, he pondered its erratic behavior, eyes trained on the creature, refusing to waver even for an instant. Lacking the capacity to retaliate, he could only endure the onslaught passively, fervently hoping for its exhaustion to lead to its demise, a most welcome outcome. Thus, a standoff ensued between man and anomaly, neither party daring to strike first. The atmosphere thick with an ominous tension that seemed to solidify the very air between them. Time passed unmeasured until the sound of a mobile phone ringing shattered the silence. Indeed, it was Wei Ping's phone that rang. Cursed be the hour. Who would dare to call him at such a late time? Casting an awkward glance at the crimson head, he hesitated, uncertain whether to answer. Then, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The crimson entity disregarded Wei Ping entirely. Producing a redwood comb from seemingly nowhere and, rather inexplicably, began to groom its withered, elongated hair right before him, creating a most surreal tableau. Dumbfounded, Wei Ping regarded the crimson creature, and witnessing no intent of aggression from it, promptly retrieved his phone to answer the call, all the while keeping his gaze averted from the creature. "Hello, is this Xiao Wei?" came the voice of Uncle Zhang from the other end, albeit now low and hoarse. Wei Ping furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated a call from Uncle Zhang of the incense shop since their last contact following the purchase of 1 million paper money. Why would he be calling so late? After a moment of silence, Uncle Zhang's voice returned, laden with gravity. "Xiao Wei, could you come to my house? Your aunt is in trouble." "What? What has happened to my aunt?" Wei Ping exclaimed in shock that Dio not ask too many questions. "You'll understand once you arrive," Uncle Zhang replied cryptically. Wei Ping's expression faltered. "Uncle Zhang, I'm currently in a predicament myself. Allow me to handle this issue, and I shall come as soon as I can." "Are you being pursued by the Crimson Head?" Uncle Zhang's sudden inquiry struck Wei Ping like a bolt from the blue. His face paled in astonishment. The distance between Uncle Zhang's home and his own was considerable, and yet he had managed to discern that Wei Ping was being hunted, even identifying the creature by name. This was utterly unscientific. Wei Ping's mind raced with countless thoughts as he fell silent. "Xiao Wei, do not be afraid to do not question how I know this. For now, I harbor no ill will towards you that I end time. You shall understand." Uncle Zhang's voice remained calm. Ignoring Wei Ping's silence, he continued, "The Crimson Head is a particularly troublesome anomaly. It employs its tongue and hair to attack its foes, and few survive once ensnared unless they possess significantly greater strength than it." With each revelation, Wei Ping's heart raced. Uncle Zhang seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the crimson entity that it was impossible for him to reconcile Uncle Zhang with such an otherworldly being. Everything felt surreal. Wei Ping remained mute. Finally, after a pause, he managed to respond. "Uncle Zhang, I have it with me. Good. When the opportunity arises, approach the Crimson Head and affix this talisman to its chest. Remember, it must be placed between the two hills. That will dispel the crisis you face. Once you have resolved your current troubles, do not forget to visit me," Uncle Zhang instructed before abruptly ending the call. Clutching the phone, Wei Ping stood amidst the swirling winds, his thoughts in disarray. Since his rebirth 2 months prior, he had encountered a relentless series of bizarre events, leaving him perplexed and increasingly unable to discern the reality of his surroundings. Whatever the case, he resolved to tackle the immediate trouble at hand first. Gritting his teeth, he chose to trust Uncle Zhang. Thus far, the man had shown no signs of malice and had been a source of assistance. Wei Ping discreetly withdrew the talisman from around his neck, concealing it within his palm. Yet he found himself ensnared by a dilemma. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the crimson head's defining features. Gulp. His throat visibly bobbed as he swallowed hard. Goodness, that is rather overwhelming. Wei Ping couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Following his gaze, the crimson head, though its visage was not to be gazed upon directly, possessed an undeniably striking figure, standing nearly 175 centimeters tall, with a curvaceous form that suggested a meticulous dedication to maintaining her physique. Free of any excess flesh, Wei Ping speculated that prior to her transformation, she might have been a yoga instructor or a supermodel. Most striking were her prominent curves, which could only be described as overwhelming. With the remnants of her clothing in tatters from the pursuit of Wei Ping, leaving little to the imagination. Having abstained from female company for years, Wei Ping found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure in the face of such temptation. Struggling to suppress the rising tide of unbidden desire, he took several deep breaths, striving to regain clarity. Chapter 38. The Shadow of Een. Cautiously, he took a small step toward the crimson head, then halted, his gaze fixed nervously upon her. The creature, its head suspended between her curves, merely cast a sidelong glance at Wei Ping before resuming its grooming, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Relieved, Wei Ping recognized that the crimson head harbored no immediate intent to attack. Even as he gradually inched closer, with the distance between them shrinking from 10 meters to less than a meter, it took Wei Ping several painstaking steps and nearly half an hour to bridge the gap. Now, standing face to face with the crimson head, she ceased her grooming, her head floating curiously in the air, her wide, white eyes fixated upon her prey, innocent of Wei Ping's intentions that end that charged moment. Wei Ping broke the silence. He swiftly reached out toward the space between the crimson head's curves, moving with a speed that would be unattainable without years of training, before the creature could react. His hand made contact with her soft flesh. The crimson head remained unresponsive, staring blankly at Wei Ping, until she caught sight of the talisman slipping from his palm, wedged between his fingers, as if confronted by the most terrifying apparition. She let out a piercing shriek. Wei Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had expected a fierce confrontation, but the encounter had unfolded with unexpected ease. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he pressed the talisman firmly between the crimson head's prominent curves. In an instant, an extraordinary transformation took place. The seemingly innocuous talisman erupted with a blinding burst of blood-red light, unleashing a torrent of sanguine mist. Upon contact with the crimson head, the mist became frenzied, twisting into a visage of a bloodthirsty demon that enveloped the creature with an insatiable hunger, beginning to consume her bit by bit. With a harrowing scream, the crimson head thrashed violently in midair, her agony palpable as she clawed at her own tangled hair, tearing it out in desperate attempts to escape the torment. Clumps of hair were ripped away, revealing a bloodied scalp beneath. This self-inflicted mutilation did little to alleviate her suffering. She continued to claw at her own flesh, her frantic demeanor painting a tragic portrait of despair. Wei Ping stood frozen, horrified by the gruesome spectacle before him, unable to bear the sight of the crimson head's torment any longer. He averted his gaze, reflecting on the peculiar nature of the talisman gifted to him by Uncle Zhang. The creature's anguished cries persisted for what felt like an eternity before gradually subsiding into silence. At last, Wei Ping dared to look back, only to find that the crimson head had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood and a patch of scalp still clinging to hair. Forgive me. I too am at a loss for the talisman's peculiar nature. May your journey henceforth be smooth. Wei Ping mused, recalling the crimson head's earlier plight with a shudder. The talisman had proven to be a force of overwhelming strangeness, and he was grateful that he had disposed of the previous talismans given by Uncle Zhang, for they were far too terrifying. Contemplating the fearsome nature of the talisman, Wei Ping hesitated, pondering whether he should visit Uncle Zhang. Setting aside those thoughts, he resolved to focus on the matter of Wei Wei's burial first. The memory of his late wife weighed heavily on him, and his mood soured immensely. Since encountering Zhao Su, he had been embroiled in a relentless struggle against the supernatural, leaving him no time to attend to his wife's final affairs. Now, having finally resolved all pressing concerns, he could afford to reflect on this tragic matter. With a heavy heart, Wei Ping made his way to the garage of the villa, where two luxury vehicles awaited him. One was a sleek sports car, while the other was a massive Dodge Ram pickup, towering above the rest like a titan. For an adventurous man, this pickup was the epitome of dreams. In his past life, Wei Ping would have dreamed of owning such a vehicle. Yet now, he felt despondent, unable to muster even a flicker of appreciation for the magnificent automobile. Approaching the Ram, he gently cradled his late wife in his embrace and made his way back into the villa. Moments later, he emerged, but unlike before, his wife's form was now clad in dignified attire rather than the delicate lace she had worn previously. Additionally, he now possessed a set of car keys and a mobile phone designed for women. Wei Ping deftly unlocked the lock of the Tyrannosaurus pickup truck with his car key, gently placing his ex-wife in the back seat, casting not a glance at the supercar beside him, that he then started the vehicle and drove away from the villa. The pitch-black night was illuminated by the sanguine moonlight, rendering the earth into a serene stillness, broken only by the rustling of trees in the breeze. Wei Ping navigated the imposing Tyrannosaurus pickup, setting off under the crimson glow of the moon. His route did not lead toward his ancestral home in Blood Grapefruit Village, nor did it head toward Enfeng Township, but rather toward Luin County. Along the way, he encountered no formidable and bizarre entities like the Black Man's flying corpse or the red-headed creature. However, he did face some lesser anomalies. Yet, given Wei Ping's current strength, these unremarkable low-level creatures were easily dispatched by him. In the dark of night, a formidable pickup truck traversed the expansive suburban highway in solitude. After driving several dozen kilometers, the suburban road transformed into a country lane, the trees on either side growing denser. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of a dilapidated courtyard gate, merely secured by a rusty copper lock. Etched into the stone slab atop the gate were 4 robust characters, faintly discernible in the blood-red moonlight. Louis No. 1 Middle School. Flanking the gate were a pair of long couplets, the upper line reading, "In yin and zhao." Many valiant men forged swords for 10 years, yearning for a bright future to build a legacy. The lower line proclaimed, "In the Summer Palace, there are talented individuals devoted to study, striving for excellence in the grand examination to unveil their ambitions." Every time he beheld this couplet, memories of his exceptionally gifted high school teacher, Mr. Wu, flooded back. Indeed, the pickup truck parked at the gate was a Tyrannosaurus, and the driver was none other than Wei Ping himself. This eloquent couplet had been personally inscribed by his high school teacher and had adorned the gate for many years, the ink now slightly dampened and blurred. Standing before the school gate, Wei Ping was inundated with memories of his youthful past, culminating in a long sigh as he forcefully pushed open the gate of Louis No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 39. Borrowing a corpse to return to the soul, as the gate swung open, and he prepared to step into the campus. A corpse-like entity lunged at him. Instinctively, Wei Ping drew his watermelon knife and swiftly sliced the approaching creature in half, foul liquid splattering across the ground. To his dismay, the school harbored oddities as well. What a stroke of misfortune. Wiping the viscous liquid from his face, he wore a grim expression. Cradling Wei Wei, he made his way down the narrow path between 2 teaching buildings, which meandered up to the back mountain of the school. Also secured by a rusty copper lock, Wei Ping deftly twisted the lock, which broke apart, allowing the back gate to creak open. Before him lay a dense thicket of small trees, and a smile crept onto his lips. After much contemplation, Wei Ping ultimately decided to withhold the news of her mother's passing from Wei Ye, choosing instead to bury Wei Wei there alone. That he produced the eerie watermelon knife and began to dig. Soon excavating a rectangular pit, that he gently placed his ex-wife into the deep hole, then retrieved her phone, her last possession, to keep her company. Having completed his somber task, Wei Ping steered the Tyrannosaurus toward Luin County, the very direction of Uncle Zhang's incense shop, situated in the suburban outskirts near the town. Despite Uncle Zhang's current peculiarities, he had promised to visit him, as Zhang had once aided him. With the power of over 700 horses, the Tyrannosaurus surged forward, reaching Uncle Zhang's shop in less than 10 minutes. In the deep night, a large red lantern swung at the entrance of the shop, flickering in the wind, casting a glow upon the 2 paper figures of golden boys and jade maidens standing on either side. The paper figures seemed to spring to life, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing Wei Ping. As they waved and hopped toward him, their mouths emitting gleeful giggles. Startled, Wei Ping took a step back. Despite his prior encounters with the uncanny, just as he prepared to flee, Uncle Zhang's hoarse voice called from within. "Is that you, Xiao Wei? Come inside." In an instant, the golden boy and jade maiden vanished, reverting to their unmoving paper forms, as if the earlier spectacle had never transpired. Wei Ping rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that the paper figures were indeed still. Had he been so fatigued that he was hallucinating? He muttered to himself, "Xiao Wei, hurry and knock on the door. Uncle Zhang is waiting for you," came the slightly urgent voice from inside. It struck him as odd that Uncle Zhang knew of his arrival, yet did not open the door to welcome him, insisting instead that he knock. However, that thought quickly dissipated. Wei Ping approached the incense shop's entrance, casting one last glance at the paper figures, ensuring they remained still before gently knocking on the door. "Uncle Zhang. It's me, Xiao Wei." The door swung open the moment he knocked, almost in perfect synchrony, as if Uncle Zhang had been awaiting him all along. "Xiao Wei, you've come. Please come in," Uncle Zhang greeted him warmly, ushering him inside. Wei Ping hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed Uncle Zhang into the room. Although Uncle Zhang's demeanor appeared unchanged, his zombie-like face bore an unusual smile, and Wei Ping discerned a hint of urgency in his eyes. Uncle Zhang poured a cup of hot water for Wei Ping, saying, "Xiao Wei, what kind of tea do you prefer? I have quite a stock that no, thank you, Uncle Zhang. I don't usually drink tea at night." Wei Ping quickly declined, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, Wei Ye, who was waiting for him in the doomsday safe house, filling him with anxiety. Uncle Zhang, not one to linger on pleasantries, got straight to the point. "Xiao Wei, it's late, and I need your assistance." With that, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Wei Ping, his eyes conveying an unmistakable urgency. Wei Ping looked at Uncle Zhang, feeling an unfamiliarity about him that contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor. He couldn't quite place what was different. "Uncle Zhang, please go ahead. If I am capable, I will certainly help," Wei Ping responded affirmatively. Seeing Wei Ping's willingness, Uncle Zhang's expression softened, and a rare smile broke through his zombie-like facade. "Xiao Wei, you can certainly accomplish this task. And only you can." Uncle Zhang's words only deepened Wei Ping's confusion. Considering the power of the talisman Zhang had previously given him, it seemed unlikely that he would seek assistance from Wei Ping, let alone insist that only he could help. Uncle Zhang, sensing Wei Ping's bewilderment, offered no explanation and instead stood up and beckoned him to follow into the bedroom. Wei Ping, puzzled, complied. Upon entering the bedroom, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The entire room was shrouded in a dark red hue. With walls adorned by talismans bearing strange symbols, in the center stood an ancient ritual table laden with an array of mystical instruments. Surrounding the table were numerous candles, with a coffin prominently placed among them, creating an eerily unsettling scene. "Uncle Zhang, what is this?" Wei Ping instinctively took a few steps back on guard. Uncle Zhang, undeterred, approached the candlelit coffin, leaning down to gently caress its lid with his face. After a long moment, he reluctantly lifted his head, gazing at Wei Ping. "Xiao Wei, you've often asked where Ani is gone. Now you know, she's inside here." That he pointed toward the coffin. What happened to Ani? Is she dead?" Wei Ping struggled to accept this revelation. Just last year, he had seen Auntie in good health, and now Uncle Zhang's sudden claim of her demise was too much for him to bear. "Xiao Wei, have you ever heard of borrowing a corpse to return to the soul?" Uncle Zhang's expression grew peculiar. Borrowing a corpse to return to the soul? Wei Ping was utterly perplexed, having only encountered such notions in television dramas. Chapter 40. The extinct blood grapefruit village. Uncle Zhang's tale was long, stretching back over 20 years when he was still a young man from the countryside. Wei Ping remained silent, attentively listening, his brow furrowing deeper with each word, almost forming a shape. That it turned out Uncle Zhang was also a pitiable figure. Originally a Zhang clansman from a neighboring village near Blood Grapefruit Village, he had married into Blood Grapefruit Village out of necessity due to the many brothers in his family, becoming a son-in-law. Coincidentally, that year marked Wei Ping's birth, and from that moment on, no children were born in the entire Blood Grapefruit Village. Pregnant women would either suffer miscarriages due to various misfortunes, or their newborns would perish shortly after birth. Thus, a terrifying legend began to circulate about Blood Grapefruit Village, with whispers claiming it was a cursed place where the women were unable to bear children. Naturally, Uncle Zhang dismissed such superstitions, yet bizarre occurrences ensued. Despite being married for many years, the couple remained childless. They began to seek out renowned physicians and tried various folk remedies, yet Ani Zhang's belly never swelled. Time passed like a poem, and before long, the youthful farmer turned into a middle-aged man. One day, a madman claiming to be an otherworldly sorcerer stumbled into Blood Grapefruit Village, professing to grant any wish. With a sense of desperation, Uncle Zhang approached the sorcerer for a remedy. Under the guidance of the enigmatic sorcerer, Uncle Zhang's wife indeed became pregnant. Shortly thereafter, the village of Shuyo was abuzz with excitement over the birth of its only female infant in over a decade. However, while the sorcerer's method yielded the desired daughter, it came at a tremendous cost. The sorcerer, shrouded in mystery, instructed Uncle Zhang to relocate next to Wei Ping's household and mandated that his wife must daily extract a single drop of blood to be deposited in Wei Ping's backyard. An endeavor to be maintained without interruption for an entire year to ensure conception. Though Uncle Zhang was perplexed by the sorcerer's cryptic intentions, he, in desperation, complied that a year later, indeed, Uncle Zhang's wife became pregnant, giving birth to a daughter, which caused an uproar in the village, breaking the long-standing curse that rendered women in Shuyo unable to conceive. Yet, on the very day of his daughter's birth, the sorcerer, who had vanished for a year, inexplicably reappeared before the village's land temple. Uncle Zhang promptly went to express his gratitude, only to find the once maddened sorcerer now emaciated, as though his very life force had been drained. Teetering on the brink of death, the sorcerer revealed to Uncle Zhang that his assistants had shattered a malevolent curse, but in doing so, he had become a victim of its backlash. Had it not been for his profound mastery of the mystical arts, he would have perished a year prior. Now, with his life waning, he urgently cautioned Uncle Zhang that when the child turned 12, they must leave Shuyo, for their family would be doomed to calamity if they did not heed his warning. Should they fail to comply, a means of salvation existed, an annual offering of a protective talisman to be kept close by Wei Ping, never to be removed, lest all efforts be in vain. Before the sorcerer drew his last breath, he entrusted Uncle Zhang with several talismans, a tome of arcane knowledge, and a pouch of mystical artifacts, after which he swiftly passed away. The subsequent events, as you are aware, unfolded with great significance that I have harbored this tale for many years, and finally sharing it brings me some measure of relief. Uncle Zhang exhaled slowly, his gaze filled with guilt as he turned away from Wei Ping. Upon hearing the final words, Wei Ping's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware of the events that transpired when Uncle Zhang's daughter reached the age of 12, that the family prepared to leave Shuyo. But Uncle Zhang's wife's elderly parents insisted on remaining, clinging to their roots. Thus, Uncle Zhang, accompanied by his wife and daughter, departed, leaving the elders behind. Tragically, in the second year following their exodus, a mysterious illness befell Uncle Zhang's wife's parents, leading to their untimely demise when Uncle Zhang's daughter turned 13. Strangely, all the yellow-fleshed pomelo trees on the mountain transformed overnight into crimson-hued pomelo trees, their sap resembling fresh blood. Even more bizarrely, those who had left Shuyo over the years met with inexplicable deaths. Countless unimaginable occurrences transpired during that time. Later, Wei Ping ventured outside of Shuyo for his studies, becoming increasingly unaware of the village's happenings. It was no wonder that, since his birth, no children had been born in Shuyo for over a decade, as if the village were under a dreadful curse. After encountering the sorcerer, Uncle Zhang had shattered this malevolence, resulting in the birth of his daughter. That it was no surprise that Wei Ping often saw Uncle Zhang's wife visiting their home, always making her way to the outdoor latrine in their backyard regardless of the weather. It became clear why Uncle Zhang's family was so adamant about leaving the village when their daughter turned 12, despite the protests from their parents. That it was equally evident why, after their departure, Uncle Zhang insisted on giving Wei Ping a protective talisman each year, and why he treated Wei Ping with such kindness. Countless questions flooded Wei Ping's mind. Why had no children been born in Shuyo since his arrival? Why did the sorcerer instruct Uncle Zhang's wife to shed blood daily in Wei Ping's yard? What had caused the sorcerer's demise? Why the necessity of the annual talisman? Why was it imperative for Uncle Zhang's family to leave the village when his daughter turned 12? Why had nearly all the villagers perished over the years? And why him? Why? Wei Ping's eyes burned with a crimson hue, revealing the depths of his turmoil. Little Wei, do you believe I also do not know? He asked. Wei Ping, frantically pounding his head with his hands, vehemently shook his head. I do not believe. I do not believe. Witnessing Wei Ping's anguish, Uncle Zhang realized the profound impact of the deaths of the hundreds in Shuyo upon him. Uncle Zhang, you owe us all an explanation, a reckoning for the lives lost in Shuyo. That if you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wei Ping's frenzied demeanor began to calm, his expression growing colder. the air around them chilling ominously, as if a storm was brewing. Uncle Zhang sighed heavily. Alas, I owe you all. Everything I did was for my daughter, but ultimately, it was also to lift the curse that plagued Shuiyo for so long. Was I truly in the wrong? Wei Ping's expression remained frozen, even colder than before, as he contemplated the gravity of his desire to end a life for the first time. Uncle Zhang's demeanor grew, increasingly desolate. Perhaps I was indeed mistaken. Too many lives have been lost in the pursuit of breaking the curse. Aside from myself, only you and Wei Yu remain of the hundreds who once inhabited Shuiyo. Alas, a flicker of remorse crossed Uncle Zhang's face, quickly overshadowed by a surge of madness. No, I was not wrong. Everything I did was for the sake of lifting the curse. It simply failed. That is all. Wei Ping gazed upon Uncle Zhang, sensing a growing estrangement, as if the man before him were a stranger, a stark contrast to the Uncle Zhang he once knew. You, in your selfishness, fell prey to the sorcerer's deceit, resulting in the deaths of so many. Your heart is merciless, and you deserve to die. Overwhelmed by the truth, tears of blood silently streamed down Wei Ping's cheeks. Gradually, his hands reached for the watermelon knife concealed behind him. Are you preparing to kill me? Uncle Zhang did not lift his gaze, yet he sensed Wei Ping's every movement. Alarmed, Wei Ping realized that Uncle Zhang had become increasingly enigmatic, and he might not be able to defeat him, perhaps even face death at his hands. Yet, for the sake of the village, he resolved that Uncle Zhang must die today, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Uncle Zhang, I offer you one last chance. Tell me, did your actions in breaking the curse lead to the near extinction of our village? Wei Ping, still unable to fully sever ties, extended this opportunity to Uncle Zhang, as well as to himself. Even if Uncle Zhang lied, claiming innocence, Wei Ping would turn away, for the village now harbored few survivors. At this point, killing him would bear no fruit. Uncle Zhang's gaze wavered, but soon regained its resolve. He suddenly looked up. Little Wei, I have grown weary over the years. Each night, I dream of my parents, my wife, and my daughter, and see the entire village calling for me to join them. I wish you would strike me down, to grant me release. As he spoke, his eyes sharpened. I summoned you here today, hoping to find solace in your blade, yet I cannot die now. If you do not kill me, I will take the secret to the grave. Wei Ping's murderous intent did not wane an iota. Impossible. You must die today, even if I perish alongside you. All of this is because of you. You are the source of all calamity. Wei Ping faltered, astonished. Me. Indeed, you, the one cursed. Clang. The watermelon knife slipped from Wei Ping's grasp, and he staggered back. You. How do you know my identity? The awakening of the enigmatic god Hall. His transformation into an enigmatic one had been his secret, never shared with another soul. Uncle Zhang sighed heavily. Initially, I intended to carry this secret to the grave, but now I cannot die yet. Years ago, the sorcerer revealed a staggering truth to me before his death, that he told me that the curse upon Shuiyo, the calamities that have befallen it, all stem from you. Wei Ping pointed to himself. Incredulous, because of me? Yes, indeed. He revealed to me that you are the enigmatic one, and your birth brought this curse upon Shuiyo. Uncle Zhang's tone was resolute. Wei Ping remained skeptical, convinced this was merely a fabrication of Uncle Zhang's to save himself. Yet, it did not seem so. He had deduced the identity of the red-headed figure through a phone call, later uncovering his greatest secret. But how could Uncle Zhang have known he was the enigmatic one? Furthermore, Uncle Zhang appeared far more formidable than himself, leaving no reason for deceit. That if he truly intended to deceive, why reveal such truths? The unfolding events deepened Wei Ping's confusion. Tell me, enigmatic one, how much do you truly know? Wei Ping's expression darkened. Uncle Zhang gazed at Wei Ping's face, his expression heavy with sorrow. The practitioner of the arcane spoke of how, during his cultivation, he was suddenly struck by a powerful surge of malevolent energy, which emanated from the direction of Blood Pomelo village. Upon his arrival at the village, he discovered that it served as a burial ground for the corpses of a formidable being, nourished by countless years of sinister energy. Your family resides precisely at the heart of Blood Pomelo village, the very epicenter of this malevolence. Your birth was destined to herald a new generation of calamity, and your arrival signifies the onset of tremendous disaster. Yet, I underestimated the terrifying implications of such a birth. I believed it would merely spell doom for Blood Pomelo Village, but instead, it has ushered in a bizarre apocalypse, leading to the world's ruin because of you. The existence of such calamity is truly dreadful. As Wei Ping listened, fear began to engulf him that he never imagined himself to be so unfortunate. He had thought his role as a harbinger of doom was a mark of being chosen by fate, only to realize he was the bearer of catastrophe. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why did the Temple of Anomalies refer to him as number 999999 of the Calamity Bearers? Could it be that he was the 999,999th Calamity Bearer selected by the bizarre realm, each representing a parallel world, with the one they inhabited being the 999,999th targeted by the anomalies? The previous 999,998 worlds had already been consumed and destroyed. Was the destruction of this world truly instigated by me? A shadow of despair loomed over Wei Ping's face. Uncle Zhang, oblivious to the turmoil within Wei Ping, continued with his recounting. The practitioner of the arcane foretold that the arrival of the Calamity Bearers would invoke a curse, and the extinction of Blood Pomelo Village is merely the beginning. As the son-in-law of your family, I have become a victim as well. He instructed my wife to drop a single drop of blood in your backyard each day, hoping to cleanse our family's malevolent aura and break the curse. Upon finishing his narrative, Uncle Zhang fell silent, bowing his head as he resumed rubbing his face against the coffin positioned at the center of the room. Chapter 42. The Enigmatic World of Anomalies. Suddenly, Wei Ping spoke. Uncle Zhang, have you ever heard of the Temple of Anomalies? Uncle Zhang paused in his motions, raising his head with a puzzled expression. What is the Temple of Anomalies? Wei Ping stared deeply into Uncle Zhang's eyes for a prolonged moment. Sensing no deceit in his gaze, his heart eased. It appeared that neither the practitioner of the arcane nor Uncle Zhang were aware of the temple's existence. This revelation became his greatest secret. As long as no one knew, he retained a trump card for survival in this bizarre world. Uncle Zhang, thank you for sharing all of this with me. I never imagined I would be the source of such malevolence that I now understand what I must do. My life is no longer my own, that I must repay my debts to this world. Wei Ping resolved to make the most significant decision of his life. Previously, he had only wished to hide away in the doomsday safe house, clinging to survival with his daughter until the end of time. However, he now recognized that the bizarre apocalypse had descended because he was a calamity bearer, the very cause of this impending doom. Although he did not yet comprehend how the anomalies operated, he was certain they were linked to him, and no matter what, he could not escape his responsibility. He must atone, giving his life in recompense. Little Wei, you need not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Your birth was beyond your control. We can only lament our existence in this absurd world, where humanity is frail, and such frailty is an original sin. Not your fault. Uncle Zhang, having seen the world for what it was, continued, Little Wei, I summoned you today to implore your assistance in saving your aunt. This is the true purpose of my invitation. The reason I revealed the truth to you is that after today, I may never have the chance to see you again, that I am the only one left in Blood Pomelo Village who knows this truth. If I do not speak now, you will remain forever in ignorance. Wei Ping gazed earnestly at Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, this is the last time I shall address you as such. The harm wrought by your selfish desires is something I shall never forget. This will also be my final act of assistance, not for you, but for my aunt. Uncle Zhang, far from angered, appeared genuinely pleased. Little Wei, do you truly agree to help? Wei Ping nodded, uncertain of what task Uncle Zhang required of him, but trusting that it must be something he could assist with. Without further ado, Uncle Zhang donned a tattered yellow Taoist robe, reminiscent of the attire worn by the practitioners of the arcane. He grasped a peachwood sword in one hand and, with a flourish, began to wield it, while in the other hand, he held a bell. Invoking a semblance of ritual, he recited an incantation, divine retribution of the heavens. Vast and encompassing, all realms return to law. Forge my spirit. As he completed the incantation, the peachwood sword slipped from his hand, spiraling into the air, while the bell emitted a soul-shaking resonance that he then scattered a mysterious powder from the table onto the candles, causing them to flare dramatically and split into 3 flames that hovered in the air. Go. Uncle Zhang pointed directly at the coffin in the center of the room, and the 3 flames surged toward it, intensifying the blaze. As Uncle Zhang performed his ritual, Wei Ping's astonishment deepened. Uncle Zhang, a mere farmer, had never studied Taoist arts. How had he acquired such knowledge? The power he wielded seemed extraordinary, enigmatic, and undeniably bizarre. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe borrows the law. At that moment, the peachwood sword, still swirling above Uncle Zhang's head, shot toward the coffin and pierced it. Exorcise evil. Arise with a powerful shout. Uncle Zhang thrust the sword, causing the coffin lid to explode, releasing thick black mist that swirled ominously, shifting into grotesque forms. Little Wei, hurry! Come and absorb it! Uncle Zhang's voice was filled with urgency as he battled the swirling black mist. The situation perilously dire as Wei Ping approached. He inadvertently glanced at the coffin and was instantly horrified. Inside lay a body, no, strictly speaking, two bodies, one atop the other, like a grotesque stack. The upper corpse was Uncle Zhang's daughter, who had died many years prior. Remarkably, her body had not decayed, remaining intact, though her eyes were tightly shut, emanating an intense aura of darkness. Beneath her lay Aunt Zhang, her face shrouded in black mist. Her body frail and emaciated, as if all her life force had been drained. Her brow was furrowed, and she trembled, evidently enduring immense suffering. Clearly, Aunt Zhang was not entirely deceased, but trapped in a state of unconsciousness induced by some malevolent force. Wei Ping was momentarily paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to proceed. Do not linger. Quickly, cut your finger and let your blood drip onto your aunt's forehead. Hurry. Uncle Zhang's voice was laced with desperation, as though he could no longer hold on. Without hesitation, Wei Ping chose to trust Uncle Zhang, that he retrieved a knife and sliced his finger, allowing blood to flow freely. He pressed his fingertip to Aunt Zhang's forehead, letting drop after drop of his blood seep into her. The moment Wei Ping's mundane blood touched Aunt Zhang's forehead, the dense black mist recoiling, as if encountering a natural enemy, emitted a sizzling sound filled with anguish. Instantly, a significant portion of the black fog dissipated, and Aunt Zhang's tortured expression began to ease. The swirling black mist, engaged in battle with Uncle Zhang, recoiled in fear at the sight of Wei Ping's blood, emitting a human-like cry. Oh no, it's the calamity bearer. As Wei Ping's blood continued to drip onto Aunt Zhang's forehead, the mist began to morph, ultimately solidifying into the form of the ancient practitioner of the arcane. His face contorted in agony and terror. Uncle Zhang, upon recognizing the visage of the black mist, froze in shock. It's you. How could it be you? Have I been deceived? His mouth trembled uncontrollably as he clutched his head and cried out in despair. Crazy Taoist. You have deceived me. You have led me into a trap. Subsequently, Uncle Zhang, in a frenzy, wielded the peachwood sword with reckless abandon against the black mist, ignoring the pain as it gnawed at his flesh. Engaging in a desperate struggle where both sides fought fiercely, Wei Ping's pupils contracted in horror, yet he felt powerless to intervene. Watching as Uncle Zhang was ravaged, blood pouring from countless wounds, that it was clear that without swift action, he would soon bleed out. However, the dark mist was not without its own toll, its presence visibly weakened. With a furrowed brow, Wei Ping gripped the knife and sliced deeply into his palm, releasing a torrent of blood. Chapter 43. The paperman. A copious flow of blood streamed from Wei Ping's hand, absorbed by Aunt Zhang's body, then cascading down to her daughter beneath. The moment the blood made contact with the daughter's corpse, the reaction from the black mist intensified, erupting with explosive sounds as it rapidly retreated. At this moment, Wei Ping could only fidget anxiously, feeling as if torrents of blood were flowing from his body, leaving him exceedingly weak. However, the dark aura surrounding Aunt Zhang and her daughter was becoming increasingly translucent, and within less than half a tea's worth of time, it would completely dissipate. While transfusing his blood, Wei Ping observed the battle in the air, and upon seeing the black mist unable to breach Uncle Zhang's defenses, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The dark mist enveloping Aunt Zhang and her daughter was nearly transparent. If Uncle Zhang could hold out just a moment longer, he would surely eradicate the remaining dark mist from their bodies. Yet an unexpected turn of events occurred. Oh no! Wei Ping gasped softly. Alas, it seemed all efforts might end in futility. He noticed the dark mist surrounding Aunt Zhang thickening once more, while her body visibly withered at an alarming rate, her eye sockets sinking deep, transforming her into a mere skeleton of flesh and bone, evidently lifeless. The anomaly did not cease. Aunt Zhang's daughter, however, appeared to regain her flesh and vitality, a sheen gracing her face, resembling a living being. Could it be that this was what Uncle Zhang referred to as borrowing a corpse to return to life? Using Aunt Zhang's life to restore her daughter? Suddenly, Wei Ping grasped the entire situation, and no wonder he hadn't seen Aunt Zhang in ages. Each time he inquired about her with Uncle Zhang, he noticed Uncle Zhang's evasive gaze, claiming she was not in the shop. It turned out he had been swayed by the mad Taoist's wicked sorcery, exchanging the vital essence between the two, sacrificing Aunt Zhang's life to resurrect her daughter. This was indeed the borrowing a corpse to return to life Uncle Zhang spoke of. Uncle Zhang's intention in summoning him was likely driven by a vague suspicion regarding the peculiar dark mist surrounding his daughter. Fearing that she might become a vessel for someone else's resurrection, that he wished for Wei Ping to use the blood of the bazaar to dispel the dark mist, allowing for a true resurrection of his daughter. Alas, it was a pity that despite Uncle Zhang's lifetime of efforts to revive his daughter, it seemed he might ultimately end up as a mere pawn for another's gain. For some inexplicable reason, Wei Ping felt a peculiar aura emanating from the soon-to-be-revived daughter of Uncle Zhang, suspecting that what would awaken was not Uncle Zhang's daughter, but some monstrous entity to know. He had to act decisively and eliminate Uncle Zhang's daughter. Otherwise, should she be resurrected, who could foresee the calamity that would ensue? Wei Ping seized a watermelon knife and thrust it fiercely towards Uncle Zhang's daughter, but just as the blade made contact, a faint layer of black mist enveloped her, forming a protective barrier. Regardless of how hard Wei Ping exerted himself, the blade could not penetrate, nor could it inflict even the slightest harm upon Uncle Zhang's daughter. Instead, it seemed to invigorate her, hastening her awakening. Wei Ping realized he was far too weak to inflict any damage upon her. Though he was unsure of what was transpiring, it was evident he had lost his last opportunity to vanquish the anomaly. As he witnessed Uncle Zhang's daughter on the verge of awakening, he knew he had to flee before it was too late. With a sigh, Wei Ping wrapped his injured palm with bandages to staunch the bleeding. If he did not stop the flow, he would perish alongside Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I have done all I could, Wei Ping murmured, decisively turning to rush towards the door of the incense shop. Just as he reached the threshold, about to burst through, the paper figures of young boys and girls at the entrance suddenly sprang to life, bouncing towards him, each grabbing hold of his arms and giggling maniacally. Brother! Brother! Don't go! Come play with us! A chilling sensation gripped his arms, sending shivers down Wei Ping's spine, that he struggled mightily, but could not break free from the grasp of the paper figures. At that moment, he heard eerie laughter emanating from the bedroom behind him, signaling that the anomaly had indeed revived through the body of Uncle Zhang's daughter. Wei Ping was taken aback, intensifying his struggles. However, his frantic movements caused the wound in his palm, previously staunched, to reopen, gushing blood that seeped into the paper figure's grip. Upon contact with Wei Ping's blood, the paper figure's hands ignited, instantly transforming into two fireballs that quickly turned to ash. The entire process so swift that Wei Ping barely had time to react before the figures were reduced to cinders. Suddenly, he felt a fierce wind rushing from behind. Clearly, the revived monstrosity was advancing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he ducked to evade an attack and rolled out of the incense shop's entrance. Once upright, he found himself outside, where Uncle Zhang's daughter stood, clawing at the air and letting out a furious roar. Strangely, she did not step a single foot beyond the threshold of the shop. Wei Ping climbed onto his T-Rex pickup truck, ignited the engine, and slammed on the accelerator, the immense power propelling the vehicle forward. As he sped away, a wave of terror washed over him as he glanced back towards the incense shop, that a deep sorrow filled his heart. In this battle, only he and Wei Yu remained alive in the entire Blood Pomelo village. Had it not been for the system's rebirth, it seemed all of Blood Pomelo village would have been annihilated. Uncle Zhang, the village now consists of just a few of us, that I am leaving. Our paths shall cross no more. Wei Ping resolved to depart. Chapter 44, Military takeover of the government in a world beset by bizarre phenomena, teeming with strange creatures. Cities that once bustled with life suddenly fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Once vibrant streets lay barren, devoid of any human presence, only eerie whispers emanating from the shadows. Those brave enough to venture outside faced various perils, hunted down in every corner. Even in densely populated urban areas, Families locked their doors tightly. Yet the intrusion of the bizarre could not be thwarted, precipitating countless uncanny occurrences, with lives vanishing from existence at every moment. Some places even encountered inexplicable logical anomalies. Once one entered such domains, no one emerged alive, not even the elite FBI of the Eagle Empire, which had witnessed an entire team of hundreds vanish without a trace. Throughout the night, anguished screams echoed across countless cities worldwide. Such events were alarmingly frequent, and as the bizarre continued to hunt humanity, the population plummeted at an alarming rate, creating an extremely precarious situation. Elites from various global factions were destined to remain sleepless, tirelessly deliberating on plans for humanity's survival. The Rabbit Nation, the Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, and many others were all in a state of heightened military readiness, eagerly anticipating the dawn of a new day. The world was on the brink of monumental change, entering a new era, one not focused on development, but on mere survival. Everyone understood that the rules and laws that once governed society might soon be shattered. Fengdu Province, Inshui City, Huayin County, and Yinlu Township all faced similar circumstances. Yet there was one place that stood apart. Deep within the mountains of Yinlu Township, a winding range loomed like a colossal serpent, slithering deeper into the heart of the earth. Beneath this towering serpent lay a small village shrouded in thick fog, devoid of any lights or sounds, not even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects, resembling a desolate realm where all life had been extinguished. Exuding an eerie aura, enveloped in the pitch-black night, it seemed to weep, lamenting the injustices that occurred within. This was the land of Insha, known as Blood Pomelo Village, as described by the mad Taoist. Everything in Blood Pomelo Village was shrouded in silence. Yet deep underground, one place glimmered like daylight, revealing an underground fortress. Indeed, it was the doomsday shelter that Wei Ping had painstakingly constructed at great expense. Here, for the time being, safety prevailed. Wei Ping lay in the bedroom with his daughter, Wei Ye, peacefully asleep, the light snores indicating just how exhausted he had been over the past few days. Curled up in his embrace was a little girl, his daughter. Wei Ye. This place might be one of the few safe havens left in the world. He had let down all defenses and drifted into slumber, and he found himself playing at the village edge. Following the village's older friends, surrounded by villagers who gathered to chat amiably, creating an atmosphere of warmth. The second day of the apocalyptic anomalies had passed. This moment, the blazing sun rose in the east, casting its first rays upon the scarred earth. Inside the doomsday shelter of Blood Pomelo Village, a massive screen displayed the Eagle News. According to preliminary statistics from the United Nations, since the onset of the apocalyptic anomalies 3 days ago, the global population has sharply dwindled to nearly 8 billion, with deaths and disappearances reaching a staggering 1 billion that the authoritative office of the United Nations predicts that in approximately 6 months, the majority of humanity may face extinction, potentially plummeting to below 1 million that the military has now taken control of the government. According to the latest military reports, numerous gigantic anomalies have reappeared at the Statue of Liberty, prompting the activation of the Doomsday Response Plan, secretly forming a special task force of awakened beings to combat the bizarre. Morning news. The world's population faces imminent extinction, with infrastructure across the globe paralyzed. Water, electricity, and production have all ceased as a top-tier global power. Our nation is committed to rebuilding the world and combating the bizarre army. The military has reinstated the Great Ninja Department, planning to confront the anomalies. Bear Federation News. According to official announcements, following the military's takeover of the government, a battalion of beast warriors has been established, determined to wage war against the bizarre until the last man. Rabbit News. Despite the numerous challenges, we must unite to overcome them. We believe that under the strong leadership of the Military Commission, the anomalies will be eradicated soon, gradually restoring water, electricity, and essential supplies. We urge all citizens to remain at home, for this is the best way to support our nation. The giant screen relayed news from various countries, the sound resonating throughout the living room with remarkable clarity, creating an immersive 3D surround sound experience. The dining table in the center of the living room. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out, where a big and a small figure were seated face to face, engaging in cheerful conversation as they enjoyed the lavish meal, seemingly untouched by the calamities outside. Dad, is it true that the outside is now under military control? the little girl seated across the dining table. With her mouth full of fragrant fried potatoes, mumbled indistinctly ditto, yesterday when Dad passed through the intersection of Enlu Township en route to Lewin County. The area had already been cordoned off by the military. The state of the world has become precarious. Only the military can possibly mount a resistance that I suspect that the military has now taken control globally. Wei Ping remarked casually, ditto Dad. Did you find her in the county yesterday? Wei Yi recalled the events of the previous day, her eyes eagerly fixed on Wei Ping. Wei Ping understood precisely who Wei Yi referred to. It was her mother, Wu Weiwei. Ever since she had chosen to abandon Wei Ping and their daughter for financial gain with Zhao Su, Wei Yi had refrained from calling her mother. Wei Ping tenderly stroked Wei Yi's head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he endeavored to maintain a light-hearted tone. Little Yi, you're just unlucky. When you arrived, your mother had already left with the military. She is currently safer than we are, so you need not worry. Really? That's wonderful. A crescent-shaped smile emerged at the corners of Wei Yi's lips. Suddenly recalling something, she anxiously pressed on, Dad, you're not deceiving me, are you? If she had to leave, why would she have tricked you into thinking you were in danger? Wei Ping's heart skipped a beat. The child had matured and was no longer easily fooled. He pondered for a moment before replying, Your mother feels guilty towards us and fears that we would shun her, now that she must leave with the military. She wished to see me one last time, so she deceived me about being in danger to prompt me to find her. Then why didn't she allow me to see her? Does she not want me anymore? Wei Yi evidently believed Wei Ping's words, her expression growing melancholic. Wei Ping, feeling a pang of sorrow for her, gently ruffled her hair. How could that be, little Yi? You are so adorable. Everyone adores you. Your mother undoubtedly misses you dearly. But the journey is fraught with peril, and she does not wish for you to encounter any danger, hence her reluctance for you to seek her out. Wei Yi silently lowered her head and resumed eating breakfast, her faith in Wei Ping's words uncertain. Each time Wei Ping witnessed Wei Yi's sadness, a surge of anger filled his heart. At that moment, he harbored resentment towards Wu Weiwei. Alas, she had departed forever, leaving even hatred unexpressed. Chapter 45. The Golden Big Toad. After finishing breakfast, Wei Ping and Wei Yi tidied the dishes together. Following an hour of tutoring Wei Yi, she arrived at her happiest moment. Seated alone in the living room, engrossed in her favorite animated series, Yi Luo Li, Wei Ping, his expression darkened, retreated to his bedroom, collapsing wearily onto his large, soft bed. Despite being a graduate of a prestigious university, assisting a child with homework proved far more exhausting than his battles with the uncanny, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. The moment he was relieved of the duty of tutoring Wei Yi was his most joyous time. He quietly locked the door to his room and suddenly vanished, appearing in his enigmatic sanctuary. This marked his first entry into the enigmatic sanctuary since upgrading to level 3. Upon entering, he was greeted by two imposing enigmatic gatekeepers, standing over 2 meters tall, who, to his surprise, did not recognize him and regarded him with great curiosity. Familiar with the enigmatic sanctuary, Wei Ping chose to ignore the gatekeepers to avoid unnecessary trouble. Determined to remain inconspicuous this time, he resolved to be as low profile as possible, ideally becoming a transparent presence. Navigating through familiar terrain, he arrived at the teleportation array and selected the 3rd level, which was lit for the first time. With a flash of black and white light, he was catapulted from the array, first rolling like a donkey before crashing onto the ground. This was the reason Wei Ping's entrance was always accompanied by a remarkable aura. It was nearly impossible not to attract attention. Indeed, his arrival immediately provoked uproarious laughter. Raising his gaze, he was met with the lively clamor of a bustling marketplace that don't miss out. Premium-grade intermediate enigmatic recovery elixirs available. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another year. Freshly prepared human flesh, collected from 100 young boys and girls, simmered for 49 days to achieve exquisite flavor. Enigmatic weapon and talisman arrays. We have them all here from low to high tiers. Only your imagination limits what you can find. Wei Ping surveyed the scene before him, rendered speechless. It resembled a rural market, with vendors laid out along the roadside, displaying their wares upon snakeskin bags. Just as he was about to express his disdain, a distinct voice caught his attention. Enigmatic value elixirs for sale. Consuming one will enhance your enigmatic value by 1 point. Priced at 10,000 Underworld coins. No haggling accepted. Enigmatic figure. devoid of facial features and covered in pustules, spoke with human articulation that it appeared to have just set up its stall, and as soon as it opened its mouth, a throng of enigma-seeking individuals gathered, their eyes brimming with fervor. This elixir could directly enhance their enigmatic value. It was well known that for them, each increment in enigmatic value was a formidable challenge, particularly for those with inherently weaker racial talents. The importance of a single enigmatic value elixir was thus evident. The pustule vendor's call drew a tremendous response, with several individuals eagerly attempting to negotiate. Hey, my enigmatic friend, this elixir only boosts your value by 1 point, yet the price is exorbitantly high. Besides, the efficacy diminishes with each use. How about this? I'll offer you 3,000 Underworld coins each for 10 elixirs. A resplendent golden big toad emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of opulence as it attempted to haggle, feigning a deep understanding of enigmatic values. However, its attempts at bargaining were ruthless, seeking to slash the price from 10,000 Underworld coins to a mere 3,000. Wei Ping silently marveled at its audacity. Naturally, the golden big toad's aggressive negotiation was met with the pustule vendor's scorn. You golden toads are notorious for putting on airs. Here is a word for you, Scram. The golden big toad, visibly incensed, pointed at the pustule vendor, its lips quivering with indignation. You insolent creature, how dare you belittle our golden toad clan? Just wait, we shall settle this outside. The pustule vendor was not one to back down, swiftly assuming a stance to confront the big toad, causing it to flee in haste. Pathetic coward. The golden big toad's retreat was met with derision from the surrounding enigma. Soon, more entities stepped forward to negotiate, yet all attempts ended in failure. Ultimately, a lavishly adorned black crane secured all 10 elixirs at the price of 9,000 Underworld coins each, only after the crowd dispersed. Discontented, did Wei Ping, having enjoyed the spectacle, meander aimlessly among the various stalls that in the span of just 1 hour, his horizons expanded significantly. He had not anticipated the bizarre array of items in the enigmatic realm. From enigmatic weapons to arrays and techniques, he had encountered no fewer than 1,000 varieties, having only explored a fraction of the stalls on the 3rd tier. Some areas left him frowning. One stall was laden with various human organs for sale, neatly arranged and grotesquely displayed. Items such as human jerky, heart, liver, and lung were all present, along with the more absurd offerings of human tendons and flesh. The gruesome scene filled Wei Ping with revulsion, prompting him to hastily exit. Humph, lowly vermin, you deserve to be our sustenance. His reaction drew the scorn of many, who strutted about with an air of superiority. The golden big toad particularly reveled in the mockery, pointing at Wei Ping and exclaiming, Humph, you pathetic insect, fit only to be our food. Wei Ping, witnessing the haughty demeanor of the surrounding enigma, felt his teeth grind in frustration. His fists clenched tightly. Yet ultimately, he walked away, aware of humanity's frailty. The harsh truth remained. Weakness begets consumption, a law of the jungle he was powerless to alter, forcing him to carry on with a heavy heart. After wandering for another half-hour, Wei Ping discerned that the stalls on the 3rd tier of the enigmatic sanctuary primarily offered 2 categories of goods: items utilized by the enigma and their food. The latter predominantly consisting of human products that in his human form. Traversing among these monstrous beings felt exceedingly incongruous, drawing the odd gaze of the enigma and making him the subject of ridicule. Desperate to procure an outfit to conceal his identity and avoid attracting unwanted attention, he suddenly halted in his tracks, drawn to a stall up ahead. Chapter 46. Advancement of the Enigmatic Compendium. What captivated Wei Ping's attention was a humanoid vendor. Humanoid enigmas were relatively rare in this world, typically falling into 2 extremes: either low-tier beings or exceptionally high-tier powers. Naturally, one would not expect to encounter formidable humanoid enigmas on the 3rd tier of the enigmatic sanctuary. The vendor before him was merely a low-tier enigma of level 1. Tier 3, this vendor, adorned with a conical hat, was selling ordinary human food items, primarily hot pot ingredients, crafted from various human parts. There were hundreds, if not 1,000, such humanoid vendors in the enigmatic sanctuary, making this a common sight, certainly not the reason for Wei Ping's intrigue. What truly caught his eye was the rapid activation of his enigmatic compendium upon nearing the humanoid vendor, indicating a remarkable reaction to the vendor's hat. Even a fool could discern that the conical hat atop the vendor's head was an artifact of significance, Wei Ping concealed himself at a distance. Intently observing the humanoid vendor, to his astonishment, the conical hat worn by the vendor was merely a thin veil. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to see, the interior remained a blurred enigma. Even when a gust of wind lifted the hat, the obscurity persisted, rendering the vendor's features entirely indiscernible. What further astonished him was the eerie aura emanating from the vendor, which seemed completely isolated amidst the chaotic and strange energies swirling around. It was as if the vendor were transparent, that if one did not see him with the naked eye, it would be impossible to sense the strange aura he exuded. Not only were the vendor's bizarre features hidden from view, but even the peculiar energy surrounding him was effectively cloaked, indicating that the hat possessed exceptional abilities to shield both aura and appearance. Perhaps this hat could also conceal my own presence. Wei Ping mused silently. Suppressing the urge to retch, Wei Ping approached and pointed to a platter of human flesh. How much for this platter of human rolls? The humanoid vendor, upon noticing Wei Ping, momentarily froze, clearly recognizing him as a human. This was the first time it had encountered a human willing to consume human flesh, and for a moment, it appeared uncertain, scrutinizing Wei Ping for over a minute before suspiciously inquiring, "Human, are you certain you wish to purchase?" Wei Ping inwardly sighed. Regardless of how he masked himself, even standing among a throng of humanoid entities, he radiated an aura that shone like the brightest star in the pitch-black night of the strange realm, easily identifiable to all as human. This lowly humanoid vendor was no exception, having immediately discerned his human identity. Wei Ping nodded affirmatively. The vendor promptly quoted, "A platter of human rolls is 20 Underworld coins. But currently, we are running a grand promotion. Buy one, get one free. Additionally, we have the finest ingredient, human whip, available for sale that we combine the human whip with 49 top-tier ingredients, simmering for 81 days, resulting in this small bowl before you. I assure you, this human whip is the most nourishing supplement in the entire Temple of the Strange Gods, now available for just 19.99 Underworld coins. What do you think? Are you tempted?" Wei Ping, gritting his teeth and fighting the urge to expel his overnight meal, managed to nod and said, "How much for all the ingredients at your stall combined? I want to take them all." The vendor stiffened. Unable to believe what he had just heard, he rubbed his ears and locked eyes with Wei Ping again, confirming that Wei Ping did not appear to be jesting. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Esteemed human, the total for all human ingredients at this stall is 8,000 Underworld coins that if you take everything, I can offer you a 20% discount. How does that sound?" Upon finishing his sentence, he gazed at Wei Ping with eager anticipation. Wei Ping did not waste words. A yellow banknote of 10,000 Underworld coins materialized in his hand. The humanoid vendor's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the banknote, exuding a mix of black and white strange energy, nearly lunging forward to snatch it. The vendor appeared as jubilant as if he had just won a lottery. However, Wei Ping interjected, "I have a condition." Before the vendor could revel in his fortune, Wei Ping's next words doused him with cold water. The vendor awkwardly rubbed his hands together and sheepishly responded, "Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. Esteemed human, please share your condition." Wei Ping pointed at the vendor's hat. "Where did you acquire that hat?" The vendor was taken aback. He had not anticipated this peculiar human's interest in his hat. "You want the hat? Is it not for sale?" "No. This hat was bestowed upon me by an elder of my clan, that it cannot be purchased below the 3rd floor of the Temple of the Strange Gods. There is only this one. I am afraid I cannot sell it to you." The vendor feigned reluctance. "How much? Would an additional 10,000 be sufficient?" Wei Ping, uninterested in further banter, conjured another 10,000 Underworld coin banknote. He had plenty of Underworld coins and saw no need to waste breath. Thud! The vendor immediately knelt, overwhelmed by Wei Ping's audacity, which shattered his mental defenses. "That I will sell it, esteemed human. I will," he declared without hesitation, promptly removing the hat from his head and handing it to Wei Ping, then snatching the two 10,000 banknotes from Wei Ping's hand, fearing that Wei Ping might change his mind in the next moment. Wei Ping was momentarily stunned. Upon the vendor's removal of the hat, the sight before him left him speechless. The vendor's head was shockingly that of a square-shaped beetle, grotesquely ugly. Wei Ping glanced once and instantly turned away, unwilling to look again. No wonder he wore that hat, for his appearance was truly unworthy of an audience. Evidently, the beetle-headed humanoid vendor was unaware of the hat's value. which explained his readiness to sell it so readily. Elated, Wei Ping accepted the hat, and within him, the black and white strange diagram activated automatically, revealing 3 question marks, indicating that the level of the strange diagram was too low to probe the hat's information. However, what transpired next was astonishing. The black and white strange diagram within him rapidly accelerated in its operation. Soon, an invisible force of black and white logic emanated from the hat, striking the strange diagram. As the originally monochrome strange diagram received the logic energy from the hat, it underwent a qualitative transformation, gradually turning red, its aura becoming even more profound and mysterious. Has the strange diagram leveled up? Wei Ping exclaimed in delight. Then, upon the red strange diagram, the hat's fundamental information was displayed, transforming from 3 question marks to logic hat, possesses the ability to obscure the wearer's appearance and aura, rendering it impossible for strange beings of logic strength and below level 3 to discern the wearer's state. Level 3, strange beings of logic below this level cannot perceive. The functionality of the logic hat is astonishingly powerful. Wei Ping was rendered speechless. Without hesitation, he donned the hat, which immediately exuded an intangible force of black and white logic, effectively isolating him from the rules of this world. Subtly possessing the ability to counteract the strange laws of the realm, that Wei Ping's entire aura was completely severed. Within the temple of the strange gods, he became a transparent entity. Chapter 47, Logic Hat and Silver Thunderhammer. Once he was isolated by the logic energy from the rules of this world, as long as one did not visually observe him, it would be utterly impossible to detect Wei Ping's presence. Even powerful entities within this world, no matter how formidable their strange perception, would be unable to discern even the slightest trace. Dear Big Spender. I mean, esteemed human, I still have. The beetle vendor glanced around nervously, ensuring that no other strange beings noticed his commotion. Like a thief, he hurriedly concealed the 2 10,000 banknotes in his cloak and prepared to market more of the Beetle clan's strange wares to the unsuspecting human. However, he soon discovered that the big spender had vanished in the blink of an eye, blending seamlessly into the crowd of strange beings to, "Oh dear, my beloved big spender, please don't leave. I still have much to offer." The Beetle vendor, witnessing Wei Ping's departure, sat beside his stall, hugging his knees and weeping uncontrollably. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of nearby strange beings, who inquired with concern to in the southwestern corner of the 3rd floor of the Temple of the Strange Gods. A shabby stall selling strange weapons was manned by a gnome, who was vigorously haggling with a man wearing a hat. "This sword, 2 feet wide, took me a month to forge. Its power is astonishing. It is already a top-tier strange weapon, priced at a minimum of 5,000 Underworld coins that I cannot go any lower." The gnome was beside himself with frustration. The hat-wearing man remained resolute, offering to have the price of the exquisite sword, originally priced at 6,000 Underworld coins, declaring 3,000 Underworld coins, not a cent more. With that, he turned to leave. The gnome quickly grabbed him, spreading his hands in resignation. "You drive a hard bargain. 3,000 it is." Reluctantly, he tossed the sword to the hat-wearing man. With a subtle smile, the hat-wearing man accepted the sword and proceeded to purchase several other weapons from the gnome's stall at half the original price, depleting a significant portion of the gnome's inventory. The profit margin is too slim. If it were for the poor market conditions and the heavy stockpile, I would never part with them at such low prices. Though the gnome was initially overjoyed at selling so many weapons at once, his expression soon turned to one of despair. Yet, the hat-wearing man showed no intention of leaving, that he casually glanced at the gnome's stall, noticing a silver weapon peeking out from beneath the counter. Seemingly indifferent as he pointed, "That item looks quite exquisite. Could you take it out for me to inspect?" "Esteemed guest, how did you discover my silver thunderhammer?" The gnome replied, astounded. "This item is a human weapon found on an ancient planet. It is not usable by the strange race. The only reason I possess it is to decipher the forging techniques within as the gnome spoke. He pulled out the silver weapon, revealing an exaggeratedly designed silver thunderhammer. This hammer was markedly different from the other weapons in the stall. It emitted no trace of the chilling strange energy, instead exuding waves of pure yang energy, completely at odds with the surrounding weapons. The gnome scrutinized the individual before him, shrouded in the mysterious aura of the hat, harboring doubts about whether this person was indeed human. The hat-wearing man was, in fact, Wei Ping, who had just acquired the logic hat from the beetle vendor. While wandering, he had unintentionally passed by the gnome stall and noticed a strong reaction from his recently upgraded red, strange diagram, leading him to discover the silver thunder hammer beneath the gnome's stall. He had haggled for numerous strange weapons earlier merely to divert attention, all with the intent of acquiring this silver thunder hammer. The man under the conical hat feigned nonchalance and remarked, "What? Is there a principle of doing business that allows for items not to be sold? Although this thunder hammer holds no utility for me, I possess a penchant for collection and am rather fond of its unique design. Wishing to preserve it as part of my collection, that not permissible." The gnome explained, "Esteemed guest, do not misunderstand. Our kind has an unwritten rule prohibiting the sale of weapons to humans. Otherwise, should the upper echelons of our kind's enforcement unit discover this, it would be a grave offense." The man under the conical hat felt a surge of trepidation. Fortunately, he had masked his aura with the hat beforehand. Otherwise, he would be guarding a treasure trove, yet unable to procure any weaponry throughout his lifetime. It is no wonder that the previous 999,998 entities of our kind perished, unable to acquire the currency of the underworld, succumbing to poverty, or were slain by others due to their inability to obtain weapons. It is indeed a miracle to still be alive at this moment. Wei Ping felt a shiver of fear, grateful that he had concealed his human essence. Of course, the peculiar watermelon knife he had purchased on the first floor of the gnome temple is, strictly speaking, not a weapon but rather a household item, which is why he managed to seize the opportunity. Yet as his strength continued to grow, the peculiarities he encountered became increasingly formidable, rendering the odd watermelon knife inadequate against such powerful anomalies. Hence, he yearned to acquire the silver thunder hammer held by the gnome. Wei Ping had a premonition that the thunder hammer, which elicited such a strong reaction from the red anomaly catalog, must be a treasure akin to the logical conical hat, if not even more potent. Noticing the lingering doubt in the gnome's eyes, he smiled proudly and said, "What? Is it necessary for me, a being of wealth, to justify my desires to you?" Suddenly, 2 large handfuls of underworld currency appeared in Wei Ping's hands, the smallest denomination being at least 1,000, that upon seeing the substantial amount of currency in Wei Ping's grasp, the gnome's eyes widened, as if under a spell, drooling as he exclaimed, "No need, absolutely no need. Whatever the esteemed guest desires, this silver thunder hammer is now yours." The gnome eagerly tossed the silver thunder hammer to Wei Ping before eagerly snatching up the currency, his eyes brimming with delight. Wei Ping was momentarily taken aback, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, this is life, replete with the fragrance of wealth. After acquiring the logical conical hat and the silver thunder hammer during this visit to the gnome temple, Wei Ping lost all desire to continue exploring. With the conical hat upon his head and the silver thunder hammer in hand, along with a plethora of useless peculiar weapons, he departed from the gnome temple. When Wei Ping's form re-emerged in the Doomsday Safe House's bedroom in Blood Grapefruit Village, only 2 items remained with him: the conical hat on his head and the silver thunder hammer in his hand. While the other unusable peculiar weapons simply dissipated into starlight, as expected, items from the peculiar world cannot be taken out of the gnome temple. That a glimmer flickered in Wei Ping's eyes, that he gazed at the 2 items he possessed with immense satisfaction. This expedition to the gnome temple proved to be his most rewarding yet. The efficacy of the logical conical hat is self-evident, though the capabilities of the silver thunder hammer remained a mystery to him. Holding the silver thunder hammer aloft, Chapter 48. Battle Plan. Wei Ping, emulating the melodramatic tropes of Marvel, excitedly lifted the silver thunder hammer into the air, imagining a spectacular display of lightning occurring above him in the next moment. He couldn't help but flinch. However, after waiting for an eternity, no fireworks materialized. Ugh, what a letdown. Frustrated by the anticlimactic display, Wei Ping hurled the silver thunder hammer to the ground. Boom! The moment the hammer struck the floor, it was as if a meteor had collided with the earth, causing the entire Doomsday Safe House to tremble. Wei Ping was jolted by the immense force, landing on the ground with a painful thud. Ouch! That hurts. That he covered his rear, bouncing up 2 feet in shock. Just as he was about to pick up the hammer for a closer inspection, a knock echoed at the door. "Dad, are you demolishing the house?" Wei Ya's sweet voice rang from outside. Wei Ping quickly stashed the hammer into his backpack, mumbling, "You must have misheard, Wei Ya. Perhaps it's just the army battling anomalies outside, launching missiles that, oh, the world is so chaotic. I'll continue watching you Luo Li then. Wei Ye, not overthinking it, turned and walked away. As Wei Ping heard her footsteps recede, he sighed in relief. He was uncertain how to explain the hammer to her. It would be absurd to claim that such a large object materialized out of thin air, and he had no desire to reveal the matters of the gnome temple to Wei Ye so soon. He resolved to hide the hammer in the storage room on the second floor and conduct a thorough examination once he left. After all, he did not wish to risk damaging the doomsday safe house. Wei Ping stealthily ascended the stairs with his backpack, and after securely hiding the hammer, he proceeded, as usual, to the monitoring room to observe the external situation. Upon entering the monitoring room, he was confronted by a large screen displaying a mutated corpse licking the camera. The entire screen filled with a decaying visage. Seeing this, Wei Ping's expression darkened instantly that a few days prior, aside from the mutated truck driver, there had been no anomalies outside the doomsday safe house. Yet today a multitude of anomalies were roaming about. Moreover, the surveillance screen monitoring the entrance to Blood Grapefruit Village indicated a continuous influx of anomalies approaching. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about this? No amount of regret could change the situation. He was not particularly concerned that these low-level mutated corpses could inflict significant damage to his safe house, as they might not even find the entrance. Even if a horde of them did manage to enter, they would likely struggle to breach the first line of defense set by the Doomsday Bunker Company, although they posed no immediate threat. Failure to eliminate them promptly could lead to an overwhelming gathering of mutated corpses, attracting even more formidable anomalies. Such an outcome would spiral out of control, jeopardizing the very safe house he had painstakingly established. While he might barely escape, what about his daughter, Wei Ye? He could not allow her to endure a life of uncertainty and hardship alongside him. Gazing at the screen as the mutated corpses multiplied, his expression grew grim, as if shadows were about to spill from his eyes. This could not continue. They had to be dealt with. Wei Ping seemed to have made a decisive resolution. Leaving the monitoring room, he entered the storage area, retrieved the silver thunder hammer he had just hidden, and placed it into his backpack. He then attempted to fit in the two peculiar watermelon knives, some compressed rations, and a few emergency medical supplies. However, with the addition of the large silver thunder hammer, his backpack was now clearly insufficient, necessitating a larger one. After rummaging through the storage room, he finally discovered an oversized military backpack atop a pile of canned goods. A broad grin spread across his face. It was as if fate had smiled upon him. After packing all his belongings into the enormous military bag, he realized it only occupied half the space, allowing him to stuff in plenty of compressed biscuits and canned goods, enough provisions to last at least a week. With everything prepared, Wei Ping descended to bid farewell to Wei Ye. She understood her father's steady nature well. He would not embark on a perilous venture without compelling cause. Clenching her small fist tightly, her fingertips turned white as tears brimmed in her large, expressive eyes, swirling with emotion, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Wei Ping ascended the vertical staircase to the square passage, issuing his highest command to Xiao Fei. Regardless of what transpires outside, the titanium alloy door of the Doomsday safe house must not be opened. Xiao Fei remained as alluring and beautiful as ever, gracefully leaning toward Wei Ping's ear and affectionately accepting the command that a shiver coursed through Wei Ping's heart. At that moment, the old bachelor nearly lost his composure. Gazing at the heavy square passage door before him, two battle plans began to take shape in his mind. The first involved opening the square passage from the cellar to allow the gathering mutated corpses, even those throughout Blood Grapefruit Village, to enter. Through the defenses of Gong Gong, Zhurong, and Tho within the square passage, he could eliminate a significant portion of the mutated corpses, while he would personally deal with the remaining stragglers. Once he had cleared the nearby mutated corpses, he would drive the Tyrannosaurus Rex out toward the village's outskirts, drawing the ongoing wave of mutated corpses away from Blood Grapefruit Village, as for where to lead them and how to eliminate them. He had no concrete plan yet. His strategy was simply to take it one step at a time. As for the second battle plan, a glint of coldness flickered in Wei Ping's eyes, revealing a profound chill. Taking a deep breath, he uttered two words: "Open." The square passage door before him slowly creaked open, and a long-awaited ray of sunlight streamed into the passage. Wei Ping poked his head out from the cellar and shouted, "Hideous monsters, come feast upon me." His voice was akin to thunder on a clear day, causing all the rotting heads of the mutated corpses nearby to swivel 360 degrees in unison, fixating on Wei Ping. Chapter 49. Gong Gong. In that instant, dozens, if not hundreds, of green-eyed, mutated corpses nearby locked their gazes upon Wei Ping, as if their brains had been reactivated by the scent of fresh flesh. Instantly becoming frenzied. Roar! All the mutated corpses emitted a low growl and charged toward Wei Ping. Unlike the sluggish zombies depicted in American dramas, they moved with astonishing speed and immense strength that I in the blink of an eye. Several of the corpses near the cellar had already raced toward Wei Ping, one decaying arm reaching for his head. How terrifying! Wei Ping felt a chilling breeze pass overhead, and without a moment's hesitation, he ducked and scrambled down the stairs. The corpse creature above the square passage was far from as refined as Wei Ping. It plummeted directly from the entrance of the passage. Remarkably, it reached the bottom even before Wei Ping did, shaking its head before immediately lunging at him. Wei Ping, who had just descended to the bottom of the stairs, was caught off guard by the charging corpse creature, sustaining several gashes to his abdomen. Fortunately, the enhancement of his attributes had fortified his body, otherwise his intestines would have spilled out. Enduring several strikes from the corpse creature, Wei Ping swiftly drew two peculiar watermelon knives from his military pack. Severing the outstretched claws, the dismembered corpse creature exhibited no signs of pain, continuing to advance its head to bite Wei Ping. With the watermelon knives dancing in his hands, several heads were severed from their bodies, leaving the surrounding corpse creatures utterly motionless. Against lower-tier corpse creatures, the peculiar watermelon knife was the most effective weapon, slicing through them as effortlessly as one would cut a watermelon. Wei Ping flicked his finger against the blade, exclaiming with delight, "Oh yeah, I knew Dad would be fine. Long live Dad." In the surveillance room of the Doomsday Safe House, Wei watched in awe as Wei Ping displayed such valor, her small face flushed with excitement. Completely forgetting the moment when he had cried out in distress from the wounds on his abdomen, the alluring and playful Xiao Fei silently stood behind Wei, intently watching the screen, her green eyes betraying no change in expression. Following their gaze, the surveillance footage revealed Wei Ping retreating deeper into the passage, pursued by an unending swarm of corpse creatures, numbering in the hundreds. Wei Ping soon reached the end of the square passage, shouting towards the heavy titanium alloy door, "Xiao Fei, hurry and open the door." Upon hearing Wei Ping's voice, Xiao Fei happily activated the titanium alloy door. As it slowly opened before him, Wei Ping's anxiety surged. Faster, even faster. He occasionally glanced behind, realizing that the corpse creatures were now mere meters away, ready to pounce on him at any moment. Just as the situation became critical, the door finally swung open, and Wei Ping leaped into the room, with the nearest corpse creature trailing closely behind him into the Doomsday Safe House. Close the passage immediately. Wei Ping bellowed at Xiao Fei, his mouth spraying saliva all over her face. Xiao Fei remained calm and unhurried, gently parting her cherry lips with a smile. "Yes, master. Executing command now." The titanium alloy door, several meters behind, began to close slowly before the corpse creatures could rush in. Phew. Wei Ping collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The earlier scene had been too perilous. Had he delayed even slightly, the entire Doomsday Safe House would have been overrun by the corpse creatures. He vowed never to engage in such reckless actions again, especially not while Wei Yu was present. Wei Ping felt a pang of regret. He had underestimated the speed of the corpse creatures. Even with his 2 points and speed attributes enhanced, he had narrowly escaped. Instead of immediately issuing the command to activate the 3 defense lines, he focused on the surveillance wall of the hall. "Xiao Fei, bring up the surveillance for the square passage." The monitoring screen quickly switched to reveal the square passage, where dozens of corpse creatures were frantically pressing against the titanium alloy door that an unending stream of corpse creatures continued to flood in from the entrance, rapidly increasing their numbers within the passage. "Dad, why don't you let Sister Xiao Fei activate the 3 defense lines?" Wei asked, puzzled as she looked at Wei Ping. Wei Ping merely smiled in silence, gesturing for Wei to continue watching the screen. The number of corpse creatures in the square passage had swelled to over 100, capable of annihilating an entire heavily armed squad. Yet they posed no threat to the titanium alloy door just a few meters away, unable even to leave a scratch. Wei Ping's focus shifted from the horde of corpse creatures to the entrance of the square passage. After watching intently for nearly half an hour, he noticed no new additions to their ranks. Finally, he spoke slowly. Xiao Fei, activate the 3 defense lines. Xiao Fei playfully blinked at Wei Ping. Okay, master. The first defense line, Gong Gong, is now activating. 3, 2, 1, activation. With the conclusion of Xiao Fei's countdown, the temperature within the square passage plummeted sharply, soon reaching 0 degrees, as the surrounding steel walls began to freeze. The corpse creatures within the passage sensed the sudden change and grew increasingly agitated. Weaker corpse creatures started to freeze, their bodies slowing down until they transformed into immobile ice sculptures. Within just a few minutes, the temperature in the square passage had dropped to minus 50 degrees, turning all the corpse creatures into statues of ice without exception. The more formidable ones succumbed by minus 30 degrees. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Ping felt a surge of joy. His intention to lure the corpse creatures into the Doomsday Safe House passage was to test the defense line's strength. If the defense system had proven inadequate, he would have made early plans to evacuate with Wei Ye. The defense system held strong. The horde of over 100 corpse creatures couldn't even breach the first line, Ganga, their power barely utilized before they all became ice sculptures. Wei Ping nodded in satisfaction. However, when he glanced at the power meter in the lower right corner of the screen, he noticed that the total power had diminished slightly in just those few minutes. This power consumption is truly alarming. If all 3 defense lines are activated, the safe house's power supply may not last long. Wei Ping mused with a wry smile, but he promptly commanded Xiao Fei to deactivate the Gong Gong system and began rummaging through the room for several thick down jackets, wrapping himself in layers until he resembled a dumpling, only stopping when he could no longer fit into any additional jackets. Chapter 50. My eyes opened the door. The titanium alloy door before Wei Ping slowly opened, and a chilling gust swept through the passage. Despite wearing multiple down jackets, he stumbled from the cold. Thankfully, he had sent Wei Ye to hide under the covers in the bedroom beforehand. Otherwise, he would have certainly caught a cold from this exposure. Tightening his clothing, Wei Ping stepped into the square passage, retrieving a silver thunder hammer from his military pack as he approached the first corpse creature. This creature had once been a tall Caucasian man, and from his blurred features, he resembled a typical handsome Hollywood star, reminiscent of the wildly popular Leonardo DiCaprio. Wei Ping raised the silver hammer high, smiling. I wonder how many women's hearts will be shattered by this blow. Without hesitation, he brought the hammer down, and the handsome figure disintegrated into countless shards of ice. It was not out of cruelty. If he did not shatter these ice sculptures in a timely manner, they would likely revive once the ice melted, leading to disaster. Next, he approached the second ice sculpture, which was a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed bikini beauty. Unfortunately, with a resounding thud, Wei Ping's hammer struck her forehead without mercy, reducing her to a pile of ice shards as well. The third sculpture was that of a bespectacled nerdy man, who met the same fate with a single blow as he reached the fourth ice sculpture. However, Wei Ping hesitated, for this sculpture depicted a white-haired grandfather in his 70s, his hand tightly grasping that of the fifth ice sculpture, an elderly grandmother. It seemed they had been a loving couple in life, and even in death, they remained bound together. Wei Ping slowly lowered the hammer and moved towards the sixth ice sculpture, which caused him further distress. It was a little girl, around the same age as his daughter, with large, innocent eyes. Heartbroken, he averted his gaze and continued to the seventh sculpture, which depicted a pregnant woman, visibly in her 7th or 8th month. Once again, Wei Ping silently lowered the thunder hammer and pressed on. The 8th ice sculpture was that of a 200-pound man, and Wei Ping couldn't help but smile as he brought the silver hammer down with force. The subsequent corpse creatures were more typical. Wei Ping dispatched each ice sculpture with a single blow, taking over half an hour to obliterate the 108th corpse creature, reducing it to shards. Now, the vast square passage stood lonely with just 4 ice sculptures remaining: the elderly couple, the pregnant woman, and the little girl. Technically, they were no longer ice sculptures. After more than half an hour, the ice on them had melted significantly and would soon thaw completely. Just as Wei Ping pondered how to deal with these 4 corpse creatures, they began to roar. As the ice melted away, the 4 creatures awakened immediately, baring their teeth at Wei Ping. This was bad. They had regained consciousness far too quickly, startled by the roar behind him. Wei Ping turned to see that the elderly couple, whom he had assumed were holding hands even in death, were actually bound together with a rope, the old man clutching a whip in one hand, while the old woman stood shamefully exposed, also tied up at their side. The pregnant woman appeared even more ludicrous. She was not a mere pregnant woman, but a grotesque creature, with a small child's foot protruding from the corner of her mouth. Still uneaten, the last little girl was particularly comical. What a peculiar child she was. Her appearance distinctly resembled that of a 50-year-old matron, yet she turned out to be a dwarf. Oh, the horror for my eyes. Wei Ping desperately clawed at his eyeballs, unable to believe the sight before him, feeling as though his once pure vision had been sullied. Alas, perish all of you! With a single blow, Wei Ping dispatched each of the 4 grotesque figures, their blood and flesh splattering in all directions. After his moment of catharsis, Wei Ping beheld the square corridor, now a grotesque mound of gore, and promptly issued a command. Xiao Fei, please clean this place up. Xiao Fei immediately activated the cleaning function, and the fully programmed machine set to work, channeling the blood and filth away through separate pipes. Before long, the square corridor was restored to its pristine state. Satisfied, Wei Ping clapped his hands. Done, he then exchanged a brief farewell with Wei Ye and, shouldering his hefty military backpack, crawled down the square corridor to execute his next plan. Upon emerging from the Doomsday safe house, Wei Ping found himself in the vicinity of his family's cellar. His gaze swept across the scene, where the low, dilapidated old house still stood quietly, adorned with beautiful climbing ivy. The ancient locust trees on either side swayed gently in the wind, while the ginkgo tree in front of the courtyard echoed the locusts, forming a peculiar triangular arrangement. Despite having lived here for decades, Wei Ping had never noticed anything amiss. This was the first time he sensed an anomaly. Could it be that someone had set up this formation long ago? What could their purpose have been? Wei Ping fell into deep contemplation, struggling to find clarity. Perhaps it was merely his overactive imagination. He continued to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a grotesque corpse emerged in Wei Ping's line of sight, marring the landscape. At the corner of the old house stood a limbless corpse, ensnared by a thick branch, unable to advance or retreat. Upon noticing Wei Ping's gaze, it bared its teeth and howled in a terrifying manner. Without hesitation, Wei Ping drew his watermelon knife and severed its head. The head rolled to his feet, its eyes still glaring at him. Ignoring the now harmless head at his feet, Wei Ping spread his arms and mused aloud. Unbeknownst to me, I had become quite formidable. Now, creatures like Zhao Su could be dispatched with just a few strokes of his blade. After a moment of reflection, he set off towards the west of the village, where his Tyrannosaurus pickup was hidden within a cow shed. As he traversed the path from the east to the west of the village, every blade of grass and tree was both familiar and alien to him. With his stamina, he reached the cow shed in mere minutes. Amidst the roar of a powerful engine, Wei Ping drove the Tyrannosaurus slowly out of the village. Chapter 51. The hammer of Thor. Majestic mountain peaks rose one after another, a stark contrast to the lifeless scenery of Blood Grapefruit Village, where beasts frolicked in the woods that a formidable pickup truck charged into the forest, forging a path through the rugged terrain as if it were an uncharted wilderness. Behind it trailed an immense army of corpses, an endless wave stretching into the horizon, estimated to number in the hundreds or even thousands. As the horde surged forward, the Tyrannosaurus grew restless, careening through the dense woods. The plan was to use the pickup to lure the corpses from Blood Grapefruit Village outward, gathering them together for a decisive strike. Of course, this was contingent upon keeping the number of corpses within manageable limits. With his current strength, he could handle no more than 10 at a time. Any more, and he would be torn to shreds. To his dismay, the number of corpses encountered along the way was astonishingly high, surpassing even those in the cellar. Wei Ping found himself in a dire predicament, as his exit from the village was blocked by countless corpses, forcing him into the forest and compelling him to carve a path. Was there a change in circumstances of which he was unaware? Wei Ping muttered to himself as he maneuvered the Tyrannosaurus forward. The treacherous terrain nearly shattered his bones, proving to be a considerable ordeal. The branches lining the path were numerous, leaving the pickup battered and bruised. If this continued, it would surely break down before reaching its destination. Suddenly, the road ahead dipped sharply by over a meter. Wei Ping, caught off guard, could not react in time, and the entire vehicle plummeted as if in free fall. Upon landing, the truck bounced several centimeters upward, and Wei Ping was thrown against the roof of the cab. Had it not been for the seatbelt restraining him, combined with the superior off-road capabilities of the Tyrannosaurus, he would have surely been flung from the vehicle. Dazed, Wei Ping's mind buzzed, and stars danced before his eyes, rendering him momentarily disoriented. But a series of violent impacts echoed against the windows as corpses relentlessly clawed at the glass, causing cracks to form. As more corpses joined the fray, the fissures widened, threatening to shatter the windows entirely. Straining to assess his surroundings, Wei Ping realized that the Tyrannosaurus was positioned squarely in the center of the main road leading out of the village. Surrounded by corpses on all sides, this was the very situation he feared most. Once encircled, escape became nearly impossible, which was precisely why he preferred the mountain roads over the main thoroughfare. With no options left, he steeled himself for a desperate fight. Clenching his teeth, Wei Ping pressed the ignition button, and the vehicle roared to life. Thankfully, the truck was still operational. After all, expensive equipment often comes with its drawbacks. He slammed the accelerator, charging toward the nearest corpse. The collision was brutal, and the creature was obliterated, creating a small gap in the hoard. However, before he could celebrate, the remaining corpses quickly closed in, blocking his path once more. Wei Ping's expression darkened. His options had dwindled to one. He had to smash through the encroaching mass, but if the corpses completely sealed off the road ahead, his chances of survival would vanish entirely. He had no confidence in his ability to fight his way out of a throng of hundreds or thousands of corpses. "Get out of my way!" Wei Ping shouted, gripping the steering wheel as he barreled into the mass of corpses. Rather than heading straight down the center, he veered to the far right. The impacts were relentless as he collided with several corpses, but his speed diminished significantly. The gap he had created was quickly filled by more corpses. After knocking a few more aside, the Tyrannosaurus finally came to a stop, its tires spinning in place and igniting in frustration, yet it could advance no further. Damn it. Am I really going to meet my end here today? I refused to accept it. Wei Ping was not one to resign himself to fate. He would never surrender until the very last moment. He swiftly shifted gears into reverse, and the truck surged backward, clearing a path through a few more corpses. Yet before he could feel any relief, new corpses swarmed in from behind, completely surrounding him. In that moment, he was utterly ensnared, with no escape in any direction. The vehicle filled to capacity with corpses. The relentless onslaught of corpses battered against the pickup, causing the body to buckle and sway precariously. Wei Ping's fingers turned white as he gripped the wheel. But he did not press the button. Instead, with determination in his gaze, he opened his military pack, fastening a silver thunder hammer to his waist while brandishing a peculiar watermelon knife in each hand. Preparing to confront the corpse's head dash on Asa father, he would clear the final obstacle for Wei. Just as he was about to open the car door, the previously clear sky inexplicably darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled as lightning began to coalesce in the sky. How strange. Just a moment ago, it was a sunny day, and now the weather had turned sinister. Perhaps this was the heavens' way of bidding him farewell. He thought with a laugh. With a hearty chuckle, Wei Ping pressed the button for the only window not surrounded by corpses. As the sunroof opened, he leaped onto the roof of the car. The corpses, seeing him appear, were filled with bloodthirsty fury, their eyes gleaming with malice as they lunged for him. "Bring it on," Wei Ping bellowed. The blood spraying from the corpses only incited their fellows to become more frenzied. With a tremendous roar, several corpses leapt toward him. Wei Ping swiftly swung his knives, cleaving the attackers in two, then delivered a powerful kick to the one charging directly at him, causing it to explode in a shower of gore. The stench was unbearable. Boom. Chapter 52. The defense of the Statue of Liberty. Raindrops began to fall, tracing down Wei Ping's cheeks, invoking an indescribable sense of a hero's twilight, but he licked the rainwater from the corner of his mouth. A sharp, acrid taste flooding his senses. Ugh! Acid rain. The acid rain fell, but it failed to dampen the corpse's fervor as they recklessly surged toward him. Facing the onslaught from all directions, Wei Ping stood resolute, wielding his peculiar watermelon knives with remarkable prowess, creating a veritable storm of steel that shielded his entire being. Any corpse daring to breach his defenses was swiftly cut in half, while severed limbs and blood sprayed into the air. Painting a gruesome tableau, as the corpses continued their relentless assault, the bones beneath Wei Ping's feet began to accumulate, forming two small hills. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood first engulfed the tires. Then the front of the vehicle, followed by the undercarriage, and subsequently the calves, thighs, waist, and chest of Wei Ping, ultimately pressing inexorably towards the 6-yong crown of his head. However, the extreme massacre gradually drove him into madness. The bizarre watermelon knife in his hand had dulled to the hardness of steel, and his slashing movements slowed increasingly, reaching a point where exhaustion would soon set in that his speed diminished. More and more mutated corpses breached Wei Ping's defenses and attacked his physical form at this moment. He was battered and bloodied, every inch of him a mass of wounds, with not a single piece of flesh unscathed. Had it not been for the resilience of his body, he would have likely succumbed on the road. With a crunch, after dispatching a mutated corpse that was assaulting his groin, the watermelon knife, now resembling 2 pieces of steel, finally shattered. His body had reached its limit. He gradually knelt down, his vision spinning, the world around him fading into darkness, his eyes slowly closing devoid of life. Wei Ping's collapse did not deter the onslaught of the surrounding mutated corpses. Countless of them surged toward him, eager to tear him apart and devour him, blood-soaked and motionless. Wei Ping lay quietly atop the vehicle, swarmed by numerous mutated corpses feasting upon his flesh and blood. The immense pain coursing through his body compelled him to struggle to open his blood-muddied eyes, gazing at the mutated corpses ravenously devouring him, utterly powerless to resist. The only solace was that he was the sole victim. His daughter remained safe in the doomsday shelter. Then he closed his eyes, surrendering to a profound stillness. That moment, the acid rain intensified, transforming from a drizzle into a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded down like columns, and the serpentine mountain ranges writhed in a frenzy. An endless highway devoid of life swayed violently, while the ominous clouds above rolled and wept. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous crack, lightning illuminating the heavens. A colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm and long-nurtured, finally burst forth from the clouds, hurtling towards the earth with the force of a tempest, directly aimed at the man atop the Tyrannosaurus pickup truck. In a flash, the massive lightning struck Wei Ping, but instead of the anticipated explosion, it surged toward a gigantic silver thunder hammer at his waist, vanishing into it without a trace. Yet, this was not the end. After absorbing the immense lightning, the silver hammer began to transform, hovering in mid-air, expanding until it morphed into an exquisitely designed silver armor, its surface alive with flickering silver lightning. The moment the silver armor manifested, it automatically enveloped Wei Ping, tightly encasing his unconscious form. Suddenly, an extraordinary transformation occurred as the silver armor enveloped Wei Ping. It radiated brilliant light, unleashing massive bolts of lightning that spread outward. The mutated corpses that had been gnawing at Wei Ping seemed to encounter their natural nemesis, instantly exploding into fragments, clearing the area around the vehicle. The lightning unleashed by the silver armor did not cease. It continued to surge towards the outer ranks of the mutated corpses that a cacophony of crackling sounds ensued. And in an instant, the remaining hundreds of mutated corpses nearby were obliterated, as if they were facing their ultimate adversary. Once the lightning had been fully discharged, the silver armor dimmed and transformed back into a silver thunderhammer. Reappearing at the man's waist, the acid rain ceased, the clouds receded, and the sky cleared to a brilliant blue. All noise fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind. The place was engulfed in deathly stillness. Meanwhile, the outside world was alive with chaos. A bizarre apocalypse had descended, the world order had crumbled, and humanity had entered an entirely new era, a world shrouded in darkness. Cities, where populations from various nations had concentrated, became bizarre disaster zones, teeming with anomalies, as people were suddenly consumed by the inexplicable, meeting bizarre fates. Despite the rampant slaughter of the uncanny army, where there was oppression, there would be resistance in every corner of the city. Numerous troops gathered, equipped with various light and heavy weaponry, armored vehicles and tanks frequently traversing the battered streets, especially around the major human strongholds and key facilities. Military defenses grew increasingly stringent. Thunderous roars echoed as well-equipped special forces from the Eagle Nation marched in formation down Noah Street, near the Statue of Liberty. Following closely behind, armored vehicles advanced, creating a tremendous commotion that startled the nearby mutated corpses one by one. The mutated beings turned their attention, abandoning their prey, as waves of them surged from every corner, slowly forming a massive tide, roaring towards the special forces, their advance stirring up clouds of dust, their momentum overwhelming. The special forces of the Eagle Nation faced the rapidly approaching tide, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure. Yet they were all elite soldiers. The pride of the special forces forbade any retreat. Steady. The Eagle Nation's Major General appeared calm, but internally he was exceedingly anxious, for their adversaries this time were not human, but mutated corpses. The horde before them was not the slow-moving, weak zombies of the movies, but agile and immensely powerful monsters, with a single ordinary mutated corpse boasting combat strength equivalent to at least 3 Special Forces operatives. Consequently, he held little confidence in this battle. To bolster public morale, the Eagle Nation had resolved to launch a defense operation for the Statue of Liberty, with him appointed as the supreme commander. Mobilizing over 1,000 Special Forces operatives and an armored brigade to form a temporary corps. The Eagle Nation's determination could not be understated. Such a lavish assembly was sufficient to annihilate a small nation. The Major General glanced at the armored brigade behind him, feeling a surge of courage, his voice cold as he commanded. "All units, hold steady. Do not fire until I give the order." The horde was closing in rapidly. With the leading mutated corpses now less than 100 meters away, the distance perilously short. Even the well-trained Special Forces of the Eagle Nation felt their legs tremble before the endless tide, and some soldiers were already drenched in sweat. The tide pressed on, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The sheer multitude of mutated corpses generated a thunderous roar, a sound that served as a death knell for the Special Forces. The seemingly endless tide was now less than 30 meters away, yet the commander still refrained from issuing the order to fire. Some soldiers began to waver, quietly retreating. "Halt! Any further retreat will be dealt with as desertion." A supervisory squad of more than 10 men barked, halting the soldiers' retreat. After the intervention of the supervisory squad, the Special Forces managed to stabilize their formation. The tide advanced, kicking up billowing clouds of white smoke. Now only 25 meters away, the distance shrinking rapidly to 20 meters. Chapter 53, The Strongest Special Forces Corps 15 meters. Fire! The 2-star general seated in the rear armored vehicle finally issued the order to attack. With his command, the 10th Special Forces found an outlet for their pent-up anxiety, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Instantly, rows upon rows of bullets transformed into a rainstorm, targeting the advancing horde of mutated corpses. At such close range, the bullets maximized their lethality, effortlessly piercing through countless mutated bodies. Immediately, the frontline corpses fell in droves. Yet this had no deterrent effect. The mutated corpses possessed no concept of fear, as the front ranks fell. Countless others surged forward, trampling over the fallen to continue their assault on the Special Forces. Even those that had not suffered headshots remained bloodthirsty, clawing their way forward, creating a horrifying scene. Faced with an army of mutated corpses that felt no pain and feared no death, the Special Forces were under immense pressure. They could only fire wildly, desperately sweeping bullets across the advancing horde, sending yet more corpses tumbling down. The rear ranks continued to trample over their fallen comrades, and the Special Forces unleashed another barrage of gunfire, the cycle repeating itself. Before long, mountains of corpses began to accumulate before the Special Forces, moving mounds that contained numerous dismembered mutated beings still clawing their way forward, their green eyes filled with bloodthirsty mania. Though the mutated army had not closed the distance to the Special Forces, the mountains of corpses were slowly encroaching, now less than 5 meters from the frontline soldiers. The distance diminishing, at last, the foremost mutated corpse in the mountain bit down on the foot of a frontline Special Forces operative. The soldier cried out in agony that in an instant a tremendous force pulled him down into the mass of corpses, where he was immediately torn apart by several powerful mutated beings. The ordinary flesh and blood of the Special Forces operative could not withstand the might of the mutated corpses. He was ripped in two, his severed halves convulsing and twitching, internal organs strewn about, blood spraying everywhere, a gruesome demise. Yet, the crawling mutated corpses showed no intention of relinquishing their prey, their bloodthirsty gaze fixated on his lifeless body as they voraciously devoured his innards, leaving nothing behind. Before them lay a horrifying scene, shattering the mental fortitude of the specially trained soldiers, who who were already stretched thin. Their psychological defenses crumbled completely as they discarded their firearms and fled desperately towards the rear. The sound of gunfire erupted behind them, a relentless barrage of bullets that found their marks with chilling precision, striking down soldier after soldier, and no retreat allowed, or face military justice. The cold, smoking barrels of the enforcement squad aimed menacingly at the retreating special forces. The effectiveness of the enforcement squad became immediately apparent, compelling many would-be deserters to grasp their weapons and continue firing, gritting their teeth against their fear. Soon, the advancing tide of corpses made contact with the special forces, who ceased their fire and resorted to hand-to-hand combat with the reanimated dead. Nearly 1,000 well-trained soldiers unleashed their combat skills, engaging the undead in fierce duels for survival that a muscular soldier seized an undead's throat, twisting with lethal intent until a sickening crack echoed as the creature's neck snapped. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a grotesque hand pierced through his chest, emerging with a still-beating heart. Agony engulfed him like a tidal wave, sapping his strength as he collapsed, only to be dragged into the mass of corpses, blood and flesh splattering around him. Another soldier, having shattered an undead's arm, met a gruesome fate as the creature's other hand crushed his skull, which burst open like a ripe watermelon. Meanwhile, a burly bearded soldier attempted to wrestle with an undead, only to find himself grasping at iron pillars. The creature's strength was astonishing. It broke free from his grip, seized his arms, and with a series of sickening snaps, twisted his limbs until the bones protruded grotesquely, blood trickling down. The bearded soldier barely had time to scream before he was pulled into the throng of bodies. The undead that had slain him revealed its glistening green eyes, brimming with a greedy hunger for its next meal. But in a swift moment, a blade sliced through its neck, severing its head from its body. A young soldier emerged behind, undeterred, continuing to battle the next wave of undead with his Nepalese knife. The battlefield was rife with the cries of the special forces, and observing from within an armored vehicle. A 2-star general, peering through binoculars, felt his countenance darkening with each passing moment. The situation was dire. The casualty ratio stood at 3-1, an unacceptable toll for one of the most elite special forces units of the Eagle Nation. Renowned for their unparalleled close-quarters combat skills to his utter dismay, even this formidable troop was finding it necessary to sacrifice 3 of their own to bring down a single undead foe. He realized that even if they managed to win this battle by exhausting his forces, he would still be deemed a failure, facing impeachment from the Senate. Moreover, the numbers of the undead far outnumbered his soldiers, and they were multiplying at an alarming rate. He cursed himself for severely underestimating the undead's capabilities, shattering his binoculars in frustration. Enough is enough, he concluded, recognizing the urgent need to intervene before his special forces were entirely annihilated. With resolve, he prepared to take action. Chapter 54. Behold, the Golden Legend. The Armored Brigade fires. The 2-star general issued the order to open fire without hesitation. General, there are still fighting soldiers ahead, and some civilians remain in the vicinity, protested Colonel Zofi, a young senior officer beside him. Colonel Zofi, are you questioning my orders? The general retorted, his voice icy at a battle-hardened commander from the Middle East. He understood all too well the ramifications of unleashing artillery fire indiscriminately. However, the chaos of the battlefield had rendered it impossible to separate the special forces from the undead horde. After minutes of intense fighting, the bulk of his elite troops had been consumed, leaving only a fraction of injured soldiers behind. Their effectiveness diminished as the situation rapidly deteriorated. The general's frustration mounted. He drew his finely crafted pistol, pointing it at Colonel Zofi's forehead. Step aside, I am the highest-ranking officer here, and you must obey me. With the gun trained on him, Zofi's fear flickered momentarily before he stood his ground defiantly. The general regarded the young officer with disdain. A fresh recruit, educated at West Point, but lacking real battlefield experience, that if not for the influence of his powerful father, he would be nothing. As he contemplated the absurdity of the situation, he suddenly witnessed a shocking spectacle. The battle was nearing its end. With thousands of special forces nearly eradicated and remnants of the undead horde advancing toward the armored brigade, panic surged through him. Despite his urgency, Zofi had influential senators backing him, but he released the safety on his pistol. His voice strained with fury as he barked, "This is my final command. Get out of the way!" Colonel Zofi, steadfast in his convictions about protecting the people, refuse to budge. Then go to your death. The general pulled the trigger without hesitation, the sound echoing as Zophi's lifeless body hit the ground. History remembers those who rise to greatness over the bodies of the fallen, he scoffed, not even glancing back at Zophi's corpse. Colonel Zophi violated military orders and was executed on the spot. Who else dares defy me? Line them up for execution. The other leaders, previously hesitant, fell silent, recognizing the general's resolve. What are you waiting for? Relay the orders immediately. Command the armored brigade to fire. The general's anger flared as he saw them frozen in shock. Yes, sir. The senior officers quickly relayed the command through radar to the armored brigade, directing them to commence indiscriminate fire. Within moments, hundreds of armored vehicles, bristling with weaponry, pointed their muzzles toward the battlefield. Fire! The general shouted into the radio. The air erupted with a cacophony as artillery shells rained down upon the undead horde, obliterating them into countless fragments. The once formidable tide of undead was decimated, leaving only scattered remnants that posed no real threat. The general smiled, satisfied. The modern weaponry had proven its might that as he surveyed the battlefield. He declared to his officers, the battle is won. You handle the cleanup. I must report to the White House. Just as he prepared to depart, a cataclysmic event transpired that a brilliant red light sliced through the sky, enveloping a massive armored vehicle. With a sharp crack, the sound of metal being bisected echoed, and the vehicle split cleanly in two, even the driver caught within the destruction. Behold, the Golden Legend. A strange voice resonated through the battlefield, stunning everyone into silence, their tasks forgotten as they gaped at the split vehicle. Then, another eerie flash of red light surged across the field, targeting yet another armored vehicle, which met the same fate. Behold, the Golden Legend. The voice echoed once more. This is far from over. The crimson radiance flickered ominously as the third, fourth, and fifth enormous armored vehicles were enveloped in its glow, each one cleaved in twain. With every armored vehicle that fell victim to the red light, a strange voice echoed, proclaiming, "Wow, the Golden Legend." It was not until the red light descended upon the sixth armored vehicle that the drivers finally reacted, terrified, hastily starting their engines to retreat from this bizarre battlefield. Some vehicles, unable to evade in time, were swiftly severed in half. In the blink of an eye, over 10 armored vehicles lay split asunder, their operators oblivious to the identity of their assailant, meeting a gruesome fate with such horror. The rear echelon Major General, too, was rendered speechless by the supernatural crimson light, his lips trembling as he muttered, "Is this the legendary superpower? But what does the Golden Legend mean?" He never imagined he would witness such extraordinary abilities, typically confined to the realm of cinema, in his lifetime. General, what shall we do now?" an officer implored, shaking the dazed Major General. Chapter 55. The Statue of Liberty takes a bow. The Major General snapped back to reality, his countenance ashen, his lips quivering yet unable to form a coherent response. After all, they had yet to even catch a glimpse of the enemy, and already they had lost dozens of armored vehicles. Should the situation continue to escalate, his once invincible armored brigade would surely face total annihilation. To be defeated in a fair battle would be one thing, but to be obliterated without even seeing the shadow of the foe would render him a seasoned veteran of the Eagle Nation, a laughingstock across the globe, pinned upon the church's pillory of shame. That moment, a young officer timidly spoke up. "Although we do not know what that red light is, it seems to utter a phrase each time it acts. Could that phrase hold some special significance?" As soon as he finished speaking, all senior officers present immediately recalled the phrase, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, the Golden Legend." The moment the words escaped their lips, the eerie voice returned, echoing, "Wow, the Golden Legend." Then a flash of red light revealed a figure before them that was not merely a person, but a creature, a golden rooster, resplendent in its shimmering plumage, standing taller than a man. Its feathers glistened with gold, adorned with a magnificent golden comb, and wielding a long, red scythe of death that stretched over 10 meters in length. Its appearance was strikingly extravagant. Had Wei Ping been present, he would have recognized the rooster as the embodiment of the illogical Golden Legend documented in the bizarre compendium. Its absurdity off the charts, truly a late-game boss appearing far too early. The numerous senior officers were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a talking golden rooster, a chicken, and a talking one at that. A middle-aged lieutenant colonel immediately regretted his words. Indeed, as the red light flickered once more, the head of the speaking lieutenant colonel fell to the ground, severed. Wow! The golden legend! The golden rooster proclaimed, its beak opening wide. Each swing of its scythe was accompanied by the exclamation, "Wow, the golden legend," as if it had become a habitual refrain. Within mere minutes, several among them had met their demise, their faces more pallid than those mourning the loss of a parent. The officers, in sheer terror, began to chant, "Wow, the golden legend." To their astonishment, the golden legend appeared, pleased by their response. Just as they thought they had narrowly escaped calamity, they realized the creature was glaring at them, as if warning them to continue. The senior officers of the Eagle Nation found themselves chanting "Wow, the golden legend" before a giant rooster, which displayed an expression of great satisfaction. This scene was truly bizarre. An hour passed as they chanted the phrase thousands of times, their voices hoarse, throats ablaze with pain. Some even began to froth at the mouth. Yet, the golden legend listened patiently, showing no signs of impatience. Whenever someone could no longer speak, they would be cleaved in two by the scythe of death. The generals of the Eagle Nation were not mere bystanders. While they chanted, they simultaneously sent out distress signals to the outside world. The Major General, being the highest-ranking and oldest among them, maintained a surprising vigor compared to his weary comrades that a tremendous rumble resonated overhead, signaling the deployment of fighter jets from the Eagle Nation. The Major General gazed skyward at the fleet marked with U.S., tears nearly welling in his eyes. The disaster was finally drawing to a close that the officers were filled with joy. A sudden flash of brilliant crimson light erupted before them. The scythe of the golden legend elongated at an astonishing speed, targeting the fighter jets above. With a swift arc, the scythe cleaved one of the Eagle Nation's most advanced F-35 fighter jets in half, followed by a deafening explosion, leaving the pilots within no time to eject before they were reduced to ash. Before the golden legend could utter a word, the officers, as if hypnotized, gaped at the exploding aircraft, their mouths agape, instinctively exclaiming, "Wow, the golden legend." Clearly, they had unwittingly been brainwashed by the rooster's phrase. The golden legend, about to speak, was momentarily taken aback by their exclamation. The eerie voice reverberated once more, "Wow, the golden legend." The golden legend was evidently not inclined to spare these noisy individuals, as the scythe relentlessly targeted the F-35s, regardless of their speed or altitude. Each flicker of red light heralded the destruction of another F-35, accompanied by the proclamation, "Wow, the golden legend." As several F-35s were shot down, the surviving aircraft seemed to receive orders, promptly changing course and locking their radars onto the Armored Brigade's command center. The Major General and his fellow officers turned ashen at the sight, praying they would not be targeted. Miraculously, their hopes were dashed. In almost perfect synchrony, the pilots pressed the missile launch buttons, unleashing dozens of hypersonic missiles toward the command center of the Armored Brigade. Where the golden legend stood, boom! The sound of devastation echoed as missiles struck the rear of the Armored Brigade with incredible precision. The destructive power of the hypersonic missiles was staggering, annihilating the armored vehicles in their path, engulfing them in flames as the soldiers within were obliterated alongside their vehicles. Next, the many officers within the command center, including the two-star Major General, were reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the fighter jets' missiles. Just a moment prior, the Major General had ordered the Armored Brigade to fire upon their special forces and survivors, only to find the higher command ordering the F-35s to target them. In the aftermath, vast structures and terrain were devastated. The once expansive Noah Street was laid to waste, reduced to ruins. The Statue of Liberty was utterly annihilated amidst the barrage of hypersonic missiles, transforming what was once a defensive battle for the Eagle Nation's emblem into a battle for its destruction. Life, akin to a theatrical performance, unfolded with a cacophony of chaos. Chapter 56. The Director of Women's Affairs versus the Colonel of the Military District. In a mere 10 days, the global population plummeted to 4 billion, nearly halving humanity's numbers, a figure that continued to decline precipitously. The established world order lay shattered, as a new order slowly began to emerge in the post-apocalyptic landscape. In Rabbit Nation, outside the village of Blood Grapefruit in the Insher County of Fengdu Province, the imposing Chinyu Mountain stood solemnly. Unlike in days of yore, The mountain's base was now dotted with numerous tents, shattering its previous tranquility. Hundreds of tents had sprung up at the foot of the mountain, sprawling outward from a massive metal building that housed thousands of people within. On either side of the entrance to this enormous metal structure hung two signs. The left sign read, Temporary Command Center for the Reconstruction of the Post-Apocalyptic Anomaly, while the right sign proclaimed, Temporary Party Committee for the Reconstruction of the Post-Apocalyptic Anomaly. Soldiers moved in and out of the command center, their faces etched with urgency. Inside, the temporary command center was divided into dozens of rooms for urgent operations, each labeled for its specific purpose. Following the main corridor to its end, they arrived at a large office, marked with a red paper sign reading Temporary Combat Command Center that an important meeting seemed to be underway. As the room was filled to capacity, the left side of the round table was occupied by individuals in civilian attire, while the right side was filled with military personnel in standard uniforms. At the head of the table sat a colonel adorned with 2 bars and 3 stars. This individual was Colonel Chao Xiong, the commander responsible for the defense of Huayin County within the Yinshi military district. Known for his ruthless temperament, he had fled with a remnant of troops to Huayin County after the military district was inexplicably breached a few days prior. Following another collapse of his defensive line, he was forced to retreat once more to the more secluded Yinlu Township. Upon arriving in Yinlu Township, he continued to assert his dominance, seizing control of the township government through sheer force, directly ousting the township head from his position and claiming the title of the de facto leader of Yinlu. At this moment, he glared with a grim expression at a beautiful woman in casual attire seated to his left, as if the two had just engaged in a rather unpleasant exchange. The second individual to her left, a short, balding middle-aged man, abruptly rose from his seat, bellowing at the attractive woman beside him. This short, balding man was none other than Tan Xian, the township head of Yinlu and direct superior of Wei Ping. He was adept at navigating complex social dynamics, and after being ousted by Chao Xiong, he recognized the current state of anarchy. In such chaotic times, strength ruled supreme. Consequently, he began to curry favor with Chao Xiong, attacking the beautiful woman merely to flatter him. The woman sitting directly to Tan Xian's left possessed a pristine appearance and fair skin, a true beauty. Had Wei Ping been present, he would have been astonished to recognize her as Wang Lian, the only female director of the township women's affairs who had maintained a cordial relationship with him. Wang Lian furrowed her brows. Yet before she could speak, Chao Xiong rebuked Tan Xian. Xiao Tan, when did it become your turn to speak? Do you not understand the hierarchy within the makeshift command center? Wang Lian's rank surpassed that of Tan Xian, necessitating absolute obedience from subordinates to their superiors. This was a rule established by Chao Xiong on his first day in power. He had promoted Wang Lian to the foremost leadership position in government, placing her above the former township head not only due to her striking looks, but also for her impressive intellect, having graduated from a prestigious university. Thus, Wang Lian was elevated and entrusted with significant responsibilities. As for Tan Xian, who had become redundant, he had initially intended to dispose of him. But Tan Xian was a master of flattery, and such individuals were often essential for managing a team. Moreover, having held the position of township head for an extended period, his residual influence could still command respect from those who might otherwise be unruly. Tan Xian's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly donned a sycophantic demeanor. What Commander Chao says is correct. The subordinate has overstepped. He then turned his gaze and sternly addressed Wang Lian. Xiao Wang, did you hear that? You are not permitted to contradict Commander Chao in the future. Wang Lian found herself at a loss for words in response to this shameless former superior. His ability to change sides was swifter than turning a page in a book. That it was no wonder suggested that the leaders of the Rabbit Kingdom could all win an Oscar for their performances. Wang Lian cleared her throat. She was momentarily speechless in light of Commander Chao's admonition. Indeed, she had acted unilaterally, leading a rescue team in search of young men. Outside of Blood Grapefruit Village, on a winding mountain road, she discovered a severely injured man lying atop a vehicle, surrounded by the corpses of the undead piled high, like small hills. The scene was harrowing, and just as everyone believed the man on the vehicle's roof to be beyond saving and prepared to abandon the rescue, she recognized him as her good friend Wei Ping. She insisted on rescuing him, and had it not been for her resolute intervention, Wei Ping would have been discarded in the wilderness long ago. The most vehement opposition to this endeavor came from the short, balding man, Tan Xian, who harbored an inexplicable aversion to Wei Ping and vehemently opposed his treatment. Because of this, he repeatedly reported to Chao Xiong and brought up the matter in public forums. Each time Wei Ping's situation was mentioned, Wang Lian found herself at a loss for words, plunging the meetings into awkwardness. Just then, a hurried soldier burst through the door, shattering the tense atmosphere. The room erupted with commotion. Wang Lian immediately sprang to her feet in excitement, disregarding the gazes of those around her, and hastened towards the infirmary, in a makeshift infirmary within the iron-clad temporary command center. A man lay quietly on a wooden stretcher. His entire body was swathed in bandages, resembling a dumpling, with the outermost layers soaked in crimson, revealing the severity of his injuries. He lay motionless on the stretcher for a full 3 days and nights. A sight that had become routine for the other patients nearby and the patrolling soldiers at the entrance. Strangely, despite the grievous nature of his wounds, the man had remained comatose without a single movement for 3 days and nights. And with the almost non-existent medical conditions, survival seemed nearly impossible. Yet the puzzling aspect was that if the man had indeed succumbed, given the current sweltering weather, his body would have begun to decompose and emit a foul odor. Yet he did not. This anomaly left everyone bewildered as they continued to watch the man in his stupor. Hey, why do you think Commander Chao would allow him to remain here? His injuries would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago. Even if he were saved, he'd be a vegetable or disabled, merely a waste of resources to keep alive. That I in the same ward as Wei Ping. A young man with dyed blonde hair was chatting idly with a woman in the adjacent bed. The woman was a young, alluring figure, her fair skin exposed in a rather provocative manner. She replied to his inquiries with disinterest. Who knows? I heard it was Director Wang who pleaded earnestly for him. That's why Commander Chao agreed to let him stay. The woman, suddenly intrigued, added, Hey, do you think Director Wang and that pretty boy on the bed have something going on, considering she nearly clashed with Commander Chao? The young man, clearly more interested in the woman's physique than gossip, continued to engage her in conversation merely to find a topic, all the while his gaze wandered to the ample expanse of her exposed skin. The woman cast a sidelong glance at the shameless young man, feigning anger. Hey, where are your eyes wandering? I am Commander Chao's woman. Be careful he doesn't poke your eyes out after uttering this. She erupted into laughter, her chest bouncing with fervor. The young man's eyes widened in fascination, unable to resist the urge to reach out towards her. Just as he was about to touch her thigh, a cough erupted from behind them. The sound came from the comatose Wei Ping. Initially a few light coughs that escalated into a violent fit, his body shaking uncontrollably. This commotion caught the attention of the patrolling soldier outside, who rushed to report the awakening of Wei Ping. Shortly thereafter, a remarkably pristine woman rushed in, none other than Wang Lian, who had hurried over upon receiving the soldier's alert. How is he? Wang Lian inquired. Her gaze fixed on Wei Ping, who remained still, prompting her to turn to the young man in the corner. Just then, Wei Ping started to cough intensely again, his eyes shut tight as he struggled to sit up. Observing this, Wang Lian's face broke into the most radiant of smiles. She hurried forward, supporting Wei Ping's attempts to rise. Wei Ping suddenly felt himself resting against something soft, the pain on his face easing slightly before he drifted back into a deep slumber. Time passed and darkness enveloped the room. The lights in the temporary command center's infirmary were extinguished, and oil lamps were lit at Wang Lian's insistence, a precaution against any unexpected occurrences, despite the remote location of Qingyu Mountain making such events unlikely. In the dimly lit infirmary, only 2 figures remained, the unconscious Wei Ping and Wang Lian, who vigilantly stayed by his side. Wang Lian was herself unsure why she felt such a profound concern for Wei Ping. Sensing it exceeded mere friendship in her heart, she rationalized that in this apocalyptic world, relationships were magnified. This line of thought seemed to make sense. Wang Lian was also a woman of hardship, shortly after the emergence of the eerie phenomena. Her parents had been devoured by the unknown, leaving her as the sole survivor. Her ex-husband had also been consumed on the very first day of the apocalypse. She felt no sorrow for his demise, rather a sense of liberation. From that moment on, she was unbound by any lingering attachments in this world, free to pursue her own desires and live for herself. Just when she thought she had seen it all, the sight of Wei Ping ignited a familiar longing within her heart. Cough, cough. Water, water. Wei Ping began to cough violently once more, but this time he spoke for the first time. His voice was hoarse and rough. as if he hadn't spoken in decades. Wang Lian looked at him with delight and immediately rushed to the dilapidated table to pour a cup of warm water, personally bringing it to Wei Ping's lips. Cough, cough. Wei Ping, having drunk too quickly, was choked and began to cough again. Fool, drink slowly. There's plenty of water here. Yet, as if he hadn't heard her, he continued to gulp down the water. Wang Lian fed him 2 large cups before his strength gradually began to return. Suddenly, Wei Ping began to thrash about violently, shouting, "Get away from me! Get away!" Realizing that he still believed he was being attacked by the undead, Wang Lian tenderly cradled his head in her arms, in her embrace. Wei Ping seemed to find a sense of safety, his struggles waning as he gradually calmed down and fell back into a deep sleep. So, time passed once more. Wei Ping awoke again, his tightly shut eyes slowly opening for the first time. And the first face he beheld was one he had not anticipated. Wang Lian was taken aback by Wei Ping's pale countenance. Upon noticing that Wei Ping had opened his eyes, she gently propped him up, saying, "Wei Ping, you are gravely injured. Please try to speak as little as possible." Wei Ping, upon hearing this, could hardly believe his own appearance. He struggled to glance around, fixing his gaze on Wang Lian, attempting to speak but failing to utter a sound. Wang Lian extended her delicate white finger to his lips, signaling him to remain silent. "Shoo, do not speak for now, that I will inform you of everything that has transpired. Simply nod or shake your head to indicate your understanding." Unexpectedly, Wei Ping felt the warmth of her finger, causing an awkward flush to rise on his pale face. Wang Lian seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her action, quickly retracting her finger, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she turned her gaze away from him. After a moment, the tension between them eased somewhat. Wang Lian gently helped Wei Ping lie back down, inquiring, "Wei Ping, do you wish to know what has happened since you lost consciousness?" Wei Ping made a determined nod. Her voice was soft as she sought his confirmation, to which he nodded again. With admiration, Wei Ping regarded the woman beside him, draping the garment that covered him over her shoulders. Wang Lian had shared much, and Wei Ping had listened intently. Initially, the village chief, Tan Xin, was infuriated by Wei Ping's embezzlement of 20 million and his subsequent disappearance. He promptly collaborated with the Huayin County Prosecutor's Office and other departments to initiate an investigation into Wei Ping's corruption. That very afternoon, a meeting of the village party committee was convened, during which it was decided to relieve Wei Ping of his position as director of the Rural Revitalization Office, appointing Xiao Li as the new director. Furthermore, the personnel appointment from the Huayin County Party Committee was announced, appointing Xiao Qi, the director of the Party and Government Office, as the new deputy mayor, thereby filling the last vacancy in the village party committee. Much to everyone's delight except for Wei Ping, the 2 newly appointed young officials, Xiao Qi and Xiao Wang, seemingly aware of their appointments in advance, had already reserved a banquet at the finest hotel in Huayin County to celebrate that evening with all the village party committee cadres. Naturally, Wang Lian, as the head of the village women's affairs office, was among the invitees. Initially intending to decline, she felt compelled to attend due to the presence of all the leaders and colleagues from the village. The banquet was filled with merriment, continuing until midnight, yet the revelers were still unsatisfied and decided to head to a KV for karaoke. The KTV where the village party cadres gathered was not initially intended to be a target of the bazaar. But amidst their revelry, they could not resist calling upon a lineup of foreign entertainers to accompany their singing. Among them was a voluptuous woman from a foreign land, who turned out to be the embodiment of the bazaar, leading to a tragic outcome. The village party committee's cadre of over a dozen, including many entertainers, was nearly annihilated by the bizarre manifestation of the voluptuous woman. Only Tan Xin, the village chief, managed to push Xiao Qi forward to escape the impending doom. In the days leading up to the Apocalyptic Bazaar event, the government manipulated mainstream media to obscure the truth. However, as the death toll escalated daily, military strongholds fell one after another, and cities were reduced to ruins. The government could no longer conceal the reality, ultimately acknowledging the arrival of the Apocalyptic Bazaar. Chaos erupted across the nation, the existing order was swiftly dismantled, and various factions began to stir, leading to an atmosphere of bloodshed and fear. With rampant looting and violence, the Yinlu Township government became little more than a facade, as the county and city military divisions were too preoccupied with their own survival to care for the people of Yinlu Township. Fortunately, the bazaar primarily operated at night, with the more formidable entities emerging only after dark, During the day, the majority were lowly undead, or else humanity would have been extinguished long ago at this juncture. Survival necessitated self-rescue. Ultimately, Wang Lian took the initiative to rally militia and some retired soldiers to establish a temporary command center to maintain order in the township, but she was soon betrayed by Tan Xin, who usurped the fruits of her labor, becoming the head of the temporary command. Yet, Tan Xin's arrogance was short-lived, as he was swiftly ousted by Colonel Chao Xiong, who had fled to this location with his soldiers, thereby taking command of the temporary operations center, now referred to as the commander. When a small-scale attack by the undead occurred in Yinlu Township, Chao Xiong initially planned to lead his troops to escape, but, having utilized Wang Lian's strategy, managed to avert disaster, after which Wang Lian was reinstated and given greater responsibilities. That as the influx of undead from large cities to Yinlu Township increased, Wang Lian proposed relocating the temporary command center to the remote Qingyu Mountain. Contemplating this, Wei Ping gazed at the slumbering Wang Lian with a sense of guilt, his eyes reflecting a tenderness he had not noticed within himself, as long-buried emotions began to stir. After covering Wang Lian with a blanket, Wei Ping attempted to shift his position, only to find that every inch of his body ached, a piercing pain coursing through him. Alas, surviving was already a stroke of fortune. He could not afford to be greedy. Wei Ping recognized that his condition would not improve for at least half a month to a month. This was still with the benefit of having enhanced his physical attributes. His strength and recovery capabilities were significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. Had he been an average individual, he would have perished outright, but of course, there was another method for him to expedite his recovery: entering the bizarre temple to procure the elixir he had used to save his ex-wife. However, he hesitated to do so, for entering the bizarre temple would cause his physical form to vanish from the real world, revealing his hidden cards to everyone. Having navigated the complexities of grassroots government for several years, Wei Ping was acutely aware of the adage that a man without guilt can bear the burden of wealth. Such a course of action was one he would never consider. Chapter 59. The Female Bazaar. Am I beautiful? The voice was deliberately lowered. Had it not been for Wei Ping's enhanced physique and acute hearing, he would have scarcely comprehended is he talking about me. He pondered, recognizing the voice as both familiar and loathsome. Wei Ping furrowed his brow. Soon, his expression deepened in concern as he noticed the footsteps drawing closer to him. Could it be directed at me? What could they want at this hour? Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared at the door, his shiny bald head reflecting a red glow from the oil lamp. It was none other than Tan Xin, the village chief. Wei Ping's pupils contracted. It was no wonder the voice felt both familiar and detestable. Ah, Xiao Wei, I have come to pay you a visit, Tan Xin declared, his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a posture befitting a leader. Tan Gu, do you require something from me? Wei Ping suddenly realized that Tan Xin was no longer his superior. Given that it was evident he was targeting himself, there was no reason to address him with any semblance of respect. He had long grown weary of the condescending attitude Tan Xin had displayed over the years. Tan Xion's smile faltered, his demeanor shifting to that of an authoritative figure. He had once been your former superior. Is it not my duty to visit an injured subordinate? He retorted, feigning a tone of concern. Xiao Wei, you used to understand the importance of hierarchy. Why do you no longer address me as your leader? Leader? Bah, what a self-serving compliment. Wei Ping scoffed inwardly. Tan Xin, it appears that my position as director of the Rural Revitalization Office has been rescinded by the party committee. So why would I still need to call you my leader? His tone was icy, devoid of the false reverence of the past. Tan Xion's expression darkened, unprepared for this sudden transformation in Wei Ping, who had once been timid and meek. That a glimmer of malice flickered in Tan Xion's eyes, quickly masked by a veneer of composure. Yet, Wei Ping's heightened senses detected the change immediately. Xiao Wei, it has been a while. After embezzling 20 million, where have you been living it up? It has proven quite difficult to track you down, Tan Xion remarked, forcing a smile despite his discontent. Your words are laced with double meanings. Yet you, an unremarkable sycophant, still wish to exert control over me. Dream on. Wei Ping silently derided. The matter of the 20 million falls under the jurisdiction of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. It is their task to pursue me, not yours to meddle ditto. Since you are beyond my reach, rest assured that others will handle you. At dawn, I will report you to the higher-ups, and they shall bring you to justice, Tan Xion threatened. his facade dropping as his smile vanished. Very well, I look forward to it. Wei Ping scoffed at Tan Xion's threat, dismissing it with derision. The nation was on the brink of collapse, and talk of higher authorities was but a futile dream. The two men locked eyes, the silence thick with tension, until Tan Xion's gaze fell upon Wang Lian, who lay asleep on Wei Ping's stretcher. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent as he smirked coldly at her. Xiao Wei, what a refined taste you have. Even in such dire circumstances, you dare to associate with Commander Chao's woman. Tan Xion's eyes darted with scheming thoughts. Wei Ping's expression soured. The Commander Chao he mentioned was indeed a formidable adversary. He found himself at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew heavy with silence once more. For reasons unknown, Wang Lian suddenly awoke, regarding Tan Xion with surprise. Tan Xion, what brings you here? Tan Xion and Wang Lian had long been open adversaries, and thus there was no need for pretense that he retorted coldly. If you dare to engage in scandalous behavior, how could I not come to see? Tomorrow, I shall report this matter to Commander Chao, and you shall await your fate. Wang Lian's face paled momentarily before regaining its composure. Tan Xion, my affairs require no oversight from you. Moreover, my relationships with other men have nothing to do with Chao Xiong. She naturally harbored no fear of Chao Xiong, for there existed no improper relationship between them. Their connection was purely utilitarian. Very well, Wang Lian, maintain your obstinacy. Tomorrow, we shall see how you manage to extricate yourselves from this predicament. Tan Xion huffed angrily and stormed off. Wang Lian gazed at Tan Xion's retreating figure, a cloud of worry shadowing her face. She reassured herself of her innocence in her dealings with Chao Xiong. Yet a gnawing anxiety remained, fearing that he might seize the opportunity to retaliate against Wei Ping, stirring unease within her heart. Wang Lian, do not fret. I possess my own means to handle the situation. Wei Ping offered her a reassuring glance. However, the incident with Tan Xion had served as a cautionary tale for Wei Ping. Tan Xion was known for his vindictive nature, and given his past endeavors within the government, he had long sought to eliminate Wei Ping. It was now even less likely he would let him off the hook. Previously, in a society governed by the rule of law, Wei Ping's influence had been negligible, compelling him to endure humiliation for the sake of survival. There could be no lingering threats. He must find an opportunity to eliminate Tan Xion discreetly. In a fleeting moment, Wei Ping's mind raced with thoughts. After Tan Xion's departure, Wang Lian lost interest in attending to Wei Ping, offering him but a few brief words of care before she left. Wei Ping remained silent, staring vacantly at the flickering oil lamps swaying in the wind. The room enveloped in a profound stillness, shadows dancing ominously in the night. That am I beautiful? A soft, haunting voice suddenly echoed from the darkness behind him. What was that sound? Wei Ping was startled, his body bristling with fear as he turned to face the source. Yet after searching for what felt like an eternity, he found no trace of anyone. Something felt amiss. Wang Lian had left long ago, and he was undeniably alone in the room, and this voice was unfamiliar. Where had it come from? Wei Ping fell into silence. Am I beautiful? Chapter 60. The moment of the hunt. Who is it? Wei Ping exclaimed, turning around once more in search of the voice, but all he encountered was darkness. He considered himself no coward, yet alone in the dimly lit room, confronted by a voice that posed a question out of the shadows, he was undeniably frightened, unable to suppress his rising terror. Wei Ping drew the thunder hammer from his waist and began to swing it wildly at the darkness. Despite striking every corner of the shadowy room, he found nothing. Just as he began to lower his guard, the eerie voice sounded again. Am I beautiful? A ghost? Help! Faced with the unknown, Wei Ping could no longer contain his fear and fled towards the door. Why now? It was the early hours of the morning, and his cries had roused everyone nearby. What? Something strange has come. The patrolling soldier, still half asleep, was the first to awaken to Wei Ping's alarm. Assuming the base was under attack by mutated corpses, he immediately began to scream, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" His shout was deafening, startling everyone who had been sleeping. They barely had time to don their clothing before seizing their weapons and rushing for the exit. Instantly, the scene devolved into chaos, revealing the darker aspects of human nature: sons abandoning their mothers, fathers neglecting their sons, husbands forsaking their wives, and subordinates disregarding their superiors. All were evident. Everyone scrambled desperately toward the exit. "Hey, you heard wrong. I meant their SA ghost, not mutated corpses." Realizing the blunder had escalated, Wei Ping hurried forward, eager to explain to the patrol soldiers. However, his appearance only exacerbated their panic. They fled even faster, shouting, "Oh no! Even mummies have appeared!" Everyone run in an instant. The temporary command center descended into further chaos, with numerous individuals fleeing in terror. Wei Ping shook his head at the sight before him, a rabble of frightened souls collapsing into disarray without even seeing the enemy. Witnessing the fastest runner, Wei Ping could only sigh in disbelief. Leading the charge was none other than Chao Xiong, and no wonder he had survived multiple assaults from hordes of corpses. He truly was a master of escape. It was miraculous that someone like Chao Xiong could lead others to safety, Wei Ping mused, shaking his head inwardly. Indeed, those with the surname Chao possess unique talents. Among the fleeing crowd, another individual caught Wei Ping's attention, becoming the focal point of his scrutiny. The second fastest was a short man, who, originally lagging behind, relentlessly shoved aside those in his path as he vaulted over them, reminiscent of a contestant in a hurdles race. To Wei Ping's surprise, the second runner was Tan Xin, and he was taken aback. Had he not been short, he might have toppled Chao Xiong to claim victory in this impromptu 110-meter hurdle race. No wonder he too had managed to survive several bizarre onslaughts. He was evidently skilled in his own right. Wei Ping couldn't help but chuckle to himself that as he observed the chaotic scene of desperate individuals rolling and scrambling for their lives. He suddenly realized a troubling thought. If the chaos subsided and everyone recognized that Wei Ping was the architect of this turmoil, how would they treat him? The consequences were unfathomable, especially with someone like Tan Xin lurking in the shadows, ready to incite further discord. His fate would surely be grim. "Damn that ghost, you've ruined me," Wei Ping lamented inwardly. At that moment, he noticed a rifle lying on the ground, evidently dropped by a soldier during their panicked escape. Eyeing the rifle and then surveying the chaotic scene around him, a cunning idea sparked in Wei Ping's mind that in his prime, he would have had no fear of Chao Xiong or Tan Xin. Even if he couldn't best them in a confrontation, survival was always an option. But now, severely injured and lacking the time for proper recuperation, it was unlikely he could swiftly regain his strength. If he could eliminate them amidst the chaos, he might secure his own survival. Unbeknownst to anyone in the pitch-black night, Wei Ping expertly lifted the rifle, made a few simple adjustments, and aimed at the back of a fleeing individual. Bang! The sharp crack of the gunshot rang out, and the foremost figure in the fleeing mob fell, a piercing scream echoing through the air. "Got him." Wei Ping's lips curled into a smirk at the sound. His marksmanship had been honed during his early days in Yinlu Township, where he had been assigned to the least promising position in the armed department, enduring hardships alongside local militia. That it wasn't until years later that he caught the eye of a deputy county chief, who promptly promoted him to director of the Rural Revitalization Office. Through the scope, Wei Ping observed the figure at the front, hesitating momentarily. While they had yet to cross paths in conflict, with the dawn approaching and the complications arising from Wang Lian, as well as tonight's blunder, it was clear they would not spare him. He was a potential adversary. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Ping resolved to eliminate this potential threat. Steadying the rifle, he resumed his aim, aligning the sights with the target's neck. The moment of the hunt had begun. Just as his finger poised to pull the trigger, an angry voice rang out from behind him. "Wei Ping, what are you doing?" It was Wang Lian, and as Wei Ping recognized her, he was taken aback. "Did you not flee? Are you trying to make me flee with them, only to hunt me down?" Wang Lian was furious. She had never imagined Wei Ping to be a cold-blooded killer. Wei Ping managed a wry smile. "Wang Lian, I could never bring myself to harm you." Her expression darkened further. "Wei Ping, while you may spare me, why do you seek to hunt those who bear you no ill will?" Her anger palpable, her chest heaved with emotion. Wei Ping averted his gaze, unable to provide an explanation. Consumed by rage, Wang Lian shouted, "Wei Ping, put down the gun! I never anticipated you to hide such darkness within." Ignoring her, Wei Ping's finger continued to press down on the trigger. Bang! The bullet surged forth from the barrel, swiftly embedding itself in the arm of the leading figure, piercing through and vanishing into the ground. "You!" Wang Lian recoiled in shock from the deafening gunshot, her hand trembling as she pointed at Wei Ping. Rendered speechless, After firing, Wei Ping did not pull the trigger again. Instead, he lowered the weapon and turned to leave. Just as the silhouette was about to vanish into the night, a voice echoed from afar. Wang Lian. For your sake, I spared his life, merely incapacitating his arm. Remember, tomorrow you must take his place. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. You may question my character, but do not doubt my judgment. Chapter 61. Betrayal. Have I become a saint? Wang Lian contemplated uneasily as she watched Wei Ping depart. However, he did not truly leave. Instead, he made his way toward the innermost room of the metal structure. Despite having rested for most of the day, his body had regained some strength. While it fell drastically short of his prime, it was comparable to that of an average adult male. As he turned to leave, his stomach audibly protested, having been unconscious for 3 days without nourishment. He was quite hungry. Thus, he headed to the supply warehouse of the temporary command center, where he easily breached the copper lock. Upon entering, he was astonished by the mountain-like piles of supplies, grains, oils, canned milk. Clothing and decorations were all present. It was no exaggeration to say that the warehouse was well-stocked with provisions for daily living. It seemed that Chao Xiong had emptied the local government's reserves and cleared out major markets within the jurisdiction of Yinlu Township. Wei Ping found himself unable to move the items, so he resorted to extracting a tent, a brand new mobile phone, a Nepali army knife, several sets of clean, branded clothing, and some survival supplies that he then continued to rummage through the supply warehouse and, to his delight, unearthed some valuable treasures. Amidst a pile of rice, he discovered an enormous safe, nearly as tall as himself, undoubtedly containing items of great importance to Chao Xiong. After a few futile attempts to crack the code, he abandoned the effort, feeling discouraged. However, he soon noticed that the wall behind the safe was painted a different color from the others, indicating it had been freshly painted. Moving the safe aside, he gently tapped the wall with his fingers, producing a hollow sound that confirmed his suspicions. With renewed determination, he struck the wall with his silver hammer, breaking through to reveal a wooden box. Inside the box lay a key, upon which a note was affixed, indicating it was for the safe. Elated, Wei Ping realized he could finally uncover the contents of the safe. Upon opening it, he was astonished by the sight before him, a dazzling array of small yellow fish, stacked neatly, numbering over 30. I'm rich, he exclaimed, his initial joy quickly dissipating as he pondered his situation. While gold in the apocalypse was indeed valuable for trading food, he was not lacking in provisions within his safe haven. It seemed of little use to him, and given his current circumstances, he could not take it with him. A mere trifle. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against taking the yellow fish. His gaze then shifted to the rear of the safe. Widening in astonishment at the sight of handguns, rifles, and ammunition, Wei Ping's heart raced. In the apocalypse, 2 things were paramount: food and weapons. Though he was well stocked with food, weapons were in dire need. In the land of the rabbits, acquiring a firearm was nearly impossible for an ordinary person. The leaders of the military district in Yinshui City were all corrupt, and when the nation faced calamity, they fled faster than anyone else. He regretted not having dealt with them sooner. Yet his hands did not falter as he swiftly packed a 92-style pistol, a 95-style automatic rifle, and thousands of rounds of ammunition into his military bag, leaving the yellow fish behind. With the previously acquired 95-style automatic rifle, his bag now contained 1 pistol, 2 95-style automatic rifles, and several thousand rounds of ammunition. This was more than sufficient to deal with typical corpse mutants. Should he encounter a similar predicament as before, he could surely escape unscathed. Satisfied, Wei Ping donned his military bag and departed. Growing up in the mountains, he possessed a profound understanding of the terrain, allowing him to quickly locate a concealed cave in the nearby Qingyu Mountain. Before entering, he erased any trace of his presence, then gathered sturdy branches to obscure the entrance, finally rolling a large stone to block most of the cave's mouth, leaving only a small opening for his passage. This arrangement would deter most large predators and peculiar creatures, ensuring he could sleep soundly. Once settled, he erected his tent within the cave and drifted into a deep slumber. The bizarre and sinister night of the apocalypse was destined to be fraught with evil and bloodshed, yet it was of no concern to Wei Ping, who was blissfully lost in dreams. As dawn broke the next day, Wei Ping awoke early, quickly tidying up before making his way to the temporary command post where Wang Lian was stationed. Upon arrival, he found the exterior of the command tent teeming with weary individuals. Their faces drawn and haggard, clearly having endured a sleepless night. In the midst of the crowd stood two figures. Chao Xiong, now crippled from the injury Wei Ping had inflicted upon him, and a patrol soldier who had lost his firearm. Both men looked around in terror, their expressions pleading for mercy. As Wei Ping inched closer, he overheard their conversation. Chao Xiong, Xiao Deng, do you have anything to say for yourselves? A clearly authoritative figure demanded. Man, no. It was all Xiao Deng's fault. He was the one who fell asleep on patrol and mistook Wei Ping for a monster, causing us all to lose a night's rest. Chao Xiong hastily pointed at Xiao Deng, eager to shift blame. Xiao Deng, undeterred, retorted, Chao Xiong, what are you talking about? Weren't you the first to run away last night? How could anyone follow if you didn't lead? Chao Xiong, incensed, sprang to his feet, inadvertently aggravating his wounded arm, and cried out in pain. After a moment, he managed to say, Xiao Deng, what gives you the right to speak to me like that? How do you account for losing your gun? If you hadn't lost it, Wei Ping wouldn't have found it, and if he hadn't found it, 10Xian wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't be injured. Can you still argue your case? Xiao Deng fell silent, unsure how to explain the loss of the firearm. Last night, he had mistaken the bandaged Wei Ping for a mummy-like creature and, in his fright, had dropped the only weapon their military district possessed. Not only that, but Wei Ping had picked it up, resulting in Tan Xian's death and Chao Xiong's injury, leaving their military district in disarray. How do they know I was the one who fired the gun last night? Did Wang Lian betray me? Wei Ping pondered as he listened to the exchange. Enough of the chatter. Let us just kill them. A tall militia member from the village, fed up with Chao Xiong's tyranny, declared. With the tides having turned, he was determined to take action, and he rallied a few fellow militiamen to seize Chao Xiong and Xiao Deng, dragging them toward a pile of kindling prepared for a pig roast. From his concealed vantage point among the bushes, Wei Ping recognized Lu Neng, a typically meek and timid individual, now transformed into someone ruthless in the face of the apocalypse. Soon, the limbs of Chao Xiong and Xiao Deng were secured to the makeshift spit, their terror palpable as they begged for mercy, resembling a pig destined for slaughter. The crowd, having suffered under the oppressive rule of certain leaders in the land of the rabbits, was driven by an overwhelming desire for revenge. Eager to feast on the flesh of their oppressors, that you've had your day. For years, we've suffered under your tyranny. Now it's your turn to die. Lu Neng jeered, watching as the military district's colonel, Chao Xiong, wept and pleaded for his life, his heart hardened by the cruelty of the situation. Wang Lian, witnessing the unfolding horror, struggled to speak out against the violence. However, the madness reflected in the eyes of the crowd filled her with dread, causing her to withdraw and owe more compassion in this apocalypse. Otherwise, I may be the first to perish, she thought, stifling her urge to intervene. The previous day's act of killing Tan Xian had left her heart hardened as well. No miraculous intervention occurred. Under the cruel gaze of the crowd, the oppressive official was roasted alive, the scene undeniably brutal. Lu Neng, driven by a savage impulse, plunged his hand into Chao Xiong's abdomen, tearing out his intestines and gnawing on them voraciously. Eat! You all should eat. If you don't, you're not one of us, he encouraged, coercing the crowd into a grotesque display of cannibalism. Some bold souls, emboldened by Lu Neng's actions, stepped forward to tear flesh from Chao Xiong's thigh, savoring the taste as they gorged themselves like beasts. With such examples set, the remaining onlookers, despite their initial trepidation, found themselves compelled to join in the gruesome feast, for only by doing so could they prove their allegiance. Before long, the once timid individuals transformed, their eyes now filled with a primitive ferocity. After tasting human flesh, they became even more savage. Humanity had taken millennia to emerge from barbarism and embrace modern civilization. Yet the bizarre circumstances of the apocalypse had regressed them to a primal state in a mere fortnight. I wonder if human flesh is truly that delectable, or if they are merely reveling in their depravity. Without the constraints of morality, evil becomes addictive, Wei Ping mused, observing the metamorphosis of those around him. His gaze shifted to the last clear-headed individual present, Wang Lian, standing alone on the fringes of the crowd. Her expression one of disbelief as she watched her former comrades transform into strangers. Step by step, she began to retreat, hoping to slip away unnoticed as they focused on their grisly meal. For remaining among them would spell her doom. From his hidden position among the tall bushes, Wei Ping realized that Wang Lian could not replace Chao Xiong. She lacked the necessary ruthlessness. Perhaps she simply wasn't hardened enough yet. Given her choice to withdraw, she had placed herself in considerable danger, and he felt compelled to intervene. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Wei Ping readied a 95-style rifle, his eyes fixed on the scope. Prepared to pull the trigger the moment Wang Lian found herself in peril. Yes, Wang Lian's figure was about to vanish from everyone's sight. Lu Ning suddenly turned around, recalling something. "Where's Wang Lian?" He spun around fiercely, his gaze fixed on the fleeing Wang Lian, commanding, "Catch her! Don't let her escape!" Wang Lian, terrified, turned and fled in haste. Yet just a few steps away, a woman named Xiao Fong swiftly blocked her path. "Xiao Fong, please let me go!" Wang Lian exclaimed, recognizing the one who she had once saved. Her eyes sparkled with hope. However, since the moment Xiao Fong had committed murder and cannibalism, she had transformed entirely. Disregarding Wang Lian's pleas, grinning with a sinister smile, she retorted, "If you consume Chao Xiong's flesh and join us, I will set you free." Wang Lian's face paled. The thought of eating human flesh was more unbearable to her than death itself. "Xiao Fong, for the sake of the life I once saved you, please help me this one time." Wang Lian begged desperately. Yet Xiao Fong burst into laughter. "If I let you go, they will devour me. Which do you think is preferable, your death or mine?" Lu Nung, witnessing Xiao Fong block Wang Lian's escape, cackled madly. "Everyone, come quickly! We have human flesh to feast on." Overwhelmed by fear, Wang Lian's legs trembled. It seemed as though everyone around her had undergone a personality transformation overnight. Former comrades had morphed into monstrous cannibals. Were they all possessed by something sinister? The thought of facing a fate akin to that of Chao Xiong paralyzed her, extinguishing the brilliance of her usual sharp intellect. As Xiao Fong obstructed her, others began to encircle her, each bearing grotesque grins that, help! Wang Lian's composure shattered completely. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the dense bushes nearby. In an instant, a bloodied hole appeared in Xiao Fong's forehead. Her lifeless body crumpling to the ground, an eerie smile lingering on her face. Yet, the gunshot did little to deter the remaining assailants, who closed in on Wang Lian once more. The scene astonished Wei Ping. This group, who had been timid as mice just the night before, now displayed a reckless courage. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed, and those standing in front of Wang Lian fell, each with a bullet wound to the head. However, the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming. For every few that fell, more took their place. "Run! What are you standing around for?" Wei Ping shouted urgently at the dazed Wang Lian. "Wei Ping, is that you?" Chapter 63. Peril at the cliff. With each gunshot, a life was extinguished. Yet these individuals seemed possessed, rushing forward heedlessly. Wei Ping, sensing something was amiss, felt an unsettling similarity between their actions and the supernatural. Since his rebirth, the question had lingered in his mind. How did these endless low-level aberrations come into being? Clearly, the mindless corpses were an entirely different species from the highly intelligent entities traversing the mysterious realms. How curious, how bizarre. Yet, these questions were beyond his immediate comprehension. He could only deepen his understanding of the anomalies over time and gradually unravel the mystery. Nonetheless, a persistent feeling suggested that the emergence of these entities might be linked to the fabric of reality itself. The current situation left no room for contemplation. This throng had forsaken Wang Lian and was now converging on Wei Ping's location, evidently having discovered him. Something's off. I need to escape, Wei Ping thought, rising from the underbrush and rolling into view. Alas, the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. Under normal circumstances, he could have evaded these pursuers in a matter of moments, but with his injuries, he could scarcely run, retreating while engaging in combat. Wei Ping had emptied several magazines, yet the relentless pursuit continued, and he found himself fleeing for his life. As he ran, disoriented, he soon found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff. Lu Nung stepped forward, licking his lips. Wei Ping, there's no escape for you now. Come willingly, and I can make your demise a little easier. He gestured to several others who advanced to seize Wei Ping. Naturally, Wei Ping resisted fiercely, brandishing the silver thunder hammer from his waist, bringing down the first few attackers. Exhausted from the struggle, he gasped for breath, his stamina waning. This was dire. If things continued this way, It would not be a blow that felled him, but sheer exhaustion. Wei Ping chuckled bitterly. Lu Ning's group wasted no time with words, as more people surged forward to capture Wei Ping. His strength was clearly insufficient. He was quickly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, aggravating his wounds and eliciting cries of pain. Just when Lu Nung believed he had secured Wei Ping, an unexpected event occurred. Wei Ping's hands were twisted behind his back by several villagers. His silver thunder hammer fell to the ground. The moment it touched the earth, a tremendous shockwave erupted, akin to a minor earthquake. Oh no, I forgot that in my hands. My hammer feels weightless, but when it strikes the ground, it becomes impossibly heavy to Wei Ping thought this. The ground beneath him began to crack, fissures extending toward Lu Nung and his companions. Run, it's an earthquake. Lu Nung staggered, thrown off balance by the tremendous force. As he saw the crevice widen beneath him, he had no time to react before the ground at the cliff's edge collapsed, sending both him and Wei Ping plummeting down. Not only them. A group of villagers near Wei Ping also fell into the abyss, while those standing further back were fortunate enough to escape the descent. Woe is me! Wang Lian, hiding beneath a nearby tree, gasped in horror at the sight of Wei Ping falling into the chasm, stifling a scream with her hands. She had witnessed Wei Ping cornered at the cliff's edge, the situation growing increasingly perilous. She yearned to save him, but as a solitary, frail woman, she knew she could not confront the threat directly without endangering both him and herself. Today, as she pondered her next move, disaster struck. The mountainside collapsed, sending Wei Ping and Lu Nung tumbling into the abyss. The surviving villagers peered into the unfathomable depths of the cliff, concluding that Wei Ping and the others had no chance of survival, and gradually dispersed. After a moment, when all had departed, Wang Lian summoned her courage to approach the cliff's edge. Like the others, she found nothing. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly heard a faint voice calling her name. Wang Lian. The voice was weak, yet she was certain someone was calling for her. Each utterance grew fainter, as though the speaker was rapidly losing strength, and the situation was dire. Wang Lian began to search around the cliff meticulously and, to her astonishment, discovered a clue. She moved to the right corner of the collapsed cliff and peered down, spotting a sturdy tree below that a thick rope dangled from its branches, taut as if it bore a heavy weight. The depths below were shrouded in swirling black and white mist, obscuring her view of who or what lay beneath. Summoning all her strength, Wang Lian shouted toward the abyss. Wei Ping, is that you? Wei Ping. Alas, her voice was too soft, and after several attempts, she received no response. Nonetheless, she believed with certainty that someone was hanging from the rope below. She just didn't know no matter. I must find a way to rescue them. Wang Lian's eyes darted around, and soon she devised a plan. A graduate of a prestigious university with a strong background in science, she remembered the principles of leverage quite well. Calculating swiftly in her mind, she arrived at a solution. She located Wei Ping's abandoned backpack nearby, retrieved several lengths of thick rope, and used a Nepalese knife from within to carefully saw through a sturdy branch. She cut and shaped it into several pulleys, ensuring that their sizes, lengths, and the rope's dimensions were all precisely measured. The assembly process commenced, and by the time Wang Lian completed the lever apparatus, she felt as if she had just emerged from water, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. After consuming some of Wei Ping's energy rations and biscuits, along with a sip of water, she gradually regained her strength. Next, she secured the assembled lever apparatus to the sturdy tree at the cliff's edge, looping the rope around the branch and fixing the pulleys in place from various angles. Once all was set, she steeled herself and began to pull on the other end of the rope, using the combined strength of the pulleys to lift the weight below. After more than 10 strenuous minutes of pulling, she finally hoisted the burden upward, securing the rope to another tree once more. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, taking time to recover before approaching the figure she had lifted. Chapter 64. The bloodless Wei Ping. Wang Ping. Is that really you? Wang Lian exclaimed in sheer joy. With all her strength, she pulled Wei Ping, who had been suspended by the rope for so long, up onto solid ground. Then, she vigorously patted his face in an attempt to rouse him. Hastily, she untied the rope from his waist and laid him flat on the ground. It was only then that it became apparent that Wei Ping's clothing and the bandages adorning his body were tattered and torn, revealing numerous gaping wounds that oozed with blood, although many of these wounds had mostly healed. His body was still riddled with the ghastly bite marks left by the corpse-like entities. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed from his wounds, rendering him an eerie semblance of a living being. Under normal circumstances, anyone would find this perplexing. After all, Wei Ping was devoid of blood, yet somehow still alive. It was quite bizarre that someone as intellectually gifted as Wang Lian, a graduate of a prestigious institution, had not considered this anomaly. Wang Lian retrieved a bottle of mineral water from Wei Ping's military backpack and gently propped him up to feed him a few sips. After consuming a bit of water, Wei Ping slowly began to regain consciousness. As Wang Lian noticed his mouth opening without forming a coherent sentence. He merely nodded in response, extending a finger to indicate a direction. Thus, she fashioned a makeshift sled from rope, wood, and leaves, securing it to herself to haul Wei Ping forward. When Wang Lian managed to drag Wei Ping to the entrance of the cave, she collapsed from exhaustion, succumbing to unconsciousness. An uncanny scene unfolded. The man lay unconscious on the sled, while Wang Lian, sprawled atop him, also fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and the chilling roars of wild beasts jolted Wang Lian awake. As she groggily surveyed the encroaching night, a wave of fear washed over her. Had something sinister or ferocious passed by earlier, they would surely have become prey. As she attempted to bolster her spirits, a ferocious tiger's roar echoed ominously from behind her, seemingly alarmingly close. Danger! A tiger is nearby. We must flee. Wang Lian felt no need for self-encouragement any longer. The life and death pressure from the outside world ignited an extraordinary strength within her. She lifted Wei Ping from the sled onto her back, securing him with rope. Wei Ping's limp hands rested against Wang Lian's elevated chest, creating a rather intimate tableau, though he remained oblivious to it, with her delicate hands grasping the trees for support. She paused frequently, her face betraying her immense struggle. Just as she managed to maneuver Wei Ping to the narrow entrance of the cave, the tiger, drawn by the commotion, approached stealthily behind her, crouching low and emitting no sound, poised to pounce. With every ounce of strength, Wang Lian thrust Wei Ping into the cave's mouth and desperately scrambled inside after him. At that moment, the tiger launched its attack, its powerful forelimbs propelling it forward in a heartbeat. Just as it closed the distance to Wang Lian, who had yet to fully enter the cave, a chilling sound pierced the air, and a grotesque figure appeared between them, baring sharp teeth at the tiger. This creature was horrifyingly bizarre, its corpulent form adorned with human limbs that writhed and extended grotesquely from its body, evoking terror. Had Wei Ping been conscious, he would have surely screamed in terror. This abomination was the very monster that had devoured him and his daughter, Wei Ye. Were it not for its gluttonous feast in the cellar back home, he would not have been reborn. In a split second, the tiger was ensnared by the creature's extending limbs, its jaws widening to reveal a gory maw, as it thrust its arms forward to grasp the tiger and shove it into its gaping mouth, feasting upon it voraciously. This gruesome sight sent Wang Lian reeling with fear, and she scrambled into the cave, hastily blocking the entrance with the military backpack. Fortunately, Wei Ping had previously sealed the cave with stones, leaving only a narrow gap, and she fervently hoped that the creature could not breach it. Outside the cave, the tiger's anguished howls echoed, gradually fading into silence. Wang Lian's heart raced violently as she continued to pray silently. Suddenly, the eerie sound returned, resonating right outside the cave, mere stones throw away from her. With a loud thud, Wang Lian recoiled deeper into the cave, pressing her hands tightly over her mouth to suppress any sound. At that moment, the monstrous arm reached towards Wei Ping, still at the entrance. Alarmed, Wang Lian gasped, yet she dared not move him or make a sound, for that would seal their fates. Her only recourse was to pray that the creature was blind to Wei Ping's presence. The grotesque limb clawed erratically, skimming past Wei Ping's face multiple times, dousing Wang Lian in cold sweat. Perhaps frustrated by its failure to seize any prey, the creature roared in fury, extending dozens of arms to push the stones blocking the entrance. The creature's immense strength forced the stones inward, causing the cave's very structure to tremble. Oh heavens! This creature's power is overwhelming. If it continues, the cave will collapse. Wang Lian's eyes widened in terror. Her escape routes dwindling. I must eat the monster at the cave's entrance incessantly chanted this phrase. This hideous beast can speak. Wang Lian was taken aback, her mind racing at the realization that this creature possessed a semblance of intelligence. Far beyond what she had encountered before, it was undoubtedly a high-level entity, far beyond her capacity to confront. Trembling in the depths of the cave, she felt a profound despair wash over her in the face of such overwhelming power. With a resounding crash, the stones at the cave's entrance were obliterated, splintering into fragments. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque creature with an abundance of limbs loomed at the entrance, its mouth dripping with a greenish fluid as it gazed hungrily at them. "Ah! Wei Ping, save me!" Wang Lian instinctively cried out, panic coursing through her veins. The creature advanced towards Wei Ping, grasping him with its hands, intent on devouring him. "Foolish low-level entity, you dare not retreat before me." Wei Ping suddenly erupted with a surge of ominous energy, his gaze locking onto the creature with formidable intensity. Though he felt an undercurrent of trepidation, as he was no match for this entity. Even at his peak strength, he had no choice but to rely on his identity as a member of the enigmatic clan. The multi-limbed creature sensed the overwhelming aura of nobility emanating from Wei Ping. Realizing that it was not a being of its inferior kind that could easily subdue him, if it were to kill this noble being, its fate would be dire. The hierarchies of the bizarre world were stringent, and the innate pressure of nobility held sway over the lesser entities, an indelible mark from the depths of their very souls, impossible to resist. Fear flickered in the creature's eyes as it retreated, its guttural growls echoing in the air as it backed away until it reached the cave's entrance, finally dropping to its knees and fleeing in terror. Wei Ping maintained his unwavering gaze on the creature, his aura of black and white energy radiating steadily, refusing to relax his vigilance. Phew, it's finally gone. Wei Ping sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground as the threat receded. Wang Lian, hidden within the cave, stared in shock at the unfolding events, her face a mask of astonishment. Why did that monster fear Wei Ping? She could not fathom it as she gazed at the enigmatic man before her. He became increasingly inscrutable. Ever since Wei Ping had vanished with a fraudulent sum of 20 million, his return had transformed him into a stranger, powerful, decisive, and increasingly captivating. Wang Lian found herself ensnared in the web of burgeoning affection. Unaware of the depths of her own emotions, women, inherently vulnerable, are drawn to strength. Once curiosity about a powerful figure takes root, it is but a short distance to entrapment. Wei Ping, in stark contrast, remained oblivious to her thoughts. Following his divorce from Wu Weiwei, he had sealed away his emotions, no longer contemplating romantic entanglements. His thoughts were consumed with mastering the enigmatic energy coursing through him. To his astonishment, the application of this strange energy was utterly remarkable. Had he known how to wield it, he would not have fallen victim to the encounter with the creature previously. This knowledge had only recently come to him, acquired during the moment he was forced to the edge of a cliff, where a stray lightning hammer had caused a landslide, leading to his unintended descent. In that instant, he activated the mysterious realm, veiled by the thick black and white mist, ensuring that no one witnessed his greatest secret. Even if someone had seen, what would it matter? He was already fated to die after plummeting. Upon entering the realm, he immediately ascended to the first level, during which he had slain numerous low-level aberrations. Raising his standing to level 4, he was on the brink of plummeting from the cliff. He resolutely allocated an additional point to his physical strength attribute, bringing his total to 2 points. Fervently hoping that he would survive the fall, the second matter at hand was to venture into the first level of the mysterious temple, in search of a means to break free. Before entering the temple, he noticed a stout tree growing perilously close to the edge of the cliff above him. Thus, he first descended into the first level of the mysterious temple, where he procured an exceptionally durable ordinary rope, hoping to secure it to the sturdy tree, thus granting himself a sliver of hope for survival. Following that, he casually explored the second and third levels, discovering that all items were bizarre in nature. And the fortifying potions he had previously acquired, such as the saliva elixirs and thunder hammers, were mere strokes of luck, nearly unique artifacts in the first 3 levels of the temple, vanishing immediately after purchase. Helpless, Wei Ping ascended to the 4th level, wishing for a surprising revelation. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited him once more, for the 4th level turned out to be an eerie entertainment district, an entire street dedicated to peculiar revelry. With death looming overhead, he had no time for frivolity. Just as despair engulfed him, he encountered an exceptionally intriguing anomaly that gifted him with a manual on harnessing the eerie energies, enabling him to cloak his presence with a veil of black and white spectral aura, thus evading detection as an outsider in the uncanny world. Naturally, such a rudimentary method of concealment would only suffice against lower-tier anomalies. Against higher-level beings, his human identity would remain as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night. To his astonishment, this peculiar individual's gift ultimately saved his life at a critical moment. Wang Lian, as night falls, quickly gathers some stones and branches to cover the cave entrance. Otherwise, we won't survive if the nocturnal beasts or anomalies find us, he urged. Noticing Wang Lian staring at him in a daze, her brow furrowed. He called her name, prompting her to snap back to reality and shyly lower her head. Her cheeks flushed as if she had been caught misbehaving in her youth. Chapter 66. Two parallel lines that end the pitch-black night. A shooting star streaked across the sky. Wei Ping, look at the meteor. Quickly close your eyes and make a wish. Wang Lian tugged at his sleeve, then clasped her hands together, beginning to wish fervently. Wei Ping gazed at her enchanting eyes under the night sky, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, momentarily stunned that he dared not look further, forcibly diverting his gaze, and followed her lead to bow his head in silent supplication. Moments later, Wang Lian suddenly opened her eyes and inquired, Wei Ping, what did you wish for? Wei Ping shook his head, feigning forgetfulness. Wang Lian, naturally skeptical, persisted in her inquiry. The two began to playfully tussle in the cramped cave, the passage of time slipping away unnoticed. Before long, dawn broke, and Wei Ping awoke early, a habit cultivated over years of caring for his daughter. After a restful slumber, he found that his injuries had significantly healed, enabling him to walk unaided. Indeed, allocating those 2 points had made a remarkable difference. His recovery rate was astonishingly rapid, and at this pace, he anticipated being fully restored within a week. Wei Ping felt a surge of joy. Glancing down at Wang Lian, who had curled up in his embrace, he wore an expression of helplessness. Last night, he had intended for her to sleep in the tent alone, but she had insisted, explaining that she was accustomed to sleeping with a light on, and in the pitch darkness, she felt terrified to sleep alone, adamantly refusing to let Wei Ping sleep outside. Reluctantly, he had acquiesced, and they had both turned their backs to each other, maintaining a respectful distance. Yet, as the night wore on, Wang Lian had nestled into his arms, and despite multiple attempts to push her away, he could not dislodge her. Resigned, he had spent the night with his arm raised, and an embarrassing situation had unfolded. Their little tent had remained pitched throughout the night, inadvertently pressing against Wang Lian's abdomen that he hoped she was oblivious to it. Gently, he pushed her aside and rinsed himself with some mineral water. Then he began to eat canned biscuits and the like. Originally, he had planned to prepare breakfast for Wang Lian, but the cave's conditions rendered that impossible. The sound of his munching caught the attention of another, whose stomach began to grumble audibly. Wang Lian, feeling shy, covered her belly, for she had actually awakened even earlier than Wei Ping, too embarrassed to rise while nestled in his embrace. However, upon hearing the sounds of his eating, her stomach could no longer be ignored, and she decided to get up. Both refrained from mentioning the previous night's closeness, leaving the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Wei Ping, what are our plans for today? Wang Lian inquired, her expression serious. She responded with a weighty acknowledging the gravity of their situation. Wang Lian, do you have your phone on you? Wei Ping asked, and upon receiving her affirmative, he requested to borrow it. His own phone had been irreparably damaged during the assault by the transformed corpses. The phone he had taken from the supply depot lacked a SIM card, preventing him from making calls. His intention behind borrowing Wang Lian's phone was to reassure Wei Ye of his safety. Wang Lian, understanding, did not question his motives, instead retrieving her phone sewn into her undergarments. Wei Ping felt a wave of awkwardness as he held the fragrant device, dialing Wei Ye's number, which connected immediately. This time, Wei Ye did not cry, but instead expressed concern for Wei Ping, urging him to be careful and reassuring him that she and Xiao Fei were doing well. Just as their conversation was flowing, an automated voice from the telecom service interrupted. Alert! 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 The telecommunications network is under severe anomalous attack. The mobile signal will be urgently terminated. The message repeated thrice before Wei Ping could bid farewell. And suddenly the signal was lost. Beeping filled the air as the call was cut off. Damn it. Wei Ping cursed under his breath, staring at his phone as the signal bars dropped to 0. Wei Ping. Who were you talking to? Was it a girl? Wang Lian feigned indifference, casually asking that it must be noted that women possess an uncanny intuition. Wei Ping had not expected Wang Lian to overhear him from such a distance. In truth, he had misjudged. Wang Lian had not heard his conversation with Wei Ye, but had deduced it from his demeanor while on the call that, "Oh, it's nothing much, just a regular friend." Wei Ping replied, choosing to withhold the truth from Wang Lian as a means of protecting his daughter, that in this apocalyptic world, human hearts were inscrutable. Wei Ye was his most cherished person, and he wished to shield her from any harm. The best way was to keep her existence and the safe house in the apocalypse a secret from everyone, even from Wang Lian. Despite their shared harrowing experiences, without hesitation, he clicked the call log delete button and returned the phone to Wang Lian. She immediately grew alert, her lips curling slightly. I suspect it was a female friend. Even the stoic Wei Ping could sense the hint of jealousy in her words. However, he saw no need to explain or deceive her. So he deftly shifted the topic, asking, Wang Lian, I feel this place is no longer safe. The scent of blood from the multi-armed monster and the tiger could very well attract the attention of other ferocious beasts and anomalies. Wang Lian, previously sulking in jealousy, now took on a serious expression in response to Wei Ping's concerns. Indeed, that is a valid point. What do you propose we do next? She realized that she had repeated that question several times over the past few days. In her former life as a strong-willed leader, she would never have sought others' opinions, as everyone typically followed her lead. Yet, since meeting Wei Ping, she felt her intelligence had significantly waned. The old adage held true. Those in love often exhibit diminished cognitive abilities. Wei Ping pondered for a moment before posing a thought-provoking question. In this apocalypse, what does it mean for you to survive? Without hesitation, Wang Lian replied, My family is gone. I'm the last remnant of humanity. I once vowed to live for myself, and my purpose now is to lead the beleaguered remnants of humanity to expel the anomalies and rebuild civilization. Upon finishing her declaration, her stature seemed to elevate, resonating with the very heavens, shimmering in the sunlight, that if faced with a choice between career and love, which would you choose? Wei Ping suddenly posed an open-ended question. Chapter 67, A Modern-Day Wu Zetian. Upon hearing her response, Wei Ping gazed at the woman before him with astonishment, a wave of admiration swelling within him, that in truth, he had not come to know Wang Lian deeply, but from what he had gleaned. It was evident that she was a woman of her word. Once she made a promise, she would see it through, leaving many a man feeling inadequate. Throughout their brief partnership, she had consistently astonished Wei Ping, achieving feats beyond his capabilities. That a recent example was her successful reimbursement request from the notoriously stingy village chief, Tan Xin, where Wei Ping had faced repeated rejections, while Wang Lian triumphed effortlessly. Moreover, the staff of Wei Ping's revitalization office were largely apathetic bureaucrats, indifferent to the needs of the populace and to him as their superior, lacking any enthusiasm for their work. That in stark contrast, Wang Lian's arrival had invigorated the office. He had never witnessed a single employee leaving early, and their work ethic had greatly improved. She, alongside several female colleagues from the Women's Federation, has achieved significant accomplishments that have garnered the attention of leadership. Frequently entrusted with pivotal tasks, she often finds that many projects from the offices at both the county and township levels are directly assigned to the Women's Federation. Wang Lian consistently lives up to the expectations placed upon her by her superiors, frequently completing her assignments with remarkable success. She is a natural leader, fiercely dedicated to any endeavor she undertakes. Although her temperament can be rather formidable, Wei Ping's assessment of her is that she is a modern-day Wu Zetian, unfortunate to be born in a peaceful era. Had she been in tumultuous times, she would surely make her mark. Though she may seem diminutive now, she will undoubtedly rise to greatness, and Wei Ping believes this remarkably intelligent woman will one day grow into a towering figure. When that time comes, she will no longer be the person she is today, nor will she belong solely to Wei Ping. She will belong to all of humanity. This is Wang Lian's path, though it diverges sharply from Wei Ping's own, which is why he suddenly posed a question to her, asking her to choose between love and career. Although he already knew the answer, he still wished to test her resolve. Wang Lian pondered seriously for a moment before solemnly stating, If such a day were to come, I would choose the latter. To be frank, I am a woman who craves power immensely. I refuse to be driven by others and would never settle for a life akin to that of a beast of burden. Thus, during my time at the Women's Federation, I exerted myself tirelessly. Regrettably, the class barriers of that era were insurmountable, and it was exceedingly difficult for those from humble beginnings to rise to prominence. Yet, despite being a woman, I refused to rely on the sale of my body to pry open the gates of social mobility, which is why I felt discontent. However, the heavens have not forsaken me. With the arrival of this bizarre apocalypse, I see it as an opportunity, my chance to alter my fate. Wei Ping, let me share a secret. My ex-husband perished amidst this apocalypse, and I shed not a single tear. In fact, I felt a strange thrill that my heart has died completely. Love may serve as a mere embellishment in my life, but it must never become an obstacle to my progress, or I will discard it without hesitation. After all that I have said, you should understand. I believe this is my era, my opportunity, a chance to defy fate. Wei Ping, would you be willing to assist me in achieving great things? Wang Lian's final words were whispered against Wei Ping's chest, her eyes sparkling with hope as she gazed up at him. Her intuition told her that if this man were willing to help her, he would undoubtedly become her right-hand ally. Wei Ping felt a pang of sorrow, as if he had lost something precious. Had Wang Lian not asked for his help, perhaps a spark might have ignited between them. However, her plea changed everything. For Wei Ping, their connection was now defined by gratitude for Wang Lian's life-saving actions. Alas, it seemed their paths were destined to remain apart, like two parallel lines that could never meet, that a bittersweet feeling washed over Wei Ping. After years of emotional suppression, a ray of sunlight had finally penetrated his heart. Only to be eclipsed by the fading light of dusk that in this era, he would find no pure affection. After a moment of silence, he looked at Wang Lian with eyes that had become clear and devoid of any impurities. Upon meeting his gaze, Wang Lian felt an inexplicable sadness welling up within her, an acute pain that she could not understand, nor could she fathom the reason behind the shift in Wei Ping's demeanor. She found herself at a loss, vaguely sensing that she had just lost something of immense significance in her life, that if given the chance to decide again, would she make the same choice? She herself could not be certain. Wei Ping's clear eyes nodded heavily. Very well, I shall assist you in your endeavors. After speaking, he resumed his usual demeanor. Am I imagining things? She wondered, but dismissed the thought. Feeling emboldened by Wei Ping's willingness to help her, Wang Lian beamed with joy. Wei Ping, thank you for your willingness to support me. That it's nothing. You saved my life twice, so I owe you. Wang Lian misunderstood Wei Ping's intention, believing he was expressing gratitude for her assistance, and quickly changed the subject. It's all good. It was just a matter of convenience. She did not rise but remained nestled against Wei Ping's chest. Her cheeks flushed, resembling a woman in love. Wei Ping, do you have any plans moving forward? Unbeknownst to Wang Lian, her presence in his embrace did not stir any desires within him. He felt no physical arousal whatsoever. Wei Ping did not push her away. Instead, teasingly replied, Director Wang, you are the one who requested my assistance. This question seems more fitting for me to ask you. With a playful flick of her tongue, Wang Lian retorted, Oh, you, Wei Ping, dare to mock me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. She immediately began to tickle him, but to no avail. Unlike the previous day, Wei Ping offered no reaction, and she soon grew bored. What she did not realize was that such playful intimacy required an emotional connection to foster interaction. Without it, there was only a coldness between them. Sitting up and adjusting her clothing, she said earnestly, I do have a preliminary plan, though it is somewhat risky. Wei Ping, intrigued, raised an eyebrow. Oh really, do tell. Wang Lian continued, in times of chaos, great things are accomplished with for essentials. Shelter, people, weapons, and food. However, with weapons and shelter in place, people and food will naturally follow. Thus, I believe our immediate priority is to secure shelter and armaments. Wei Ping gazed at the spirited Wang Lian, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Oh, it seems you have already found a suitable shelter? Wang Lian smiled brightly. Indeed, this location is not only an excellent shelter, but also houses a substantial cache of weapons. Wei Ping, taken aback, asked, Such a place exists? Where? Noticing that she had captured Wei Ping's attention, Wang Lian replied with a grin, Have you ever heard of the wealthiest man in Inshui City, Shun Wanfa? Shin Wanfa. Wei Ping furrowed his brow, but he was familiar with this name. Having heard it before, their organization had even conducted studies on him. Xin Wanfa was an exceptionally discreet tycoon, relatively unknown to the general populace, but a household name within government circles that he had made a name for himself in the trust business after rising from humble beginnings as a petty criminal. Following several ups and downs, he struck gold in the entertainment industry and later capitalized on the real estate boom, amassing wealth at a remarkable pace. When the real estate market began to falter, he swiftly divested many properties and land holdings, pivoting to the trust business that catered to the affluent, thus achieving unprecedented success. His fortune had once propelled him into the top 100 of the Huaran list in the Rabbit Country, making him more than just the wealthiest man in Yinshui City. Whispers suggested he was on the verge of becoming the wealthiest in Fengdu Province as well. As for why Wei Ping was so knowledgeable about him, it was due to Xin Wanfua's close ties with the local government, where he played a pivotal role in supporting Yinshui City's development and economic prosperity. As a mere township civil servant, Wei Ping needed to learn from such a successful entrepreneur, and he happened to be the head of the Xin Wanfa study group in Yinlu Township, which deepened his understanding of the man. Why do you suddenly mention him? Wei Ping inquired, puzzled. Because he once invested a staggering sum to create a doomsday underground bunker, reportedly costing nearly 1 billion. Wang Lian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That's so. Wei Ping recalled hearing about it. He remembered that the local media had conducted interviews on the project, which had stirred quite a sensation. But why bring up this underground bunker now? Wei Ping felt a sense of foreboding. I honestly don't know. It seems that report did not mention its location. Wei Ping replied, his face a mask of confusion. Do you know something? With a triumphant grin, Wang Lian teased. Let me keep you in suspense for a moment. Do you really think I suggested to Chao Xiong that our base be established here, in Qingyu Mountain, for no reason? As Wei Ping was about to shake his head, a wild thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly exclaimed, could it be that Xin Wanfua's doomsday underground bunker is right here? Wang Lian nodded, continuing, after the bizarre apocalypse began, I have been diligently researching strategies and gathering information online. I discovered that Xin Wanfa had indeed invested 10 billion in constructing this underground bunker, but its location was kept highly confidential, nearly impossible to ascertain. I realized this could serve as my sanctuary. So I tirelessly sought out information. Finally, my efforts bore fruit when I stumbled upon a project concerning the renovation of the Qingyu Mountain Ranch. Interestingly, this project was originally initiated by your Rural Revitalization Office. Yet the leadership insisted I be the one to push it forward. To be honest, did you ever have any reservations about me taking on this project? Wang Lian playfully inquired. Wei Ping scratched his head. Would you prefer the truth or a lie? Wang Lian replied without hesitation, a lie. Lies are usually more pleasant to hear. With a grin, Wei Ping responded, then I have no objections, especially since such a beautiful woman like you is hard to criticize. Wang Lian playfully punched his chest, laughingly scolding, so you're quite the stingy one. I misjudged you. However, Wei Ping's expression turned serious as he interjected, could it be that Xin Wanfua's doomsday underground bunker is located in Qingyu Mountain? Wang Lian smiled, remarking, it is indeed a pleasure to converse with an intelligent individual. The location of Xin Wanfan's doomsday underground fortress lies within Qingyu Mountain. This matter must be kept exceedingly clandestine. How, then, did you come to know of it? As she spoke, Wang Lian's expression grew serious, and she continued with measured words, I once reported this matter to my superiors. Their response indicated they were aware of it, but instructed me to remain uninvolved, merely to prepare suitable false documents for inspections. From that, I understood this situation was far from simple. Consequently, I took it upon myself to investigate the investors behind the transformation of Qingyu Mountain Ranch, only to discover it was a shell company named Shin's Dairy. Further inquiries through colleagues at the Municipal Industrial and Commercial Bureau revealed that this Shin's Dairy is a tertiary subsidiary of Xin Wanfan's conglomerate, the wealthiest individual in Yinshui City. At this point, Wang Lian paused, her gaze playfully fixed on Wei Ping, as if putting his capabilities to the test and probing the substance of his elite education. Wei Ping, absorbing her words, felt a surge of astonishment. They were both graduates from prestigious institutions, yet the disparity between them was striking. Why should I worry? He lamented inwardly, reluctant to concede that he might be outshone by a woman. Suddenly enlightened, Wei Ping interjected for Wang Lian, saying, I finally understand. You deduce that this company is a subsidiary of Shun Wanfan's based on your investigation through the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, coupled with the fictitious flow of $10 billion associated with the transformation project at Qingyu Mountain Ranch, and the recent expenditure of $10 billion by Shun's group to construct the Doomsday Underground Fortress. You concluded that Shun Wanfan's stronghold is indeed situated in Qingyu Mountain. Subsequently, your counsel to Chao Xiong to relocate the headquarters to Qingyu Mountain was aimed at seizing this Doomsday Fortress. Am I correct? Astute observation. It appears your esteemed education is not without merit, warranting my increased admiration for you. Wei Ping. Pray tell, why do I find myself increasingly charmed by you? I had no inkling of your allure previously. With a delicate, slender finger, Wang Lian lifted Wei Ping's chin, sensually licking her lips. Chapter 69. Little Card's Wei Ping was flustered by Wang Lian's captivating demeanor, his face flushing crimson. The transformation in Wang Lian was astonishing. In their previous lives, working together in the town government, she had always been a workaholic, devoid of femininity, clad in business attire year-round, and he never anticipated such a drastic change following the apocalypse. Perhaps this was the true essence of Wang Lian. The previous version had been suppressed by the constraints of a bureaucratic system, while this might be the manifestation of a future heroine. Wei Ping silently nodded in affirmation. However, his expression soon reverted to normal. His gaze regaining clarity. Observing his change, Wang Lian felt a pang of irritation. Did she truly lack any allure, failing to captivate him? A wave of frustration washed over her, but she swiftly regained her confidence. A glint of determination flashing in her eyes, Wei Ping, she inquired, what do you perceive our chances of successfully capturing Shun Wanfan's Doomsday Fortress to be? Wei Ping was taken aback. Wang Lian seemed utterly reckless. Shun Wanfan held no grievance against her, yet she was willing to attack him without hesitation for the sake of her ambitions. Fortuitously, he had refrained from disclosing the location of his own secure refuge. Lest it invite unforeseen consequences within, he cautioned himself to be wary of placing trust in others, particularly those he did not know well. Nonetheless, being an astute individual, he understood that he could not alter an adult's convictions, particularly one as resolute as Wang Lian. Instead, he chose to follow her lead, continuing, given our current circumstances, the likelihood is almost negligible. Therefore, I propose. Before Wang Lian could finish her thought, Wei Ping interjected, are you suggesting we employ Chao Xiong's villagers? Suddenly, he grasped her potential strategy, perhaps utilizing those villagers as expendable assets to assault the fortress. Wang Lian smiled. You are partially correct, yet also mistaken. Perplexed, Wei Ping pondered what ulterior motives Wang Lian harbored. She, however, did not prolong the suspense, stating directly, do you truly believe I intend to enlist those cannibalistic villagers to assault Shun Wanfan? If they had not resorted to cannibalism, there might have been a chance. But alas, they seem to have undergone a mutation beyond control. I have no desire to ally with such beasts. That would be a last resort. My strategy is to incite them to surrender to Shun Wanfan without a single casualty. Wei Ping was baffled. She sought to attack Shun Wanfan, yet simultaneously aimed to persuade people to submit to him, thereby strengthening his position. The chances of success appeared even slimmer. Sensing his confusion, Wang Lian refrained from further explanation. Very well, Wei Ping, we shall not dwell on this matter any longer. Our primary task over the next few days is to assist in your recovery while preparing for our eventual pursuit of Shun Wanfan's fortress. Wei Ping recognized that Wang Lian was unwilling to divulge her plans and did not press further, as their relationship had yet to reach that level of intimacy. Subsequently, he diligently followed her instructions. Crafting numerous small cards on these cards, he inscribed a simple message. The Doomsday Fortress at Qingyu Mountain has food and clean water. Surrender, and you shall survive. That he also marked the location of the fortress on the cards. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at Chao Xiong's base. The presence of Chao Xiong had previously maintained some order, but it had now spiraled into complete disarray. Upon their arrival, they witnessed an utterly disgraceful scene. Several burly farmers were violently assaulting Xiao Fong, tearing her clothing as they engaged in a brutal struggle, the sounds of gasping and screaming filling the air. Wang Lian, observing the horrific spectacle, turned crimson, muttering, a pack of shameless beasts. Wei Ping, equally embarrassed, averted his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, the assailants finally concluded their sordid affair, satisfied, and wandered off to the fire pit for a feast, indifferent to Xiao Feng's fate. Following their gaze, Wei Ping noticed a man and a woman bound near the fire, a grandfather and his granddaughter from a Li family near Yinlu Township. Their village had been mysteriously attacked the previous night, leaving them as the sole survivors. They had approached Qingyu Mountain, believing it to be a refuge organized by local leaders, only to be captured and slaughtered by this group. After draining their blood, the assailants skewered the pair on thick branches, roasting them over the fire. Initially, Wei Ping assumed they were preparing to grill wild game, only to discover they were, in fact, cooking 2 human beings. Wang Lian, witnessing the scene, was overcome with nausea. Damn it, these savages are beyond human. Wei Ping concluded that these individuals had undergone a transformation, their humanity extinguished. They could no longer be classified as human. Initially, he had worried about Wang Lian's intentions to use these people as fodder for an assault on the fortress, but now he perceived no need for such a strategy. Even if they were not killed by Xinhuan Fan, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Let us slip in and distribute the small cards while they are distracted, Wei Ping urged, nudging the retching Wang Lian. While Wei Ping aimed to gather supplies, Wang Lian headed straight for the inner safe, retrieving several small yellow fish abandoned by him earlier and signaling for him to take them. Surprised, Wei Ping glanced at her but asked no further questions, swiftly grabbing the fish and exiting. Once they departed, the temporary command center at Qingyu Mountain was thrown into disarray upon discovering the theft of the prized yellow fish. The ensuing chaos intensified when they stumbled upon the cards left behind. Of course, none of this concerned Wei Ping and Wang Lian. Having placed a full bag of yellow fish on the ground, Wei Ping couldn't help but inquire, Wang Lian, what do you intend to do with these yellow fish? She responded enigmatically, the mountain man has his own clever strategies. Simply wait and see. Chapter 70. Lu Xiaohui. Wei Ping shook his head in resignation. This woman seemed unable to trust anyone, harboring numerous secrets. Yet, this was of little concern to him. Once his mission was complete, he would quietly depart. That night, within a large tent erected inside the cave, Wei Ping fell asleep clothed while Wang Lian lay beside him. Clad only in a thin silk garment, her warmth palpable even through the air. Once more, Wang Lian nestled into his embrace, the atmosphere charged with an unusual tension. For reasons unknown, she consistently drew closer to him. Wei Ping faced the greatest discomfort. He had resolved to keep his distance from this perilous woman, not wishing to grow too close. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, she seemed particularly unrestrained that night. Perhaps influenced by the events of the day. The following morning, Wei Ping awoke as usual, but with the unmistakable signs of a restless night, dark circles under his eyes betraying his lack of sleep. I never imagined I would one day become Lu Xiaohui, he mused. Wang Lian rose shortly after him, her own eyes reddened, clearly indicating she too had not rested well since getting out of bed. She had not cast a single glance of goodwill towards Wei Ping, nor exchanged a word with him, clearly harboring resentment over the events of the previous night. That incident had dealt a significant blow to her as a woman. As a confident and beautiful woman, Wei Ping forced a smile as he retrieved a piece of compressed ration and a bottle of mineral water from his military pack for Wang Lian. Upon receiving the items, Wang Lian shot him a disdainful glance. Time passed swiftly as the two of them remained silent, apart from work-related discussions, spending an entire day in the cave. Throughout the day, they engaged in one solitary activity, Wei Ping instructing Wang Lian on how to disassemble, assemble, and operate both a pistol and a rifle. Wang Lian's aptitude was nothing short of astonishing. After merely one demonstration, she was able to replicate the process entirely, leaving Wei Ping once again awestruck by her capabilities. That it took only a few repetitions for Wang Lian to master the skills, and though she did not surpass Wei Ping, her speed was undeniably impressive compared to the average individual. The only aspect he refrained from teaching her was practical shooting, not out of reluctance, but due to the circumstances, despite the remoteness of their location, where one would typically not expect any sinister presence. The sound of a gunshot would undoubtedly attract the attention of the nearby villagers from the command post, leading to complications. Hence, practical shooting was forsaken. After completing the basic operations of the firearms, the absence of mobile phones and the internet left them in silence for most of the day, each lost in their own thoughts. The day felt particularly prolonged for both of them until nightfall finally arrived. That evening, for the first time, Wang Lian chose not to cuddle up to Wei Ping as she prepared to turn her back to him for the night, that I in the dead of night. Strange noises occasionally echoed from outside the cave, including the growls of wild beasts, peculiar footsteps, and unsettling sounds of gnawing. Wang Lian trembled violently, unable to bear the horrifying sounds that were distinctly audible from outside, and clutched Wei Ping tightly, refusing to let go. Early the next morning, they awoke early, and due to the events of the previous night, the Cold War between them had notably eased. Wei Ping, how is your injury healing? Wang Lian inquired while eating canned food. Wei Ping moved his arm slightly and chuckled. It should be nothing serious. I believe it's about 5 or 6/10 healed. Wang Lian's mouth dropped open in astonishment as she looked at him incredulously. Wei Ping, are you some kind of superhuman? After sustaining such a severe injury, you've managed to recover in just a few days. Are you even human? Her incredulity was understandable. Anyone else would find it hard to believe as well. However, unbeknownst to Wang Lian, Wei Ping was intentionally downplaying his condition. After undergoing the cleansing process of the saliva pill and enhancing his attributes, not only was his combat prowess astonishing, but his recovery capabilities were equally terrifying. In just a matter of 3 to 4 days, his injuries had healed significantly. There were many reasons he refrained from disclosing this to Wang Lian. Subsequently, they briefly discussed their work arrangements for the day and formulated a plan. Wei Ping began to inventory their equipment, preparing for any unforeseen events that he opened his large military pack and began to tally the contents. 2 Type 95 rifles, 2 Type 92 pistols, thousands of rounds of ammunition, a Nepalese army knife, a first aid kit, and various survival supplies. After completing the inventory, Wang Lian scanned the cave with her eyes, finally resting her gaze on the tent on the ground, her face revealing a hint of reluctance. It's finally time to leave, and I must admit, I feel a bit reluctant. However, her moment of reluctance vanished as swiftly as it came. Wei Ping observed the swift change in Wang Lian with a bittersweet smile. This was the true essence of Wang Lian. She would never allow anything to hinder her pursuit of success, not even matters of the heart. That a mere 10 minutes later, the two figures departed from the cave, disappearing into the dense woods of the mountain. Qingyu Mountain, named for the abundance of green pomelo trees, saw a man and woman walking beneath the trees, chatting and laughing, entirely oblivious to the fatigue of traversing the mountainous terrain. Hey, look at all these green pomelo trees laden with fruit. They must be delicious, Wang Lian remarked, licking her lips in thirst as she gazed at the pomelos on the tree. Wei Ping, having grown up nearby, was well acquainted with these trees and quickly interjected, "You cannot eat the green pomelos here. Typically, pomelos ripen in September and October, but these ripen in the summer, which is quite unusual, according to the elders in our village. Anyone who eats the green pomelos here tends to go inexplicably insane afterward." Wei Ping gazed at the mountain filled with ripe, fragrant pomelos, his eyes betraying a deep-seated caution. Our village elders often speak of encountering ghosts. But has anyone ever actually seen a ghost? Wang Lian clearly dismissed the warnings of the village elders. She approached a green pomelo tree and gently shook it, causing 5 or 6 ripe pomelos to fall. Picking up the most plump and fragrant one, she said, "Wei Ping, I'm thirsty. Could you help me open this?" Wei Ping took the pomelo, but did not heed Wang Lian's request to open it. Instead, he hurled it far away. Seeing Wei Ping discard her pomelo, Wang Lian placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed angrily, "You Wei Ping, are you disregarding what I said and throwing away my pomelo? Do you not realize how thirsty I am?" Wei Ping pretended not to hear her and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his pack, thoughtfully twisting off the cap and offering it to Wang Lian. His expression grave as he said, "If you're thirsty, drink this." That I, too, once doubted the words of the elders in Blood Pomelo Village, but a series of bizarre events that followed compelled me to believe. Noticing that Wang Lian remained irate, Wei Ping sighed deeply. "How do you explain the strange occurrences at the end of the world?" Wang Lian paused, her anger dissipating. "Fine, I'm not going to let myself be angry with you," she said, unable to counter Wei Ping's reasoning, and she walked ahead in a huff. They reached the end of the grove of green pomelo trees, revealing a vast pasture. "This is the location of the project I'm overseeing for the transformation of the Shun family's dairy farm, which is also where Shun Wanfa's underground bunker is situated." Wang Lian pointed towards the suddenly visible pasture, directing her words towards Wei Ping. Wei Ping looked ahead to see the pasture teeming with people, each appearing gaunt and emaciated. This crowd had undoubtedly been drawn by the small cards Wei Ping and Wang Lian had distributed, ostensibly pledging their allegiance to Xin Wanfa. However, the people appeared to be aimlessly wandering about like headless flies. Lacking any discernible purpose that it seems we should guide them, Wang Lian declared confidently. Wei Ping's eyes flashed with surprise. "Oh, can you locate Xin Wanfa's underground bunker?" His curiosity about the woman before him grew. Eager to hear Wang Lian's insights, seeing Wei Ping's expression, Wang Lian's face broke into a triumphant smile as she gleefully explained, "It's quite simple. Although there are no visible traces of the bunker, it must have one thing that cannot be ignored." "What is it?" Wang Lian pointed towards a river in the southeast corner of the pasture. "That is water. The underground bunker would have its own independent water purification and drainage system. So it would not connect to natural waters but would be constructed near nearby lakes or rivers." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping gazed at Wang Lian with profound wariness. This woman was indeed formidable. One should never make an enemy of her. The reality was as she had stated. His own safe haven in Blood Pomelo village resembled a miniature version of Xin Wanfa's underground bunker, sharing a similar overall structure that he even suspected they originated from the same company specializing in underground bunkers, the Zhuhai Underground Bunker Company, that he was acutely aware of his own safe haven's design. Thus understanding that Wang Lian's assertions were indeed correct. His safe haven was backed by the only pond in Blood Pomelo village, which served as the foundation for his independent water purification system. Knowing this, he realized the truth in Wang Lian's words. Xin Wanfa's doomsday fortress must lie near the southeast corner of this pasture, as long as we locate this river and search for clues along its banks. We are bound to find the drainage outlet. Then surely we will discover Xin Wanfa's underground bunker, Wang Lian continued. Suddenly, Wei Ping posed a seemingly unrelated question. "Wang Lian, Xin Wanfa bears no grievance against you. If one day you find yourself in need of his underground fortress, would you kill them all?" Wang Lian's expression turned unusually serious as she responded, "Yes, in order to preserve human civilization, I must seize it. Casualties may occur during this process, but it is an inevitable reality." Wei Ping's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent, though it vanished almost immediately as he shifted the conversation. "Wang Lian, what will you do if Xin Wanfa refuses to accept these villagers?" Wang Lian merely chuckled. "Of course, he won't accept these villagers. Any reasonable person would not do such a thing, ditto. Then what is your purpose in bringing these people here?" Wei Ping questioned, puzzled. "Don't worry. You'll find out soon." Wang Lian smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Next, she rummaged through Wei Ping's military pack for some paper and a pen, jotting down her thoughts on the river in the southeast. She gestured for Wei Ping to knock out the last villager trailing behind and place the note on him. Without hesitation, Wei Ping complied. He felt no moral qualms about incapacitating these brutal, predatory creatures, and he would have even less hesitation in eliminating them if necessary. Do we observe Wei Ping, whose form resembles that of a swift cheetah, as he deftly darts behind a villager, delivering a sharp strike that renders him unconscious. Upon incapacitating the villager, Wei Ping hastily slips a note into the man's hand before making his swift exit. Wang Lian, witnessing the unfolding scene, watches with a flickering gaze, her thoughts inscrutable. I've found it. I've found it." His voice immediately captures the attention of all the villagers, who quickly converge, soon heading towards the river's edge. Meanwhile, concealed from their sight underground, a pair of eyes intently observes the actions of the crowd above. The owner of those eyes is a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle that glistens with oil, his physique plump and his face flushed. He is none other than Xin Wanfa, the wealthiest man in Inshui City. Wait, why are they suddenly coming towards me?" Xin Wanfa exclaims in alarm. "Old man, even if a bunch of commoners have discovered our location, what can they do? They cannot breach our defenses," remarks a young man beside Xin Wanfa, whose gaze is somewhat vacant. This young man is Shun Jun, Xin Wanfa's son, a fool who embodies every characteristic of a spoiled rich kid. "Fool, what do you understand? While these villagers may not pose a threat, have you not sensed that there seems to be a powerful figure orchestrating them from behind?" As Xin Wanfa speaks of the unseen manipulator, a palpable wariness flickers in his eyes. Shun Jun dismissively retorts, "Pfft, let them come. Our doomsday fortress is the most advanced in the world. No one can breach it." Xin Wanfa, upon hearing his son's words, refrains from further comment. for it is indeed a fact that he has immense confidence in the doomsday bunker he constructed at the cost of 10 billion, a project that demanded considerable effort and sacrifice. He trusts not only in the esteemed construction company from the Eagle Nation that built it, but also in the defensive systems he meticulously designed that in his view, unless the fortress's internal mechanisms are compromised. It is impossible for outsiders to penetrate its defenses, but be sure to keep a close watch on your few concubines. Should anything happen to them, I shall have your skin, Shin Wanfa warns, harboring a profound disdain for his son and an urge to throttle him. Nevertheless, despite having countless women throughout his life, he finds it difficult to harbor such thoughts against his only son, born when he was merely 60, that understood, old man. Shin Jun responds nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. He pays no heed to his father's words, confident in his selection of concubines, talented women, top-tier stars, and supermodels alike that, of course, Shin Wanfu's wealth would normally not afford him such luxuries. Nor could Shin Jun achieve anything close to this without the prior establishment of a top-tier doomsday bunker. After the eerie calamity struck, countless individuals desperate for survival clamored to enter Shin Wanfu's fortress, willingly sacrificing themselves, making it easy for him to acquire such elite concubines. Chapter 72. Prelude to Battle Ultimately. It was under the threat of death from Shun Jun that Shin Wanfa reluctantly acquiesced. His agreement was not solely due to Shun Jun's insistence. It also stemmed from his inherently cautious nature. He allowed only his son to enter, coldly discarding even his legitimate wife and numerous mistresses. This was also driven by his pessimistic outlook on the doomsday world, uncertain of its duration, should it persist for decades. He must ensure his lineage continues, necessitating these women for the Shun family's legacy. Otherwise, Shin Jun would be incapable of achieving such continuity. With that thought, he eagerly rubbed his hands and departed. Shin Wanfa watched his son's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, that he then resumed his watch over the surveillance screens displaying the crowd, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Above the doomsday bunker, a throng of people was tirelessly searching along the riverbank. Soon, the villager previously struck down by Wei Ping cried out, "I found it! I found it!" The other villagers quickly gathered around him, their attention drawn to a patch of black material contrasting with the surrounding clear water at the riverbank. "What is this?" The foremost villager hesitated. The villager who first spotted the anomaly spoke up, "No need to speculate. Let us dig it up together and see." With that, they rolled up their pant legs and jumped into the water, digging through the silt with their bare hands. Before long, they uncovered a massive drainage pipe, and the black substance they unearthed turned out to be charcoal, employed here as a water purification device. Upon seeing the pipe, the villagers' faces lit up with joy, exclaiming, just as the note indicated. The leading villager raised his arm triumphantly, declaring, "Fellow villagers, a safe and beautiful home, clean water, endless food, and unlimited power lie before us. Let us charge forth." The moment they heard this, the emaciated villagers were filled with fervor, seizing any tools they could find and relentlessly digging towards the drainage pipe. That in their frenzy, they bled from their hands, oblivious to their injuries, behaving like a pack of madmen. Through their collective efforts, they soon reached the pipe's end, located a mere 100 meters from the riverbank. This was the entrance to the doomsday bunker. The leading villager cleared away a large patch of grass, revealing a grand, futuristic entrance to the pod. "Charge! Victory is within our grasp. Let us breach it." At the sound of an order, the crowd frantically smashed their tools against the pod's entrance. After a cacophony of noise, the entrance remained intact, showing no signs of damage, while the villagers' tools lay shattered in their hands. Observing this scene, Shin Wanfa exhaled heavily, realizing that the promises from the Eagle Nation had not been in vain. Although the work was somewhat grimy, it was indeed reliable. However, before he could revel in his satisfaction, he recognized a serious issue. The villagers did not disperse, but instead set up numerous tents brought from a nearby temporary command center, establishing an encampment atop his doomsday fortress, seemingly intent on long-term residence. This situation deeply unsettled Shin Wanfa for a simple reason. A primary factor in establishing the doomsday bunker was its concealment. Now, with the villagers causing such a ruckus, the entire world would likely soon know of its existence. Furthermore, a large gathering of humans could lead to severe complications, potentially attracting hordes of mutated corpses. Although he had the Doomsday Bunker to protect against lower-level mutations, he lacked confidence in his ability to withstand more formidable anomalies that he had received reliable intel from the wealthy elite that in the Lizard Nation. Anomalies capable of withstanding nuclear weapons had emerged. Even more terrifying anomalies had been reported in the Eagle Nation and other regions, capable of bypassing all physical defenses to directly assault his core, rendering them indestructible. Nations were powerless against these formidable anomalies, let alone a mere affluent individual like him. As night descended, Shen Wanfu's frown deepened, soon forming into a distinct crease. An idea began to take root in his mind. Yet he hesitated to act upon it. The night unfolded as expected, and this evening, the Qingyu mountain pastures were markedly different, ablaze with light. Since the demise of Chao Xiong, who had been consumed by the masses and subsequently transformed, the villagers had descended into a state devoid of organization and discipline, losing much of the rational thought expected of humanity. They engaged in continuous acts of crime and indulgence, completely disregarding safety. The brightly lit mountainside clearly signaled their presence to any lurking anomalies. After securing a substantial portion of food from the temporary command center's supply depot, the villagers began transporting it to the Qingyu mountain pasture. Despite their numbers nearing 100, the provisions pillaged by Chao Xiong from countless supermarkets and stores were sufficient to sustain them for a time. Their only concern was the dwindling clean water supply. As the stock of bottled water was running low, barely enough to last a few days, this urgency fueled their relentless pursuit of the Doomsday Bunker. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, and surely they would not find themselves lonely. Wang Lian surveyed the brightly lit encampment, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her preliminary plan had been successfully executed, and now she awaited the unfolding of events. Wang Lian, being well-versed in the ways of Shen Wanfu, understood that he too realized the implications of the villagers' refusal to depart. Their presence would inevitably lead to exposure, should she take the initiative to drive them away. Shen Wanfu found himself mired in indecision, wrestling with the idea of deploying weapons to eliminate these defenseless villagers. Just as he grappled with his thoughts, a series of eerie, guttural sounds echoed from beyond the pasture. Excellent. They've finally arrived. Wang Lian beamed. This is bad. They're coming. Wei Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. They're here, Shen Wanfu exclaimed in horror. Chapter 73. The chamber of debauchery. The cacophony of sounds grew increasingly close, and the surrounding villagers, instead of fleeing, appeared invigorated by the impending danger. This spectacle left Shen Wanfu, who had been covertly monitoring the crowd from underground, utterly dumbfounded. The scene before them was undeniably bizarre. Not only were the unarmed villagers utterly defenseless, but even the fully armed national machinery of violence would find itself powerless against this strange phenomenon. The most astonished were Wei Ping and Wang Lian, who had personally witnessed the villagers' overwhelming cowardice. Just a casual shout from Wei Ping would send them fleeing in terror. During their last encounter with Wei Ping's slaughter, none had retreated, and now, faced with this eerie attack, they similarly stood their ground. The only difference between the two instances lay in the glint of fervor and redemption flickering in the eyes of the villagers, a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Before Wei Ping and the others could voice their confusion, the advance guard of the mutated corpses had already arrived. Several long-legged, zombie-like figures that moved with a swiftness surpassing that of ordinary undead. They lunged at a few villagers, eagerly feasting upon them, to their astonishment. The villagers offered no resistance, allowing the mutated beings to devour them. Wei Ping and Wang Lian exchanged a glance, and within that moment, they both recognized the palpable horror reflected in each other's eyes. Anyone witnessing such a scene would struggle to remain calm. They shared another glance, and amidst the uncertainty, decided that it was best to distance themselves. Wei Ping, let us move away, Wang Lian urged, her small hand gripping as tightly as Wei Ping quietly retreated with Wang Lian. A few newly emerged mutated corpses appeared near their previous location, prowling for living beings. That was close. Had we lingered a moment longer, we could have been in grave danger. Nevertheless, our objective has been achieved, Wang Lian thought to herself, trembling at the sight of the densely packed mutated corpses before them. Her ploy to lure the villagers here was undeniably akin to playing with fire. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Wang Lian, I fear this was your plan all along. Wei Ping finally grasped her intentions. The purpose behind her small cards that had drawn the villagers together was not to persuade them to submit to Xin Wanfa. Wang Lian understood well that these villagers, having lost their sanity, were incapable of such submission. They were driven only by bloodlust and plunder. Given Shun Wanfa's nature, he would never truly shelter them. He would be far more likely to eliminate them, doubt if that was not her aim. Then her true objective must have been to compel these villagers to assist her in locating Shun Wanfa's doomsday bunker. Moreover, there was a particularly sinister motive at play. By gathering a large number of individuals, she could attract the attention of the mutated corpses. Logically, this area was extremely remote. Even a congregation of people could not hope to lure so many mutated beings. Yet, here they were, confronted by a multitude of them. Something was amiss. Could it be? At that time, Wei Ping's gaze turned uncertain. Furthermore, he had not seen Wang Lian take a single sip of water. How could there be so much urine? This was illogical. Could it be true? She was genuinely terrifying. As this realization dawned upon him, Wei Ping's pupils constricted, instinctively falling a step behind Wang Lian, placing himself in a position of lesser proximity. To work alongside such a woman was indeed a profoundly frightening prospect. He resolved to keep his distance from her henceforth. Otherwise, he would be oblivious to the moment he might be betrayed. Simultaneously, a new question emerged in his mind. How had she procured that blood? Moreover, he had seen her carry nothing. How could she have achieved this? These questions plagued Wei Ping, leaving him utterly confounded. Wang Lian stood before Wei Ping, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding chaos, completely unaware of his reaction. Hearing her command, Wei Ping frowned once more. He detested being ordered about, especially by a woman. Yet, given that Wang Lian had saved him on several occasions, he begrudgingly acquiesced that I in the underground bunker. Xin Wanfa wore a grave expression as he monitored the unfolding events on the large screen, anxiety mounting within him as the situation veered toward a direction he most dreaded above him. Nearly 100 villagers were being devoured without resistance, even voluntarily. Within moments, all were lost, their bodies riddled with various wounds, some even dismembered. Witnessing this horrific scene, even Xin Wanfa, a man accustomed to life's tempests, felt a cold sweat break upon his brow. His doomsday bunker was now exposed, and the carefree existence he had enjoyed was unattainable. That a pressing dilemma loomed. The scent of fresh blood would inevitably draw an increasing number of mutated beings. Though he was not afraid of the lesser undead, as they could not breach the defenses of his bunker, he was profoundly concerned about the more formidable threats that lurked behind. The very thought of the powerful entities that might follow sent waves of panic through him. Some things were beyond even the advanced weaponry stockpiled in his bunker, and he could not allow this situation to persist. Otherwise, it would spiral beyond his control, and he must act decisively, true to his nature as a commercial titan. Xin Wanfa promptly turned away from the monitoring room, heading toward the third underground floor where his wayward son, Xinjun, was located. As he approached the door to the room, he was met with the lewd sounds of multiple women and one man. This wretch on the brink of disaster dares to indulge in such debauchery in broad daylight. After a lifetime in the business world, how did I end up with such a worthless offspring? Xin Wanfa contemplated the notion of gunning down his son in a fit of rage. Taking several deep breaths to steady his tumultuous emotions, bang. He rapped on the door for the first time. The room remained silent, only to be filled with even louder moans. Bang. Xin Wanfa, exercising patience, knocked heavily again, marking his second attempt. Old man, stop knocking. Can't you see I'm busy? Just a moment, darling. Open your legs a little wider. Brother, this move is quite challenging. The room echoed with obscenities. Boom. Xin Wanfa's hair stood on end. His temper could no longer be contained. He turned on his heel. Rushing down to the weapons cache on the second floor, he hoisted a Gatling gun and stormed back to the door. Bellowing, wretch, prepare to meet your end. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of bullets, obliterating the steel door with a hail of gunfire, leaving it in tatters. The room erupted with terrified screams from women within. Xin Wanfa kicked the now ruined door open, revealing a scene that left even him, a seasoned figure in the world of pleasure, utterly stunned. Inside, an array of various weapons lay scattered, and in the center of the room, on a large white bed, 3 extraordinarily voluptuous women posed provocatively. To the left stood a woman he often saw on television, the renowned star known as the most alluring in the Rabbit Kingdom. Gong. Shen Wanfa was momentarily captivated by the sight, a primal urge stirring within him. But he quickly suppressed it. Resolutely, he denied the women any chance to plead for mercy and squeezed the trigger. The women fell to the floor, reduced to a gruesome display of blood and flesh, the scene horrifyingly bloody. Shinjun, cowering in the corner, was splattered with gore, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Shen Wanfa. "Dad, my dear father, please don't kill me," he whimpered, terror-stricken. "Wretch, today I shall deliver justice upon you." Shen Wanfa roared, unleashing another volley of bullets. Once the dust settled, Shinjun appeared unscathed, albeit with bullet holes peppering the wall above him. I'm fine. Haha, I'm alive," Shinjun exclaimed, bewildered yet relieved, as he checked himself over. Shen Wanfa grunted in irritation. "Wretch, if you were not my only son, I would have ended you long ago." With that, he exited the room. Shinjun, drenched in cold sweat, murmured, "What has gotten into this old man today? He has just killed all my prized possessions, the finest selections I had. Wretch, disaster is imminent. Yet you still think of such things? Get over here this instant." Shen Wanfa barked, his voice laced with fury. Shinjun, terrified by the smoking barrel of the gun, followed his father out. "Shameless wretch, hurry, and put on some clothes." Shen Wanfa felt a sense of despair. Meanwhile, above the doomsday bunker, the mutated corpses had completely overrun the pasture, leaving no survivors aside from Wei Ping and Wang Lian. Witnessing this, Wang Lian did not display fear. Instead, excitement illuminated her features. "Wei Ping, you must now." She began to issue a command to Wei Ping behind her. Yet before she could finish, the scene shifted once more. The villagers who had fallen to the ground began to stir, their bodies contorting grotesquely as they rose once more. Initially, it began with one, then another, and soon two, three. In no time, dozens of villagers who had been bitten to death were resurrected, while the few remaining, having been dismembered, could not rise. Curiously, why did this group of villagers, after being bitten by the undead, come back to life as undead themselves? Yet those he had previously encountered who had succumbed to the bites did not transform into the undead. Where lay the crux of this enigma? Gazing at the resurrected villagers as they joined the ranks of the undead, Wei Ping appeared profoundly affected. Sinking in a deep contemplation, he faintly perceived the underlying cause of the undead's emergence. But uncertainty lingered, as if a crucial clue was missing. With the addition of dozens of newly transformed undead, their numbers surged, doubling in size. Countless undead launched a frenzied assault on the entrance of the doomsday bunker. And although a single undead's full-force strike left only a faint trace, the sheer volume soon etched a half-inch mark into the surface. Naturally, compared to the 10-meter-wide entrance, this was but a drop in the ocean. Without a year or more, breaching it was an impossibility. Just then, the bunker door swung open unexpectedly. The undead at the threshold tumbled into the deep pit within. Subsequently, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from within the bunker, crackling like firecrackers during the new year. The undead outside the entrance, devoid of thought, continued to surge forward into the bunker. As more undead flooded into the corridor, those outside began to dwindle. Yet the gunfire within showed no signs of abating, as if the occupants needed no time to reload, displaying an infinite barrage of firepower. That a few hundred meters away from the battlefield lay a deep pit, its surface strewn with soft branches. Upon closer inspection, the branches trembled slightly, revealing two pairs of eyes intently fixed on the conflict ahead. The owners of these eyes were none other than Wei Ping and Wang Lian, who had taken refuge at a distance. As the number of undead swelled, their range of movement expanded, and their previous hiding spot was nearly discovered, prompting them to seek a more distant and concealed pit. Now, with the bunker entrance agape and the surrounding undead rushing in, the undead near Wei Ping vanished from sight. "Let's go. We must follow," Wang Lian declared, confirming that no undead lingered nearby before rising from the pit, beckoning Wei Ping to join her. Just as Wang Lian emerged and prepared to depart, she suddenly felt something grasp her foot with great force, sending a jolt of pain through her calf, as if bitten by some creature. Instinctively, she looked down, and the sight that met her eyes sent her into a terrified scream. Chapter 75. Gatling, an elderly, toothless undead, unable to walk, crawled along the ground, its bony hand clinging tightly to Wang Lian's ankle. Its mouth, reduced to two yellowed, decayed teeth clamped down on her calf, desperately sucking her blood. A gruesome sight. Wei Ping, please save me. Upon approaching, Wei Ping discovered it was merely a decrepit zombie. Leaving him both amused and exasperated, he swiftly crushed the undead's mouth, sending it flying a distance away. From his military pack, Wei Ping retrieved iodine and bandages, swiftly cleaning Wang Lian's wound. She screamed in agony, but fortunately, Wei Ping covered her mouth with his other hand, lest her cries attract nearby undead. Overwhelmed by pain, she instinctively bit down, and Wei Ping felt a piercing pain in his palm. Had he not enhanced his physique, her bite would have sunk deep into his flesh. This woman truly is fierce. Wei Ping frowned. After wrapping the bandage hastily, he concluded the task that I've sustained a severe injury. I'm a heavy casualty. You must carry me. You cannot leave me behind. Wang Lian's desperate insistence reflected her profound lack of safety. Wei Ping, resigned, had initially thought her injury was minor enough to heal without medical attention, intending to let her walk or at least fashion a makeshift crutch. However, under her strong insistence, he sighed and lifted her onto his back, sprinting forward with her lithe form. Carrying the extra weight felt as light as air to him, posing no hindrance to his movement. Soon, he caught up with the main body of undead, slowing his pace to discreetly follow. In the distance, along the southeastern riverbank, hundreds of undead surged into the bunker S corridor, with gunfire echoing continuously from within. Oh, they have guns? Wang Lian's brows furrowed in surprise. Wei Ping analyzed, well, it's normal for them to have firearms. This doomsday bunker boasts top-tier security that I doubt any domestic bunker company could replicate it. Judging by the design, it appears to be constructed by the Eagle Nation, so possessing heavy weaponry is to be expected. You seem quite knowledgeable about doomsday bunkers, Wang Lian remarked, perplexed, for based on Wei Ping's financial standing, he should not have had access to such information. Wei Ping's heart raced. He had forgotten that the person beside him was quite astute. And his casual remark nearly led her to uncover something significant, that he quickly clarified, knowledgeable isn't quite the right term. After the bizarre onset of the apocalypse, I specifically gathered information about doomsday bunkers online as a personal interest. Oh, is that so? Wang Lian's eyes sparkled with cunning. She clearly did not believe that someone as composed as Wei Ping would take an interest in doomsday bunkers that were utterly irrelevant to him. Given his financial capacity, there must be a hidden agenda. She resolved to extract his secrets when the opportunity arose. Wei Ping, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to approach cautiously. As time passed, the blood-red moonlight intensified, and a thick fog began to envelop the pastoral landscape, rendering everything before Wei Ping less tangible. The number of undead at the entrance of the doomsday bunker dwindled to less than a dozen, all struggling to enter. Moments later, the last of the undead surged inside, and after a few final gunshots, silence fell, interrupted only by curses from within. Damn it, these Eagle Nation weapons are subpar, after firing a few thousand rounds. The Gatling is already toast. I should have gone with Han's S models. Old man, this Gatling is too heavy. Next time, let us switch to a lighter weapon. My arms feel like they're going to break. A younger voice chimed in from the bunker. At least this time, you managed to redeem some honor while I was reloading, the older voice replied. The scene shifted to the interior of the bunker corridor, which was adorned with futuristic sci-fi black pipelines. At the corridor's end stood an older and a younger man, one shouldering a Gatling gun, its barrel glowing red-hot, as if it might melt from the heat. The elder was Shun Wanfa, while the younger was Shun Jun, whom he had pushed forward with the gun. They continued their relentless fire, ultimately expending nearly 10,000 rounds to eradicate the undead before them. However, Shun Wanfa's Gatling was now rendered unusable, while Shun Jun's remained operational. With a resounding thud, Shun Wanfa hurled the Gatling to the ground and turned to retreat to the second floor of the doomsday bunker, emerging with a lightweight submachine gun. You rascal, come with me to clean up the battlefield, Shun Wanfa commanded. Old man, why don't you give me that nice gun? I want to trade for the submachine gun. This Gatling is just too heavy, and the recoil is immense. I simply can't handle it, Shun Jun insisted with fervor. Get lost. You can't even endure a little hardship. Look at what you've turned into after years of indulgence. If I hadn't hired masters to care for your health, you would have been long gone. Now hurry up and follow me, Shun Wanfa admonished, eager to instill some discipline in his son. Yet the elder's words fell on deaf ears. With a clatter, Shinjun tossed aside the Gatling, plopping down on the ground in protest. This wretch. Are you trying to drive your father to madness? Shun Wanfa lamented, witnessing his son's obstinate demeanor, akin to a hopeless case. Ultimately, he begrudgingly agreed to swap weapons. The two proceeded cautiously outside the bunker. Old man, we've cleaned out all the undead. There's no threat left. Why risk going out to clear the bodies? Shun Jun scoffed. Rascal, what do you know? If we don't dispose of these corpses promptly, we'll surely attract even more formidable anomalies, ones that our firepower won't be able to withstand. Shun Wanfa scolded. Yet Shin Jun remained unimpressed. With our heavy firepower, and given that the Doomsday Bunker can withstand nuclear strikes, how powerful could mere anomalies be? I don't believe it. Chapter 76. SSR-level danger approaches rascal. You have no idea. Just follow my lead. Shin Wanfa, exasperated, could no longer bear to explain himself to his son. Fearing it would only further aggravate him, the two men ascended the ladder from the capsule. Preparing to emerge, Shin Wanfang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis firmly locking onto him. The scene before him, however, brought a smile to his face as he observed his son's comical demeanor. Unfilial son, he thought. Just a moment ago, I had an uncanny sensation akin to being aimed at by a gun. I wonder if it is merely my imagination. Shin Wanfang murmured to himself, unsure whether he was speaking to Shinjun or merely indulging in his own thoughts. Shinjun, unconcerned with such musings, exclaimed, Old man, you're being excessively cautious. It's so late, and in this desolate wilderness, surrounded by so many corpses, with that reckless ambusher lurking nearby. Who has such audacity? A chew from a distance. Hidden in the underbrush, Wei Ping and Wang Lian both sneezed in unison, exclaiming, That scoundrel is cursing us. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Wei Ping, currently crouched in the grass, had a Type 95 rifle aimed steadily at the exit of the Doomsday Bunker. The moment Shun Wanfang and his son showed their faces, he planned to blow them away. This was Wang Lian's scheme. Initially, Wei Ping had hesitated to commit such an act of indiscriminate violence. However, reflecting on the wealthy, who were often nefarious, profiting from the suffering of others, and recalling his previous life of endless overtime as 007996, he felt disenchanted with existence. Even worse were the parasites who colluded with high-ranking government officials, ruthlessly exploiting and oppressing the populace to amass wealth. As far as Wei Ping knew, Shin Wanfang was one of them, a standout among the worst. Killing 1,000 of such individuals would not be a mistake. With this thought, Wei Ping's conscience was instantly absolved. He kept his gaze fixed through the scope, unwaveringly focused on the bunker's exit. Meanwhile, Shin Wanfang also entertained similar thoughts underground, trusting his instincts, an intuition that had allowed him to rise above numerous villains. In the opulent control room of the Doomsday Bunker, Shin Jun sat on a soft leather sofa. Visibly irked, Old man, you're being overly cautious, just like an old turtle. Shin Wanfang, who had been deep in thought, turned green with rage at the insult. You beast, if I am a turtle, does that not make you the son of a bastard? Shinjun shrugged off the insult, retorting, I've always been one. Haven Ti, you call me beast all day long, so I'm the son of a beast. Shin Wanfang pointed a trembling finger at Shinjun, his face reddening with anger. The two fell into a prolonged silence. Neither willing to break the tension, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Wei Ping and Wang Lian above, as well as the Shin father and son below, remained motionless, seemingly waiting for the other's patience to wear thin. Time flowed quietly in this stillness. The next day, as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves of towering trees, illuminating a hollow in the grass that a dry branch above shifted, revealing a dark gun barrel, alongside which extended an arm as pale as lotus root. Wang Lian, you're awake. Wang Lian stretched lazily and noticed Wei Ping still maintaining his prone aiming position from the night before. Wei Ping, have you really stayed in that position all night without sleep? Wei Ping merely nodded in response, remaining silent. Wang Lian felt a pang of compassion and gently wiped the grease from Wei Ping's face with her arm. Before fetching a bottle of water from her military pack to offer him a sip, followed by a bite of a compressed at that moment, Wang Lian genuinely cared for Wei Ping. Devoid of ulterior motives, to be honest, prior to the bizarre onset of the apocalypse, Wang Lian had held a somewhat disdainful view of her ordinary colleague. However, after their fateful reunion amidst the calamity and several trials they endured together. Her feelings had evolved from mere use to admiration, ultimately blossoming into affection. What is happening to me? Why do I feel such profound heartache? Wasn't I always using him? Wang Lian shook her head violently, finding herself increasingly perplexed and increasingly disdainful of her current self, having lost her former carefree wisdom. The emotions she had just experienced surpassed any feeling she had ever known, including familial love. Not to mention her ex-husband. Enough of this. I must first handle the immediate situation. With determination, Wang Lian forced aside her distracting thoughts and focused her attention on the capsule ahead. Unbeknownst to them, Shun Wanfang and his son in the underground bunker were not faring much better. Having spent the night in silence and waiting, a few more strands of white hair had appeared on Shun Wanfang's head. Meanwhile, his reckless son was blissfully asleep, seemingly dreaming of something delightful, occasionally drooling and even licking his lips. Shun Wanfang gazed at his slumbering son, his frustration boiling over, wishing he could take a machine gun and fire a burst at him. With death looming, how could he still be sleeping? Shun Wanfang leaned close to Shinjun's ear and shouted with all his might. Ah! Startled, Shinjun flipped over, covering his ears and crying out in pain. After a lengthy moment, the throbbing in his ears subsided somewhat, and he glared at Shun Wanfang, indignantly saying, "Old man, do you want to deafen me?" Shun Wanfang, however, was unperturbed by Shun Jun's discomfort. The silence of the previous night had left him with an overwhelming urge to vent his thoughts. "Beast, don't you sense a powerful force approaching us?" Shun Jun rolled his eyes dramatically. "Old man, do you think you're Superman, able to foresee danger?" Chapter 77. The Transcendent Anomaly of the Dolor Monster Alert. Alert detection of an anomalous energy entity exceeding limits. Energy levels cannot be assessed, classified at least as an SSR-grade anomalous enemy. Enemy attack. An intelligence officer within a colossal fortress palace beneath the abandoned Pentagon of Eagle Nation repeatedly conveyed this message into the microphone. Above the White House, a bizarre creature resembling an oversized bat, with human-like limbs, soared through the sky. If Wei Ping were to see it, he would instantly recognize it as the Dolor monster, which had previously attempted to surround him in the Temple of Anomalies, leaving a lasting impression on him. The adult Dolor monster was a second-tier anomaly, entirely beyond the threshold of what this world could withstand. The creature before them was considerably smaller than the mature one encountered at the temple, likely a juvenile. Yet, even this juvenile's presence instilled significant anxiety within Eagle Nation's most formidable intelligence agency, classifying it as an SSR-grade anomaly. Should an adult Dolor monster arrive, the consequences would be unthinkably dire. The Pentagon activated its highest level of war readiness, deploying laser artillery, hypersonic missiles, and nuclear-capable ballistic missiles, all aimed at the juvenile Dolor monster in the sky. However, the juvenile flew leisurely, seemingly unperturbed by the weapons targeting it. Treating the ants below as if they did not exist. With a clear objective, it headed towards the Eastern Rabbit Nation. Relay my orders. This SSR-grade anomaly does not intend to assault our nation. It merely seems to be passing through. All weapons are strictly prohibited from firing. Repeat, no firing allowed, or the consequences could be catastrophic. The 5-star general in the command center of the Pentagon's underground fortress issued the directive. The juvenile Dolor monster glanced down at the ruins of the Pentagon, its interest visibly waning. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, an invisible ripple of black-white, anomalous energy spread outward, stirring the spatial fabric around it and causing two different temporal spaces to overlap, creating a long black hole passageway in the middle. Following this, the juvenile Dolor monster propelled itself like a shooting star into the black hole, vanishing from sight. The juvenile Dolor monster disappeared through the spatial rift. The ensuing chaos dissipated in an instant, restoring the sky to its previous clear state. Upon witnessing the creature's departure, the 5-star general in the command center of the Pentagon's underground fortress exhaled deeply. The ancestor has finally left. Thankfully, this SSR-grade anomaly's objective was the Eastern Rabbit Nation. Otherwise, we would have faced an unimaginable disaster. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at the ruins of the Pentagon, once a symbol of the world's strongest power. Alas, due to the arrogance of Eagle Nation as a superpower, they had provoked an SSR-grade anomaly, leading to the Pentagon's swift destruction and delivering a grievous blow to Eagle Nation. Subsequently, during the defense of the Statue of Liberty in New York, Eagle Nation offended a formidable golden rooster that could articulate wow and was steeped in golden legends. This golden rooster was no ordinary foe. It completely disregarded physical attacks, wielding a massive scythe of death that annihilated an armored brigade and the pride of Eagle Nation's F-35 fighter jet squadron. In that moment, the Statue of Liberty crumbled, taking with it the pride of the entire Eagle Nation. After these two battles, Eagle Nation no longer dared to provoke such formidable anomalies, retreating into a shell of cowardice. Our nation truly suffers from calamity after calamity. Is it truly the heavens' intent to annihilate us? The once mighty five-star general, confronted with an unknown power, found his military strategies rendered utterly impotent. Every anomaly is beyond their capacity to provoke. Not even nuclear weapons can contend with these ancestral beings. In the span of less than a month, the population of their nation, once in the hundreds of millions, has dwindled to merely tens of millions, as if they have suffered a cataclysmic blow that threatens their very existence. Off they go, all of them to the Rabbit Kingdom, where the populace is abundant enough for their needs. He yearns for the anomalies within the borders of the Eagle Nation to flee to the adversarial Eastern Rabbit Kingdom, allowing them to annihilate this nation they so deeply despise. Just as the Eagle Nation breathes a sigh of relief, the Rabbit Kingdom finds itself ensnared in immense troubles beneath the depths of the Zhongnan Sea. Within a grand edifice far surpassing the Pentagon's underground fortress, the lights blaze brightly. The hall reverberates with the sounds of urgent announcements. Alarm! Alarm! An SS-level anomaly has emerged in Jiangsu, with dozens already deceased. And the death toll continues to rise. The Jiangsu temporary headquarters urgently requests central support. Emergency request for central support. Alarm! Alarm! An S-level anomaly has appeared in the Treasure Island, resulting in tens of thousands of fatalities. With 2 mixed combat brigades being urgently dispatched for assistance. Alarm! Alarm! An A-level anomaly has manifested in Turpan. With thousands already perished, countless personnel scurry through this immense palace, all in a frantic rush, their expressions fraught with tension. In the highest-level conference room, dozens of top dignitaries from the Rabbit Kingdom convene in haste, their faces etched with extreme fatigue. The latest readings from the Guichuantian indicate that an SSR-level anomaly has traversed through a wormhole, directly appearing in the vicinity of Huayin County, Yingshui City, Fengdu Province. At the mention of this, a wave of shock ripples through the assembly of dignitaries that in the pastoral expanse above Qingyu Mountain in Yingshui City. Fengdu Province, a silent collapse of space occurs, revealing a wormhole that pierces through dimensions. All matter in proximity, including air and clouds, is obliterated, and an anomaly resembling a bat, yet possessing hands and feet, bursts forth from the wormhole. Standing defiantly in the air with its arms crossed. Below, a thicket on Qingyu Mountain trembles violently, clearly startled. Heavens, it's a Duluo monster. How could it, being no less than a second-tier super anomaly, suddenly materialize here? The hidden figure in the grass is none other than Wei Ping. The moment the Duoluo monster appears, the red anomaly catalog within him spins wildly, displaying 3 question marks aside from its name. My anomaly catalog has never shown 3 question marks since it advanced from black and white to red, unless the entity is a logical anomaly or a super anomaly of the second tier or above. This shouldn't be. Anomalies of the second tier and above should not exist in the 3-dimensional world. How could they descend into this parallel realm? In a fleeting instant, Wei Ping's mind races with information. Beside him, Wang Lian gasps in astonishment, her mouth agape in shock, desperately patting Wei Ping's shoulder. She stutters, "Look, that... Oh my heavens!" It is the first time Wei Ping witnesses the usually composed and insightful Wang Lian in such a state. And he finds it amusing, and no matter how intelligent she is, she remains an ordinary 3-dimensional being. And her shock at encountering such a high-dimensional entity is entirely understandable. He refrains from explaining, for this is his secret, one that cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, his situation would become perilous. Clearly, Wang Lian is classified as an outsider in his eyes, unworthy of his trust. That moment, the Duoluo monster suddenly fixes its gaze upon Wei Ping's hiding spot, scrutinizing it for an extended duration. Wang Lian, in a state of panic, continues to shake Wei Ping, Wei Ping, look quickly. The terrifying creature in the sky seems to have detected our presence. It's staring right at us. Wei Ping can only manage a wry smile as he realizes her exaggerated movements make it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. Reluctantly, he wears a smile more pitiable than a frown as he gazes at the Duoluo monster above. Were he in the Anomaly Temple, he would not spare a glance at the mature Duoluo monster, let alone this juvenile form. Alas, they are not in the Anomaly Temple, without the suppression of the Anomaly Lord's rules. Facing the Duoluo monster is akin to presenting oneself as prey. The Duoluo monster gazes down at Wei Ping, its eyes shimmering with intense interest, its gaze flitting about as if contemplating something. Suddenly, it reveals a mysterious smile, and without any exchange, it seems to understand something. Following the direction of Wei Ping's gun, its eyes flicker with a black and white radiance, piercing through the hundreds of meters of earth as if it were non-existent. Gaining a clear view of everything within the doomsday bunker, that a hint of disdain curls at the corners of its mouth, as if dismissing the defenses before it to AT that moment, as the Duoluo monster locks onto the doomsday bunker. Shun Wanfan and his son, who are hiding deep within, freeze in terror, their bodies immobilized in shock. Just as it prepares to obliterate the doomsday bunker before it, it turns to glance at Wei Ping. Then back at the bunker, wearing an expression that suggests it believes it comprehends the situation, it offers Wei Ping another enigmatic smile, retracts its black and white aura, and in an instant, the surrounding space collapses silently, erasing a small section of the pastoral expanse from existence. Then, the space begins to fold and overlap, and a wormhole bridging the two realms manifests, with the Duoluo monster vanishing into the endless folds of time and space. At the moment of its disappearance, everything returns to normal, as if nothing had ever transpired. The sole evidence of its passage is the pasture that has mysteriously lost half of its expanse, leaving less than 50 acres, the boundary of the disappearance halting just at the edge of Shun Wanfan's doomsday bunker and Wei Ping's thicket. If it had advanced a little further, both Wei Ping and the doomsday bunker, including Shun Wanfan, would have been obliterated alongside the collapsing space. Wei Ping boldly speculates that this juvenile Duoluo monster fortuitously traversed this parallel world of Blue Star, sensing his aura and intentionally arriving. Wang Lian frantically pounds her chest, anxiety etched across her features. Confronted with technology far surpassing this era, even the astute Wang Lian feels utterly powerless. Equally astonished are Shun Wanfan and his son within the doomsday bunker. They stand agape, eyes glued to the screen as events unfold, the spectacle in the sky transcending their understanding. Shun Wanfan's once rosy complexion drains of color, leaving only a pallid hue. His son, Shinjun, young and well-versed in science fiction, processes the scene slightly faster, in that fleeting moment. He perceives the proximity of death, as if that formidable anomaly could cause him to vanish from this world in an instant. He reacts first, shaking his dazed father vigorously. "Old man, stop staring blankly. We need to dispose of those corpses immediately, that if we allow this to linger, and a new terrifying anomaly appears, we stand no chance of survival. It's too terrifying, absolutely too terrifying." Shun Wanfan remains in a stupor, murmuring incoherently, in the face of death. Shinjun forgets the fear instilled by his father, delivering a sharp slap to the back of Shun Wanfan's head. The sound echoes. Shun Wanfan stumbles forward from the impact, glaring at Shun Jun in anger. "Brat, do you wish to rebel?" Without further ado, Shun Jun pulls Shun Wanfan towards the exit. Shun Wanfan follows, a bitter smile on his face. This brat, he never believed me before. Now that he has seen it, he is more eager than I am. Shun Wanfan can no longer afford to consider the presence of other potential hunters nearby. His sole focus is to clear the scene of corpses swiftly to avoid drawing the attention of powerful anomalies. Before exiting, Shun Wanfan deliberately retrieves 2 Type 95 rifles, 2 handguns, 2 Thompson submachine guns, and 2 daggers from the second-floor armory, equipping himself and his son alike, by the time they step outside, they are nearly armed to the teeth. "Old man, these weapons are excessively heavy that we might tire ourselves out before the enemy even attacks. Is it truly necessary to be this cautious? Other than anomalies, nothing else is likely to come here." Shinjun wheezes after every couple of steps seems he struggles even more than Shun Wanfan. Irritated by his son's condition, Shun Wanfan retorts, I've told you repeatedly to pursue women less, yet you never listened. Now you can't even match my stamina. How embarrassing for a son. Shinjun brushes it off. Of course. The old man's blade is still sharp. If you were to fight, those foreign devils would surely beg for mercy. Damn it. This laborer is too elusive. I can't find an opportunity. Wei Ping mutters under his breath as he continues to adjust his scope. Chapter 79. The final strike. Rumors abound that Shun Wanfan is excessively suspicious, and it proves to be true. Wang Lian can only smile wryly, observing that no one has yet attacked them. The father and son duo of Shun Wanfan immediately bolster their courage, beginning to transport the bodies of the villagers lying on the ground, tossing them into the modular passage one by one. I suspect there exists a device within the containment passage designed for the incineration and decomposition of bodies. Otherwise, they would not engage in such actions, which could easily precipitate an epidemic. Wang Lian articulated her conjecture. Indeed, Wei Ping nodded, aware of Wang Lian's statements. Yet he refrained from voicing his knowledge, for it might arouse her suspicions that in truth, Wei Ping had long been capable of firing his weapon, inflicting grave injury upon one of them. However, he chose not to act. The reasoning was straightforward. Once he discharged his firearm, their location would be revealed, and confronted with the enemy's submachine guns and Gatling fire, both he and Wang Lian could easily fall victim to stray bullets. Thus, though opportunities abounded, he was in no haste to pull the trigger. Shin Wanfan and his son, Shinjun, remained blissfully unaware that they had been targeted. At that moment, they were laboriously disposing of numerous corpses into the containment passage. Faced with life and death, they exerted themselves tremendously. Before long, the few remaining villagers' bodies had been entirely removed, just as the two men were about to heave the last corpse, which was reduced to but half a body. Into the passage, Shin Wanfan and his son collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, as if the exertion had surpassed the limits of their pampered physiques. Shinjun, in a state of utter exhaustion, tore off his helmet, revealing a face drenched in sweat, and began fanning himself vigorously. "Beast, are you courting death? Put your helmet back on." Shin Wanfan exclaimed in alarm, preparing to remind Shinjun to don his helmet. Yet before he could finish, a blood hole suddenly appeared on Shinjun's forehead, splattering blood across Wanfan's face. "Da-da! My son." Shin Wanfan went into a frenzy that he abruptly stood, raising the Gatling gun in his hands and unleashing a barrage of shots in a frenzied, aimless spray towards the rear. Though Shin Wanfan acted with speed, Wei Ping was swifter. After dispatching Shinjun, he fired 2 more shots, accurately striking Shin Wanfan's unprotected arm. "Da-da!" Shin Wanfan cried out in pain, unable to support the Gatling any longer. The weapon slipped from his grasp, crashing onto his foot and shattering it instantly. Once more injured, the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of standing, and he hunched over. Rolling on the ground in agony, from a nearby thicket, Wei Ping wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Phew, that was close that a bullet just grazed my scalp. I nearly had my head blown off." "Wei Ping, are you all right?" Wang Lian inquired, rising to check on him. She was unharmed, having avoided gunfire by burying herself in the underbrush during the chaos. The bullets had never come near her. My heavens. "We actually did it. We are prosperous." Wang Lian's eyes sparkled with the flames of power as she sprinted towards Shun Wanfan with unparalleled speed. Wei Ping gazed at her retreating figure, a bitter taste in his mouth. He then followed Wang Lian to Shun Wanfan's side. Upon their arrival, the incapacitated Shun Wanfan had managed to crawl to the entrance of the containment passage, mere steps away from entering the doomsday bunker. Wang Lian quickly picked up a dagger that had fallen to the ground and lunged towards Shun Wanfan's neck. Just as the blade was a mere centimeter from its target, a large hand firmly seized her small hand, preventing her from advancing even an inch. "Wait, he still has his uses." The owner of that hand was, of course, Wei Ping. Wang Lian, bewildered, asked, "Wei Ping, why do you stop me from killing him? Keeping him alive could be a great threat." "It's quite simple. Without him, even if we enter the doomsday bunker, it would be of no use. The bunker is controlled by a sophisticated intellect. Without his authorization, we cannot operate it, rendering it akin to acquiring a worthless relic." Upon hearing this, an unusual expression flickered in Wang Lian's eyes. Sophisticated intellect. She fixed her gaze upon Wei Ping. "How do you know so much about the doomsday bunker?" Wei Ping's heart sank. He had revealed too much. and she might have begun to suspect the secret of his doomsday safe house, but he would never underestimate the intelligence of the woman before him. With an unnatural countenance, he replied, "Did I not mention before? I collected extensive information about the doomsday bunker online." Wang Lian shot him a skeptical glance, but chose not to pursue the matter further. She pressed the dagger against Shun Wanfan's neck, demanding, "Shin Wanfan, grant me the access rights to the doomsday bunker's intellect, and I may consider sparing your life." Shin Wanfan's face turned ashen, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the two unfamiliar figures before him. "To dare slay my only son, the lineage of the Shin family, is extinguished. I would relish the thought of devouring your flesh and blood, yet you dream of receiving my authorization? Such folly." At her words, Wang Lian's expression darkened, and she pressed the dagger forward an inch or two, causing blood to trickle down Shun Wanfan's neck. Should the dagger penetrate further, it would sever his carotid artery. Alas, Shin Wanfan had lost the last vestige of hope in the world. He closed his eyes and fell silent. Wei Ping seized the dagger from Wang Lian, fearing she might inadvertently pierce Shin Wanfan's artery. Jeopardizing all their efforts, he possessed a doomsday safe house. Thus, losing the doomsday bunker would not cause him significant regret. What he truly coveted was the arsenal within the bunker, observing the array of weaponry on Shun Wanfan's person. He surmised that the arsenal within the doomsday bunker must be formidable, a necessity for his current predicament. Just as Wei Ping pondered his next move, Wang Lian whispered something in his ear. Without further inquiry, Wei Ping turned away and took a few steps back to regroup at a distance of several dozen meters. Observing Wei Ping's retreat, Wang Lian began a hushed dialogue with Shun Wanfan. Initially, he remained unresponsive, his eyes closed. Yet after a moment, a sudden surge of agitation overtook him, and his expression morphed into one of intense fury. As Wang Lian continued her persuasion, despair gradually etched itself upon Shun Wanfan's face. Though upon closer examination, a glimmer of hope flickered amidst his overwhelming despondence. Chapter 80. A New Journey. Eventually, Shin Wanfan seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, his body devoid of strength as he hung his head. Applause erupted from Wang Lian, signaling Wei Ping to approach. What could Wang Lian have said to evoke such despair from a man on the brink of death? The thought was truly terrifying, and Wei Ping felt a profound sense of apprehension. Wang Lian, does he agree to transfer the access rights? Wei Ping tentatively inquired. Of course. Wang Lian replied with unwavering confidence. Da. Shin Wanfan emitted a cry of unwillingness as death loomed. Wei Ping ceased further discussion, hoisting Shin Wanfan towards the entrance of the containment passage as if lifting a mere chick. With his other hand discreetly pressing against Shin Wanfan's neck, he warned that any errant command would result in immediate death. Following this, both Wei Ping and Wang Lian fixed their tense gazes upon Shin Wanfan. Suddenly, Shin Wanfan raised his head, suppressing the pain that coursed through his body, casting a venomous glare at Wang Lian before heaving a heavy sigh. "Oscar, come forth." As Shin Wanfan spoke, streams of data projected from the containment door, coalescing into the form of a gentlemanly white figure, a butler, esteemed master. "How may Oscar be of service to you?" The sight left Wang Lian thoroughly astonished. They had been too far away to perceive the underground entrance's display. For the first time, she experienced the marvel of futuristic technology, reminiscent of Wei Ping's initial encounter with Xiao Fei. Upon witnessing Oscar's emergence, Shun Wanfan's expression twisted, and he spoke rapidly, close. Before he could utter another word, a powerful hand clamped down on his throat, rendering him incapable of speech, the pressure threatening to crush his windpipe. This hand belonged to Wei Ping. He had no faith that a man who had thrived in the ruthless realm of Inshui City for decades would be swayed by a few brief words from Wang Lian, no matter how intelligent she was. "Shin Wanfan, I advise you to comply, or you shall perish at once." Wei Ping tightened his grip, prepared to silence him permanently. Wang Lian, witnessing this scene, felt her countenance darken. For the first time, she sensed her authority being undermined, especially before the man she admired. Unable to tolerate the indignity, she seized the dagger and plunged it into Shun Wanfan's arm and thigh multiple times, blood gushing forth as he writhed in agony. "Enough. If this continues, he will bleed to death." Wei Ping's tone was frigid, dousing Wang Lian's fervor. The woman before him had nearly jeopardized everything with her reckless actions. Had she persisted, both of them might have found themselves trapped within the containment passage, with dire consequences. Wang Lian averted her gaze, lowering her head in shame. Wei Ping hoisted Shun Wanfan up, reprimanding, "Old man, cease your tricks, or you shall meet your end." Shen Wanfan sensed the lethal intent emanating from Wei Ping. He understood that the man meant business, and any sign of defiance would result in his immediate demise. Moreover, he recognized that this man possessed the strength to carry out his threats. Shen Wanfan regarded Wei Ping intently before exhaling a deep sigh. "Oscar, grant this man level 1 access." Oscar bowed, his gentlemanly smile unfaltering. "At your command, my master." At that moment, however, Wei Ping abruptly interrupted Shen Wanfan. "Old man, your deceitful mind is truly tiresome that I seek the highest access, the administrator privileges, not mere level 1 access." Wei Ping's words not only astonished Shen Wanfa, but also intensified the perplexity in Wang Lian's gaze beside him. In her eyes, a faint glimmer of a crucial clue flickered. Shen Wanfa, bewildered, inquired, "How is it that you possess such profound knowledge about the Doomsday Bunker?" I take it back. Shen Wanfa, witnessing Wei Ping once again directing his hand towards his lower regions, was so frightened that he repeatedly begged for mercy. "I thought you were truly a fearless man. But it seems you are merely a coward." A strong disdain emanated from Wei Ping's nostrils. Shen Wanfa, engulfed in despair, commanded, "Oscar, change the administrative privileges and designate this man before me as the new sole administrator." At that moment, Wei Ping distinctly observed Wang Lian's figure shudder slightly. He smiled and interrupted Shen Wanfa's discourse, saying, "Let us set Wang Lian as the administrator. I only require level 1 access." Shen Wanfa, with suspicion, scrutinized the two young individuals before him, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, blurted out, "Sir, are you aware of the extraordinary value this Doomsday Bunker holds in the apocalypse? With your talents combined with this bunker, not only would this mere vase be within reach, but even top-tier celebrities, Oscar winners, and world supermodels would be at your fingertips. Are you truly willing to forsake this Doomsday Bunker for her?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lian gazed at Wei Ping with palpable anxiety, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty for the first time. "Old man, you are indeed a cunning figure, attempting to sow discord between me and her even now. Alas, this tactic is futile against me. My actions require no explanation to you. Simply follow through. Furthermore, Wang Lian's brilliance is not something those high-end toilets can compare to. At this juncture, Wei Ping cast a reassuring glance towards Wang Lian. Receiving the answer she sought, Wang Lian's delicate face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to peach blossoms, solely for Wei Ping. Shen Wanfa realized that his scheme to create discord had once again floundered. This was the first time he faced someone and suffered such a comprehensive defeat that he complied without hesitation, changing Wang Lian to the administrator, after which he felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Wang Lian, now the proud owner of the coveted Doomsday Bunker, could no longer contain her exhilaration. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe and planted a fervent kiss on Wei Ping's face, then bashfully darted towards the bunker. Wei Ping, momentarily taken aback, touched the spot where Wang Lian had kissed him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he turned and walked slowly towards Shen Wanfa. After swiftly dealing with Shen Wanfa, Wei Ping followed suit towards the Doomsday Bunker. The entire corridor leading to the Doomsday Bunker was exceedingly lengthy, stretching over 100 meters, replete with futuristic and sci-fi design elements. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Wei Ping found Wang Lian waiting eagerly at the entrance. Before them stood an imposing door etched with countless intricate lines. Beyond that door lay a Doomsday Bunker of immeasurable worth. Chapter 81. The eerie female voice Wei Ping. "To our victory, cheers." Wang Lian, clad in a seductive red robe, reclined on a luxurious sofa, raising a crystal goblet of red wine towards him. Wei Ping wore a faint smile as he took a sip of the wine in his hand. "Wei Ping, to acquiring this world-class Doomsday Bunker, cheers." "Wei Ping, to our future, cheers." "Wei Ping, to our children, cheers." "Wei Ping, enough, you've had too much to drink." Wei Ping interjected, halting the clearly intoxicated and rambling Wang Lian. "I'm not drunk." "Wei Ping, do you know that today is the happiest day I've had in years? I've been so unhappy these past few years." Wang Lian's cheeks were flushed, her demeanor heavily influenced by the alcohol. "Wei Ping, it's been a long time since anyone has touched me. After saying this, she beckoned to him with her finger, exuding a wicked allure. Wei Ping could only smile wryly, taken aback by Wang Lian's behavior when intoxicated. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, Wang Lian suddenly stood, leaping into his embrace that a rich scent of shower gel filled Wei Ping's nostrils, mingling with her unique, subtle fragrance. Wei Ping, please don't go. I've been so lonely over the years. Will you stay and keep me company? Wang Lian's voice was heavy with yearning. Wei Ping said nothing, letting out a sigh as he gently removed her delicate hand from his waist. Wei Ping, do you find me unclean? Wang Lian's voice came from behind him, laced with anger. Wei Ping's posture stiffened momentarily before he regained his composure and self-deprecatingly replied, Do I have the right to disdain you? His meaning was clear. He too had a past, and neither of them would judge the other. Then why do you resist me so? Am I not beautiful? Wang Lian's voice trembled. They had spent considerable time together, even sharing a bed on multiple occasions. She had hinted at her feelings for Wei Ping many times, yet he had either chosen to ignore her or feigned ignorance. She wrapped her arms around his waist once more, her delicate hands trailing downward. Wang Lian. Wei Ping grasped her wandering hands, bringing her actions to a halt. Then he slowly turned to face her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Wang Lian, you are beautiful and intelligent. You are an exceptionally remarkable woman. Having spoken, Wei Ping turned away without hesitation that he intended to convey his resolute stance, believing it to be for Wang Lian's benefit, wishing to spare her any further heartache. As soon as Wei Ping's figure disappeared down the corridor, the sound of weeping reached his ears. That am I beautiful? Just as Wei Ping shut the door, that voice echoed once more from behind him. Impatient, he nearly retorted, Is it so bothersome? I've already said you are beautiful, but we are not suited for one another. Just as he was about to voice this sentiment, he found his throat constricted, unable to utter a word, but he suddenly realized a grave issue. This woman's voice was unlike Wang Lian's, filled with an eerie quality. Moreover, he had not heard the sound of a door opening. This disembodied voice had intruded upon his room without warning. This realization dawned on him. A chill ran down his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Am I beautiful? The eerie voice echoed again. That am I beautiful? The voice seemed to carry a sense of urgency. The two remained locked in a tense standoff, neither knowing how long it lasted that a pale face nearly pressed against his own.